So what we've come here today to talk about, this next podcast installment, we'll call it, would be a sentiment of graduation.
As we go
Exactly. For some of us, that means significantly different than other things. But in this regard, we're talking about players making their way through the academy leagues and onward and upward to find themselves in big leagues.
So not the song by Vitamin C.
No Vitamin C. I think that was just about.
I had some Vitamin C this morning.
Yeah. Well, when we went to school, that might really in there.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
It's a great song, but it's called Graduation by Vitamin C. Cool, man. We're gonna play it tomorrow before we go live.
Or we can just play it right now.
I'm sure it's very popular in English-speaking countries.
The Kanye West graduation album too. Anyway, look, we'll get past all of that. What I'm kind of looking at here is something that's always been intriguing to me, and that's about the process of coming up and getting into the bigger echelons of play.
Do we read Nico's tweets now?
I think we could. Why don't we start it out right there? What is it about Nico's tweets? What did he say? Why do we care?
I think he was a bit misunderstood in his interview, but the point was that people were talking about how they're privileged in Tier 1 to attend all these events and partner teams and so on and so on. And he said that people who are complaining about the grind in the Tier 2 scene is like they don't know what the real grind is, because nowadays there's so many opportunities for these Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams. Sure, maybe you're not a partner team at the highest level, but there's so many Tier 2 tournaments, Tier 3 tournaments online, all these different leagues.
And support.
Right? Even circuits and support that actually gives you plenty of opportunities to earn some money, improve, get better, showcase what you're capable of, and then potentially get picked up by some of these upper teams. You go back when Nico was coming on, I mean, we were on the same team, we were playing together. Like, there's not that many things. It's a couple of online qualifiers. They weren't organized as well as they are today, right? It's grueling to go through a lot of issues. I mean, we want to talk about DDoS attacks that we've had and all the ridiculous things we had to go through back then. So I think people are very quick to forget how things were, not 10, 8 years ago. I asked Chad to look this up right before we went live. In 2013 and 2014, Navi played 160, 170 maps in the whole year. And this is at a time when there's no, they're not going to skip any tournaments. They'll play every tournament they can. They're trying to win and whatnot. And we all heard that Monty, coming into the RMR, a Tier 3 team, has played something like 140 maps already in the first, 3.5 months of the year. So that in itself tells you how many more opportunities you have to play.
Mate, when there's a $165,000 online tournament called Bet Boom Playlist Urbanistic or something, right?
Wow.
No, seriously.
You remember the name.
That's the first place.
That was first place.
So total is like 300K or something.
So there's definitely...
Dude, the majors were less than that.
There's definitely more money pumping around and stuff, and I think there's another key here is regionally it's better as well. Like, for example, in Europe, it's obviously grown like weeds, right? You whack one tournament, there's 10 will grow, right? But when you look regionally, and I can't really speak for Blair here, unfortunately, because India never kicked off. But like Australia, for example, back in the day, in a year, you'd maybe get 2 to 3 opportunities to go to international tournaments, right? Maybe a WCG and ESWC, and then there was Code 5, or then there was a CPL or something like that, right? The opportunities were few and far between, and that meant somebody in the country needed to pay the licensing to WCG or ESWC to even run a tournament for you to even go to it. And then now there's so many more opportunities. You've got ESL Australia, which runs a lot of stuff down there, right? It's not just like Cybergamer or GOT Games anymore. Like it's definitely grown. So there's more opportunities, sure. I think that it got a bit lost in the weeds because of this whole Tier 1, Tier 2 conversation at the moment with all the partner teams. But the partner teams, or at least a bunch of them, all partook in this whole academy situation, right? Which is now on hold, unfortunately. But that is now one path to pro, a nice term used before we went live, that's already taken off.
So just, for the viewer's sake, for even some of our sake, just to refresh memories here when it comes down to players that came from the academy setting. I've just got a short list here. Obviously, one off the top, you think about Monashi.
Sean Monashi.
Did I say right? Monashi.
Shine him.
Insani, JDC, Exertion, Hyped, Crimbo, MPL, ZTR, Resalt, Chiron, probably one of the more recent ones.
Yeah. These are all the guys that have big roles in their teams. Like, they're some of the carry players for their team's bid in 2021 with Navi and Simple winning his first major. He was playing out of his mind. Monesi I mean, probably the most fun player to watch right now, how fast he is, go down that line. A lot of guys, exertion, tell it from the first
He's
tournament,
legit,
man.
yeah.
Like, he's legit like one of those players who's going to be a star for a long time.
And you know, it is one thing to have an academy team and you're funneling players upwards, and it's another to have an academy team that you can kind of bounce back and forth. For Big, for example, with Tizzy and Keto, you know, there were some short stints spent down there with the Big academy team. And that's something you see probably more traditional sports as well, like baseball, for example. If you're not doing great, your ass is going to the double A's. Like, that's it. Then you work your way back up, or you just fade off into non-existence. Baseball, I know y'all.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, so
That's the
baseball.
one where you hit it for 6, right?
No, it's you throw the touchdown pass.
Okay.
They hit it for 6.
In the end zone.
Yeah, that's the one.
With the foul ball.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's got the eagle and the birdie.
The three-pointer.
and all the
That's
things.
where you eat the hot dogs.
Yes, the hot dogs.
Take me
copious
out to
amounts
the
of
ball
the
game.
mustard,
But what do you
the
do?
mayo.
What do you do in an academy situation where like your academy team's actually getting good results? Like Mao's NXT was a good example of that.
I mean, they did what they had to, right? They picked up the players, they pushed them up, but at the same time, I don't think we've seen any scenario where the entire team just got replaced. We're like, all right, you know, Team
Yes, we did.
XYZ, you're out.
Yes, we did.
Which team?
Gambit.
Oh,
True. that
Gambit
is true.
youngsters.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now Cloud9.
Yeah.
But it's more like they kind of
Hobbit
faded into
remains
obscurity, right? And
Yeah,
they're like,
it was
well, we have a youngsters
Our
team.
main squad sucks now, so we're just gonna get rid of them.
Let's just give these kids a chance.
Yeah, they can't
Look
be
how
any
that
worse.
turned
right?
out.
And it worked. Too
Come
soon.
on, why are we
man?
getting all sad? Nobody watches this. So
Well,
they
I
can be
didn't
sad
mean
too.
it that way, but
We've had this is our
that's not how I said it.
This is our second wave, though, of academy teams, right? Like, I don't know what's going to happen now that we plays on pause, but we had academy teams back, what was it, 2016? Remember, like, there was it Fnatic had an academy back then with, like, Bolton, and, like, I remember they were playing...
No, wait.
There
no,
was
no.
there was
new
there was
one.
definitely some players who like and didn't North have an academy team?
I think a lot of teams at one point. For
But
sure.
here's the thing, right? Like, you look back to before versus now. Again, Nico in his tweet. Well, Nico was one of the first players to actually get picked up by Maus at the time, right? We didn't have international teams. We didn't have English-speaking
Yeah.
teams. Like, you had your own, you know, Danish teams, French teams, CIS teams, German teams, right? Like,
There was a few experiments, but nothing that stuck.
yeah, right, because you felt like that's it. That's how it was. That's how it had to be. Sort of, you know, so much is based off of communication. How are you going to do it in your second language? But then you had guys who were just so freaking talented. They were like so good at the game. Like someone like Nico. Don't say anything. We're just going to let you loose.
Yeah.
And that's what did happen. You know, Nico Sports for a while and whatnot. And it was way more difficult for you if you're an individual and don't have a team to get
within a
to
country,
get
yeah.
noticed,
Yeah.
right? Like you had to have had.
Rops is a good example.
Yeah, you would have had to have a team, know people, right, to get on a good team, and then have some results where people will notice you. Look at it now. I mean, we've been talking about academy leagues and academy teams. Look at Faceit, Pro League,
Yeah.
FPL, FPLC, right? That's, for example, someone like Madden, who came from our region. He didn't even, play for some of the best teams at the time. Like, that wasn't the path he took. He was more focusing on his individual grind, and, then he gets picked up and works his way up on that side of things. I mean, Brokey in FaZe, we brought him straight from FPL. Like the guys that played with him, and we looked a little bit at some of his games. There wasn't too much to show, but it was just, hey, we want some young blood, some new blood. Let's test this out. So absolutely, the countries that are underrepresented, that don't have that many players to make a team, now they do. Look at Israel.
I think exactly that's the point I was about to make. Israel, right? Like if you go back like 4 or 5 years, you'd only see like 1 or 2 teams from them playing in the Asian minor, for example, and then they have all this ping issues playing the Middle East because the routing is kind of crap over there. And I look at them now, look at some of the players we have, some of the best players, some of the most exciting players to watch in CSGO, and they're coming from that country. And how have they come forward? Through FPL, being found out by some of these tier 2, tier 3 teams, and then being given a shot by a team like let's say ENCE, for example, right? They're a team who's looking to experiment with some more unknown names, for example, and then eventually they potentially get picked up by a bigger team.
That's
right?
a key as well that you just brought up, right? There are more teams who are willing to do what Maus did with Nico early now than that existed
then you have
before.
ENCE
And
now.
because of that, you're happy to take, I don't want to say more risks, but the spotlight is being, if you're good, the spotlight's on you. And
Yeah,
then
of
your
course.
opportunity, right, is to then follow through, like Boros right now, right? Like his follow through is insane. Like at this point, if Monty don't do well at the major and they just like shit the bed, Eros has to be on the list for teams
for
as an
sure.
upgrade.
Somebody's list.
Dude,
for
to
sure.
just rock up and do what he did is nuts.
I was
He's in the spotlight now.
I was surprised how long Nerds went without getting picked up after his stint in Endpoint. And I think another thing is you go back to why was Sweden so good at Counter-Strike? Why was it like the country that we touted the DCS country? Well, because they had this gather system as well, which is basically face it before face it, right? And what happens there? The young players, they get taught how to play just through the course of playing with more experienced players, right? And learning the basics and the fundamentals. That's why Swedish mixed teams in those tournaments were more dangerous than some actual teams, right? Because they were so good. And that's what you see happen now as well through FPL and all these like gather system is, obviously you want to get to FPL because that's where you really get noticed. So you have to try to win games. You have to be a good teammate. You have to communicate well. Like you have to do all these things along the way on this path to pro that are making you into a better player.
Or you piss the pros off and you get banned from FPL.
Yeah, there's that too. There's several realities that you can kind of grab into. One thing I would like to grab onto with that would be the idea of
you like doing a bit of grab ass, don't you, Trace?
Just a little bit of. No, I'm thinking about the idea that you get to an academy, shut down, forking mouth. No, what I wanted to say was like, okay, back to baseball I go.
Here we go.
Come on.
Here we go.
Now imagine being
any
a little
other
league player.
sport.
You're a
Hey,
kid. You could play soccer, UK
Football,
whatever.
Soccer.
Whatever. We'll call it football. For all intents and purposes, same junk. What I'm saying is a kid, you kind of, at a certain point, you start to make moves and like, he's really good at this.
He's in the state team. He's in the best high school
So how do
team.
we bridge the gap between, say, an academy team now or an academy situation where a player could be good enough, but he's still in high school or maybe his exposure? To me, that's the most interesting part because that's how we get more people involved.
Well, Shine Manesi is a good example, right? Because he kind of he gave up everything just to pursue the Counter-Strike dream, right? Whether or not that's advisable, each node's made their decisions. But
Rops.
but he finished the schooling, right? So there's like obviously distinct. Carragher did a bloody degree while still competing, right? But
He has a master's.
It was a bit of a different position to be in. But if with what you're saying, I think that it's different strokes for different folks. For example, in Denmark, right? Astralis' academy team. Well, I don't see any of those players being picked up internationally, but I could see them getting picked up by other Danish teams. Okay. But then you look at somebody like, I don't know, JDC. Well, Germany's not as strong of a scene as Denmark, and now he's on an international team, right? So I feel if you're from like a smaller region or not misrepresented, but that you don't have as many good players, then you're going to find yourself going more international. Whereas if you're from a strong region, which I'm really struggling to name too many other places other than, say, like Russia or Denmark, where there are
Brazil.
Just an abundance of players.
At the moment, everything's pretty goddamn international.
But I will tell you, Trace, I got that question a lot from parents. It's
Exactly.
like, my kid sits at the PC for so long, he seems good, but how do I said, just how would you do it if he was playing football or basketball or anything, right? Like, if he has talent and he feels good, then he has to approach the game in a way where he's playing it every time to get better at it,
It's not a game at that point.
And as it goes, I would never say quit school, like quit high school. I'm sure you can find a way to finish high school at the very least while you're playing CS. But then when it comes to where you go to university or focus that time on playing, hey, if you're as good as Rops is, and some of these other guys, Nico also went straight from, he finished high school, but then focused on playing. Like, if you're these guys, yeah, absolutely, it makes sense to keep playing. But at that point, at some point, like in sports too, you have to see, am I good, dude, can I be at this level? Can I play at this level?
Level of reality.
Exactly, right? And you need to face that and understand, hey, maybe, you can still keep playing and go to university, right? Like, you just don't go all in at that point. You try to balance it a little bit, and then, hey, if it's an opportunity happens and you're playing well, and now, then you can, then quit school and come back to it later on if you have to.
And enter the CS draft?
But
We don't have that.
But there's a very big difference between someone sitting at the PC for 8 hours and just, screwing around and playing with friends and running around and playing whatever, or if you're playing 8 hours like gathers and deathmatch and trying to get better, watching demos, right? Like, that's a very different 8 hours.
And I feel like when it comes to the reality check, right, that's the thing, the reality check coming in. Are you good enough? For example, like if you're a Monastery, like once in a generational talent, for example, there has to be the one guy like, you can probably put your high school in pause for the time being maybe and just go all out. But let's say you're like an average player who could maybe make it, may not make it. Like someone's got to take the call there, and you can't be too deluded thinking, hey, you know, just go for it, believe in your dreams and potentially ruin your future.
Dude, I mean, I made that call.
Look at you now.
And I stopped playing or pursuing it competitively when, you know, some people lost motivation and I didn't feel what it was. And I focused on my studies, right? I mean, I was 23 at the time. There's still plenty of time to play CS, right? And play a career. But I was like, hey, it's not going to happen for me. Probably, you know, I'm not good enough. I played with Nico. And how is it to play with Nico? Well, it can be pretty fucking depressing, you know, because like you're with this and you see I'm never going to be as good as this guy. Like I'm just never going to, no matter how many hours I put in, I'm never going to be as good as him. And you see things like that and, you know, you're realistic. Like, hey, I should probably focus on something else. God bless observing and everything else that came along so I could still hang around CS.
Realistically, I think we can all agree with the sentiment that is stay in school. That's probably the most important aspect of what we've said here.
And be nice to your mum.
Yeah, be nice to your mom.
Just be nice to people in general.
Primary caregiver.
Treat people how you want to be treated.
Yeah.
Unless, well, never mind. We won't go down that road. Guys, I think this is a great conversation to be continued, perhaps off air, so we'll do just that. But yeah, good podcast vibes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we'll go back to returning to talk about our glory days another time. For us, you are watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Hello.
Bad time?
Not bad, but not good.
I want to ask you something away from CS and everything else like that. Favorite anime?
It's hard one. Charlotte, I will say.
Okay, I like it. And in terms of gym time, with the Sweetie Pots, you a gym guy, not really a gym guy?
It's a hard one. It depends on the time. I mean, last time I was in December, I guess, in gym, but I want to go again. Yeah, it's a long time. Yeah. I want to go after Rio, so.
Okay. Now, we don't really get too much of the personality from the other members of your team, some of the ones that don't speak English. So tell me something about Shiro that I may not know. Tell me something interesting about him.
It's a hard one. Let me think. I mean, Shiro is a good guy. Mm-hmm. He really different if we talk about how he communicating inside the game and outside the game. It's like two different person, I will say.
What's he like outside the game? I want to know that because I don't know him like that.
So outside the game, he kind of funny guy, and he's not shy at all. Yeah, what? yeah, that's it. I mean, you could ask any CS player which communicate with him. Mm-hmm. He way not shy. Okay. Yeah, and he kind of cool guy.
Okay, so we need to get Shiro practicing a bit more English and we see some more of his personality. Do you think he will?
Actually, he understands a lot in English, and in near future, I guess he could even speak English, I believe.
So you're saying go try get English interview from Shiro?
You could try at least.
Sweetie Pots, English interview with Shiro, we need to make sure it happens. That's on you.
He already can do it. He already can do it. He's very shy.
Oh, okay, we're definitely, this is good information, thank you, Nafani. We're going to go and fix this for sure. What last team member, Buster? He right now is a new person coming into the team. How is it for someone like him to come into the team that's been a core set of players for a long time?
I mean, he's a cool guy. Mm-hmm. It's really nice to speak with him. So it's kind of nice to have new face in our team. Yep. And yeah, that's it. I mean, not something like new for us. Let's say.
Does he fit in? Does he fit in? Does he feel like the right fit in terms of not in-game but out-of-game as well?
I think so. I mean, it's really nice to communicate with him. Everyone enjoy it, so.
Oh, so yesterday, Hobbit, I felt very emotional with our interview, but you're smiling today. You even smiled a little bit on camera. You're normally the most happy one I see. Can we get happy Hobbit now we're in playoffs?
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm gonna swim now on the beach. Let's fuck it and chill.
So, swimming, chill time, and this is the day off mode for the first day off. Practice tomorrow?
By the way, yes. Why are you asking that?
I ruined Hobbit's imagination and daydreams of what's going to happen. What else are you going to do today, though? What else fun stuff?
Swim only.
Just swim.
Yes, of course. Relax.
You like the sea?
I like everything here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hobbit, moving to a Brazilian team?
Maybe.
You're learning Portuguese?
So I need to.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so any South American teams want to pick up Hobbit, teach him Portuguese, he will eventually go there to retire. You could do like, okay, we need to get you, you've done CIS team, yeah, you've had that your whole career. Do a Portuguese team, retire here in the sun, live on all the money in the beach, be perfect, right? Win a couple more majors, no problem.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Nice life, you can imagine it. Would your wife agree? Do you think your wife would come here?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure, bro.
Wait, Hobbit, as you are a dad, any more children would you want planned?
Sorry?
More children, another child, another baby?
Of course.
Ooh, yeah. I don't want to get attacked by the fly. You like being a dad?
I mean, it's amazing to have a child. It's a big motivation.
Do you want a boy so you can teach them Counter-Strike?
Sounds okay, but I think I will teach him like solo game.
Oh, not a team game. Why solo game?
Less stress.
Less stress, more prize money to win on his own. You be the best and you just take it all.
You can do like faster if you're talented.
And it'll be your son, so he'll be super talented and be amazing at games, yeah?
I'm pretty sure about that.
I'm pretty sure too.
Of course.
I would like a Counter-Strike playing son, and then I have him speak multiple languages and join any different team and just ride the wave, you know? Or we create a team. If you have a son, I have a son. Zonic has one. Glaive. I don't know, did Glaive have a boy or girl? I'm not sure. But there's enough players now where we can make a team, an international team. You want to join?
So my daughter can do it.
Your daughter can do it, right? We join her into our team. You teach her?
I will teach.
How much do you like interviews, don't like interviews bit? Because your English is better than what you think it is.
Actually, something I can understand, something can I say, but not everything I can understand. But it's I guess fine.
Did you see how the fans loved Electronic doing the English interview? Like, he got so many good comments, and he told me, "Oh no, I can't do it, I won't do it," but he did good. They loved it. Did you see it?
Yes, actually I saw it because Electronic doesn't like give interview.
No. But his English was good. Give him confidence. Come on, this is where you say, yes, my IGL has good English.
Yes, my IGL has good English.
Scripted, of course. That's the way we do it. Blade, you've always had good English, though. You don't care about doing interviews, stuff like that. You just talk.
Well, I was learning English in the school, and it was school for deeply studying like foreign languages.
Oh.
So I was studying French, English. So I lately, like after that, I was trying to focus more on updating it.
Yep.
Because I was not a good pupil.
Too much Counter-Strike?
Yeah, too much Counter-Strike. So I was watching like movies, trying to translate them.
Yep.
But still, I think you must have more practice, constant practice to feel comfortable. Because sometimes I don't know the proper words like to say.
Yeah.
So of course it's much easier in your own language.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's NAVI!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Rio, home to the 30th edition of the Intel Extreme Masters. The coastal city has been home to the Masters twice and divided the competition day by day. 16 teams have now become 4, with 2 being eliminated yesterday. Unfortunately for the Germans, a 10,000-kilometer journey home. And the local hometown heroes also stripped of their capes. That sets up 2 semi-finals today. Later, Heroic taking on Navi, a rematch of IEM Katowice, but with one key difference. Navi now back in winning form. Up first, however, Vitality return to the Jeunesse. The sweet nectar of victory versus Big Clan yesterday, they are ready to swarm the stage once again. And not just Zywoo as the killer bee in the hive. Oh no, the entire squad have been showing up in their droves. Spinks continued his red-hot form, Dupree pulled off a vintage performance, and Magix resurged to close the series in just 2 maps. Apex's army see themselves making their deepest run in a playoffs for the first time since they lifted that coveted EPL trophy. For Cloud9, on the other hand, although major dreams shattered, they took the phrase "the only way is up" quite literally. Only 1 map dropped versus Furia in the Group B Grand Finals. Hitting rock bottom was clearly the wake-up call they needed to make it all the way through to the playoffs. And Shiro, man, head and shoulders above the rest, which now we get to see the duel that we have all been waiting for on stage. Shiro taking on the Wu. We've got plenty of incredible Counter-Strike to be sinking our teeth into, and luckily I have some of the sharpest tools in the shed. We've got Blair, we've got Yanko to open up today. Gentlemen, a great day of Counter-Strike yesterday, and it's only going up from here.
I'm just happy to be here, Freya. You know, not only did you sideline Trace completely from this tournament, you're throwing from yourself to yourself.
Yeah, man, you got to do what you got to do.
In segments, it's like, you know, I'm just here, I'm just doing my job, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
It is kind of incredible how you ran all the way from outside and just made it
And
here
it's sweaty
while
here,
giving
man.
a monologue while running. I mean, you're a star, Freya.
Thank you, man. Watch out for your jobs, because I'm coming for you next, so be careful.
All right then.
Anyway, yesterday, quarterfinals going down. Obviously, as we prefaced, Vitality managed to take down the Big Clan in 2 maps. It was pretty impressive from them, as we were talking about, you know, not just relying on Zywoo, every member of the team showing up when they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Spink still continuing his incredible form, probably having the tournament of his life right now. And yesterday, yeah, sure, you look at a scoreline, 16-12, 16-12. Big did put up a decent fight, but it felt like when it came to the latter stages of both the maps here, Vitality were clearly better. It really didn't, there was never a point in time for me where it felt like Vitality might be feeling the nerves. It just looked very clean, confident, and even Dupree having a good time.
I think that was absolutely a brawl yesterday between the 2 teams. You know, it was messy, it was grimy, but in the end, it was Vitality, the ones who were able to deliver the knockout blow, and comes a little bit down to maybe the lack of experience for Big playing on this stage and just Vitality being in better shape.
And props to Big as well for actually showing up here, because we were looking at the RMR, obviously the major qualifiers, and obviously they're not making it to Paris. That is heartbreaking for them, but the fact that they could come in with the mental fortitude to go, you know what, screw it, we're at rock bottom, let's go up from here.
Yeah, there's not much to do with that. And Big isn't Cloud9, you know, in a sense of they're not a top 5 team. They're not a contender. Like, they don't get as many opportunities. They had to qualify for Rio. They weren't there based off of their ranking or an invite or anything along those lines. So they pretty much have to make it their major in that sense, considering they're missing Paris. And I think they did a stellar job. You could tell that they were playing with more confidence, right? A little bit more risk-taking, and perhaps that's the path for Big moving forward.
I think a lot of players as well, from other teams, with interviews they gave, they said Big are playing much better right now as well. And yesterday, you know, for someone like Hype, you saw the crowd. They were clearly not very, you know,
friendly with Big,
They
so
were
to
booing
speak.
him. Let's just say how it is.
They were just booing them. They were obviously supporting Vitality and Zywoo. Maybe Big beat one of the Brazilian teams 5 years ago. I don't know, Yanko.
Well, it was the major last time around, right? They played in the best of one, and Big had this massive lead on Vertigo CT side, and Quito is taunting them, and then Furia comes back and beats them, and Brazil never forgets.
Of course.
South remembers.
Yeah, crucial EPT points, though, for Big moving forward. They don't net that spot in Cologne, but man, we heard it from Gobby himself. He said, now Cologne is our major.
Yeah, definitely. You know, for them, we all know how much it means to play on home soil, and just Cologne as a tournament, it's an amazing tournament to be at. It's also hard to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the play-in tournaments for Cologne and Katowice. Every year, we have amazing teams not even make it into the group stages of that event. Furia in Katowice got knocked out by IHC as well, right? So I think it's going to be a nice goal for them and something that they can work towards the rest of the season.
I mean, if you look at non-major events, it is the prestige event, at least for me personally. And obviously, for Big, they had that incredible run once upon a time with a certain British boy as well. They want to probably recreate that. Of course, it's going to be a hard ask considering the level of CS we have right now.
Well, you mentioned the name Furia, Yanko. Unfortunately, they were eliminated once again at the hands of Heroic just yesterday. But I hear they had a signing session over in the Intel booth earlier. So let's go ahead and check in with Gary and Art.
Gary.
Yeah, my friend.
I know it's a sad day, but we've got good weather. How was just the feeling from you guys yesterday, coming back now? You had a bit of time to digest things.
Yeah, the first feeling, it's a little bit sad because of the loss, like always. But for me, for example, I have experience. I know that it's part of the process. We fight a lot. Yesterday, we drop every blood we had in our veins, and it was a really tough match and for both teams. So we put a really good series for the Brazilian people, and we are really happy to come back to this weather, our city, our country. So, and come back here to give back the love that everybody give to us.
And explain to me, like, when we see the Brazilian fans so passionate, so cheer for you guys, but also even when you lose, they don't like boo you, they still support you, right? What do they say to you? What kind of things? Because they always seem so positive.
Yeah, I think we have like two sides of the Brazilian crowd. One is on Twitter, online, and another one is
horrible. Twitter horrible.
and another one it's live, the real life. And everybody was here. They were like saying that they are really happy to see us performing really well, that we had the chance. And I think they are not booing because we played really well, But if we come here and got stomped, I think maybe...
A bit bad, yeah.
Maybe.
But the team's definitely improving. I see it, man.
Yeah. You are...
I believe you guys are improving. Yes, always, man.
Okay.
But do you believe for the major?
Yeah, really. I'm a believer, bro. I'm a believer.
Thank you very much, Yuri. We'll run around and see who else is here. Art, we spoke so much yesterday. You still so... anger has gone a little bit?
Yeah, I think a little bit better after drink some water yesterday.
Water, rest, all important. Today you're going to meet with some fans though, right? And you're going to go and see everyone?
Yeah, we are going there right now.
Oh, nice. So you're going to have some happy moments for everyone and give them some joy back. That's a positive, isn't it, right?
Yes, definitely. It's always nice to meet the fans. They always have some nice to say, so it's always comforting.
And what do you reckon? How many people do you think you're going to get here? Because yesterday there were so many people there, so you think for the fan meeting they're all going to be the same amount of people?
It's kind of too early, I think. But
too early?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the last time we come here to do the fan session, there was a lot of people. It was like 2 hours signing. It was so many people there.
We'll get plenty of water. Get yourself ready. Always a pleasure to speak to you. I'll see you soon, man. Thank you very much.
Art always staying a hydrated king, but man, I wish I could be as cool as Gary. Those shades, cool AF.
Yeah, the sun is a
blinding,
problem.
man.
I'm afraid it's blinding, right? And I'll just say, Gary, I feel you, man. I've been there, have to drink a lot of water after a game like that. It can be a little
Well,
bit...
you've been in the sun or...
In the sun, in the water, in the shade.
You've been everywhere, man.
I've been floating around, But yeah, it's obviously not the result that they wanted, that they expected. They played a good game. It was a close series, right? Unfortunately, Heroic gets the best of them one more time, and it's very reminiscent of the semifinal at the Major, right? Like, first map goes the way of Furia, right? Seems like Heroic needs a map to get into the swing of things, to get used to it. Then they win the second map, and then on the third map, Furia has a lead, and things crumble, right? It slips through their fingers, so yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, but it sucks for Furia. We did see them kind of revert to their older style of Counter-Strike in Mirage. It was looking a little rough there, but yeah, Ancient, it's going to sting a little bit, but I agree with what Bang said as well, right? We're seeing a lot of improvements. I like this new approach they have over here. There are still moments where the remnants of the old style still, pops its head, and it makes me feel very uncomfortable about it, but hopefully they fix it, because coming up next, like Gary said, it is going to be the major.
Yes, obviously even bitter pill for the likes of Quesarada to swallow, because he was looking like an absolute beast. Yuri as well on that final map, literally keeping Furious heads above water with some of those clutches.
Yeah, but it's a team game. You can't have just 2 guys contributing, 2, 3 guys, right? Everyone needs to do their part, and that's the problem for Furia. There's just inconsistency with some of the players, and the main reason for the changes is that some players have been taken away from having too much impact early on, and I think that stabilized the team a little bit more, gave them better opportunities, in games. So we'll see if they can figure out that extra 10-15% to really make a run at the major.
And obviously Heroic, now moving on to face Navi. That is a tasty treat indeed. Not that we predicted that on our 1xBet predictions playoff bracket, but scrap that.
You guys wanted to pander to the home crowd, so that's what you got.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic Navi, that's a tasty morsel.
Oh, that should be really good. I think these are 2 teams who are looking fantastic. I might even go out on a limb and say, apart from Vitality in this entire tournament, these 2 teams are looking like they're in almost championship form, right? Like major form, so to speak. And Navi, yeah, everything's clicking into place. You have Simple just looking happy in his server, which is a bad thing for his opposition. For Heroic, though, right, just the individuals, we keep talking about how every single one can step up, and every single one did step up. I think Gabby, he was sick. They lost at opening, they lost at game as well against Big, something which we didn't expect to see. But despite all the trials and tribulations, they're able to come out on top, and even against the crowd yesterday, able to take down Furia.
Well, you mentioned the name Vitality, and I believe they have arrived in the arena alongside the team that they will be facing, Cloud9. So let's get a vibe check from both teams.
Good morning, Hobbit. How you feeling, man? How did you actually enjoy a day off finally?
It was amazing. Yeah? The best days in my life.
You look like you caught some sun, man. You got a bit of sun in there? You went for a bit of sun tanning?
Of course. I mean, I was sleeping there, as I said to you.
And what else did you do, though, getting ready for the event, getting ready for Vitality today?
Yeah, I mean, I was joking. Yesterday we had some practice day, so no chill, hard work, and we believe that we can do a good fight.
Nice. Who do you practice against over here?
Brazilian teams. Yep. Yeah.
A different style, though, is it? It was very different compared to what you were faced from Vitality. It's just more to keep you guys warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, the style is a bit, of course, different, but still, we played versus good teams who could shoot, good aim, and good players. I mean, it was good practice, to be honest.
And, okay, ignoring all the past, focusing on just this event, who do you think is favourite in this matchup in terms of current form? Because Vitality are looking like they put up a good team performance, but you guys, look at Shiro, one of the best players in the world right now, doing so much damage. What's it going to come down to in your mind?
There is no favourite. I mean, two teams on the same level, and 2 teams have good players.
Yep.
I mean, some superstar players. We have also good firepower. Let's see.
Let's see. I'm looking forward to it. Hobbit, thank you very much. Good luck, man. Go get set up. Good morning, Danny. How are you?
Morning. I'm good.
Feel refreshed? Feel ready?
Yeah, definitely got some good night's sleep. Had some time to prepare yesterday, so yeah, looking forward.
Now, for you guys, right, you've got the major. You guys are looking in great shape. We saw a huge team performance come out as well. Things are certainly working. How important is it for you in your mind, for the guys and the confidence, just to have these good games? Whether you win or lose the whole event, it's what is the importance of you learn here to take into the major?
I think being wise about our playbook, getting to, when you practice, you see a lot of stuff, but there's also a lot of stuff that you don't see, and I think you get to see that in official games where things are a little bit more on the line, and yeah, I think for us, we've been working a lot on getting our map book ready. We can pick more maps now, and before it was just we had this 1 or 2 go-to maps, but I think actually now we have a positive problem in that sense, getting to know what we're actually going to pick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that has been the main goal, and obviously getting people ready individually as well.
Apex was saying on the interview we did on the stage about he's got more control now on what he want to do tactically. How does that work, and where did you come to that decision? What was the reasoning? Because obviously you've got 2 great minds in yourself and then so much experienced players in there, so what made you come to that decision?
I still think it's we are 3 guys who are setting the team in the sense that me, Matt, my assistant coach, and Dan. I think on the CT side it's a bit limited what Dan can do in the sense that he has some of the outer positions now. But I think on the T side, I think we are continuing that we do normally. He's the IGL, and obviously he needs to have a lot of saying in that sense. But I think it's working really well.
Is it just about him being more comfortable with what's going on?
Yeah, I think so. We have also been working with the players individually, how we want them to play for the team in that sense, what we expect of them role-wise, whether it's about taking space or when to push, when to do individual moves. I think in that sense we are more locked into a philosophy where people are playing more for the team, except for Saibu, of course. He can do pretty much whatever we want, and then the rest of the players have to adapt to that.
That makes perfect sense. Well, Dan, good luck for you. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
And when we think about what is on the line for the teams, it's not just prize money we're talking, not even just a spot at IEM Cologne, but actually being able to lift a trophy, being able to get a title, because we think about the 4 teams that we have remaining in the competition, Blair. It's been a minute since we've seen any of these teams do exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the storylines of all these 4 teams, obviously Vitality, apart from Pro League, they haven't done anything 202 days. That's almost feeling seemingly a lifetime ago. Even Navi as well, right? They've had their time to kind of rebuild its team. 207 days, almost close to a year. Cloud9, Dallas, once upon a time, and Heroic more recent when it comes to the fall finals, which is also the first big trophy they picked up, right? So winning it over here would mean a lot, especially for Heroic and Vitality and Navi heading into the major. It's going to mean a lot, just for your morale and your confidence. For Cloud9, though, well, you have no major to play, so this is your only event you have for the next couple of weeks when it comes to big events. So just go for it.
Yeah, it's going to make the pain of missing the major a little bit less, if they manage to lift a trophy here. And yeah, all 4 of these teams still in the hunt. I think it would make the biggest difference for Vitality if they would manage to lift it, because Heroic and Navi, I feel both of these teams, they don't have an issue with confidence or seeing themselves legitimately as a contender or the way they approach things. I think they're pretty set as teams, but for Vitality it would be a very good proof of concept, and sort of a couple of weeks before they start off the major on their home soil really give them that boost of confidence.
Yeah, of course. Everyone with their eyes firmly on the prize. Speaking of collecting things, though, I believe our casters have a little tasty Colex treat in store for us.
Vitality Cloud9. It is an exciting prospect, and myself and Chad are just getting ready, hydrated, caffeinated, and motivated to bring you all of the action. It should be a banger, wouldn't you say?
Zaiwu and Shiro in the server. You've got Axel ready to pop off against Spinks. I think when you look at the matchups between these 2 teams, it's going to be very exciting from that regard. But, Alex, we've got some business we need to conduct here today.
Oh, yes. One of my favorites, actually.
It's collecting more Colex cards.
Yeah.
I see that you've just taken what was on the table. I'm going to go dip on in here. I'm going to get to the bottom of the pack. Now check this technique out. This is called the mic between the legs while opening a pack of cards.
Oh, okay.
This, you've never seen quite the strategy like this before.
And obviously it's really easy to open
a pack of cards.
It's really easy
to, no, but what I do is I like to pull the bit of the seal at the, man, we should have.
No, it opens up really nicely. I'll try the other side.
I'll try the other side, okay.
Popped out real nice. Here I go.
With my experience of card opening.
We have Elige 2019 Katowice.
Okay.
We go into a, very moody looking Crims. Not too shabby. Chasing that with a cheeky device. 72, kind of been robbed there.
Well, that was back in the day.
And then Tropic, the lads. Oh, hold on.
We've an Olaf Meister.
Got an Olaf
That's a vintage.
Meister,
That's a vintage.
shiny boy.
Now, see what I did? I just went through and found the good ones. So my good ones, I got 2 of them. I got an Olaf Meister, Killer. I thought that was Yabi's nickname, but we got Olaf the Killer and, Glaive, who I'm sure would love to return to some of this form right here. But the mic between the legs technique was great. Now, maybe the people at home can use the hashtag IEM, tag us. We're not verified anymore. Feel sad for us. And let us know who drew the better of the Colex cards.
I don't know whether my maths is mistaking me there, but I feel like Chad only drew 2 cards.
He drew 5. 3 of them were probably kind of crap, and he just hit it.
Yeah, he just went for the good ones.
Yeah, man, that's how you gotta build your team.
I think Alex won. Yeah.
Chad will throw you away if you're not on point very quickly.
Well, winners aside, we will have a winner and we will have a loser coming up in this next semi-final. Of course, it's Vitality taking on Cloud9. Gentlemen, when we're speaking about pressure for both these teams, obviously 2 teams kind of on different roads, similar goals coming into things. Who do you feel like the pressure is on most? Is it on Cloud9 to show up and show that, obviously major underperformance, not qualifying for Paris? Or is it on Vitality to look better, in better form coming into it?
I think it's one of those cool games where neither of the teams will feel pressure. Because Vitality, they're going to keep telling themselves, Paris is the goal. Paris is, what we're working towards, and Cloud9 is going to say we're not going to be in Paris, right? So while we're here, might as well do our best to try and win it. But even if we don't, we still need to have some conversations regarding the team. We had Nafani here for an interview saying they didn't really get to discuss what happened at the RMR properly. Yeah. They're waiting for this event to be done. So, yeah, I think in that sort of an environment is where players can really pop off. So that's usually we get all the ingredients for a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the NAFNA interview was kind of sad and funny at the same time, because he said, even if we win here, I'm still going to be sad. But honestly, if you get a win here, I think there will be a bit of a smile, right? At least we won something while they sit at home and watch a major. So
imagine the trophy moment when he's just lifting it with a straight face and
A win's a win, though, right?
Yeah.
For Vitality, I'm actually going to say there's going to be slightly little bit more pressure, because they want to probably face against a Navi or Heroic in the grand finals, because they're looking much better right now as well.
Well, gentlemen, before we do deep dive any more into this conversation, we do need to throw things on over to a quick break. When we are back, first semi-final up on the cards at IEM Rio, it's Vitality taking on Cloud9.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Semi-final Saturday kicking off with a bang. Vitality turn to take on Cloud9. Two teams are on different paths, but with one shared goal, lifting that beautiful trophy that teases them up there on that very stage. As we preface, gentlemen, it's been a minute since we've seen either team do exactly that, so I'm expecting all teams to be giving it their all up there on stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, right now, as we prefaced earlier on, Cloud9, they really have nothing to lose. Just go for it, just go for the win, at least you have that constellation. And for Vitality, just to wrap up the point I was trying to make before that little break, was the fact that, sure, right, the Paris is the main goal for them, but right now, taking on a Cloud9 who can always be dangerous, and then potentially going up against a Navi and a Heroic, who are in championship form right now in the grand finals, I think that's the sort of test they want to go through now, when it's like slightly lower stakes as opposed to, let's say, in a major. So I think that it does mean a little bit more for Vitality here.
Yeah, and for Vitality, it almost seems as if there was this glass ceiling when it comes to playoffs, right? Like they would make it into the playoffs, the quarterfinals, and that's where the journey would end for them. Happened in Pro League with a loss to Ents, where you're feeling like, wow, especially after such a strong group stage, not dropping a map, you feel like they could have gone further in that one. Katowice, the loss to Liquid, with that overpass comeback that they've allowed to happen. So here, even though it's against Big, and it's a specific situation in which they're playing, I think it's still going to feel great to win a playoff game and now have an opportunity to make it into the grand final.
Let's spin our favorite Vitality track one more time. It's one that we've been playing over and over again, and it sounds a little bit like ZywOo and Spinx, because, showing up large and in charge, incredible form from both players.
This is just incredible stats, right? Right now, Spinx, #1 in the, clear to see over there, the highest rated player thus far in the tournament. ZywOo, 3rd highest rated, which is something you don't expect to see. And also the sample size, right? These guys have played quite a lot of maps here. 10 maps being played and maintaining this level is insane.
So, live math, right?
Oh, dangerous.
All right. Look at the multi-kill rate. So you combine the two, right? And we're getting close to 50%. What does that mean? That means every other round, one of these two guys, Vitality is getting a multi-kill from one or the other.
Which is nuts.
Maybe even both at the same time. Now I understood that I messed this up yet again, and that's why we don't do math live on stream.
It was close enough, yeah.
All things considered, they're playing incredibly well, which is making it a lot easier, for Apex to call, just for them to play the game. That's why they're able to win games where they lose both pistols as well. The individual prowess bails them out of many tough situations.
And when we're talking about, the Spinx evolution, I think as well, Dupree gave us some really good words, and actually Magisk up on the stage as well, saying that, he's really taken up the mantle of you have to take your own responsibility, your own space. He's been doing exactly that.
Stop being a... Yeah, go ahead, Blair.
Go on, Bianca. Go on, say it, finish. But yeah, he's exactly not being that. And yeah, this is one more thing I wanted to highlight as well. The fact that Vitality, the highest rated T-sided team, they're getting these numbers, these ridiculous stats from ZywOo and Spinx are mainly on the T side as well. And you take a look at the attempts at the opening kills on the T side across 11 maps. You combine that, it's like, over 65%, like 66% of opening duels. And they're getting, look at the success rate. These are numbers which are not really, you don't really get to see when it comes to any team, especially playing the sort of opposition they have. So can they sustain this? That's a big question mark for me.
Yeah, Dupree, 26% of the time, he's successful 50% of the time. So 12% of the time, he's successful 100%.
Man, some more maths. You
failed at math, didn't you?
I'm loving the inspirational music you have to bring this point as well. Like, man,
I know, I don't know where it came from.
Thinking about the two sides from Vitality,
yes.
man. Like, it's just so emotional.
Oh, man.
Anyway, they really are. Moving on, anything else that you've seen from Vitality that you feel like has been, instrumental in terms of them having this more consistent success? Because when we're looking at their results so far through the tournament, obviously they stumbled, they fumbled in that first game against OG, but since then, only dropping one map.
Yeah, and also just to add on to what I think Zonic mentioned in the interview as well, when it comes to the map pool, it's looking much more solid right now, right? They're actually having the good problem of which one do we pick over? Do we go to Inferno? Do we go to Anubis, where they took down FaZe as well? So it's a good problem to have. Second thing, which I'm really liking for Vitality, is even if they're facing insurmountable odds in the first half, for example, a string of rounds going their opposition's way, they're able to adapt, and they're able to adapt in a very emphatic fashion, right? Like we can go back to the Anubis game against FaZe, where FaZe is just executing and just taking them down, and to start going for disruptive plays on the CT side, being a little bit more gambly, being a little bit more confident. And when you have players like Spinx and ZywOo, and even Dupree popping off like that, you are allowed that luxury.
Yeah, and I think that was the name of the game for them. They played their best CS when they were proactive. And I think this is the case against any team. there's very few teams where that won't be the way to play against them, right? And that's probably teams that play in a similar way, right? That are also very proactive. So you just want to maybe bait that reaction for them and then just wait and punish the reaction. That's the only scenario in which you don't want to be the aggressor all the time, because nowadays teams are so good. In-game leaders, like teams, have so much structure, so many protocols. If you sit back and give them the space, they'll know how to take that space. You know, a couple of years back, if you do that against some of the weaker teams, they're going to fumble the round. They don't have good endings to rounds. They're going to mess up their utility, miss a smoke, don't flash, right? Things like that, and we just don't see that anymore.
Well, one Dane was looking particularly deadly in the server yesterday. That man was dupreeh, so let's get some thoughts from him ahead of the series.
Semi-final game, and we've got Vitality taking on Cloud9. Now, you've been on this stage yesterday, dupreeh. Zywu, yourself, you guys were getting a nice bit of big cheering going on there. We saw an epic team performance. But what do you think so far, right, of just what you guys have been able to deliver at this event?
I think the individual performance has been really good at this event. I think a lot of us have stepped up and hit our shots, and that is one of the main reasons why you win Counter-Strike games is when you hit your shots. And I think that's been one of the things. But also we come from a successful run at the Masters in Copenhagen, so that gives some confidence, and now we're just thriving on this confidence and the momentum as of right now. So right now it just feels good to play.
I want to talk about your shape in particular, though. You were the highest rated player of the game yesterday. You're having your best rated performance at a big event since Katowice 2022. What's changed? Have we got extra motivation? You just feel better with things? Is it all falling into place?
I don't really know. I mean, for a long time I've been trying to find the consistency and find the key to perform better than I know I could do. And honestly, I haven't really done much different this event other than I've just maybe not. Yeah, sometimes it's about. Or sometimes you try to find the key.
Yeah.
And the search for the key is sometimes the issue. And I don't know really. I mean, I'm just feeling it right now, and I hope I'm going to continue like this. I'm trying not to think too much about it, actually. I'm trying not to put anything into what did I do and what didn't I do. I'm just happy that it's better. So I hope I will continue, and we'll take it from there.
Mental note for myself, shut up Banks, don't tell dupreeh about his performance so that he doesn't focus on his performance and keep going with that. But overall, I want to look at Zywu taking on Shiro. Now, Zywu will always tell me, I don't care, it doesn't matter, but those two right now are two of the highest rated players in the world. Do you think this head-to-head is going to be what it comes down to, or do you think because you guys are playing as a team now, this is going to give you the edge over them?
I mean, Zywu is this really outstanding player in so many ways. And I'm really happy that I can call him a teammate, so I don't have to face him myself. But sure, on the other side, they have Shiro. He's also this really young prospect that has come up and showed that he's really a star player. And he is this type of player that, you know, just seems to be playing well no matter what. I mean, especially if the team is struggling a little bit. I mean, I think the whole thing about not making to the major for them was tough, especially for him, from what I could see. And I think he also just wants to prove together with his team that that it was a hiccup, that it was a mistake, and that they can play better, and that's what they're gonna do. That's what they try to achieve here, and this is the most important thing for them right now. They don't have a major coming up, so I think it's gonna be tough in that sense. That they just want to win this, you know, so bad to prove everyone wrong. But sure, the whole matchup against Zywu and Zero. I mean, people have talked about it many times. Also, when he's going up against Simple. Most of the time he says he doesn't care. Like he just likes to play the game, you know. And I think it's the same thing here. Okay. But I think Zywu as of right now is confident. Is a lot more confident because the team is also playing well.
So the team performance is going to help spur you guys on to the victory. I like it. dupreeh, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck.
Very insightful words, as always, ahead of this series from dupreeh. Kind of echoing what he was saying up here just yesterday, Blair, when he was talking about, you know, having to take that step back. And in terms of a player that has a plethora of experience, that can be hard sometimes, right? So good to see him showing up yesterday.
I'll tell you, I can answer his question as, like, he was questioning himself. I don't know what's happening. I'm just, you know, things are falling into place. It's because he had a kid, man. He's a dad now. He's got a dad bump.
Gives you a whole new perspective on life.
You know how that feels?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea how that feels.
So why are you talking about it?
Because I've seen other people have the dad bump.
I mean, it gave Hobbit.
Look at Jason, he's lost his mind completely, right? So, that's
well, it can go the other way as well.
That's our sample size. He's not coming to events anymore. He's not hanging out. We miss you, buddy.
Way to kick him out when he's not even here. Like
he's probably watching right now.
Way to kick
I love you,
people
Jason.
when they
I'm
can't
sorry.
fight back.
That's push this man off the edge. Anyway, let's talk about Cloud9. Their opponents, obviously, another daddy over on the other side. We've got Hobbit, obviously, showing up. But the man who's really been showing up, it's actually been Shiro. He's been head and shoulders above the rest of the competition, which is obviously very exciting when we think about him going up against ZywOo.
It's kind of funny because they only dropped that one map on Vertigo against Fury. Apart from that, they've won all their games, right? They had an easier route. So, I mean, when I say easier, it's because they won their games. But Shiro, yeah, 1.25 rating this event. The second highest in his team is Hobbit and 1.04. And his usual right-hand man, Axel, is just a measly 1.03 rating. So yes, even though they've won their games, it hasn't been like, everyone stepping up together or whatnot. Shiro just being an absolute god and everyone doing just the bare minimum to keep them afloat and getting those wins.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for Shiro, they're probably a top 3 player this year. I think it's fair to say, when you compare him to someone like ZywOo, I think he's doing more with less. In a sense, his team has been struggling and he has been the deciding factor in some of those wins that they did have. We know also about his impact, outside of just fragging, helping in the mid rounds with moving people around. So yeah, I think Shiro has been tremendous this year so far, and in this tournament, as you could tell, Axel is the one who is missing a little bit, and knowing Axel, that doesn't tend to happen for too many games in a row, so that could be scary for Vitality if both of them come to play too.
Yeah, and it's not like that graphic was meant to, put Axel down. It's simply the case that Cloud9 haven't really needed him so far because they've been looking pretty solid, other than that map against Fira, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that OG matchup, it's kind of funny because with 16-14, 16-14, both the maps which you managed to pull off, and Shiro was I think a 1.2 rating again over there, and every other player on the team was negative rated. While OG had 3 plays positive, everyone was negative and it still won the game. So it's been a little weird, but they get the job done, right? They still get the wins, but this one's going to be the real test for them.
Yeah, certainly. We've been speaking about the individual, so let's check in with the in-game leader of the squad. It's Nafani with Banks.
Nafani from Cloud9 is joining me ahead of their matchup against Vitality. And Nafani, you had a day off, right? You beat Fury, you got this semi-final spot. Did it feel like you had a chance to breathe, talk about some things you want to talk about in the team, or how did you spend it? What did you guys do?
We chill a bit because we didn't have a holiday for 2 weeks. Yeah. So one day we have for chill, and one day we was practice. So not something special. We just was preparing for the next games.
And you spoke on other interviews about not talking about what happened at the RMR, right? So you guys still not looking to do that? You're going to wait until after the event, or have you had a discussion yet?
We didn't have discussion yet. We will have it in Belgrade at bootcamp, and that's it. I mean, nothing changed since our last talk. So.
Well, that's a good sign because you're performing well, so that's what I want to see. But I'm getting a bit of a Dallas vibe here, when you had that great run, a good success coming into it. Do you feel like you guys are extra motivated and have that opportunity to do what you did in Dallas again here?
I don't think that we are extra motivated. We are still a bit sad because of our loss at RMR, but as always, we will do our best, and that's it.
Now, we spoke earlier, back on the media day, and you said about Shiro doing interviews. Well, I still didn't get him an English interview, so I want to ask you, Shiro versus ZywOo, how much does Shiro think about this? How much does he care about this? Because right now, they are the 2 best players in the world.
It's hard to say. I didn't speak with Shiro about that. I think he didn't think about that a lot, at least. Maybe he has some thoughts about that, but again, I'm not asking him about that.
You guys focus just on the game, just on what you do best. I like it. But in terms of Vitality today, what do you think of where they are at? Because they've started to improve their map pool. Their performances look better as a team. Do you feel like you can match them if that whole team lot comes up in the full performance?
I mean, Vitality, it's a good team. And all what I can hope that we will show the good game, both of us. And then we will see who is better. That's it.
But how much have you been able to change? The one thing I do notice with Cloud9 is you've played so many games, so there's a lot of data that they can look at. How much do you fix up? How much do you change going into a game like this?
We are trying to change it via the game. Okay. And we're kind of a bit actually tired because we have we're playing 2 months in a row without any holidays and etc. So it's pretty hard, but we're trying to do our best, and seems like this tournament is at least not disaster for us.
That's a positive for sure. Navani, thank you very much for your time, man. We'll see how you do when it gets into the game. Cloud9 looking to find some success in Rio. Let's see if they can get it done. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Well, at least it's not on fire, I guess.
Listen,
Nafani,
listen.
is that what you want to hear?
Listen,
Nafani
Freya.
is like that dog, you know. This
is fine.
This is fine. It's like,
But it is
that could
fine.
be answer to his every question.
They won
because
every game, Yanko.
This is fine.
They won every. Listen, you're feeling sad. You haven't had the talk yet. Most relationships fall apart after that, Freya. I really hope they just have a quick chat.
Communication is not key, according to Blair. You heard it here
No,
first.
they haven't done it yet. At least have a chat. Be a little happy. You're in a semifinals, man.
I've had this analogy with Cloud9's stretch over a couple of weeks with the relationship and getting back together and not. And now it's like you got back together and you discovered one person is bipolar, right? And you just can't function together. So I think that's like something needs to change. The medication needs to be upped, Freya.
Moving on, let's talk about the T-sides for both teams. Because Vitality, they've been looking stellar. What's a comparison we're making here, though, when we're looking at Cloud9 statistics?
I mean, if you look, the numbers speak for itself, right? Opening kill percentages is something we spoke about earlier as well for the side of Vitality. 52% on the T side, which is quite ridiculous. You look at the trading as well, looking fantastic. And yeah, they've been just the best T-sided team thus far in amongst all the teams playing over here. For the side of Cloud9, though, I go back to that Vertigo game against Furia, their map pick, and that was tepid at best. So this could be a problem if this trend continues here for Cloud9 on the T side, because Vitality, they're looking good, especially with Spinks, Dupree, and ZywOo just opening up the bomb site.
Yeah, especially, I mean, if you're a B fan, they were saying, you know, beginning of the season, T-sides, that's what they want to be improving. But I see you have some tasty bar charts over there, Yanko. What are we expecting?
You know, everyone's a fan of a good chart. So here we have when it comes to the map vetoes, right? And the map pool of both teams and how it can go, which way they can take it. I think here we have an interesting one, right, when it comes to Anubis. Here, Cloud9 only played it 2 times in the last 3 months. They won both times, but it doesn't seem like one of their stronger maps. While for Vitality, they've had a lot of success, as you can see, against some good teams as well, beating FaZe 2 times, beating G2 comfortably in that seeding games at the RMR. So that's potentially somewhere where Vitality can take it. I think for Cloud9, it comes down to probably either Vertigo or Overpass. I always used to think like those are 2 of the maps that when they were in their prime and they were winning tournaments and being a true contender was where they were really, really good at. So depends on how they look at Vitality, where they think the potential weakness is. There's also an option for something like Mirage, right? You can see that the win rate is high. Vitality, even the wins that they've had recently on Mirage have been close. And then Vitality on the other side of things, they won't get nuke, but maybe something like an Inferno. We saw how well that worked for them against OG. And then, yeah, as already mentioned, Anubis, that's kind of where they can take it.
I feel like that Overpass pick, that might be curious if we were to see that coming out of Cloud9, because Vitality have played quite a lot of it, but it hasn't always looked very good. They've got a lot of experience, but not too cute.
I mean, apart from the overtime loss they had against OG, they were able to redeem themselves there, right? They I think they played it twice more. They were able to win it convincingly. But yeah, I agree with Yanko. I feel like when it comes to the maps here, both the teams, I wouldn't say are necessarily spoiled for choices, but it's going to come down to the mind games. I'm thinking Cloud9 might go with a Mirage, maybe try to punish Vitality a little bit. For Vitality, I think it's a toss-up between Inferno or Anubis. That means Anubis ban coming out, and do Cloud9 go with Mirage? That's the question for me. Oh,
yeah.
Vertigo. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it was down to just picking and looking at like how do we feel on this map, how much we played. Vitality hasn't played a ton of Inferno, so it might be another one of those things. Hey, let's get one more rep on Inferno against a good team, right? In a stage game. They veto Mirage out themselves, and in the end, it's Anubis Overpass. I think we see Overpass.
Yeah, makes sense.
And Cloud9 get another series with no Anubis. I don't know how good they are. I think that would have been a better pick for Vitality, but you know, again, probably getting a bit more reps on Inferno.
It's interesting with Inferno pick because the T side from, I think it was against NIP, where ZywOo just run amok, right?
Yeah.
Not much you can really read into that. The Vertigo pick is interesting for me, Yanko, because Cloud9, they against Furia, their T side was just non-existent. Just 2 rounds there. On the C side, I got 3 or 4 rounds. Doesn't really matter. So that's a problem. For me, I look at the last time Vitality played Vertigo was not in this tournament. It was at the RMR, and they went up against 9, who are Vertigo specialists. And the one problem they had on the CT side was Dupree on the B bomb side. He was getting found out time and time and time again. They weren't really able to get ramp control. They're playing turtled up. So I'm sure Cloud9 have done the homework and going to be, you know, just hopefully targeting that CD side from Vitality.
Yeah, that battle Nafani versus Apex, you know, who's going to have more impact. If you go back to the Ends game, the playoffs of Pro League, right? You know, Apex in Gap really had some bad decisions, you know, and gave away some cheap deaths, really, that I think allowed Ends to come back in that game and ultimately beat Vitality. So I think he's learned from those mistakes. We saw it at the RMR already looking a little bit different, but yeah, I think when it comes to Vertigo, I'll still go with Cloud9.
when we're talking about Inferno, obviously first map coming up in this series, that was the game as you alluded to versus Furia. Did go to OT for Cloud9. What were your takeaways from that series and what we've seen of Cloud9 on this particular map so far?
I think it was a very close series overall, right? And of course, in the end, they were able to clutch things out. I don't think it was anything too crazy. I think both the teams really, battled it out. Furia were kind of restrained as the current style of CS we're seeing from them on the CT side. They weren't really over-aggressing a little bit too much. But the one thing I saw from Cloud9, which I would want them to change up a little bit, is they have two things, right? Like they obviously have the default map control and playing around that. But then when they decide to go for based off of a spawn call, or we're going to be going A or we're going to be going B, they rarely ever showed any presence on the other side of the map. So for Furia towards Banana, you have Art waiting there. It's like they just threw one smoke. There's absolutely nothing right now. Rotate A, they have 4 guys there, and Cloud9 would just hit the A bomb side, and now they have no banana control. They're not able to rotate back. So even if they're gonna go for faster hits or whatever, I would like them to show a little bit more, some pressure towards the extremity of the map.
Yeah, I think for me, Exile can't have a slow start. Like he needs to show up. He's the banana player on the T side as well. He's playing Pit on CT side, like 2 very impactful positions, and I think he's going to be instrumental, right? Shiro, sure, he can do some work here. A lot of it comes down to when he decides to just go B, play a little bit more passive, and it might be sometimes hard for Vitality to get a read on where he's going to be with the big green, but yeah, I think you have to hit the ground running if you're Cloud9.
Well, we do have our map cemented, which means one more thing left to do, that is welcoming our teams out on stage. But not before we head this one to a quick break. When we are back, Cloud9 and Vitality entering the Jeunesse.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Brazil. Goes at him round the corner, and Yuri decimates the opposition.
Outstanding! We have just witnessed something magnificent in the marvelous city of Rio de Janeiro.
Fala, gente maravilhosa! Muito boa tarde a todos. Sejam muito bem-vindos a mais um dia de IEM Rio 2023 e se preparem porque chegamos à semifinal.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023. And now we've hit that semi-final stage. We'll decide which teams will have a chance of being able to lift this on Sunday.
Ontem a gente teve um dia bem decisivo, 2 equipes saíram da competição. Infelizmente, a nossa anfitriã brasileira saiu também, assim como nossos corações quase saíram pela boca. Mas eu prometo que hoje só vai ter jogaço por aqui.
Yesterday, we got to see our quarterfinal games and we got to witness which teams will be playing out today, showing their stuff and proving what they can do on a very, very difficult tournament. It's not easy for these guys, especially when you've got the likes of Cloud9 and Navi watching you every step of the way, eyeing you up, trying to see what you're going to deliver. But maybe coming to this stage early, playing yesterday, maybe it could be a benefit.
Vitality versus Cloud9, Natus Vincer versus Heroic. Tô falando somente dos times que ocupam do 3º ao 6º lugar no ranking mundial. Não é pouca coisa não, gente. Vocês querem ver o melhor jogador do mundo jogando aqui no palco? Vai ter. Jogador da década? Vai ter. Tetracampeão mundial? Também vai ter. É só briga de cachorro grande. E o objetivo é o mesmo. Vaga para a grande final.
Now, when it comes to today, when it comes to what we'll get to see from these teams, you'll be looking at the likes of Vitality, who put on a team performance, dominating big, making it look good. Then we come to Heroic. They became the slayers of the hometown heroes. They may have made you guys very sad, but they showed us that they can fight and fight again, and they deserve this spot in the semi-final.
Então, sem mais delongas, vamos convidar os times aqui ao palco. Be my guest.
Improved performances for every member of the Swarm. They're ready to take to the stage and find further success. It's Team Vitality!
Every player in the Hive so far bringing the sting. A lethal venom that took down Big as Spinks, Dupree and ever-burning star Zywoo showed up. Vitality looking in deadly form and ready to make it to that grand final.
Muito bom, saúdem eles! Então, vou pedir para vocês continuarem nessa mesma energia para a gente chamar o próximo time para vir aqui ao palco. You can call.
Surviving the odds and not letting one event define who they are. It may have been heartbreaking for them, but now they've come to show you why they're one of the best. It's Cloud9!
The first time stepping out on the Jeunesse stage since the major last year. Now they make it one step further to the semi-finals. All eyes on Shiro as the AWPA firmly leads the charge, and now head-to-head versus Star ZywOo. This is Cloud9's time to shine. This is the start of their redemption arc.
Vocês escolheram lados já? Vocês têm lados? Eu acho maravilhoso isso. Não tem problema não, a gente aqui é torcedor. Mesmo que não tenha brasileiro na equipe, a gente continua torcendo. Quero saber quem tá torcendo para a equipe da Vitality. E quem tá torcendo pela equipe da Cloud9? Todo mundo pronto pra gente começar a competição? Bora.
Well, there's definitely a favorite in the arena, but let's find out who the favorite is in the server. It's time for us to get this first semi-final underway. It's time for us to start the game!
In my opinion, Vitality has good shape and they're in good form. They just qualified to the major as a legends. The most dangerous thing about Vitality is their experience. The way we're gonna stop ZywOo fragging is our team play and communication.
They play really good individually. Axel and Show are fucking insane. Nafani as well, when they have a good game. They are really tough to play sometimes.
And time as Rox loses his, and ZywOo.
We haven't faced them a long time, so yeah, we will try our best to stop them.
Sometimes you cannot do anything. You just need to be better individually or also as a team. I mean, when someone is good at individually, the thing you can do is to be better as a team.
It's always interesting to play against such big players. I'm excited.
Cloud9 versus Vitality. The first time in a long time we get to see this battle going down on stage. For the international squad we see on screen, Blair, we are going to be focusing on if all the individuals can bring that same consistent form we have seen throughout the entire duration of the tournament.
Oh yeah, that's the real test here, right? You're going up against a wounded animal in the form of Cloud9. Sure, they've looked kind of iffy, the majority of the players apart from Shiro, but it's still an opponent you have to be wary of. And yeah, for me the big question mark is this form from dupreeh and ZywOo.
Clearly the crowd has a favorite.
So yeah, clearly they're the favorites. But yeah, for me, dupreeh and Spinks, can they maintain what they've shown thus far? That's the big question for me.
Cloud9, last time they were in this arena, I mean, they lost to Mouse. We thought the bracket was theirs to go all the way to the final, step up, right? They lose to an even more inexperienced squad than themselves, so they're going to be very disappointed. I think trying to get vindicated here. Yesterday in the game between Big and Vitality, it came down to a couple of just fights, aim duels in mid-round, in a couple of crucial rounds where Vitality was able to come out on top. Cloud9 is no Big. You're not going to have as much success, you know, taking those fights against the likes of Exile, Shiro, Hobbit. So Vitality, they need to play better today if they want to book themselves a spot in that grand final.
And particularly, as we were mentioning earlier, if we see Axel returning to the same lethal form that we know him for.
Listen, we're going to be jumping in Inferno over here. We know where Shiro likes to play right now. He's going to be starting early B with Nafani. Now that A-bomb side, it is going to be mainly Buster and Axel, Hobbit being the rotator. And if Axel just continues to have this kind of lull in form, Vitality just going to take over the A-bomb side again and again.
I believe Booster can step up when needed. He will answer the call, Freya. He will get there. One thing that Cloud9 does pretty well on their CT side, on a map like Inferno, on A, you know, like everyone knows Axel is the pit player. And usually when you go there, pit player is like the most right player from the CTs in the setup. But they do a good job when he is there. You know, Booster might play on top of Bell. He might play headshot. That way you kill Axel and everyone's looking towards the left, towards the side, because that's where they expect the second player to be, and that's where, you know, have the little bit of a bait and switch going on. So we'll see how Cloud9 approaches it on their CT side this time around.
So inversely, when we're looking at Vitality, obviously the team to bring this map into the equation, where are the shining lights for the Bees?
I mean, it has to be basically ZywOo, right? He was just completely dismantling NIP there. There really wasn't much we can read into it when it came to the way he performed. He just completely took over the entire game. Hopefully we can recreate that. That'd be good. But again, I don't think ZywOo alone is going to be enough. We need Spinks playing the level he has thus far.
Predictions, gentlemen. Who are we siding with? You have long, man.
I hate it. I think it's like a coin flip for me, right?
Flip a coin.
I'm
Go
going to
on.
go for Cloud9 just because.
Yeah?
Because
Just
this would
because.
be perfect. This is like this is picture Cloud9. You know, after failing to qualify for the major, they're going to come in and get to the final or win the whole damn thing.
Yanko wants to write some poetry. What about you, Blair?
This is their major. I'm going to stick with Cloud9 as well. Even if Vitality should be on paper. It's very 50-50, but if Vitality might have the edge, I'm going with Cloud9. Let's go, baby.
Well, hopefully we will get the full 3 maps in this series. We've got Inferno to kick off, Vertigo and Overpass if we do so need it in the semi-final here at IEM Rio 2023. It is time to kick things off between Cloud9 and Team Vitality, and it's time to throw on over to Chad and Alex.
Thank you so very much, Freya. I feel the scene has been set as we prepare ourselves for this semi-final. It's an interesting one, Cloud9 and Vitality. I mean, neck and neck in the world rankings, but will they be neck and neck in the server?
Big question at the tip of the tongue, isn't it? And obviously, again, the different motivations being outlined for the two of these teams. The goal once more remaining the same. We had this conversation with Vitality versus Big yesterday. But today the difference is the Titans in the server. And you can go player for player, and we definitely will throughout the course of this best of 3. But it's playoffs Counter-Strike, baby. And let's get this pistol underway. Vitality on the T start. Cloud9 actually opting to pick the CT side on their opponent's map choice. And that, well, you know, is somewhat unusual for them, right? They do like to start on T side, especially on Inferno in 2023. This is a T-sided map right now. That's a conversation that we'll see can be backed up here by Vitality as they have all 5 in Banana looking to execute onto Shiro and Hobbit.
And Hobbit saying in the interview that the way they overcome Vitality and the sheer force of this squad is through communication. Let's see if he can communicate what's coming his way quickly. Smoke on the jiggle.
With a CZ75 as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, a little bit avant-garde. He's going to have to get that smoke down now. The Julie start to unload. A distraction. Profitable for the CTs, but that's the rundown from ZywOo. Just the Glock required into the site and bomb to be planted. Buster, first man on the scene.
Look at this bucket of utility that Apex has saved here. A smoke, a molly, and a flash still remaining. So a CT smoke can be deployed here. You can see him making his way over towards Emo. He's actually going to flash first, so that's going to soak off a little bit more time. And look at Dupree's flank. It's going to be quite potent here.
I love the util, and it's almost designed to buy time for Dupree. He's got the round-winning opportunity.
And ZywOo's got his Julies off the dirt.
Nice fingertips. Axel through the CT smoke. Caught out. Nice find. Apex delivers. Nafany next victim, and that is the conversion. ZywOo, just a Kevlar vest to start off proceedings. Yeah, does leave with the Julies and 3 kills.
Yeah, well, between ZywOo and Apex, that's all 5. So the Frenchman making light work of Cloud9 here on the pistol round, and that is a great way to kick things off. Now, there has to be a real conversation as we move forward. I was just reflecting back on the Furia versus Cloud9 game, which is what got Furia here. What got Cloud9 here into the semis. Furia, they're
on the brain.
They're done. Furia are done. But banana control for Cloud9 in that game. They were more than happy to give up control, right? They'd throw the standard deep smoke, they'd throw the molly behind the half wall, but Furia were getting control of banana if they wanted it, and that's something let's see if we can get Vitality to exploit here today. Now the CT setup, as we are on this anti-eco, well, anti-force, as it were, is going to be looking like Nafany and Hobbit more traditionally be, but Shiro with a scout doing his best AWP impression. You'll see him moving over towards this side of the map here with an AWP a lot throughout this first half. Axel and Buster is highlighted by the desk. We over towards A, and that's a nice tag. A good way to kick off proceedings.
Yeah, that's what he's been waiting for.
There's 3 here to defend for Cloud9.
Apex, he's putting his body on the line. With that smoke up, he will be the first one in, looking for info. There's so many bodies hiding behind these smokes. There's Nafany and Hobbit combined to draw blood first. Awkward for Vitality, trying to recover his ZywOo, surging through the smoke. Nafany hiding in plain sight on the site as the smoke fades. Perhaps he's going to be overlooked as they had deep into the site. Shiro trying to distract.
Nafany.
This is potent. An opportunity to rock the odds. Spinks does chip away at Shiro.
Crazy.
Still catches the rotate. That's the denial from Nafany. Now the rundown. Apex low still. And he's only got one little pistol. Won't get him far. It's Spinks' turn for the multi-kill.
That's so crazy. They've got 3 guys in the back line of the site, and Nafany is just hiding, looking around, hoping that he's never assimilated into the Vitality roster.
And we saw Yanko at the desk. I mean, I have to give him props for trying to do live maths, but when you saw those multi-kills, both of them at that kind of 24% or whatever it was incredibly consistent that those 2 names, Spinks and ZywOo, will be providing those multi-frags. And of course, first 2 rounds, both of them posting a triple kill of their own design.
It's been great to see Spinks ascend to this level of form. Well, this is a bit of a classic right here. So back in the day, it was when you knew you were up against full ecos, which was pretty standard into second rounds of Counter-Strike, and this is going back into 1.6 Source or even the early days of CSGO. You could just rock around with a pistol out. And in Oz, we'd call it Money Man, because you'd go out and you'd try and take a bit of a financial decision to make some cash for your team. And that one right there, well, Apex has got 2 nice block kills. And that's the round. So the full eco dealt with. Handy stuff.
Yeah, it's just funny that Dupree and ZywOo were having more trouble with the rifle than Apex did with the Glock. Handles it nicely. A little smile on his face as well as the conversation continues. Vitality to their winning ways. And we have Vitality fans in the crowd. There's no doubt about it. They do seem to have won over the Rio de Janeiro crowd.
Yeah, I think if you just have a star in your team, you get a bit of a ZywOo, you get a bit of a Simple. Turns out the people are interested. That is crazy from Apex, isn't it? I know he has the armor advantage there, but still just slaying 2. Beautiful stuff. As we do get into the gun round, Shiro's AWP will be out and it'll be part of a 3-man banana defense here. So let's see, do they fight for control or do they just posture towards the top of that half wall? Now, this is the same type of utility that Furia were throwing top banana. They'd lob out that smoke towards the half-wall position, then they'd exchange mollies on either side. But look at ZywOo just surging forward here. Can call for a flash.
Yeah, he's looking for a gap. They're going to look for a boost on Viadamo. ZywOo hidden from it. Very exposed if ZywOo gets the flash. It's good. Look at that. 3 of them. 3 blind, but Shiro still catches Magisk on the approach. First blood drawn by the AWP, Shiro on his signature weapon, and now Vitality do need to recover. ZywOo needs to be bailed out. He's been smoked and likely to be isolated.
I don't know if he needs to be bailed out. Yeah, exactly, because the rotation, Shiro and Hobbit already started cheating back over towards A. They thought they had full banana control, but ZywOo was at logs, and now the rotation in question as they're pushing the Hobbit towards step forward, not good for anything.
Yeah, that could have been more. Maybe it should have. Busted to try and pick up the damage control, pick up the slack, a great headshot, and another back-to-back onto Apex. Spinks and ZywOo, though, this is quite the potent pairing. Buster's added another to the naughty list onto Spinks. And so ZywOo trying to work his magic, but this crossfire, yeah, he's unprepared for it. Just moonwalks into Axile, draws over a first for Cloud9.
And had his eyes glued on Pit, right? That was something that Yanko was talking about, how this A defense would be approached, right? Where are they going to be positioned? Are they going to be together? Are they going to be separate? Well, you could see there clearly, worried about Axile over towards the headshot position. Bullet to the back, and a technical timeout called here just to get things sussed out for the Vitality side. But this was the opening kill from Shiro there onto Magisk. ZywOo did good to grab 1, but they thought that the gap was over towards A. The rotation was already on its way back, so that was a somewhat potential free bomb site. And a nice one there, you can see the smile on Hobbit's face.
Feels good for Nafany as well when you kind of die to ZywOo on an overestimation of how much space you had. End up running straight into your stack all the same. So yeah, a win for Cloud9 in multiple facets.
And a good confidence booster for Buster early, right? He's still the newest addition to this team.
And big shoes to fill, you know, big supportive shoes to fill in the form of Inters.
It's crazy, like you get to come in and replace someone who was very solid in that anchor role, but the biggest issue they had with Inters was he wouldn't make decisions on his own volition. Right. So it's now you come in and it's, well, hey man, we want you to play these positions and make your own choices. So that's kind of a luxury to have it. Just don't mess it up.
And every time I hear people talking about playing with Buster, you know, when I talk to the Akinders of the world, you talk to the James, whoever has had the opportunity to play with him, it's often regarding as just someone who's incredibly self-sufficient. You know, he's never going to tilt. He's never going to be mad and overbuy or whatever it may be. He is incredibly consistent in that respect, and that's something I'm sure a lot of people admire and look for. Action early. Nades exchange, but Magisk unscathed. He's up towards banana half wall, and we'll just take that space.
Cool. Nice little harassment from top mid here. So they threw out the Molotov to deal with Chicken Pit to make sure that you can't be aim-mapping, you know, crouching and standing up and tapping away. They took a peek or two, then a deep nade for light softening damage here. But banana control again, well, it's Vitality's. Now this is the question. Do they want to have any follow-through here? As a part of what I said about that Furia game could have played into Vitality's mindset. They have to fight for banana control, surely. But not to be the case here. An explosion on the cards. The bomb's still deep. They've forced out some utils, so keeping this 3-pronged defense on the B side honest for now. Nafany still here with a full belt of utility. Molly, a smoke, and even a flash to boot. Hobbit has a molly as well, and well, Shiro, the AWP, so that's going to do all the conversation for him. And you can see
communication.
Exactly, and this is if the A defenders are feeling pressure, if they've heard anything, if there's any smokes. They are playing a very passive stance. So top mid is in the dark here. But if you're going to take top mid control, you need a long smoke, exactly like that. And in the modern meta, a molly under porch, but I don't think there's enough util for that as Magisk. Just standing tall to the top of banana baits out more util.
I like this. You see Nico go for plays like this, just keeps the rotation. Howls Axel from the pit position.
Got to deal with him.
Does get one, but still Axel a nuisance. Still a problem for this push. The molly does limit his options. Up and over. Apex looking for him. Can't find him. Elevated on the bicycle. Azai will want to hobbit, but Axel posts his third. This is all Axel on the pit position. Locks down the site. Wins the round for C9.
That's exactly what you need from Axel. Just locking down this side of the map almost single-handedly there. Riding his bike all the way to victory.
Oh, you can see the pressure on Apex. If he could bring down Axel, he knows he's on a timer as well. But if they could, that's a bomb site, that's a post plan, that's a different round. Axel, survival and lethality. Beautiful.
And another tech called here. So desperation stations for that one. But just, yeah, you can see that the first was easy. The second, just weaving between these smokes. The third, well, Apex had to look for something considering the time, and the shot into Zywa was great. So Spinks can just take this one in as they do try and rectify whatever issues seem to be plaguing him right here, right now. I think it's a mouse issue.
Something to do with something is my analysis.
We're seeing if is this a longer dongly boy? Because it might be the mouse having some interference. This is the new age, guys. We're all discovering at home when you're playing with your wireless headset, your wireless keyboard, and your wireless mouse. It doesn't really interfere with anybody else's. But here we've got 10 players.
Honestly, mad respect to the referees as well. Because, like, I get stressed fixing my own tech issues.
Right.
You know, like, I'm banging my head on the table and I'm getting frustrated. Having to do it when there's a whole game on pause. Mad respect for doing so and keeping your cool. Especially because computers are a mystery. You know, sometimes the same computer, the next day, you've turned it off, and then you've just turned it on again, and it decides it's having a bad day.
Yeah, this is Chad and Alex's tech tips. Ours are from the vantage point of cavemen who like to smash their face into the keyboard.
Yes.
But yeah, troubleshooting things with PCs has always been a bit of a rough one for me. I remember I was playing a tournament from home, and my computer died, and I needed to then head to the shops and buy parts because I couldn't just buy a pre-built back. This is how long ago it was. So then I had to build a computer, and I couldn't get it done. And my girlfriend at the time, her brother was into PC, so she took it overnight to get it fixed.
Oh, well, that's a clutch.
Brought it back, and I could play the next day. But that's after staying up till about 4 a.m. I think we still won the tournament.
Mad respect.
Yeah,
hooked up.
Got the hook up there.
This one looks to be the equalizer. Cloud9. They've managed to win the joust with Vitality. Those compromised, 2 pistols and rifles in the previous, this time even less so.
Well, if you're going to invest into a Galil like this on Magisk, you do need to get something out of it. It needs to be a kill or 2. A plant would be fantastic here. But if you're going to make an investment like this, the reason is you want to keep that economy low. So this can't be in vain, right? You can't squander around like this in terms of just rolling over. You get nothing out of it. Magisk is going to be operating with very little into the next.
I've loved the Cloud9 setup. It's just changed every single round in consideration.
He's going to jump into this? Or is he looking for someone's head to land on here? Look at this meeting we're having.
Iru launched over the scope. Okay, quick pace, quick snap from Nafany as he's breaking necks. Dupree singed and executed, and there's more for that for Shiro. That Galil out of Magisk does find one in the feed, and now Spinks onto another.
And
now they get the plant.
Beautiful.
Wow, it looked like they were going to leave with nothing, Chad, but they have managed to recover it off the back of Spinks.
Into the AWP, maybe. Here we go.
Okay, Spinks, no slouch.
2 bullets in this.
2 bullets, 2 opportunities. He is getting wrapped on Hobbit, and a good timing from him. And so Vitality probably not going to be too upset with the way in which they leave that round. Couple of kills and the bomb plant loss bonus swelling.
Well, you take a look now. Magisk has $350 to his name. With the loss bonus, he now is going to be able to get the same type of buy. The loss bonus and the plant, mind you. Without that plant, without that kill, he would have been sitting a whole lot lower than he is right now. So with about 3,500, he can get a Galil or he can get a Mac 10, operate with something. It was a nice little pre-rehearsed maneuver they had there to try and get that opener. There was a lot of conversation about it before it went underway, but Cirque du Soleil would be proud.
Probably hyper-aware of Shiro's flight paths, typical angles he'll be holding. That AWP on Coffins, just jumping over the scope, very cool.
Okay, well, let's see how they want to open up this round. They do have the Mach 10 in the hands of Magis, but they're not going to use it aggressively. It's just going to be ZywOo to throw out some defensive utility here, and they're going to get the pallet boost for the T-Stairs pick. There isn't an AWP on the other side, and if Magis isn't aware of this, he will just get pipped at the post.
Yes, the extra elevation really catches you off guard. You're normally quite aware of when you're exposed,
there it is.
And he does hit the shot. Magisk alive, though, and it's Dupree whose fate is sealed first.
Oh, Spinks might get wrapped on here by Buster, who's investigating out the window. That's the bomb, and just not spotted here, but he's hearing an awful lot.
This could be round defining. Yeah, that's too easy. Magis caught on the mantle, a forward position from Buster, immediate trade out of Spinks, a good claw back, but we'll need more.
Feels like Spinks has done an awful lot of work in this round to draw that kill back. With all that presence towards apartments, they have to respect it on A, which means they're going to stay quite tight with this defense from Shiro and Axel. Now it means a 2v3 execute on the B site. So I know it's only one kill, but it just means that Cloud9 can't be as free here.
Well, and they're technically going to have the numbers advantage if they group and execute. It's a 2-2 split of their defensive resources.
They're going to have to go through this.
With 40 seconds left, yeah, Nafany, he does release it.
Flash and go as a unit, you have to.
Yeah, actually, Hobbit's on the reload now. There might be their go sign. Here they come, Spinks and ZywOo advancing forward. Smoke is up.
Boost to be naughty.
Could work out nicely. But there's no contact on one side. Surely attention will be drawn. No, backs are turned. They're not ready. Perfect find from Hobbit. And a two-man advantage. Can they get that bomb down uninterrupted? Nafany gets a fix, so goes aggressive. Forces him off the bomb. Nafany can still disrupt further. That's nice from Spinks. Might facilitate the plant. Hobbit. Oh, he gets it. And they can't stop the plant, but they can get the round. Another one for Cloud9. A quick response.
Beautiful. 4 in a row here. Going to be taking the lead early on in this one. And they're hard-fought rounds, right? I understand that they had that two-man advantage thanks to Buster, but one drawn back. And then, as you mentioned, it was a number advantage execute in towards that site. Another plant, though. So at least there's been success for that as far as Vitality penetrating into the site. So that is a positive for their buy department. I believe with the purchase that we're seeing come on through now that Vitality want to prioritize the AWP into the next round because they've invested in a bunch of Tech-9s, one AK for Spinks. ZywOo yet to buy here. So what that is telling me is next round they want to bring out ZywOo's AWP or make sure they have all the util for a full set default round. But regardless here, it is going to be a bit more conservative in the approach. And finally, Nafany playing for full banana control. And yesterday he did this as well when it was a lighter buy from Furia.
Oh, good flash, and yeah, good headshot as well. Hobbit will keep us level, spraying through that smoke. You can see, despite Nafany's best efforts, that flash was destined for glory.
I said yesterday, it was during the group stage. I'm getting all of my days confuddled.
We had that lovely day off. That really rattled the system.
It did. So a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
It's just Axel on A right now.
It is, but do they have the cojones to just walk dry around those corners?
Well, they have plenty of util to make their presence known here and even isolate, but it depends on this push from Banana. Hobbit and Shiro have called it clear. Buster rotating on over. They are up top mid now. Axel could delay. Look at all the util he has. Defensive one-way smoke, and Molly. He has to know something's coming. Now Banana's been called clear. He has to know.
He's got so many nades on his belt loops, but yeah, that smoke, you mentioned it, it's been dropped out. Now the incendiary.
That's the round, surely.
Tucked into Cold Zera. Very limited resources and running out of players. Apex brought down to just 12 HP. Nade could finish. And a quick headshot. Axel multi-kill again. 2 for 2. They come to his site and he rejects their request.
That's just well handled thanks to information. So a well-timed banana push there means that Axel is on high alert. Defensive utility drops, stalling them out, allows time for the rotation to come through. And then in the bottleneck, they're desperate to find that solo fight and just get mowed on down. And that's going to force the first tactical timeout here from Vitality. This is their map choice. So now that they're 2 rounds down after the pistol with the conversions, they feel they need to get some gun rounds going before this is going to get a little bit too late. So as mentioned, plenty of cash was brought into this round. ZywOo with 5.6, he will be opting for the AK and full util.
Okay. The plan's been made. Groove on the mic for Cloud9 as well.
So ZywOo and Magisk are usually partnered up to get this banana control, and they have both opted for HEs as part of their utility belt. So let's see if they use those early to chunk down top banana, or maybe it could be a little bit later to deal with an AWP on a corner. The way that teams use util now on the T side of Inferno, I think that's one of the key reasons that this map has started to gear up T side. Not only are retakes very difficult, but I just think with how good the teams are with banana combo util sets and how to react off the defensive ones coming their way. It's beautiful, right? It would be great to get a pro just breaking down all the different variations, because there's so much nuance to it that we couldn't even imagine.
Yeah, and it happens just so swiftly, so consistently. That's great. They force Buster away from the bridge position. Now Dupree already occupies bedroom. Not making a secret out of it. Oh, that's a nasty one to stomach. But quick response. Spinks was in the apartments too, and he has gone hunting. This time for heads. Hobbit dead.
They know Buster was here still.
Massive.
They can swarm him right now.
He's low as well. He's got a lot to do and not much health to do it with. Spinks trying to dismount. Once he gets his boots on the ground, Buster knows.
Buster's screwed, surely.
You'd think so, but where's the support? Zoe was taking his sweet time. The rest going through apps. They know it's clear. The best path of least resistance. This opportunity. That's a clean one. Damn, Spinks. Where'd you find that? And finally, Apex puts the cherry on top because they are cooking.
Yeah, Shiro should be saving here. You can see him coming over to investigate, maybe get an exit kill or two, add those to the stat lines, but a 1-on-4 situation with that bomb down on A. No, thank you. Spinks is on the gear here today. Big three-piece feed right there, and that is the conversation. Well, into the gun rounds now.
Yeah, I do love the way his teammates are talking about it as well. You know, it's players that have done it. When you hear Dupree and Magis talk about, yeah, well, we told him he had to be a superstar, and a superstar needs to know what a superstar needs to do.
Yeah, right.
You know, and it's because they've lived it. They've lived that. It's magical. Let's not forget when Magis Boy came in and it was just like a straight catalyst to world domination.
Yeah,
I just called him Magis Boy.
Yeah,
but that's what he was.
Right, back in the day he was. He's only evolved to this as he's gotten older. So that's a nice round from Vitality indeed, but I'm curious how that changes the defense here for Cloud9. You see how far forward they've been in a few of these rounds. So we saw the pallet boost where Buster got a kill. He was then happy to push into Boiler here again, and that was Axel pushing through a smoke after they get the kill onto Dupree right there. So you are seeing exchanges a little bit more offensively towards Halls and Boiler on a consistent basis so far in the early stages of this first half. Now Groove, he's going to be the one taking the timeout here. There is so much history with these coaches on the stage here today. These are coaches who were once upon a time players, well-known in their regions, well-known globally, and have left a lasting legacy on Counter-Strike till this very day.
Yeah, and any old League of Legends fans, you know, we may be getting some gray hairs at this point, but he was also one of the founding members of the dominant Gambit where they took over the world. He was part of the coaching and general managing staff. He's been around the block as Groove. That's for real, for real.
Well, this is looking very real right now. Vitality, with this round, they are going to send Cloud9 into some economic turmoil. Now, there's only Axel and Shiro with residual cash here. Hobbit in that middle ground. If they lose the site early, expect a Cloud9 save here, as we do get a flurry of nades exchanged in Banana. Magisk gonna hide in plain sight behind that smoke. Will weasel forward and gets behind the half wall. Meantime, Dupree up to his usual antics over towards Boiler, getting control alongside of Spinks. So you can see the combos here. Apex deflects between both Zywoo Magisk. That's the Banana combo. Dupree, Spinks working Boiler and Halls. And now they've got control of real key real estate. It's a very passive setup from Cloud9 across the map. No top mid info, no Banana info here.
Plenty of nades and plenty of time. Vitality, though, with their claws already into top Banana. That util, though it may be intimidating, has not achieved too much.
Looks like they're backing off from A right now, so Dupree's just jumped out of Boiler. He's going to throw some top mid util here. Spinks also spamming and keeping up a lot of noise, so they've shown the hand of the top mid control here. But if we go for this B execute looking likely and Shiro and Nafni don't get equal trades, you're likely to see Hobbit, Buster, and Axel save. So it all comes down to the fights towards B unless there's any hijinks in the rotations in the next few seconds.
Yeah, this is good util. It's forced them to acknowledge the potential for A. An under-guarded B bomb site.
They're going to explode behind this smoke here. It's about to go down. Hobbit's coming back.
Nafni, there's so much required of him, and that's a big star from Nafni. Oh, he can't finish his meal. Shiro can, though. Hobbit all the way from downtown hits it on the CT smoke. Apex trying as hard as he can. Does foul the AWPer at the back of the site. That should facilitate the plant. That's risky from Spinksy. And that's the end of it, surely. Apex, the ball's on you to go across. Yeah, Hobbit will catch him. And you know what? It favored Vitality. I can't help but give extra credit to Hobbit. That contribution on the way back into the site, rotating CT. He catches one on the spray.
Yeah, we know how difficult it can be to retake those sites, right? So it is important to get those kills on the way in. You can see Shiro, he knew that he was dead. He may as well fight and get what he can, and just stands in those flames, eventually goes on down. So good stuff. Everybody for Cloud9 responding to B contributed. And that's what made it a whole lot easier for them to make that possible. So a really nice round considering the circumstances. They were pulled around by that top mid utility that Vitality had lobbed out, but just not clean enough on those entries. Cloud9 will respond and retain a 2-round lead at this point, 6-4. The score's on the door. And everybody from Cloud9 contributing here. Nobody is caught slacking right now. You've got the high end at 9 kills and the low end of Nafany at 5. Everybody's been able to have their moments so far.
Ooh, Axel, aggressive. ZywOo, the head-to-head we wanted, and it's ZywOo that bests him. Willing to take that early engagement, punish. A change of pace from Cloud9. Can they build upon it? Aggression everywhere.
Yeah,
ZywOo
fighting.
He's cognizant of the presence. Smoke will reveal Nafany's intentions as he does retreat.
I did like that, right? This is a set move that Cloud9 have for aggression. Axel pushes mid and Buster goes to Graveyard and throws that deep T-Says smoke that you saw. But rumbled there, and Vitality handled it well with defensive utility. Now they're around towards long ahead of this. Hobbit, he's been pushing through these smokes and will again. Hobbit with one and done.
Yeah, but still Nafany contributes. They're doing so much. Keeping Vitality, keeping a lid on this squad. Bait the shot, Shiro. Unable to convert. Revealed his presence in the pit, and he's going looking. He wants answers. They're not expecting this. Not from Shiro. And Magisk, oh, he's lucky to be alive. Clipped through the wall. 1 HP on that bomb carrier. Spinks precise as always. Catches Buster going looking in library.
Oh, talking about Nafany here, the mid-to-be call has been made, but look at Nafany tucking in towards the back of side. Dark is his play. Low HP, 31 points of health in total. A kill, 2, that would make this possible as they fumble the smoke. They have to go up the guts now.
Oh, Nafany. He's going to be cleared. Timing is everything, as is precision. Can ZywOo catch this on the refrag? Good for it. But Shiro makes things interesting as Spinks and Shiro about to lock horns. A battle of wits between these two, and look at the aggression. Shiro wants to keep him trapped, and he's missed his first. Spinks to finish with a headshot and flourish. It's Shiro to secure it. Cloud9 running it away with this CT side.
Yeah, Nafany did great from the back of the site. I know it was only 1 kill, and that fumbled smoke from Vitality. They didn't smoke off towards Ruins, and it landed in the middle. It had a massive gap right there that you saw Shiro punish ZywOo through. So great stuff. And I think with this Cloud9 team right now, I'm seeing a couple more risks being taken through pushing through smokes or taking fights. Here's another one from Hobbit. Think about the amount of times over towards B he's been pushing through coffins, taking a fight, right? And here's that flub smoke. So, yeah, just bounds there. That's not where that was meant to go. And look, whether or not that ended up costing them in a big way, it put a smile on Hobbit's face. He's happy with how things are unfolding here. Cloud9.
I love that. It's like they genuinely hit the aggression button for that entire round. And now for Vitality, you can't help but the little itch at the back of your mind. Are they doing it again? On the boost on the half wall, Nafany being caught out, but Shiro, the bodyguard, the perfect switcheroo.
Lured into that, wasn't he, Matt? Just thought he had enough there to try and finish off that frag. Instead, punished, and now the number disadvantage against Vitality here. So having to scramble across the map here in a 4-on-5 disadvantage situation. You do have the banana control again, but do you want to try and execute once more? You've had varying success here.
There is an opportunity. If they go now. Yeah, Nafany's been knocked off his perch. Shiro as well. The flash is great from Vitality. Gives them space, but losing bodies. ZywOo trying to find something, but Nafany comfortable. And it's all good. In the Cloud9 hood, a 1-out defense, and already smashing through. That's 12 rounds in play. 8 already in the bank for Cloud9.
Now, this is a conversation that's probably best kept for the podcast and the desks, maybe even the forums here, but something else to be considered with Cloud9 not making the major. You have to think with VP being in that same conversation, what type of change-ups are going to be coming from the region, right? Cloud9, sure, you've heard from them. They haven't even had that conversation in post-mortem to go, hey, boys, you know, this is where we felt we went wrong. They're here just competing, playing the tournament that's in front of them, and maybe playing for some of the players, their life in the team, the future of this roster, because things could change. You consider that we don't know exactly when we're going to make our way into Counter-Strike 2, but that transition is probably the perfect time if teams are looking to make changes. So for Cloud9, a great performance here might be doing a lot for the shelf life of this current 5-man squad. There's that opener.
Yeah, Nafany does so well onto ZywOo as well. Had full vision, know where he was. Still Nafany wins the duel with the M4.
I feel like if Vitality want to try and do something a little bit more direct here out the gates or completely take the pace out of it.
Okay.
It's 3 through second mid. This is very asymmetric right now. ZywOo's not doing the banana control, so they're faking that they're fighting for banana control, which they have been getting. It's 4 players over towards A already. Cloud9 are reading this like an absolute book. 3 players stacked up towards the short side with this porch setup and the AWP in the perfect position towards long. If it's an apartments pop and they get the pick control, there's going to be so many players for them to deal with from that short side.
I wonder if it's in Vitality's interest. If they think they've got pulled the wall over their opponent's eyes, would you wallbang? Or just go contact? Here it is, out the apartments. A gamble of 4 from Cloud9. They're in the right place. They need the right result. Dupree into Mini. No contact yet. Buster trying to extinguish play around the smoke. Still trading places into the site. This next engagement will determine so much. A spray, Shy, Hobbit over. It's Dupree to catch him. More bodies found on the edge of the smoke. It's Dupree. Magic's where? The Danes have done it. Straight in. It's Shiro and Nafany to try and get back in. He's forward of this. He's going to get flashed in. Nafany, the impact again! And it's only Magic. Could he do it? 1v2. Shiro misses the shot, running him down, and does it with the pistol.
They're not giving a chance to breathe here. I'm getting caught off guard by these pushes every single time because it's so not Cloud9.
You and me both.
They're just going. They're just gone. Straight through the smoke, taking the fight, not giving a second to breathe. And to be honest, they just bailed Buster out because he made some faux pas right there in that position. The flash came over. He missed his molly. He was burning to his own molly by the hay bales. Then he extinguished it, which created a small avenue that Vitality could have as a death alley and line up all those frags. That is not how that round should have unfolded whatsoever. Fortunately, Nafany and Shiro had something to say.
Whoo-wee.
They've got some fire in the belly here today. 9-4. Again, another round where the bomb's gone down. As this is a map we're talking about retakes being pretty difficult. Well, Cloud9, they're making it jarring before the bomb goes down and setting themselves up for very, very winnable scenarios in the post plan.
5 of their 9, Chad, by defuse. It's not like Vitality haven't been getting into the sites, but yeah. Those fine margins. Look at the damage from that early HE barrage.
They're just going to go A here.
Yeah, well, Hobbit and Buster are hoping so. 2-man long setup. Buster spotted out. Apex trying to go aggressive early. Hobbit to take a cursory glance, covered by Dupree.
Hello.
Nice find. Axel down on the balcony side. It's still Buster on A. Apex was spotted perhaps. No, didn't see him. Didn't see him. A free frag for the Frenchman. And already the A site, you'd think, rumbled.
Maybe a save here.
Not much for him on the way in.
Well, this is the thing, right? Considering how close some of these rounds have been, I'm not sure if they want to go for a round like this. I'm sure they'd love to give it a crack, but a 2-on-4 situation, I think that's a no-no right now. This is only the second gun round in this half from Vitality. But if they manage to get to a 9-6 scoreline, I know it's not a half win, but it is enough. It's more than enough to pull things back, regardless of this being T-side map in 2023.
He's looking for Util.
It's a deep back site plan as well, so a few of them should be able to live over towards the pit position. You can see them starting to back on off ever since that radius changed. If you get a backside plant, you're all good still towards the pit. You can see 3 of them with that luxury. Apex even on a bit of a hunt over towards CT spawn. And well, there will be enough to get Cloud9's final round bye going here. They can drop a few guns across, so there's not going to be any issues in that regard. So a very well-managed save there. With all the damage that round started off with, you really thought it was going to go one way and not the other.
Right.
So Vitality, they finally get a bit of luck going their way.
Can they do it twice in a row, though? It's been quite difficult for them. We haven't seen 2 consecutive gun rounds. Now is the opportunity.
This one's not as direct. This one's more of a default here.
Now Banana. It's the ZywOo project once more. Smoke forced out of Nafany. They haven't committed with the bomb, but they want to make this convincing.
Well, this is the thing. This is one of the things we talk about as part of your default. If a team that likes to hold on utility, which Cloud9 clearly are, you have to be threatening enough that they will expend that, because your late round is going to be miserable if they have a bunch of smokes and Molotovs left over. So good pressure. And also in that environment, if you get that pick, you can follow through. But here comes the follow through on towards A. It's forced the rotation. Vitality have done a good job again of forcing Cloud9 around the map.
This will be the execute, and actually they've done a very good job of keeping the feet planted. In pursuit of 6. A very competitive scoreline. Shiro to disrupt though, and Zaiwu who hits the first bullet. That will deter the AWPer. Forces him backwards. They try and get past the line of fire. dupreeh steps back into it.
Mid to B from
Buster.
the Woo.
And yeah, mid to be on the Woo, but it's Nafany that spotted you. He's going to have to wrap Library. Bomb into the site. Shiro still trying to hit his shots, and dupreeh continues to build into the round. A double from the Dane. It's Zaiwu to secure it, but still Axile a problem. Can they plant safe? Yes, they can. Apex provides that, and a great headshot on top of it. Leaves it all onto Hobbit for the finish. Could happen. No, it's only on the one-on-one. Hobbit 15 frags and counting. Can Zaiwu save Vitality? A safe pair of hands if ever I saw one. 9-6 is where we leave it on the half.
Cloud9 looking to turn those tears to cheers as they've got the first half Wow, under their belt. 9-6 the scores on the doors on Vitality's map pick. We're here in the semi-finals. I'm joined by Machine. We're about to get this second half underway. And it looks like Cloud9 have come in today ready and raring to fight.
Oh, 100%, especially when playing against such a notable name. Team Vitality, their opponent. In 6 rounds, has managed to flip those odds. Vitality came in as the bookmaker's favorite. Cloud9 taking the edge after a strong performance in our first half.
Yeah, and they could only use, recent form of these teams, considering they haven't played in, over 400 plus days, these two squads. So interesting to get this head-to-head here today. We won't be getting it in a couple weeks' time at the major.
Yeah, well, the fans have been robbed. There's been a couple of chances where we were supposed to, or it looked like we were going to get it, but now we do. A Vitality Cloud9 head-to-head, and hopefully we get all 3 maps. This Vitality's pick, so let's see if they can get that defense started. Will it be 100% pistol conversions for the international squad?
Well, they have 2 nades over towards B on Magisk and Apex, which is currently where the hit is looking like it's coming on down. Now, is it for the denial of the plan, or is it in the choke point? We're about to find out.
Very Vogue right now. P250 on Shiro and a very jumpy Axile.
Nades do not a lot. Ooh, second one bad.
Oh, Buster. Hurting. Magisk dead. It's Axile. Opens up the account. A 4-on-4 post plant. Rotate all through Speedway. Apex waiting. He's going to try and flash the boys through.
Yeah, precisely here. Backing off to get the best trajectory he can. This is going to be over the top for the Ruins position. They're going to fight from coffins as a pack.
Axile has the opportunity to react. And the smoke had faded. Mistimed on that one. Don't have that potency now. They do have a kit. Bomb ticking away. Who blinks first? Oh, Shiro is the one to pull the trigger. Nice one back from Apex, but it's all in vain. He's too far away, no teammates, and one more bullet will do it. As Apex hasn't got the time nor the hope for another pistol. It will be the double digits immediately, and Shiro's running him down. He wanted to take it all away, gets away from the bomb. Buster not so lucky.
Yeah, one of the details there of why the nades both didn't really combine for an awful lot in a combo of damage there was just because of how close Cloud9 managed to get before giving away any of the details there. You can see the very passive line that Magisk was holding. Well, the way that they maneuvered, the flight paths that they took there, it meant that as soon as they spotted, they were already in. So it was so difficult to defend that site. Really nicely done there from Cloud9, and well, they might be getting across the line here quite quickly as we do have Vitality into a force bite. So I were with the noob tube, the alligator.
He's got the nude noob tube.
Is it skinless?
No Kevlar.
Oh. Sorry, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, just less clothes.
Less
clothes. He's not nude. I mean, as you can see.
No, but you bang on there. We call it glass cannon, naked open.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's a good gun for the position. I think we've seen Simple do something similar to this before.
Does require them to be pushing out of that door.
Precisely.
Rotations elsewhere, not going to be so fun. And
look at the bravery.
Oh, he's cheeky. He's a cheeky, beaky boy, is Axile, as he's walked through the smoke.
Rounds over.
Confirmed it's clear. Now they get the util, and as Chant Birchall has prophesied,
sorry, everyone.
We're going to have a unicorn here. Unless Magisk does try and kick up a fuss, so he's having a look. Oh, that's a shame.
And that's the round. All right, cool. We'll see you guys in about, I don't know, 60 seconds, because the bomb hasn't been planted just yet. Here we go. Maybe, okay, not 60, 50. We'll see you in 50 seconds. Now, I would advise, I know we're here in a semi-final, but, you know, maybe you're just getting ready on your Saturday. You must be the afternoon for a lot of the Europeans.
Yeah, so, you know, make sure you've had you started with some water.
Yeah, this would be a great time if you did need to go grab a drink, run to the fridge, and you wanted 60 seconds. This would be the chance. So go do that, maybe quickly trot off to the bathroom. We will have a carried through round from Vitality here if they can hold on to these goodies. But Shiro and Buster are having a bit of a look with the Mac 10. So will they send him in? I think Shiro's going to use him as a bit of bait here. Come on, go on in, man.
He's got him on his reel, hasn't he?
Go on in. It's all right.
Just got him on the line.
Come on. No, that's not. No. All right, yeah, all right.
Alrighty then. That's a nice big gap that Cloud9 have managed to manufacture. A 5-round void between them and their op.
Get very scared going into the next map here. Vertigogo coming up next. And could be sending Vitality packing here in the semi-finals. I did like that graphic they have that highlights all these teams and the last time they won a trophy. Because they've all won trophies in somewhat recent history, I suppose. Obviously, for Vitality, that was the Pro League Season 16 finals where they were able to scoop one up.
Well, the shotgun didn't reveal itself once. Will it get a chance to snap its jaws shut on a couple? Apex just trying to catch the timing on those nades. He wasn't too far off, but Nafany has his safe haven. And look at this, a nice little smoke cache.
Here we go.
And it is a chance for ZywOo's shotgun. Don't forget, no armor on this one. If Hobbit pulls the trigger first, ZywOo's a dead man.
Don't do us like this, Hobbit. Just go have. Oh, that's a terrible smoke. That's a what?
Grand Canyon of a gap.
He's heard that. He's communicated it here, so should get another one in his hands quite quickly here to the redeploy. This you'd be hoping to block with. You really don't want them to swell into that site. I think that's a USP. You need to ward them off. You need to send them packing. A little bit neater on that one, you know, wanting to keep the gap for information purposes. So he has been able to obtain a little something here.
And he's got one more as well for good measure.
This one is the most defensive of the bunch, but it looks like Vitality are going to gamble incorrectly yet again.
Feels like they've sussed this one out. It feels to them as if it's one player with 3 smokes. An Apex caught walkabout. That's lovely from Hobbit. He can continue to apply the pressure to this ace stack. He's getting all that information and just Magist found. Oh,
they're dropping back.
They are playing some brilliant counter.
Look where the bomb is right now.
Yeah, they were about to walk into the trap, and there's still a chance for the jaws to snap onto Shiro's head. One. And you'd think
look how close this plan is.
Just about getting it down.
Look how close that was.
Bloody hell.
That was, what, a second and a half there from being an absolute calamity for Cloud9.
Yeah, he's found himself an AK as well for his Deagle work, so Spink's definitely going to be happy with taking that through.
That would have been crazy if they rotated back. Like, you could see that indecision in those final moments because there was no resistance for Hobbit other than that Apex kill, and then they were strolling into B but didn't see anything and didn't know it was clear.
I reckon it was a Nafany moment where he's just shouting, like, as fast as he can, get your asses over to B. Running around, he's seen every corner, and he can still see his minimap. They were heading down mid. Just enough time to rectify. And ZywOo does go down eventually, but Spink's holding on to the premium real estate. That is the AK-47, brings that through. And gap extended, 12 secure.
Oh, this is where if Vitality want to voice any concerns here in map number 1, it needs to begin. It's the first full bite. Have all the bells and whistles they would require. M4s across the board. That saved AK for Spinks, and ZywOo brings out the AWP immediately here.
Do you think we give enough flowers to Hobbit for what he provides to this team? Like, in terms of just the sheer consistency, backbone style. He's not always in the superstar roles, but sometimes has the superstar score.
Well, he's actually meant to be part of the star trio of this team, and he did have a bit of a dip-off for a while there. So there's a reason his name hasn't been the top of the pops, right? But if he can find that form, well, that's when this team becomes extremely threatening.
Yeah, he's in comparison to the last 3 months, his rating at this event's been high, and Shiro high over the smoke. Gets boosted up. Oh, speculative shot converted. This is brutal. The nade might even chase him away. Spinks has to hide away, and this is a wide open B site right now.
Yeah, they have to save, but this is the issue. There's so much time on the clock. Once they waltz on in towards B, and they know that sector is clear, that is going to be helped on out by the spam from Dupree. You can see this net that Buster and Hobbit, yeah, you didn't even get to use the U2. You had no opportunity. There's over $1,000 right there that wasn't spent, being very wasteful on Vitality. But this is the thing. I was saying where Buster and Hobbit were positioned, they could even look to try and deny some of these rifles. And I couldn't really make an argument for them not trying at least for one of the fights here. This is a 13-6 scoreline now. It's a 7-round lead. I know they don't have a huge bank, right? That would be the only prickly part of people would be saying, okay, no, but that's why they shouldn't chase.
Right.
But if you can take away one of these guns, even with the max loss bonus into the next, Vitality's buy is going to be looking a little bit sketchy. Look at all the HEs. Like, they could nade bike together. They've got 3 HEs.
I would love to see that. Spinks, he's probably going to get cooked up. 14 HP, Molly, and just like that, they lose 2 more rifles.
That's huge.
That is colossal. Cloud9 take 2 more. And look what it leaves Vitality with. They've got to scratch their heads. I wouldn't be surprised if they took a timeout. Yep, there he is, Zonic gesturing for it.
It's going to be way too late here. Vitality looking out of sorts here. I think this one is heading in the most logical direction here. I don't see any fire starters right now for Vitality. The man that you'd like to show up in this moment would be ZywOo. He's only got 11 kills. The best thing here is he's saved the AWP. So if we were going to treat him like we treat superstars, this is his moment in the sun. this is his chance to make a statement. This is where you would hope that either he calls himself into a position to look for some action, or once they find them into the mid-round, he makes one of those crazy plays to shut everybody up.
Right.
Because right now, Cloud9 are rolling over them. And it shouldn't just be ZywOo, sure, but there's a reason that you have these type of players, because they can make those mammoth plays to change the course of a game. And right now, this is one-way traffic. As look at this, Groove has just given a nice little slap to the base of Vitality. You take a timeout, you're looking to change things up, well, guess what? We're going to spend 30 seconds now to let you stew in your own juices. You had finished what you had to say. You were ready to go. Now you're questioning. Why are Cloud9 spending these 30 seconds? What are they talking about? What are they predicting? Are they reading us here? Because right now they're owning us.
Yeah, I was talking to Nafany, and one of the main things he said at this level of Counter-Strike is it's not about the mechanics, it's about the mind games. What a premium example of Groove just essentially just trying to undermine that timeout.
Precisely. That's
Zonic.
a great way to frame it. Undermine it, indeed. And you think here, when you know that the AWP was out, so Cloud9 already knew what they had to work with. Now it's at, well, what's going to be around it? Where do we think the money's at? What's the type of play that they like to go for? Where is a position that ZywOo likes to look for opening picks? With 4 HEs on the T side out the gates, let's see if they use that for crowd control to deal with this AWP early.
They cannot lose Banana in the way they did the previous.
They're holding onto these nades here. I would be real interested to see if when they do take Banana control, if they do try and nade towards either the sandbag or the top Banana position, because they know they're up against a saved AWP.
So it's a ZywOo and Magis combo. Apex holding util.
I think here comes some of these nades, so they're going to have to extinguish something here if they want to help out Magis.
Needs help. Molly isolates him, and that's the flash to swing. Axel's coming and clearing and fragging. ZywOo not the same though, misses his chance. Boom, just like that, Cloud9 sees the advantage.
You know there was 3B, because you had Apex's flash assist in the kill feed, ZywOo shot a bullet, and you killed Magis.
And you have a man advantage.
So right now, yeah, exactly. And you already knew that their buy was going to suck. So at this point, Cloud9 is just about grouping up and finishing together. They've sent the AWP elsewhere. And this is where I was saying ZywOo in terms of the mid-round having to maybe take a bit of a risk to try and level the playing field. Well, he couldn't be playing more of a passive position with that AWP. So if the fight doesn't come his way, save. Again, the B bomb site looks to be exploited. We saw Magis here on the force buys in both equations. He was just hoping to delay with smokes, got caught off guard. A defensive Molotov here, sure. Buster could extinguish this.
Oh, he's a dead man, Apex, yeah. Just caught and escorted off the premises by Hobbit.
That's 14. All right, well, let's take a little bit of stock, a little bit of inventory so far of what's been going on in this second half. It's going to be 5 consecutive rounds at 5 where the bomb will have detonated, which is fantastic if you're a Cloud9 fan. This is going to mean wonders for their finances. Hobbit with a great game. You were highlighting him. 17 in total, 16 for Shiro, 15 for Nafany, and Axel and Buster on 9. And they're really controlling the tempo of this game. They're the ones who are being more heads up in the type of fights. They're happy to push. They're happy to take the risks. They're looking really, really good right now. And the max loss bonus is in play for Vitality, considering they're yet to win a round in this second half. So guns are not going to be a problem going into the next. Drops available, sure. It's great to get weapons back in your hands. All of those things are great. But at this point, what I would be expecting if I was Cloud9 was something more assertive out of Vitality. Something where they will try and change a gear, be more aggressive, maybe do a stack together or do a push together.
Right.
Because at this point, when you are 14 to 6 down, it's desperate. You can't just sit back and continue to play the standard game. It's not working.
Well, you're running out of opportunities to find a solution. Cloud9 looking indomitable. Very hard to topple Vitality's defense. It needs to be impregnable. Shiro, Molotov down. Some chip damage early, unconfirmed, but look at this gathering.
Swarm them up mid.
They are coming. Spinks to be tested, and it's just as easy as that. Lackadaisical on the jiggle, and one back from ZywOo. Any more from the superstar on the orb? Yes, no! Misses it between the wickets. Buster lucky to be alive as ZywOo goes for a different type of headshot. Crawling in. They are crawling in. Axel committing. That's the bomb. In towards the mini pit. The smokes have obscured his descent. And it's ZywOo. It was Hobbit trying to make space. Nice one back from Axel, but ZywOo still on that side. Axel in that pit. Multiple fronts, multiple adversaries. Shiro fells another. His AWP, combat AWPing side by side with Axel as they pick apart every single one on that bomb site. Shiro could do it all. And he makes it look...
Closes, yeah.
Oh.
And this is the thing. How can you not enjoy what you're watching right now? That opening pick, they swarmed on up. Sure, that trade back from ZywOo, but it signified exactly where the AWP was. It slowed down for a while, and as Cloud9 dump all of those nades in towards the pit and site, it has to be that finish, especially with Axel dipping in towards the mini pit here, but some fantastic shots. He just went to his home. He just went, hey, I know that I spawned on the other side of the map here, but get me back in a pit. That's where I do my best work.
It's like he's moved out, and then he comes back a year later saying, I wouldn't mind looking around to see how it looks.
It's a nice place. I liked it here.
Had some memories here.
Well, I think we're on death's door right now for Vitality. Spink's trying the self-boost. I think he stuck the landing on that one.
Yeah. They have to rejig the setup, but also Cloud9, by winning that round, just after exploiting B so consistently, they go to A and say, we can do it there too.
Yeah, so what are you meant to do if you're Vitality? You're weak everywhere right now. You've just been absolutely schooled here today on your map choice, and there was a conversation. I thought it was going to be Anubis would be their map choice, but...
Oh no, it gets worse!
Come on
now, it actually gets worse!
Give them a break!
Oh man! He did the self-boost and gets punished for it.
Yeah.
It's just cruel.
And B's open. Nafany's about to find that out. Apex was hightailing it after that death. They're just taking fights on multiple fronts, and they don't even have to see the baddies. And well, Apex, he's going to have to take a risk.
Yeah, walking through that smoke. Nafany doesn't know. Shiro caught out, but traded.
From the grave.
Of course. Shiro, a little bit of a topspin martyrdom. Yeah, that bomb goes in. Dupree and ZywOo, have you got anything to voice concerns about this 16th? It feels imminent. And Dupree, ZywOo walk in, and Hobbit escorts them out. That was Vitality's pick. You wouldn't tell it. You couldn't know it looking at the scoreline. Cloud9 make Vitality feel foolish.
Well, a clinical Cloud9 turned up to play today, absolutely crushing their opponents on their own map pick, no less. Inferno leaves Vitality, unfortunately, high and dry, and Shadows of their former quarterfinal self. Man, Cloud9, they've turned up, and they have turned up to bring the pain to Vitality today.
No, they got just destroyed. There's no other word for it. We're praising the numbers on Vitality, talking about the opening deals they're winning, how the individuals are popping up. They won 5 opening deals in that map, Yanko. And I think Cloud9 went like 17 or something ridiculous. Everyone popping off. It wasn't a Shiro show all over again. Axel, we question how he's going to perform on the A-bomb side. He delivered. Hobbit delivered. The tables have been turned.
Booster delivered as well.
Hey.
Let's not forget the first gun round. He was the one with the triple kill. But yeah, a great job from Cloud9. I loved the different sort of approach. There was obviously more aggression from them on the CT side, but not necessarily like early round aggression, aggressive pushes, but in the retakes, right? Like when the trades happened towards the B bombs, that you could see Hobbit a couple of times more aggressively, like peeking through ruins, and that won them a couple of rounds easily. There was that round towards the end of the first half on A where they're flashing through the smoke, right? This is not standard Cloud9 that you're used to. They're very timid, very passive, waiting around for a long time for their opponents to make a move and then punish them. And I like this Cloud9 way more.
It's something that certainly caught us off guard, right? And I feel like it goes along with the narrative that we're saying they literally have nothing to lose. So why not throw everything and the kitchen sink at the challenge?
And that could be the most dangerous Cloud9, a pissed off Cloud9, right? Like Yanko pointed out, when it comes to retakes and whatnot, the Vitality didn't even have time once it got the bomb down to even get into semi-comfortable post plans. They literally get the bomb planted, they're blind, they're getting destroyed. Shiro was looking great as well. And even you flip over on the T side, they never gave Vitality any time to breathe. I had a criticism for Cloud9 saying, hey, whenever they're going for, let's say, an A play or B play, they don't really pressure the other extremity of the map. They had full control. There was a full buy-round from Vitality on the CT side where they had 3 players total up towards A, 2 on a B bomb side, no information whatsoever. This is Cloud9 playing clinical Counter-Strike and also kind of bullying Vitality, it felt like.
Yeah, certainly. We've spoken about some of the individuals coming into things. We wanted to see more from Axel, and Yanko, he certainly delivered basically from the get-go of this match.
Yeah, I think this is the most important round of the game, looking back, right? You can see Vitality wins the pistol, converts, 3-0 down, Booster with a 3K, it's equalized. Now the reset round, right? If Cloud9 loses this round, you can see the money, it's in the bin. Vitality is up, they get a lot of momentum. Instead, Axel, he steps up, gets a 4K in the round. Majesty is going to save here, and you can see that also Vitality bought out on their side of things. So this really changed the momentum early on for Cloud9 and allowed them to play in that more aggressive manner.
And even that one round later on, I think it was round 8 or 9, where it's kind of like a half-ish buy for Vitality, and Axel stuck alone towards a moto box, right, inside a bomb site. He's stuck there, and if he gets taken down, then it's a 2v2 bomb gets planted, and he just gets a 3K from what should have been a tradable position right there. I think this is a round. Oh, no.
This is a Sphinx round, yeah.
This is Sphinx round. Again, this was early on, right? We were talking about the playmaking ability coming in from Sphinx.
Yeah.
The first kill actually goes away with Buster. He gets a first kill, and then Sphinx just single-handedly finds Axel towards apartments, and he gets Hobbit inside a bomb site. But after that, nothing else.
Exactly, because this is a moment where you think, maybe Vitality, they're going to equalize things, maybe they're going to find some momentum, but Cloud9 in that first half literally didn't let Vitality string basically any rounds back-to-back, no momentum for them.
They just didn't let them breathe, really. It was a very suffocating style from Cloud9. If they don't find an opening kill, right, the trades are coming in very quickly. Vitality could never take a breather and set up in the post plan like, okay, now they're going to come. It's like, while you're planting, while you're clearing the side, there's flashes coming over, people pushing through the smokes, people spamming you, right, finding kills, being annoying, and it was very difficult for Vitality to play. I don't think they played bad. I think Cloud9 just played very, very good.
And speaking of being choked out, man, we come on to that second half, and Vitality not even permitted a single CT round. That was just lightning fast for Cloud9.
And also, even if you look at like the way Cloud9, you say this is very uncharacteristic of Cloud9, but they were already knew they had Vitality, against the ropes. They were hunting them every single time. That one round where it felt like Vitality, they might save 3 guns, they could maybe eke out a buy, probably try and make things a little bit more competitive. They just hunt them down to the A bomb site, completely decimating them. So yeah, absolutely agree with Yanko. They never gave Vitality even, you win a round, you get a little bit of time to breathe. Never happened this entire game.
And when we're looking at the individuals on the side of Cloud9, conversely as well, like the kill distribution, apart from Buster, I'm sorry to rain on your parade, Yanko, to find the Buster flag forever.
Booster did his job.
He did it.
Moral support in the end.
He was there, he existed, and they won the map. Maybe not down to him, but man, even Alex pointing out during the cast, Nafany actually stepping up and having some really impactful moments too.
Yeah, everyone had their moments. I think also talking about the second half, it's just classic C9. It's just default, finding openings, right, and closing out rounds. Magisk with a little bit of a John Travolta impression in Pulp Fiction, right? Not really sure what's going on, where to look, what to do. Played Pit for his whole life. Maybe that's something that Vitality needs to sort of consider moving forward. Maybe put Spinks there with Apex, or I don't know. But yeah, it just wasn't really, not much effort was required for Cloud9 in the second half, the way it went. They didn't lose a single round.
And I think, I mean, stating the obvious here, obviously a mistake for Vitality to bring in the ground from Inferno, and that's kind of something that we kind of touched upon yesterday as well, the fact that when you're bringing Inferno into a pool, everybody knows how to play this map. Clearly Vitality just not as well prepared as maybe we would have hoped, not anticipating maybe the fast game style coming out of Cloud9.
I mean, I don't really want to blame them for picking the map. Obviously, they look really good against NIP, but like Janko said earlier as well, Cloud9 are not an NIP, and even though there was a close series against Furia were playing really good Counter-Strike as well. We saw a few issues there from Cloud9, which I pointed out, and they weren't there this time. Like I said, the map control on the T side, they took complete control of the extremities, never allowing them to breed, and this, like you said, like this fresh, more aggressive approach from them completely caught Vitality off guard. Maybe if they picked an Anubis, things might have been different, but ifs, maybes, they don't matter here, Freya.
Nah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. They didn't, unfortunately, for Vitality. They do lose out on their own map pick. So I'm wondering how Zonic is feeling after unfortunate map number 1 loss.
So I was just able to catch up with Zonic in between this. I spoke about, we were praising their T size. We look at the CT side, well, it was non-existent. Cloud9 were absolutely monstrous. Cloud9 throwing aggression at him. He said there was a lot of miscommunication. They had issues with the mid-round that he was not happy with at all either. You can see we're having a discussion right now. It's already quite loud behind me. There's a lot to talk about in this because this is night and day difference to Vitality not looking good. I said, going second map, what are you feeling? What's he thinking? He says it's about getting them back on track. It's about getting the fire in the players again and seeing them do the things they've talked about. So I'm guessing that's what they're going to be saying now. But either way, that looked rough. And this could be Cloud9 going all the way. I have to see a massive turnaround and a huge confidence boost and better attitude come out of the Vitality players if they want to try and take another map and take us to a third. Let's see what happens, Freya.
Yeah, let's talk about that second map, obviously coming up on the cards. It is Cloud9's map pick, and that is going to be Vertigo. Gentlemen, initial kind of litmus test from both teams on this map. Do you think this is a Cloud9 2-0?
Look, we haven't seen Vitality play this map since they lost to 9 in the RMR thing, and I didn't enjoy what I was watching from the CT side. They won just 6 CT rounds, and again, we don't really see ZywOo with the AWP, we don't see even Spinks with the AWP as well, just the rifles. The problem for Vitality's B bomb side was basically Dupree. He was just getting found out, right? So what 9 were doing was consistent aggression towards ramp, and not just playing passive towards the B stairs, but poking and prodding. And Vitality, they adapted by bringing out the AWP in round number 10 or 11. They won a couple of rounds, but clearly the CD side is a very different CD side from what we saw back in Pro League, for example, when the previous season when they actually looked pretty good on it. So the CD side, it is a problem.
And you know who the B guy is on that T side for Cloud9? It's Exile.
Yeah.
So if he's going to be doing some poking and prodding, Dupree might be walking out with a limp after this game. But yeah, I think for Vitality, the most important thing is map 1 is over, and they've seen the approach from Cloud9. They've seen the change in mentality. They're going to be more aggressive. So now they won't be caught as much off guard with it. Then, it's definitely going to light a fire under you that you win the pistol, you're 3-0 up, and you lose 16-6. Like winning only 3 rounds from that point on, you're like, hey, let's not get humiliated here, let's put up a fight, let's bring it back to these guys. So now it's up to Cloud9 had a great first shot, right? Now it's up to Vitality to respond to that.
You mentioned Axel as a shining light, obviously, with this position being so crucial on the grounds of Vertigo. Anything else you're looking at if Cloud9 want to continue this dominant form?
Yeah, look, I'm assuming Vitality is going to be starting on the CT side, obviously, because it's a map pick coming in from Cloud9. Cloud9's that Furia game, right, where they picked the map, that T side was non-existent. I don't want to see anything of that. You said that Axel playing towards B, yes, he does, but against Furia, he wasn't really poking and prodding. He wasn't aggressive. He was just holding, waiting for a push to come on in. You have, I think it was Buster or Hobbit waiting towards mid. And just the ramp take, man, it's like they're just creeping up, crawling up, hemorrhaging players. They reach top of ramp, the usual, the left and right smoke. Then they go for the plant. They try this again and again and again and again. And it felt like at times they forgot the B bomb side even existed. They forgot that it could go for a mid crunch. Hopefully, they realize the map has 2 sides.
And one thing that I absolutely don't want to see from Vitality, that's like Apex sort of allowing maybe his frustration to translate into the game, right? Talking about Pro League and that series against Sense, I think that was visible there. There was, too much aggression for him, and it was unnecessary, throwing his life away a couple of times. And I know he's an emotional guy and he's a great leader, but sometimes you need to keep those emotions a little bit in check and just let your team do the work.
Yeah, Vitality hopefully going to be igniting a new fire within their bellies. Absolutely burnt out on their map pick of Inferno, and now Cloud9's map pick of Vertigo does noon. Potentially one more place separating them from a grand final appearance. We're going to find out how it goes down in just a few.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO.
2, 3,
ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Welcome to the Capybara Challenge. I'm joined by Machine on one side. I've got Zaiwu here, who's going to be the man in the hot seat, and Apex for some reactions. Now, the Capybara Challenge, I don't know if you caught it, but you can answer to these statements, which are about you. Yes, no, and you get one pass. And if you want to pass, you say Capybara. Okay. You got it?
Yeah, okay.
Alrighty. Before I leave Brazil, I will see a real Capybara.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're going to go out looking for one?
Yeah.
What's the relationship with you and the capybaras?
I don't know, it looks so cute.
Yeah.
I want to, I don't know.
It's cute. That's true.
Yeah, it's very cute.
That's true, all right. My best time with CSGO was while going to cyber cafes with my brother and my cousins.
Yes, I would say yes, because it was great time and that's my kind of my beginning of my life. So yes, I would say.
Back when it was just about the fun.
It's still fun, but it was really at the beginning.
It was like pure.
Yeah, you know, when I was behind them watching like a kid and watching, oh, it's so good this game.
And now
Everyone's
look at you.
watching.
Yeah, and I'm watching you then.
When Alex was the in-game leader, I was only good because my teammates flashed for me.
What's the meme? No, I would say no.
They were good flashes
There
though,
were some
right?
good flashes. Good flashes, but I mean, if it was only that, I mean, it was tough, but nah.
I have to be honest, that's the worst statement Alex has done. It was like so British though.
Hey! Why are we catching strays?
Sorry.
Come on, man.
I'm safe.
It's coming home, they said. It's coming home.
I think I'm the best AWPer in the world. Better than Simple.
No.
I'm just gonna look over here.
No, I don't think so. I can't be right. No, I don't think so. No, I think it's better than me. And I think also Shiro is better than me. I mean, I'm not, for the moment, since the beginning of the year, I'm not playing AWP often. I feel more comfortable to play with AK and M4. So I think they're better than me for the moment.
Animated Apex doesn't bother me.
No.
No?
No. I'm sorry. You don't bother me.
I think it seems hard to bother, Zaiwu.
Apparently so.
Yeah. If Device is worth $1 million, I'm worth at least 3 million.
Right now, yes.
Yeah,
Of course.
maybe yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes, I would say yes.
Younger, better, and of course.
We will win the Paris Major.
So much pressure.
Remember, there's a pass available.
Take the Capybara.
Yeah, but if you need confidence, I would say yes. I think if we play good individually as a team, I think we play decently for the moment. I think we can win the major.
I don't have beef with any pro players.
Actually not. I don't have problem with any player.
That's true though.
No.
Yeah.
I think I'm
lovable.
He's
lovable.
lovely. He's a lovely guy.
Actually, no, I'm thinking, but I don't have any problem with any pro player.
Yet.
I'm gonna start to be toxic.
He's maybe with me because we play for 5 years together. Sometimes it's like
I don't want to see his face anymore.
Yeah, it's like a married couple.
But otherwise, I mean,
No, actually
he's
not.
too lovely.
All right.
We have one more question.
Yep, and the final one. Danes don't have any sense of humor. Remember, there's still you haven't used it.
I don't know.
Here comes the beef.
Yeah, it's gonna start beef.
Sometimes the humor is not the best, I would say.
Between. Can I say between?
That's a no. That's a no. That's a polite no.
Now the beef begins.
Now we've started the beef.
Perfect. Exactly what we needed. All right, well, that was the Capybara Challenge.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
And whilst Vitality's form has been good and they've been on the rise, Cloud9 have destabilized this force. Vitality really making a very quick day in the office potentially after their showing on Inferno. Cloud9 just thrashing them. And of course, the desk has been highlighting and breaking down. It was this combination, this beautiful blend of aggression and the typical measured Cloud9 approach. Felt like they kind of threw a couple of spanners in the works of the Vitality machine.
Yeah, this is the thing, Vitality. If you want that grand final berth right here, right now, today in IEM Rio, you've got to wake up, hit the snooze button one too many times. Rattled, unraveled, and now moving into enemy territory. Cloud9's choice of Vertigo about to get underway, and I'm sure they'd love to set the record straight from the Furia loss. Get a win in the Vertigo column here. Because Cloud9, they love this map. This is a map where they can do some of their absolute best work. Now, Blair wants to see if they know that the B bomb side exists. Well, I'll tell you who does. Vitality. Two players pushing on down. Dupree and Spinks ushered in by Magisk, which means the A side is in somewhat of a retake scenario. It is just ZywOo. Or maybe I'll need to take that back. It's ZywOo on short, ready to go.
It's his own judgment. But when he feels under pressure, they've yet to announce themselves, and now the molly is thrown. Smoke in response to lock off short. Apex to try and set ZywOo up for success. This first headshot is everything as the smoke wall's erected. Hobbit looking to destabilize. What a shot! Takes down the Woo. Just like that, the rest will fall into place for the plant.
Well, blind. Hobbit gets the opener, and they know the flank. They've seen both.
That's huge info. They can focus on the forward front. This main front line, hidden behind, was Apex on the boxes, makes a meal of it, but still only one from the USP. Shiro has the man advantage with Cloud9. Spinks coming in from behind, sure. It's time for him to click some heads. Trying to draw the fight out. Dupree with the pre-aim. Buster gets the info and maybe more. Nice headshot back. Spinks puts Buster down. Covered now. Holding. And they're getting nervous now. Nafany dismounts. He's trying to close the gap. It's getting close. It's getting really close. Needs to save it. Denied on the leap. Shiro secures it. Whoa, a hard-fought round of Counter-Strike to start off proceedings.
That one got close. That one got real close.
What do you reckon? One on that? Maybe even less.
That was very, very tight. Well, they say information is power, and that information just powered them to the pistol victory there for Cloud9. As soon as they spotted both players on the flank, that was the perfect call. The perfect call. Just pushing, taking the fight, isolating those jewels, turning the round on its head, and snatching it away just in time. It was about to be a 10-second hold.
Right down to the wire. ZywOo brings his deagle to ramp, and it's already a nice find. Nafany over his signature smoke. Named after him, and what he usually gets away with around it, well, starts as he means to go on. A very nice start. ZywOo like a moth to the flame through the smoke and putting bullets in Hobbit. Can't quite finish it. Spinks trying. ZywOo with him. Partners in crime, but both down. And the other out. It's into the site for free. Still with 3 hearts beating. Sure, they're a little low on HP, but Dupree.
Nafany heard this. Yeah, he heard this. He 100% heard that. Don't worry about any of the reverb. He definitely heard that step. And look, you can already see Nafany trying to cut him off at the pass, but Dupree has found a little avenue for now. You can see it's being watched by everybody. Shiro will take a glance with a deagle in hand, but we will call that the 2-0, and they've rumbled the force buy. So as far as Vitality getting off to a hot start, that might have to wait until round number 4.
I love that Shiro's just going for the dig. He wants that one shot. Galil, not required, throws it on his back to hold the ramp flank, and yeah. Round secure.
Going to be a couple of interesting finals available if Cloud9 do make their way on through. They get the opportunity to play against either Heroic or Navi. So regionally, that's an interesting matchup. And then, well, the Heroic and Cloud9, we know that they've had a couple of tussles over their time.
Yeah, that Navi Heroic game is going to be very interesting.
That's the main event for me today here. I think just getting to see those two, especially with some of the sass from Cadian. I love that clutch yesterday. That was really good fun. It was a sick clutch, right? I don't think there was any disrespect there. It was, hey, like, you know, I'm here to play.
I did this. He's hyping up his boys as well. But still.
I think this is probably what Yanko didn't want to see early, as Apex with some early deaths. So far, and I know that they're only on these lighter investment rounds, but still, you don't want the tilt to get to Apex, and he feels he has to make some of these plays. The same thing happens with FaZe, where you see Karrigan starting to take a lot of moves. The same thing with Cloud9, where Nafany starts to take an overstep or two. I can say that for a lot of teams who use these hyper-aggressive in-game leaders. But when it looks desperate, disjointed, and it continues to go against them, that's where you hope that they can start to reel it in. ZywOo hoping to make this one interesting with a single frag so far. Oh, this is a power position from Nafany here.
And he'll collect.
Oh, he got nothing.
Oh, denied.
Boys.
There were so many bodies on his screen. He gets absolutely none of them.
Let him have something.
Meanies. Well, we get to see those guns out early. So finally we get to see if Vitality can be all driller, no filler.
They have to do it without the AWP here. And we know that that's not a fixture for ZywOo on this map. It's something that he can wield. Sometimes you'll see Spinks pick it up. But so far, the only big green in play is going to be in the hands of Shiro. See how this one started. We have a gap smoke, we have a ramp lurk smoke, and we have a deep ramp smoke. So there's an exchange of 3 smokes on this A ramp, and that's what the meta's all about. Type Banana just a little bit wider. The jump up from ZywOo performs well there to take down Nafany. So we'll grab an opening pick here for the international squad. And that should be enough to right the ship. Caught off guard. Hobbitt's been feeling himself today. So a nice one to draw back. Sandbag's called completely clear in Apex. Well, this is the top rope. I don't love this position. Let's see if he can put a smile on someone's dial.
Years I've casted Vertigo, Chad. And
I hate this
I don't
position.
think I've seen anyone get more than 2. It's typically a very quick adjustment on the flight paths in, but this is the hole to be tested here. 2 different elevations. Axel and Buster come through, and okay, Vitality leave with both. Shiro trying to punish. What a shot onto Spinks. Catches just a flash of him. And shuts the Israeli down. Can we see more in this round for Shiro and Hobbit? Careful, Dupree. The bomb is yours. And Shiro, of course, he wants to be cautious. Dupree worried about that hard AWP clear, but now Shiro off the scope.
Has to move.
And forced into the line of fire. Trying to bait and switch with Hobbit already onto Apex. This cannot go wrong. This was a 2v4 for a moment. Shiro just happy to take any engagement. No! Dupree punished, no scope necessary, and now it's all on to Magisk. He doesn't have the health. 1 after the Glock connects.
Has to run,
Wait,
has
10,
to run.
10.
This is going to be close.
He's got it. He should. 7, 6, 5, just enough time. And Magisk does not have the health. How is he supposed to get out of this one? Hobbit's happy to brawl, happy to biff, catch the swing, and secure it. A flip of the odds, a turn of the tables. That was Vitality's round. It was in the palm of their hand.
Oh, the amount Shiro did right there with that combat AWPing, that was the highlight. But the util just to be so disruptive to Dupree, the molly, the nade, you ain't going nowhere, my friend. You're going to take that fight. You're going to flub your line. Shiro, he's not going to miss. Huge. And off screen, off action, because we had so many fights on so many fronts. Hobbit deals with Apex on the rotation. So Uncle Hobnob coming in clutch here in the semi-finals. This is the Cloud9 that they could have used a week ago. Better late than never in pursuit of IEM Rio 2023. And Vitality, maybe they went back to bed. That snooze button, this ain't a dream.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Apex is pushy. And Shiro's hot. Already demonstrating just how disruptive he can be, how impressive. On that AWP, Vitality keeping it conservative. Oh, and Axel managing the spray. Staying dynamic on the top of his teammate's head. Brings down the B defender. That was the shot Shiro was waiting for, and now just about gets himself out of trouble.
Might even be the man darting on back to grab that bomb here as well. Yeah, you'll see him scoop that up towards the Z connector. And that free B bomb site. It's just great to see a North American team like Cloud9 doing so well here deep in a tournament. You know, it's a long time and it's hard to have trust in Liquid these days. So it's great that Cloud9 can be that safe pair of North American hands.
Yeah, man, Dallas was special for them.
Wasn't it? That home crowd, same as what Fury experienced, you know, really surging them forward.
Yeah.
That 6th man.
That 6th man, indeed. Well, Apex gets a lot done with that MP9. I mean, this is going to be another kill. It's a 10-second defuse. We should
They have smoke.
Cover it, smoke on it. Another deep, nice nade, and on the defuse, tapping away. Spinks will be the final to fall. And they hold on to it, threatening for a moment, but that is 5 out of the gates. Storming the walls.
Now, I will remind everybody, when it was the Furia versus Cloud9 matchup during the group stage, Vertigo went in Furia's favor 16-9. Cloud9 on their own map choice starting on the T side managed a total of, are you ready for this?
Go on.
2 rounds.
2?
They already have 5. Cool. And it's a map that they are very competent on. Very, very competent on.
Yeah, they kind of made a name for themselves on this of a handful of maps, but Vertigo certainly on that list. And Vitality at this point in time, you know, can't help but sympathize with Zonic. You kind of feel helpless at this point. You know, your game plan probably hinged around a more competitive Inferno.
Yeah, well,
like,
you didn't even get a chance to get going. You're not even out of first gear yet.
Nah, not even.
Yeah, you're shell-shocked if comms are bad, if mid round's bad.
Off the windshield.
None of your carries are on right now.
Let's see.
Already 5 in the hole.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely a little deeper than they would have liked. That's a nice shot across the bow. Hobbit bunny hops his way out of jeopardy. And oh, Shiro, he wants blood. He can smell it in the water. They're not ready for this. As Shiro does get caught. Zywoo adjusts quickly. Same boost. Dupree, a different angle this time. And Nafany's the one to creep on forward as well. Cloud9, they're masterful with their maneuvers into this. Ooh, nah, forced away.
Yeah, the Flames do burn through those boards occasionally.
That's awkward. Dupree forced to smoke.
They know where he is here, so he can get away. The issue is Cloud9 can't seesaw. They have no ramp presence. Zywoo and Apex have full control, so they need to bludgeon their way in towards B here. That's the only way forward, and Spinks is already making sure there's no way back. So we'll have to be the B go and just hope that the flank is mistimed.
Dupree's to be tested first, does deliver. A headshot onto Axile.
Flank's already here, Alex.
They are so limited, and the flank, as you are highlighting, Spinks should have Hobbit dead to rights. And just like that, it puts it all onto the 2 of them. Buster with the first. A 2-on-2. And Zywoo, gotta be careful. Nafany's playing a very forward position. He seems to have a good idea of where they are, trying to distract. No one's expecting him. No one's ready. And they will adjust. There's nothing for Zywoo here but misery and pain as Cloud9 do it again.
Hobbit's smile, if that doesn't tell you everything that you need to know about how well things are going. Looking like a cherub, isn't he?
If we were writing like a Monsters, Inc. style Pixar animation, but it was electricity through the power of genuine smiles, I think Hobbit, we'd hitch him up and we'd be powering cities, Chad.
It's great to see. He's having a great time, and you can understand why. This is not a round they should have been winning. Shiro goes down in the opening exchange. Hobbit was low, and they still win out the round. Buster on the peak, ready for the pallets. Nafany looking for some toes, and there it is.
Stop it! Stop!
Well, if I'm Zonic right now in this timeout, I'm asking my team, boys, do we want to play the grand final, or are we done? Have we come to the end of our road? Are our sights set on Paris? Is this already...
Is this the taste in your mouth you want for the flight back?
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, you want to be as competitive as possible in a matchup like this. If you lose, it's a best of 3. It goes all 3 maps. There's a couple of close matches in the mix right there. Maybe an overtime and you lose. Okay, Cloud9 are a good team. The conversation is them not at the major. Sure, we can keep that conversation going as long as you like, but that isn't the difference for this squad. They are still of the highest of calibers. Shiro and Axile last year were 2 of the absolute best players in the world, and they still are. That's not the change of conversation. They missed the mark. They didn't get across that finish line. They can compete. We know that.
I like the setup, but unable to profit from it directly. Axile perhaps going to have some options limited. Half health.
They should scout for a lot of space here once they spot him here on the jump, because you're not too worried about the weapons.
Oh my God, leave him alone. This is cyberbullying. Cyber crime from Cloud9. Abusing Apex through the top, all in.
I think just a simple A execute here would be great. You get the molly over towards short to flush anybody back from that big box. You then do the back sight util. They're going to try and boost up here, so Spinks needs to grab something here. They will be spammed as soon as they're spotted. He's only got one and done, and now they'll scale quicker. Look at this, the fight coming. Axile in, he's traded out by Zywoo. Still alive now, the pressure not there.
He did a lot for them there. He bought them time. It slowed down Cloud9. They are wrapping short side. They'll get the smokes up. Zywoo, this recovered M4, perhaps can manufacture. Ooh, some magic as well. The aforementioned Magisk. Onto Hobbit. Headshot angle. Further damage inflicted into Shiro. Buster pays a heavy price for the frag, but they're still doing it. 7 points of health for the remaining 2. He's got an aid. Could be destined for glory. Does he spam? No, he doesn't. No idea and no success on the nade. A scrap of health. A fraction, a millimeter. Separating them from death. And it's Dupree for that final flourish. Can he find the final frag? Does find Buster. And that's not enough, because Shiro's there. And on 6 HP, they add another to the tally.
It just feels like it's always going to go that way, right? As soon as you see the number advantage situation, you think Vitality, if they close this, great. It's going to do wonders for the confidence. But then they just get picked apart. And regardless of the HP and the clutch right there, I don't have confidence in Dupree or anybody, for that matter, on Vitality winning the round, considering how things are going here. See, Spinks only gets one and done. Feels like he flubs his lines a little bit there. It gets very awkward, traded out. You see that surge forward. Zywoo has something to say for a moment. But again, another round where Vitality have the number advantage and they lose.
Right.
How many times are we going to say that? It's been 7 rounds. 7 rounds now, and they just have nothing to report here, Vitality. There's been a few rounds which are close, coming down to the wire. 1 or 2 players alive, sure, but it's already too late. You would need to be flawless now for the remainder of this half if you want to have anything that resembles a decent scoreline.
Brutal.
Spinks is already low. Like, the nades are just searching for him. Like, he's just had that lobbed in his face. He knows that there's a player close. So he's going to be communicating for some support, but nobody's available on a quick rotation.
Ooh, they're molly in mid.
The rotation's about to be removed here. Look how isolated he is.
He's got no options. Literally none. I mean, a missed molly, sure, the rotation could have arrived. Magisk has actually confirmed no one ramp. So that's some information for Vitality to piece this together, but Cloud9, they're just so cold and calculated. It's beautiful to watch. The strategic depth is apparent.
You see that smoke highlighted. Look, they're aware that A could have been pushed here. So things, communication, everything is working quite well on the other side of the server. I can tell you that much just by what they're expecting here. So they should know that it is going to be a B finish. Zywoo and Dupree to defend it with this, and Apex is jiggling as well. It's information now for the B defenders to understand that there is a player over towards the construction position, and here comes the site util. Not a whole lot to work with. Just flashes though.
Cloud9 making mincemeat of the Bumblebees. Dupree, that's one. Seems insufficient, as Zywoo's kept honest as well. The trades, they all work out.
He can deny this. Oh, no, he can't. No, he can't.
It's safe. Maybe Magisk has got it in him. Can he inject some life into the ranks? That's a no! A hard no! Caps lock on! Shiro just bangs him out.
They don't miss!
They don't. He is so tight like a tiger right now.
Oh, the Cognizant's there to get the plant safe as well. There was 6 seconds left on the clock. I thought he was going to plant default, which would have meant he would have been open to the flank. So he just tucked himself away behind the tall box there, meaning Magisk flank means nothing. And the trading onto the site, it was an absolute tussle.
Here it comes again.
Bang!
Ooh, jeepers creepers. That is horrific.
Yeah, well, they've caught Vitality with their sleepers between the eyes right now. Give us a 16-0. Give us something to celebrate here. Make some noise in Rio as far as the scoreline is concerned.
Oh, owie, owie. That's a start for the boys in blue. Momentary success. Shiro guns down Apex. Nice damage, but immediate response. Hobbit holding for Shiro's walk-up. It's just played to perfection. Like, this is just a straight Vertigo clinic as they work their way through the ranks. There's only 2 left. Anybody dispatched towards A or now in an early grave, and there's another one added in.
Yesterday it was Yanko put it as a brawl against Big, and I'll co-sign that because it was, right? It was a fun game to watch for sure. This game is fun for different reasons. Vitality aren't putting up any fight. This isn't a brawl. This is looking like a very mismanaged matchup here. And you highlighted at the start that as far as the rankings go, these guys are neck and neck. It doesn't look like that at all, right? It looks like one team is just ragdolling the other around the server right now, having their way with Vitality. 9-0. We're learning how to count today.
It is mad how infrequent this matchup is in terms of a head-to-head. We just don't get Vitality Cloud9 all too often.
Maybe good for Vitality, huh?
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? I mean, you can build yourself up, you can have a brawl and a biff with those beneath you. But if this is the team directly above you in the rankings, you'd expect to see one hell of a tussle. Vitality absent. Can they find anything? ZywOo dead already. He brought the orb, but already this is a massacre. This is illegal in some states.
Oh, the group stage merchants got nothing for sale here in the playoffs right now.
Oh man, oh man. Another, just as easy as that. Shiro just shooting ducks. There's another one falls into place. It is too easy. I say it too much, but this looks almost like a walk in the park.
What can you say about this? No, being aside, right? Like this is domination. This is brutal right now.
Where's the timeouts at? I mean, is it kind of?
I think they're done. I think mentally they're checked out.
Right.
This is not looking like a Vitality that has anything to say here today. It's going to be a interesting next couple of weeks here for Vitality with their eyes on that Paris Major, as Axar will keep it clean. All 5 staying alive as misery starts to set in. And if you're Zonic, yeah, you probably should take a timeout, but what are you even going to say? What are you even going to say?
I can't think of a single... And no word has the power required to get this team out of this hole they have found themselves in. I mean, just look at these highlights. This is at 1 minute 40. They're up ramp. The AWP is posted crane and killing what remains. It's just... This is hazardous. This is toxic. Vitality. Oh man, just out of the game. And Cloud9 giving us all a nice vertigo reminder.
I wish I could even start to paint the picture of, okay, so they get into this one and they're able to close out and maybe get 4 on the half, and then we swap over, they get the pistol round, they win the first gun round. But we're not even there. We're not even in a position where I can start writing fairy tales. We can just stay in reality right now, and Vitality are getting a check. Spinks on the search, having a look, jumps on in. That'll be heard. Axel ready. The quick chain comes out. I'll take that. That's a freebie. Taking a smoke to a gunfight as dupreeh will get a trade back. Need a fire starter here, Vitality. You can't let it go down like this. dupreeh with Smoko vision. You can see right there, able to retrieve that AK-47 and might need to get a move on back over towards the A side of the map here. Magic School Patrol middle, see it's clear. It's up to the Frenchman to defend.
Smokes not going to stop the fight. ZywOo does very well onto Hobbit, but already into the site is Nafany. A recovered AK. And a safe plant. Magis can disrupt. It does go down. But Shiro as well posts up for the conversion. So now bomb ticking. ZywOo missing. They don't know where he's gone. He was short side. Expecting the wrap around. He's opted to hide here. Hoping they go a little further than he expected. A great headshot. Puts it all onto Shiro. Vitality just for one round, and they do finally post one. Limited resources. It's ZywOo and dupreeh that deliver. Whoa. It took 10. And on the 11th, Vitality have something to say.
All right, well, how much more of a conversation can be had here? Alex, let's look at this for a second. It was 7 consecutive rounds in a row from Cloud9 to close out Inferno. And now they've started with 10 straight here on Vertigo. That is 17 rounds consecutive. That's a map. They've won a map +1 in consecutive fashion. Vitality have forgotten what winning rounds feel like.
Precisely. Wow, that's when you put it like that as well, it kind of explains the demeanor and the loss of energy. The way you put it is perfect. You can no longer remember what winning a round feels like. Well, thanks to that previous round, it's on their tongue once more, but my God, is the damage done. Broken, battered, bruised. Vitality need the rest.
There is one way back into this game for Vitality. And that's if they all start standing up to be countered, right? If they're having bigger individual plays, if they're contributing. And, well, speaking of contributions, there's been a big blood contribution from dupreeh over towards B. He's sacrificed 94 points of health here immediately, out the gates. And he is a player over towards B. You know, you play behind default, you play behind the pillar, you play up close towards the white box. Well, all those positions very susceptible to nade damage, so he has to play quite passively for the remainder of this one, as Spinx is now going to cop that flak damage. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Double smoke on the extinguished. The B defenders don't have a single smoke left. There's 75 seconds left as well. Like Cloud9, they're just so deliberate. And then when you go looking, you got nothing to report. Like, they are such experts of where the players are gonna be. It's like they got X-ray. The nade first, his reposition into a wall bang, and now they can go for another wave.
I'll be waving goodbye to this round here. Should be able to execute in towards B for free. dupreeh has evacuated. He said, I've seen enough. I don't want to suffer the same fate as Spinx. Now it is just about the finish here. Really, Vitality hoping that they linger back into the stack, but that utility as it lands on the side, as they hear the smokes, mollies, flashes, detonating, they will scamper back over, but unless these HEs are perfect, too late.
I'm not
and
quite,
too shy.
Not quite on the money. Speaking of, in their interest to save what they can. Wow. I mean, their B-take, you can just put that in a can, open it whenever you need it.
That's the thing with the B executes in Vertigo, unless you're the CTs and you're slightly ahead or you have util to make it jarring, then you have to respect it and play behind gens, and then you're completely smoked off. And that's where, yeah, then when they start to fade, you throw your smoke over towards the top of B, you get the mollies over towards the railing position, and then you try and isolate some positions here. But they don't have the util or the men to be able to do that, especially the HP on dupreeh, who is going to survive this one somehow, some way.
Bro, I'm going to try and do some on-air maths. This is dangerous. 37. He's got 17, has he? What's Shiro on right now?
17.
17 and 5. So he is on 37 for 13 in the series at the moment.
Not too bad.
Yeah, and that's the Shiro Zywoo head-to-head we were hyping up, Chad.
Precisely, and when you look at these two teams, Shiro versus Zywoo, Axel versus Spinx, Apex versus Nafany, you can see similarities in all of these names. Then you have Magisk, I guess, versus Hobbit, and then dupreeh, I guess, Buster is kind of how I would put these pieces together here. But regardless, this is one-way traffic. It don't matter which way it's going. Apex will find an opener, some in-game leader on in-game leader violence right there. So maybe a second with the opening pick coming through, especially if they want to stay stubborn towards A. Zywoo's here with the AWP, Magisk and Apex still up close and personal as an AWP bullet will ring out. Nades exchanged and one doing a whole lot more damage than the other. That is nice from Apex.
Nade back. This, oof, good one. Down to 50. Magisk. Functional health halved. But this is, I was about to say, the best start we've seen for Vitality in terms of getting away without that avalanche of trades and chaos that typically comes with the opening move.
Yeah, I think here that positive is that it is in the start of the round they have the advantage, and Cloud9 don't have any room to play out a mid-round here. So that means that they're kind of just pendulum swinging between both of the sites. Now they do have enough money to buy again in the next round, so I should expect them to go for this one.
See if they've re-drilled that.
They just rotated straight into that because they're so worried about B. Right, they just ran straight across mid into Buster. And now they can go back to A.
Oh, it's almost by design. Oh, but look at him accelerating. As they've forced these CTs around, they are the puppet masters, even in disadvantaged scenarios. That's one back. Zywoo needed the second.
Time.
Where's the bomb?
Apex can win this. Oh, Apex could have won this.
He could have won this. 5-4, he's got it. He gets it down. Oh, that's even harder now for Spinx and dupreeh. One has crossed through. Hobbit. Perfect angle for it. dupreeh sneaking. Will they consider it? Does find one. Oh, the trigger discipline. You know! Hobbit takes them both down! Salt in the wound! A gaping wound at this this point, Vitality, they thought they had that one in the bag, and Hobbit, he doesn't flinch.
No smile this time around. That one's all business for Hobbit. Just 4 more rounds right now for Cloud9 to lock themselves in to the grand final of IEM Rio for 2023, and they are doing it in style. Another by the smallest of margins.
Oh, the discipline. Yeah, the discipline on that trigger. Magnificent work, and this just gets like a deeper and deeper hole.
I just love that previous round, the conditioning of those B executes. 2 mollies into the side, they rotate with their knives in hand into Buster, who's got the catches mid-out, ready to scoop that one up.
And it's because this B take is so suffocating, so limiting. Dupree's trying every trick he has in the book, but they've got their flight paths ironed out. Look at this, one jiggle. Panic stations.
And they're in.
A wiggle of the mouse and the sight is lost. Nice find. Dupree dancing around, trying to whittle away at this attacking force. Forces a smoke, but still goes down on the wide swing. The Molly's forced his hand. And now, trying to get back in is Magus. Big Frind gets the bomb on the floor. It's another from Zywoo.
They have to win this.
They have to, especially Nafany. Chopped down to half HP and detached from the pack. He might be able to get the bomb out of there.
He can. And Hobbit's already got the A control. He just threw the deep elevator smoke. Hobbit keeps pushing. Oh, he's flubbed the lines.
Yeah, that's uncertainty growing on that one. Spink's calling it out. They have to try and clear this together.
Nafany has another smoke available here. They might be able to connect the two.
Okay, yeah, maybe fix it up and just in time gets himself towards that bomb site. Look at the angle Hobbit's managed to manufacture. Best out of a bad situation now. Okay, Apex catches. Before the post plan could be set up, that will be number 2.
I think it's a different round if Hobbit gets the elevator smoking correctly, because then he'll play up more offensively. It removes one avenue for the retake.
You're saying they probably had that?
Yeah, considering how a lot of these rounds have gone down. You saw Magisk there go screw it. I love the way that he approached that on B. He knew that he could isolate a bit of a gap there and push on. You can see this, Spinks with the gap as well. He knows that he can start to exploit this on the retake, uses the smoke as a bit of a shield there to set himself up for the first. And this will be, as you mentioned, just the second for Vitality here. Hobbit, I think he's having a really good time. He's going to have an even better time. He's bringing in a Krieg into the final round of the first half here, map number 2.
Smokes. And aggression. Usually a recipe for an exciting and exhilarating start. Thinks he's spotted out something, maybe. No, Apex just in the safe haven. Gap of that smoke obscures his angle, chips further away at Cloud9. Just looking for something. Apex still alive after the first engagement. Hobbit could be dead, straight to the nades, still alive and kicking. Holding on to all those nades. And it's Zywoo that actually falls first. Apex has to survive, but down to the flames. Hobbit gets him. Magisk wants answers, and he does provide more than that. A great headshot.
Oh, interesting. So looking to Cecil back over towards B here. Axel hasn't known what's going on at all. He's been very passive. I've been watching his POV the whole time. Shiro dead. Bomb to be scooped. Axel needs to try and hunt him down here. It's Buster to hold off the mid-rotation. Denied for now. Plenty of time still. Buster has been given some room to work.
And Magisk not going to make the same mistake. He was ready this time.
They can go back to A. They've heard a CT player, and they also know Dupree's on B.
This is
so again, the pendulum swings.
Vertigo masterclass. One of the maps with the quicker rotations and safer rotations. You can go back and forth, keep those CCs
Spinks
on their toes.
Here.
Molly forces him forward.
Oh, did he get spotted? I don't think so.
Mantling up to disrupt, can get him off the bomb. Needs that, needs to survive as well. Buster has got an impossible task ahead of him for the close. And there you have third. It's only 3 for Vitality. This is a must-win map for them if they want to continue here in Rio. The semi-finals looking in the palm of Cloud9's hand. The results are in. Survey says Cloud9 are trying too hard. 12 already on their map pick, and a map under their belt. It's all smiles for them. And I will remind you that there is a glaring issue that this team, dominating this team, Team Vitality, top 5 in the world, getting dominated by Cloud9, getting taken for a walk by Cloud9, and not going to be in attendance of the major. It's brutal. It's not sensical. But here we are. And now looking to just lay down the final track. Oh, yeah. 1xBet agrees. This one is done.
Well, let's see if there's anything for Vitality, say, in the pistol rounds here. It's been lackluster. As mentioned, they had 17 rounds consecutively, Cloud9, with the last 2 maps combined before Vitality had a bit of a peep, had something to say, put their hand up and said, "Excuse me, sir, we would like a couple of rounds," and that's all they got, just a couple. As they fake the A ramp to force out a Cloud9 rotation. And has left a bit of a void here over towards middle, but Axel is back in time. The Julies at range. Bit of a turret set up here.
It's going to be interesting to see how they handle it. Mollied out. Dupree hunting. Leaping.
Molly. That's
pushing. Flashed off. And they're in elevator. This is Mad. Okay. Magisk has taken 1 and a second onto Shiro. They need a lot more of that. And Magisk has an opportunity. Play the numbers. Hold on to that advantage as long as you can, and extends it with a headshot. Great play in the end of things. Okay, it all comes out in the wash. And Vertigo are washed with frags, triple for Magisk.
All right, well, subverting the expectation there, right? So they fake the A ramp, then they pivot back, they put the mid pressure, and as I'm saying about him running through their own molly, so they've thrown the molly from below A, the bug molly that goes through the floor, and they've actually run through that because what's going to happen here, once you see this molly, your rotation is going to be through the connector. This tight corridor, you see where Magic's doing all this domination because you need to quickly get there to help out your B defenders, meaning you need the long rotation. And they've subverted that expectation, and it's paid off massively. So Vitality will get 4. Now it's only 8 rounds the difference. Oh, and did we mention they already lost their first map? Their choice?
Yeah, let's boost as well. Notorious for disrupting. Take down one of those AKs as 3 in play on this second round. Vitality cannot afford to stomach this. Dupree, that's the clear, and it's clean. Double on the Mac 10, round winning.
He took his time there. I'll shoot the top one, then the bottom one, then the top one again.
Come back to you for later.
All right, well, excited for the third map coming up. That's a cap.
Yeah, for real, for real.
Overpass, waiting the wings if we do need it. And let's see if Vitality have found themselves in the 2-minute halftime break. That'd be fantastic. Because I think the contrast that is being delivered here is we expected a much more competitive affair here today. Certainly. Because Vitality, even though they had to go through the lower bracket, that started with a loss to, well, OG on Overpass, a map that they probably should have won in reflection. Then they had to do it the hard way to take on MIBR. They dealt with them. Had to take on FaZe. And that was a big match. That was a fantastic game to watch where we saw Spinks ascend to that godlike form that everybody hopes to see with this Vitality roster, and ZywOo playing some great CS as well. They deal with OG in the revenge match. They get themselves into playoffs. They win against Big in the scrappy game yesterday, not playing their best CS, but still getting across the line. That's a positive. This is all positives. And then today, just not here to play.
I mean, you mentioned Spinks, and I think it's a name we would need to be talking an awful lot about in this half if they wanted even a hope of seeing the third. The man can come alive on this T side. Dupree, 1 and done. That's a lot of USPs trying to overwhelm the Woo. And Shiro actually takes down Spinks. Careful now. Yeah, Shiro, or rather ZywOo will duck away. Shiro will meet that Mac 10. And those USPs, they are pesky. Little mosquitoes poking and prodding. Should be the end of this one for Exile. He'd love another one. Onto ZywOo. That's dangerous. That's mad. 15 HP. He's got another. Magisk, finally. Finally holds on to that. You can see Exile started to believe he had it.
Look at the reactions, though. Tell me who won the round.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can tell you who's feeling happier with the result of that one.
Bloody hell. I mean, that's how you can disband a team, with a USP. Actually, that's a dangerous ball game to be playing.
Well, Daddy's not happy here, Groove. Okay, boys,
listen, kids.
We've lost 3 rounds in both halves.
I'm not happy.
Enough of that.
Disgusting.
Now we need to finish. This is where the guns come out and the tide hopefully shifts if you are a Cloud9 fan. However, if you want to see this one go 3 and you are like the crowd out there, you want to get excited for some Vitality plays, well, let's see how far they can continue to push this one.
Cloud9 jersey.
And a Navi one, side by side, maybe like our grand final.
Yeah, exactly. Navi heroic, by the way, for those of you that have not been keeping track. That is our second semi coming up later today. You'll have the delightful Harry and Hugo to guide you through the action here on the English stream.
Okay, so what was the end of that discussion with Groove?
Yeah, let's see if there's a shake-up immediately.
So we've got the deep smoke thrown out here with what is now starting to become a whole lot popular to combat it. So you get the hamper smoke, as we like to call it, the deep scaffolding smoke.
And then ZywOo's turret smoke.
Yeah, so they drop that under the floorboards, give themselves something to one-way over. And then both will fade in unison here. And there's been no presence from either side to really try their luck. Apex is heading back over towards B with Dupree, and there's no forward presence on B either. Cloud9 are more than happy to play this jiggle defense with Hobbit alongside of Axile on B.
Feel like they're going to be seeing a lot of their own utility thrown at them, Cloud9.
I feel like they're somewhat ready for this, or at least it felt like they were. Hobbit has just rotated away. He's not getting too far ahead of himself. He will cheat back over. Oh, Apex up, over, ready for the fight. Burning now, would have been heard. Can he find anything here? Over the top, drops on, down, swings on out. Axile gone, but Hobbit's got one.
That's something from Hobbit. Apex made space, Dupree drew blood. And they've lost info on the B stairs side. The rotation's deep. More util, a second wave of it as Dupree on the flash will try and take some space. Shiro trying to play the reaction game. They've got so many bodies here. Buster, Shiro, responsible. And now the bomb down. Vitality are into this round. Util for the retake. Matt just goes wide. Straight into Buster. Oh, we need more from Spinks. He's a dead man. Oh, he still hits them. Both. What was that from Spinks? His fate was sealed. 2 HP.
In the fire, in the flames. Getting forged in the brimstone right there, Spinks. A couple of big shots to get Vitality their 7th, and Hobbit, he went the wrong way round. Or make it the long way round. It was the flank on the low HP. He's not going to find anything here as they will exit. Hobbit will take that one, and the AWP of ZywOo needs to be retained. And will. And a great start in this second half. It's going to be 6 on the trot now for Vitality. They closed out the first half with 2 rounds. Now they've grabbed the first 4 of the second. This is looking much better, and now it's only a 5-round game. So what was a 10-0 lead is something that could almost become a conversation here if Vitality win the next gun round.
Let me see this. 2 HP. 2!
Damn.
Oh, man. You know Shiro's quick to the draw as well. Catches him just as his leg strafes out into the line of fire.
Well, right now, Cloud9 have invested in an extra M4, so they have 2. Hobbit's actually dropped 1 more, so he bought 1 for himself, gave 1 to Shiro, and this is going to make the round a little bit harder to predict here. They have started both of these M4s over towards A, so if Hobbit takes the most defensive position and he goes down first, it might surge Vitality forward, and they won't know about Shiro's M4, or at least they shouldn't.
Nafani. Opportunity. Oh my God, they lined up.
That would have been huge damage without that pole.
Yeah, you can see. Saved by the pole. Puts them in pole position for the conversion.
We're on to Hobbit. They're on their way in. They still have to deal with the Shiro M4. Busted the Deagle. Ah, there it is.
Nice.
Okay. And looking much better now, Vitality. Hitting some shots, right? Playing.
That's disruptive, but it's the end. And so Buster hiding in that smoke had his teammates started causing chaos.
It's annoying. It's annoying, yeah.
But you can see that, you know, had there been more successful duels elsewhere, Buster could have emerged with a little more potency. Could see the drumline back in business.
Well, this is where the game becomes a different conversation. If Vitality can win here against this purchase, if they can deal with this buy of Cloud9, the game is back on in a big way. right? Because already you blink and you miss it. This first half, it feels like it just started. And we're already finding ourselves 5 rounds deep, about to get 6 underway with a flash in the pan over towards this 8 ramp. It's just dupreeh, and dupreeh lights up Shiro. That's a big name to find. Keeping him at 20 kills.
Yeah, 2 real brutal deaths handed to Shiro from Vitality's fraggers. First Spinks, now it's dupreeh. Looking revitalized on the semi-final stage. It all comes flowing back to him. Years upon years of walking out and doing damage.
Axel screwed.
Buster, though, gets 2 backs turn. No response. Spinks, he's the hard hitter. And he's been cut down to size. Axel on the site. Might get hot and bothered here. Apex gone. dupreeh still keeps it interesting. This is all to play for now. For Vitality, are they really going to overlook him? They are! Oh, Magisk just about holds on. A different round if Axel finds one more bullet, but now it's on to Nafany.
And what's he doing? It's the AWP on the retake. This is not an advised decision. Not known to be an AWPer is Nafany. I don't expect too much out of him here.
Walking on in. Magisk found and beheaded, but Nafany caught out from behind. It's dupreeh's round. A triple to give Vitality a leg up.
And dupreeh bringing that experience to the table here, right? Him and Magisk, they get put in the spotlight as players that need to deliver for this team. They aren't the stars of this roster, but they're players who still need to show up when they're called upon, and dupreeh doing exactly that when the chips are down. Now this is already looking like the comeback. That is the biggest kill that Magisk could have found right there, just pivoting on top of the tall box. Massive work from him. And dupreeh with the finish. That was the round I was talking about. That was the gun round conversion they needed. And you can see them starting to believe now, finding their voice, getting fired up here.
Incredible if they can. I mean,
they've come down, remember, from worse. Sorry, they've come back from worse. The 14-1 comeback they had against FaZe on Anubis was insane. That was just out of this bloody world. And to be able to do it here in a semi-final matchup after losing your map choice, after being 10-0 down here on Cloud9's pick of Vertigo, to bring it back to something that's respectable, this is already an admirable attempt. dupreeh surging forward again, looking to continue some of the pace with the entries. Humbles Hobbit for a moment. Searching on both sides of the map here. Magisk with a slight bit of damage done.
Oh, just around the corner. Hobbit hears this. He can punish it. dupreeh's not ready. And ZywOo's the one to lose it. Good catch. Hobbit still gets away with murder. Taking down the hard hitter. This cannot be where Vitality let off the gas. Hobbit, so much of a nuisance. He's still alive behind enemy lines. One back from Axile. 2 on the Deeg. Still, Vitality, a huge advantage. Do they need to rush this? Take it easy. Looking for a headshot. Spots him out. They know where he is. Oh, still hitting shots. Jesus, 15 HP. He was threatening with the USP. Now he's got the hand cannon.
Surely he's too low for this.
Apex and Magisk cannot and will not give him anything. You give him an inch, he will take the mile, but just stay in, sit keen, boys.
He's running out of time here as well. The bomb's at the halfway mark, so only has 20 seconds left to work with here. He's not going to make this one happen, is he? So Dicey, sure. Nothing to really get concerned about.
Okay. And you know, when we talk about teams with mental fortitude, there is a laundry list of teams you probably put up into that discussion. And Vitality might be one to continue to be at the top of it if they can really hold on to the most intimidating of early leads here. You're down a map, your map, you head into your opponents, and you concede an opening 10-0. You muster 3 for the close.
And this is it for Cloud9 with the shoe on the other foot here, going to take their last emergency timeout, right? To have a bit of a conversation with Groove, or maybe just have a bit of a breather here, because it was going great. And you're talking about mental fortitude of Vitality. Well, they're a team that should, considering their experience. They are a team that really should have the will to bring themselves back into matches. And right now, they're doing exactly that. If Cloud9 have anything to voice on this CT side, it would be crazy to see an unblemished T-side record from Vitality match what Cloud9 were able to do in that first half of play. So what are the difference makers going to be here? Kits, Util, AWP for Shiro.
Last time he whipped that out, Dupree escorted him quick. Back to spawn. See how limited ZywOo's options are with the opening util. Not fun. Cone to the head, 0 damage. Spinks flash through mid. Oh, there's pace. Nice. Lots of speed. Hobbit. Panic stations. Look how quick they're surging forward. They're in CT spawn. Off of a barrage of util. Spinks slinks behind. And Apex tagged up. Oh, he's going to be very lucky to get away. Hobbit brought him down. And they've got all of middle now. If only they could find and clear out Axal on these stairs. He's so problematic for them.
Now it's a Buster. They know he's here.
Yeah, this really is the only frag they need. And the rest will fall into place. ZywOo spots him out. They know he's there. Spamming the smoke. Buster falls, and they're in. That's what they were waiting for. The B site flying the Vitality flag. It's Hobbit if he really wants to give it a look in. Coming, hunted. Magis this time good for it. And it's a triple from the Dane to make it a 1-round game. Did we speak too soon?
This comeback now feels inevitable. There's just been this shift in the air, this clear shift of not just momentum, but in terms of the game, Vitality, yeah, it took them 1.5 maps to wake up and find themselves, but they're in the building now. This is the team that we expected. We were highlighting their run in IEM Rio so far. You compare it to Cloud9's, they really beat to get to this point. They didn't have to play too many teams to get here. They got through clean as you like, straight through that semi-final berth.
Hold on, Chad. Some early nade damage has softened him up, and with a flash, Nafany's going looking. That's the one they needed. ZywOo stops the damage before things could spiral. He even catches a glimpse of the baseball cap on Buster, backing away now. Okay.
And this is going to be tied up, Alex. This is going to be 12-12.
This is, I agree with you in the sense that it feels like a different Vitality are in the seats off that halftime.
Well, especially when Dupree is having a field day now. He's continuing to find traction. He's looking confident in some of the fights that he's taking. 21 kills for him, top of the server. Just below him is ZywOo on 20. So it's great to see him online as well. On the other side, it was Shiro. He was having a really strong showing in that first half, but he's cool. He only has 20 kills now, and it can't just be him. It has to be the rest of his team contributing, sure. But you can see the contrast.
Yeah, he had 17 for like 4 when we were checking in, right?
Yeah, you were doing the maths at one point, saying he had like 37 kills and 13 deaths, so it's definitely starting to change now. Dupree looking for more, and we'll get it. And it's just looking way too easy. Doesn't have to be the clean headshots. Unless your name's Shiro.
But the individuals are here, and Axal's no longer. Okay, style points for Spinks. Spins around for the second, and we are tied up.
I didn't think I'd be saying 3-round T side on the, CT side would be a big enough buffer to bring a game back into a 12-12. After that first half, it felt like it should have been completely done. I didn't think there was any way possible back into this game. But it started with the pistol, and then the conversions on top of that. There have been a couple of touch and go rounds, but it feels like some of them have been closer when it's just been the USPs or the Deagles out for play. Cloud9 in the rifle rounds have been getting bamboozled.
No better word for it. Cloud9 at this point, you start kind of questioning yourselves. There's been multiple leads Cloud9 have had taken away from them historically.
Yeah, and if they were looking for something to sour the mood even more after the failure at the RMR, this is going to do it. Imagine dropping this type of a lead with a grand final just 4 rounds away, or so you thought.
I mean, Cloud9, that first half, that run. Sure, 10 in a row. This round would be for Vitality's 10. To take the lead. Flashing off, Shiro, he walked. He does not want to be rustled or run down. Support is present in Buster, and that's a big one. Shiro catches Apex going, looking, and Axal delivers as well. Disadvantage, equalized now. Buster around the edge of the smoke, perhaps he can find the angle. They're expecting it. Dupree! These Danes, they do not relent. 25 for Dupe. And to get the bomb down safely, round surely falling into place now.
They have to save. They have to save. There's no option. You can see the frustrations there. This is the thing. This team is in meltdown mode. Coming into this event, it was whatever they could put together, right? You got a lucky band, you got a bit of chewing gum, you got some blue tack, you're going to try and throw this team and hold it together for as long as you can, but you know internally that there is just screams of agony of what they have lost going into the next tournament. The major Paris just around the corner, and you can see that the shift as well. Where are the smiles? Where are the giggles? Where's the laugh?
It's creeping in, isn't it?
This is a pressure point of the map now. And if they do not show up, if they cannot get anything on the board of their CT half of Vertigo at all, if they are blanked, think who has the momentum going into Overpass, map number 3. We joked about it. Who's laughing now?
Oh, man. The fact that we're even talking about map 3 as a possibility was not on the docket considering that first half.
What a collapse this would be, especially considering the circumstances. The one that we talk about with Vitality versus FaZe, that one right there went down in a group stage game.
And Anubis.
It wasn't a playoffs match.
On the big stage as well. To be so dominant and now to be so absent. This is mad. This is Counter-Strike. Hobbit trying as hard as he can to hold on to ramp.
That's be dead, mate.
He could be. Should be. And is dupreeh again and again on the entrance. Double from the Dane. He's doing him dirty. As he's heading for 30, 27 and counting from dupreeh.
There has to be a save. What are you meant to do, Cloud9? You can't fight for this. How are you meant to get stuck in here? Buster will grab one back. Apex will offer his life up for free, but you give up 60 points of health. You throw in everything the kitchen sink their way. Stall out the plan if you can, but ZywOo has different plans. As, yeah, he does take a chunk.
That's a big chunk.
But they have the number advantage. Look at all the HEs, all the flashes. You have to save if you're Cloud9. You can't go for this. Shiro's still over towards mid.
Oh, I think dupreeh spotted him on the boost. He's actually elevating himself to try and bait the fight. He knows, forces Axile off. They have
Shiro
to
is still watching the flank, Alex.
They have to. I mean, Shiro has no intentions, but you can see they were posturing. And so now they'll just walk away. Again, tail between their legs. I can't believe I'm about to say 14 to Vitality. The first to find 14. Shiro losing help, losing teammates, and a tag. He's lost the AWP as well. Axile can recover it. No one in touching distance to stop it. But that's the only rifle they bring through.
Alex, they were down 12-1.
Jeez.
They were down 12-1. They're now up 14-12. That's 13 straight rounds in case you guys are having a hard time doing the maths.
Wow, the pedigree of Vitality is being shown.
Oh, now who's laughing?
Yeah. I mean, they really managed to keep a straight face during that.
I cannot believe this comeback.
Okay, Buster's already lost some health here. That was Magisk or someone.
I think a nade through the mid window from Spinks could have been the...
holding mid to start. Bit of a head-to-head, and that's a well-placed nade, the timing. Axile well drilled.
dupreeh's been great in these openings as well. You've highlighted a lot. He's 6-1 in that department.
Oof. And that timer starts once more. 70 seconds. Control of the stairs. Invites dupreeh and Apex to the tea party.
Serious nature of this is settled in.
Yeah, Hobbit's already there. Quick. Smart! Magisk won! A lot of responsibility on that FAMAS. Going wide and going down. 6 feet under his Hobbit. Only Buster. Another frag for Vitality. But can NAFI be the hero? Oh, yes, he can. A double. And the bomb in his grasp. Zonic biting through his fingernails as Shiro hits another. Can ZywOo close? He knows. They're both close. As he closes the gap, he's coming for NAFI. Holds the line. Triple from the in-game leader to give them a little bit of something to hold on to.
Oh, that one right there is a breath. That's about it. Relief. Just to know you're not going to get blanked on your CT side. That's all that is. Because this is still an uphill battle. There is one team with all the advantages under the sun, and that is Vitality. They have found that life. They have found that namesake right here, right now. Now it's just about finding the close and pulling back a miraculous comeback. Taking this to the third. 2 more rounds required here. That shouldn't frustrate Vitality too much. Their buy is an awful lot better. They can still knock Cloud9 for 6 here.
Pressure on the leader at this time as well, wouldn't you imagine, making that call on that T side? It's been going so well. You kind of want the players to stay in this flow state. dupreeh in particular, let him work.
Setting the tone, isn't he? A bit of a flub on the jump right there. He's ahead of the U-tilt.
Another okay, and another for Apex as well. Shiro sent back, forced to watch as his teammates try and hold on to this. Sping's so vulnerable, he's got all his util, but no health, no need! As Buster's lost his head, brought to his knees. And the 15th, it's a certainty. Magisk already on B. Bomb nowhere near it, doesn't need it. How cautious will you be? You don't want to be disrupted with so many.
They're already saving. This caution is just for being diligent.
Yeah.
Making sure they don't give anything over. Hobbit and Axel looking to hold on to this, but with all the cash in the coffers, Magisk is allowed to hunt. He's allowed to stretch his legs and look to remove some of these rifles. They've got them cornered. They've got them pinned. How long will they let them hold on to these rifles? Hobbit and Axel will need to fight tooth and nail.
The Anaconda is starting to squeeze. And down goes Axel, choked out. Helpless now, Hobbit is responsible for the 30th frag from dupreeh and 15 on the board for Vitality. I don't know what is happening, Chad. Look at the round recap. I mean, we don't normally bring it up, but there's just a line from both sides on these T sides. Now, Vitality mustered 3 on their defense, and it has to be matched if Cloud9 want to see overtime.
And they have to do it with very little here. MP9's Famuses, a couple of rifles short, util very light on, and what could be the final blow? ZywOo accelerating fast with the AWP, searching towards B. Axel with the help of Hobbit, sure. But what could you possibly say?
Someone has to just be the superhero. It's not Hobbit, maybe Buster. This element of surprise is mid-push. Not ready with Spinks, but the frags on B have come through. Oh dear, Apex down as well. Buster the disruptor. Their only way is forward. Trying to fight into Shiro, he's good for it too. Cloud9 holding on, fingertips digging in. It's ZywOo and dupreeh, top of the scoreboard for Vitality. Can they find anything more? Eye on the scope, dupreeh goes walking. Another one from him, Nafany with the delivery. And we will see the final round of regulation.
Okay, all 30 here today. You know, every single moment if you clap. They just lost, Alex. They lost both picks on the B side to ZywOo's AWP and still won the round.
And Buster's to thank.
And the round before that they won, Nafany was to thank. So it's individuals are the only reason that Cloud9 have 2 rounds to their name on their CT side. It hasn't been well put together. It hasn't been really nice moves. It hasn't been nice set pieces of utility to be disruptive to an execute. It has been the scrappiest way you can get it done possible.
Yeah, scrappy's a perfect word for it. And now, through those heroics, through Nafany's FAMAS, through Buster's mid-push, Cloud9 have got the best buy yet. We're talking kits, I'm talking nades. I say that as Hobbit has to make some sacrifices, but all in all, their best shot.
Bet Cloud9 wish they could get back in time and start this life all over again. dupreeh in chat. So excited I spilled coffee on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be excited too. You know, when you've been doing the rotations and the repetitions, you've been getting on planes and plugging in your mouse and keyboard for years. You don't often plug in your mouse and keyboard, go 10-0 down, and then turn it around in a semi-final.
Yeah, and this is the big middle finger from dupreeh to the Counter-Strike world right now. There's chatter about him not being able to deliver what he is delivering in buckets and spades. 31 in total from the vet. There's only a few players in the Counter-Strike world who can say they have 4 majors to their name. And this man displaying some of that veteran ability here today.
Yeah, it was a big conversation as well to not only have so much success, but then to leave the team and the majority of the players that got you there in pursuit of a higher glory. You know, in pursuit of doing it again. With an international roster, it was riddled with sacrifice, troubles, but Vitality, they continue to rise to power.
Tribulations on that journey as well, right?
For sure. I mean, you swallow your pride you get it back again. You know, you look at many a story, the likes of Olofmeister, from the high flyer to having to once again kind of relearn some humility. Now 31 frags, body bagging in a must-win map. Timeout from Vitality.
Yeah, now we focus on what Cloud9 have left to try and take us to overtime. This could be a historic collapse from Cloud9 here, and what could be another death knock on the team considering recent results. Still, there's that third map of Overpass, sure.
Just think about that, though.
Imagine that rattling around in your head. You just had the flight here with the loss to FaZe in your mind, and then the flight home with this Vertigo loss potentially on the cards. Well, let's get this one underway. Round number 30. Shiro's AWP starting towards middle. Pressure over towards A. dupreeh just throwing out some nades, and they have to respect him. He has been more than a nuisance here. 7-1 in the opening kill department for his team in this map thus far. Really come to life during this second half of play, and this is standard from Vitality. No rush. Not making any quick decisions here, but as they round the corner into Shiro's AWP, they're about to get a shot. The jiggle is not enough. Spinx doesn't bait it, and Magisk, well, he'll bait him. Not looking for a trade right now.
Yeah, it's going to activate dupreeh. Look at him. He has intent on his crawl around the smoke. Off the flash. Sandbag's activated as well. Hobbit holding the line. And he's going to get him. Oh! dupreeh caught off! And he still hits the shot. Another one! You are a god among men! The deity that is dupreeh! They lost an opening. They caught him off guard and he's still alive. Trying to end it in regulation. Beast mode from Vitality's hero right now. And they're coming for you. Buster and Nafany on the side. Smoke to distract, smoke to obscure. Nafany ahead of it. Zywoo does not clear through.
Flash to the side. This is going to be on Nafany and Buster here. dupreeh with the fight. Can't find another.
Need a trade. Magisk, have you got anything left? Anything to stave off OT? Have Cloud9 done enough to hold on? And they have. They will, with a sigh of relief, accept that this game is not done.
Oh, got to wipe the record clean right now for both these teams. Sure, you put yourself in pole position to get this one done, Vitality. You brought it all the way back. But Cloud9, they voiced concerns late. They almost fumbled the bag here, but now as we move into OT, 12,500, MR3, first to 19, 18, we go again. But dupreeh, that second shot. Whoa, rinsing some heads here. That confidence needs to be carried through. As Hobbit smiles return, they know what this means. We're back into the fight. Frags immediately as B is the biff. Trades out. Hobbit lying in wait. They have taken down Axel and Buster, two players traditionally more associated with the second letter of the alphabet. Now, Vitality aren't in a rush here. They consider him so close, so quickly.
Hobbit does handle Apex. That was their advantage squandered almost.
Feels like he's done enough, at least to hold them there for now. There is no presence on A from either team. Shiro and Nafany are both in no man's land. Shiro's tending middle. Nafany aware that A could be a problem, and well, Hobbit with the reposition. He's pesky.
He's going to do his best. Axel cosplay in the absence of him. The anchor on B already gone as Vitality look for their final push. Great shot out of Shiro. And still Hobbit a nuisance. Only Zywoo remains. And he's got 3 to find. Hobbit safe now across. Using that flashbang. And now it's Zywoo's turn to try and set himself up for good flash. He's got Shiro locked in. Expecting the bodyguards to be supporting. That smoke obscures. Look at him walking across. Shiro aware of the possibility onto the Glock. He's actually doing it. Nafany holding it solid.
Oh, the trust in a crossfire like that.
That's mad.
Okay, props to Nafany right there. But that is the type of round that's a bit more reminiscent of the first half, where the number advantage would be in the favor of Vitality, but they would still lose the round. And this all comes down to Hobbit. You see the trades here early. dupreeh and Magisk, the Danes, both chiming in to get those opening kills.
What do you think was the reasoning when you've taken down the B anchor in Axel and Buster early to hitting the pedal to the metal? Was it just a bit worried about a gamble?
It's Vertigo. The rotations are very quick, so they could have just been hightailing it over and they would still have a decent positional advantage to take that type of a fight. So I can understand them hitting the brakes.
Ooh, damage. Axel's alive. Might not be for much longer. He has to use his smoke to survive.
He's in strife.
Yeah, can boost up and he knows it's likely. Fumbles the flash. Spot another. Jumps away. Gets away. Wow. Oh, they are counting their lucky stars right now.
I don't think he knows just how lucky he is.
The stars and stripes.
Okay, well, you can see the frustration starting to get to Apex there in that last cam shot, first round of OT, and not only are they having a hard time getting it finished, he's having a hard time in the fragging department here. Apex missing in the frag department with only 10 kills to his name, but if he can call his troops to victory here, that won't matter.
He's trying to puff up his chest, make it feel similar, but he's run out of util. Now just trundling in towards the fight. This is Shiro, though. It's AWP v AK. You've done it once, Dupree. Can you do it again? Shiro denies him. Quick shot to the face. Not just crawling, trying to see what he can find in the way of space, and it's Buster. Back a quad. Dupree knows he's isolated that duel, and his teammates finding success. They're into B. Successfully. With smoke, Axel, you might give this a good look in, you know. Magic's providing the covering fire and successful.
Yeah, Magic's is really coming in clutch with some of these kills on that B bomb side, but Hobbit, you may as well. You know that you have plenty of residual cash for the last round, the first half of OT here. So he has at least put himself to a glance, and wow, that flash will cost him in the face. Magic will grab that final kill, and 16-16, so Vitality not done yet. Proven they aren't going to go out without a whimper. We thought at that 10-0 start from Cloud9 that it was going to be left, right, good night.
Yeah, I'm really interested just to see how Vitality's CT side upon the swap will look, considering how meek it was.
Yeah, they may as well just start taking a couple of risks on the CT side, be quite pushy, but I'm sure they'll have forgotten exactly what it felt like. A shout out there to Apex with a double.
Whoa,
in that
whoa,
round.
the whoa.
Yeah, it's a bit hot, a bit spicy.
I mean, I respect it. He wanted to be the playmaker there.
That smoke's not perfect from Buster. You can see that it has a slight little gap around it. I wonder if that's intentional or not. Regardless, you can't brave it if you're Spinks.
Yeah, and last time he went on his mid-adventure, he met that Shiro warp to start it off. So, staying dynamic. Shiro sandbags. You can see these timings. Both teams anticipating some friction. Smoke's fading, flashes through. Axel chunked on down to 50. This is an exhilarating head-to-head between the two of them. Buster on the mid clear. Ooh, Spinks! Quicker. An opening frag for Vitality. Can they leave with the lion's share? On this T side, the timing, brilliant gap. Nafani doesn't know. He doesn't know his teammate evacuated. Shiro abandoned him. And now Shiro dancing with the pistol up against the rifle, helpless. As it's still Dupree. He's got enough frags for 2 players. And it's gonna be enough. Spinks will put the cherry on top. And 17 in the bank. If they want to see Overpass, if they want to see that third map, an incredible, unbelievable fairy tale comeback from Vitality brings us to overtime. And now 2 rounds is the bar set on the T side.
Just trying to reflect on what wasn't working for Cloud9 in that first half of play. Right, were there any weaknesses? When only 3 rounds in total were brought through from Vitality, it's hard to think, like, what can Cloud9 not get away with here? But the difference, and this is the key difference, is Vitality are now warmed up. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but map number 1, they put up absolutely no resistance. For the first 10 rounds of map number 2, they also weren't in the server, but now they are, and now they're believing. You don't come this far to fall short.
Oh, that was the timing we were talking about earlier on. He disappeared. He thought he had him trapped. But just upon the press of his crouch key, Axel bounding back into the site. That was the only round Cloud9 managed to pick up on their defense, the first. So let's get into it. 1 CT round found. See if Vitality can do better.
I actually opted to bring the AWP out for Zywoo here immediately. So let's see how He jostles as he is just going to look to take the peak from the high rope. Molly the right side. The extinguish there from Shiro is interesting. It gives you a couple of extra considerations if you are Apex and ZywOo.
Right, it implies it might be something they're used to seen in the demo review. A boost and the bait. Maybe Dupree's getting set up. Ooh, attack. Looking to finish was Hobbit. Magisk low and forward position. Apex trying to bail him out. Teamwork across the map. Dupree, a forward position. Backing himself, backing his aim. There's one so forward, he's not expecting this. I don't know if he's aware. And yeah, Axel reveals himself, but Dupree's still living. Heart pumping blood into those fingertips. A headshot compulsory here from Dupree. Safe from the molly in the smoke. Nafany advancing. And it's Spinks actually that catches that headshot. Just cursory shots into the smoke.
This is limp from Cloud9. Where's the conviction? Where's the team that was pushing through smokes on flash timings? They've got no utility and they're all just stalled out, waiting for someone to make a play. We're in-game leaders dead.
One flash is all they've got to celebrate.
Shiro returned to their former selves here, Cloud9.
Oh man, the pressure, it's swallowing them whole. 20 seconds at least across, but they have to plant, they double strafe. It's Dupree again, more from him. As with 15 seconds left, they might be able to make some space. Magisk decides he'd like to disrupt, it's cost him his life.
Has to plant, Hobbit has to get the bomb down.
Yeah, but Axel has to cover him. Oh, spotted him. Oh, and headshots them both. Apex pulls it across the line, and that feels good. That feels great for Vitality.
Just one more round now. Vitality, this comeback.
An unbelievable comeback. Chad, I never do this. I never say it's done at the half. I come in. What am I doing? What have I done? It looked done. It looked dusted.
They weren't in the server. It felt like their mouse and keyboard wasn't plugged in. Right, reference it again. It was 17 straight rounds from map to map for Cloud9. They were throwing Vitality around the server. But that halftime break, whatever happened, wherever they went, whatever was said, this team is back. They are back in a big way and looking for overpass.
5 kills, separating them from it. Thinks he spotted it. Brilliant opening, but it costly. Shiro idle for the rest of this one at the hands of ZywOo. Poking and prodding Dupree's bomb site again. This is his sight, and he gets 2. Low on the second. Buster limping. Spinks summoned. Ooh, and the flash limits his options. They're starting to group. Apex needs to get over there as fast as he can, but worried about that Buster lurk. Call for the flash. Spinks ready. Set up for success. The first plant cancelled. A 2-on-2. The highest stakes in this semi-final now. Apex manufactures a gap. Buster forced to plant on the low HP. Can Nafany cover him? Through, spotting, spraying, delivers. Nafany alone, isolated. An overpass is on the way because Vitality refuse to quit, refuse to surrender. They do not buckle under a dominating start. And Cloud9, they have got a big conversation to have between maps.
That comeback could be the catalyst for Vitality. We know where they're on the road to, and this one could be defining for the international squad. What a performance from Dupree. What a comeback. That's one for the history books.
Well, look how the turntables. We thought this one was all over. Pack it up, pack it in, and then Vitality enter that second half. 11 T rounds in a row and nothing that Cloud9 could do to hold back the Storm. Man, we actually have a game on our hands, gentlemen, but it comes at the cost of a historic collapse from Cloud9.
Listen, Chad said it as well. This is a historic comeback, and I crunched the numbers. I did a little bit of math, but thankfully it wasn't live, Yanko. I did it back in the green room. Never has a team had on LAN, in the history of Vertigo on LAN, ever had a 10-0 lead on the T side and choke that lead. And that's what we saw from Cloud9.
Yeah.
Not really sure that's how Cloud9 wanted to get into the history books. But, I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm watching this game, and, you know, it's going great in the first half, and Vitality is starting to come back in the second half, and I'm like, surely not again. Like, this is where Cloud9, you know, exercises their demons and manages to close the game out. But no, unfortunately, they barely get it into overtime. Then Vitality is able to close it out in overtime, and it's just yet another monumental collapse in a lot of collapses recently for Cloud9.
Let's bring up the round timer. Obviously, this is just from the OT, but man, when we're looking at regulation as well, just a series of streaks, and we can't underscore this enough. Cloud9 were completely in control for the duration of that first half, for the duration of their T side. That is why it's so monumental for Vitality to come back.
Which is so insane, because the one criticism that we all had was Cloud9's T side we saw earlier on against Furia was lackluster, non-existent. 2 rounds is all they had on the T side, and then they got 12-3. Which is like, you'd think every win condition has been met. Shiro was looking like it was untouchable. Everything was clicking in. They were outplaying, outgunning, just completely destroying Vitality. Then you flip the script, and the CT side, it just like, it crumbled. I don't know what went wrong. They weren't playing to win, it felt like at times. But you got to give it to Dad Pre, because he was a daddy in the server in that second half.
Let's just roll the highlights, man, because I think you prefaced that perfectly, Blair. It's the fact that it kind of echoed the sentiment when we had him on the desk for that winner's interview after taking down Big Clan. We asked him, you know, do you feel that same pressure? And man, Vitality must have been under monumental pressure coming into that second half. He stepped up.
Dupree on the T side, 26-11, 157 ADR, 2.55 rating, and 95% almost KAST. So he's been everywhere. He's been the tip of the spear for Vitality. He was leading the comeback, and even in overtime, he kept coming. He kept doing it, and yeah, the main reason why Vitality was able to mount this comeback. And if you look even at what went wrong for C9, something that wasn't the case for them in this CT side, it is in pretty much every other one, there wasn't a lot of saving. Because the gun rounds were actually pretty close. They were going for it, like they were going for those B retakes, and you know, it was just a full gun round into a full half-buy with just pistols. So usually C9 is able to steal a round or two away, where Shiro has the op, one more guy has an M4, and it's 3 pistols. That just wasn't the case this time around.
Dupree just 1 frag away from hitting that 40 bomb in this map. That's insane.
Like we were harping on this Vitality T side, which is non-existent in my first map, but here we go. We get to see it again, right? And by the way, he's doing this at the same time while in the server. You have Shiro's popping off, you have Axel, you have Zaiwu and Spinks, but it was actually the 2 Danes, right? It was Dupree seemingly not losing a single opening duel. Some of the skills he was getting was like rolling back the years back to 2014 or something. But there you have it. That's why you have someone like this guy, this veteran in your team.
It's mad, isn't it? Because it's only since Dupree has kind of hit the actual playoffs, the LAN stage, playing in front of a crowd, that we've really seen him rise to the occasion for Vitality.
I mean, he's seen some stuff, Freya.
I mean, at this tournament alone,
he's not going to try at, like, you know, the group stages. There's no one there to watch him, you know. Like, he's played 1,000 of games in that sort of environment. Stage, on the other hand, that's where he gets into the zone, right? So, yeah, absolutely beautiful to see him play on such a high level. And, you know, on the other side of things, man, I can't remember the last time I've seen a team, maybe G2 to some extent in the last 2 years, that's able to have such high highs within even a single map, not a series, but have such high highs and such low lows. Like, at this point, it's clear that it's not even Counter-Strike related that much. It's not T side, CT side. It's not this player, that player. It's just psychological, it's mental, and they just can't figure out a way to snap out of it. I mean, you look at some of those rounds on the CT side, and it's Exile and Buster on B, they just can't get it done, you know, like one and done every single time. You don't see those multi-kills from Exile. Like Buster can't finish off a guy who has only 30 HP left, and that puts Vitality in those 3v3s, right? And Cloud9 thinks they can maybe find a way back into it, and they couldn't complete any single one of those retakes.
And that's what makes it so insane when we're looking at Cloud9 as well, because you go back to that first half, Shiro firing on all cylinders, truly continuing that form from that first map. And Chap was saying it time and time again, you know, 17 rounds in a row for Cloud9, if we're counting that streak at the tail end of Inferno coming into the first half of Vertigo.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they were looking like they're just going to close this one out, and we were literally flabbergasted as to what was happening. Look at some of the shots he was hitting, just not making a single misstep whatsoever. And when you're like 11-1 up, 12-1 up, you kind of think this one's done and dusted. Maybe that kind of set in a little bit there, Yanko. Maybe they're like, all right, this one's over, this one's done. But at the same time, in the second half, when you realize, okay, Vitality are, you know, they're kind of grinding this one back. I kind of wish they threw in a couple of curveball routes, a couple of like,
oh no,
that's ugly.
That wasn't even a high five. That was like sliding your palms over each other. That's, I hate to see that. That's just the worst feeling in the world.
Hate to see that.
You can see the disgust on Shiro's face after it was GG.
Yeah, probably even more disgusting now. Obviously, now they've been pushed to that third and final decider. Did not see this one coming. But are there signs of hope for Cloud9?
There's always hope. Hope dies last. No matter if they've not given us a single reason to still have any hope, right? I mean, go back to the LCQ, the FaZe game, 14-8 up on Mirage. FaZe manages to come back in overtime, beat them. They have no chance on the second map. This is an even bigger collapse, right? And it's after you're up 1-0 and 10-0 and 12-1 on the second map on the harder side. So, but at some point, Cloud9, you have to snap out of it. Like at some point, something needs to be done. Like you need to, at this point, I don't even know, because they're really stubborn in their approach to the game. I mean, that's what makes them so good when it works. But we have to go into Overpass now, and it's whether you're going to be more aggressive and just get into Vitality's face every single round and lose 16-4, but at least lose it, you know why you lost it and how you lost the game. I think at this point, they would rather get blown out 16-0 on a map than have someone come back against them, you know, being up, having a huge lead. Like, it's just soul-crushing.
I mean, speaking of comebacks, like, I wish I was a fly on the wall during that halftime, right, when, you know, it was Zonic and Apex, and like, listen, guys, we're down 12-3, we're going to bring this one back, whatever he said. I hope there is something similar that has been spoken right now for Cloud9, because that has to be just a mental collapse, right? They just might capitulate right now.
How about Vitality and the work they've done in the last 3 months in that exact segment of the game, right? From giving away a historic comeback to Liquid on Overpass in the quarterfinal of Katowice, to coming back 14-1 down against FaZe in Pro League on Anubis, now having a comeback here, another historic one against Cloud9 on Vertigo, right? Look how they managed to turn that situation around within just a couple of months, right? And I think now, every game Vitality plays, no matter how much they're down at halftime, they're going to believe, because they've done it before. Why not?
Yeah, when you were saying the word comeback, I was like, that is synonymous for me with Vitality. And Overpass is one of those maps where we've seen a lot of them happen and a lot of them not happen for Vitality. Actually having comebacks, you know, up against them as well. I'm thinking of OG just back at the beginning of the tournament as well. So for your money, Blair, now that we've kind of reset, maybe not mentally for Cloud9, but it is one map apiece. What are you thinking coming into Overpass?
Listen, for Vitality, sure, that 17-19 loss at OT loss against OG would sting. That was the opening game, by the way. But ever since then, it's been on the upswing for every one of them, right? And they were able to exercise their demons in the form of taking down OG on Overpass. In fact, I think OG just won like 2 or 3 rifle buy rounds in that game as well. And I think they beat FaZe as well on Overpass, so they should be feeling comfortable. If this was a best of 1, it's Overpass, Cloud9, Vitality starting afresh. I would still probably edge it the way of Cloud9. But after that capitulation, I know I put Cloud9 to win this game, but I don't see it happening, really.
I don't know what to say anymore about Cloud9. What I want to see is, man, also like Shiro, sure, he went a little bit quiet in the second half, but throughout all these collapses, he's the one constant, the one bright light for Cloud9. I want to see Exile step up. I want to see him have a game. I want to see him win a couple of rounds for his team on the T side, playing that B-lurk, sneaking out, winning a couple of fights, doing Exile things. Now when the team is down, like, show some of that. Listen, not every player is a leader, but every great player has that sort of gravitas within his team, right? Like ZywOo, for example. He isn't a leader sort of a guy. Like, he's just a guy, chill guy who plays CS, a nice guy. But you could hear it probably from Apex, from Zonic, talking about, we actually want a little bit more from him because he's so good. And when he says something, everyone's going to listen and people are going to follow him, right? Axel needs to start developing that a little bit in this team. Whether now's the time, I think now's the best time. If not, someone else has to help Shiro. Please help this kid. Like, he's going to lose his mind playing with this team.
Well, Cloud9, they're looking for that reset, both mentally and inside the server as well. Vitality are fire lit underneath their feet, and Overpass does come down as the third and final decider. A spot at the grand final awaits.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. So determined, you looking for greatness, just the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Throw a game back to let me. You know who sit on the throne and who wear the crown. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Whoa. Let's go.
Alu's 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all zero for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Ends have done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive. What's next? He's walking around and just walking in the stacks Wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my God. Garo, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition, we can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder.
The Intel Extreme Masters Rio semi-final day. You can see Navi have arrived in the building as Cloud9 head to the stage. A third map they probably didn't expect to be seeing, never mind playing. Chad, it's, well, I'll let you fill everyone in if they may have missed it.
Another Cloud9 collapse. How else can you put it? This team's mentality has to be in the bin. There's no other way to scrape it. You look at what happened to them not making it to the major. Well, now here, another massive loss from another massive lead. 10-0 up on the T side of their own map choice, only to go down in overtime. Vitality, on the other hand, they're here, they're fighting, they want this grand final. They know just how good that could taste. And now we move into overpass.
Cannot put into words what a whole team being rewarded for not giving up is going to do to Team Vitality here. They did not surrender, they did not buckle, did not concede, even went 12-1, the score read. Now we find ourselves here. A fresh start perhaps, but those adventures on the first two maps, they're still fresh in both teams' minds.
Shiro, he was part of that hot start on Vertigo, cooled off in a big way. Let's see if he can pick back up where he left off. Up and away. Not finding anything with the P250. Dupree and Apex from the side, but Spinks over towards Divider. He's the next action man. Axile is tucked in just on the other side, and they continue just to jostle him and show body for this position. It will be an A finish. The util at the ready with Nafany and Buster. It's 2 smokes for the go, but everyone will be ahead of it on the A site for now.
Yeah, 3 to receive him. Spinks though, that's the first. And a clean kill into Buster. Nafany can't throw his nades if he's still got to deal with Spinks. He gets him down. A double. And now Apex can finish us off. It's only Shiro's P250 perhaps can right the scales, tip the scales back in favor. All onto Shiro. That P250 gets only one. As Vitality continue their winning ways.
I don't know what the team talk for Cloud9 would have even consisted of during that break that we've just had. But we started off today talking about the smiles on Hobbit's face, being able to well, maybe take us to world peace, right? The impossible. But ever since this comeback has been underway for Vitality, that's changed. The entire demeanor out of this Cloud9 roster. It's just crazy to think about the types of games that this team has lost. And just what that will do to your mental, right? The fact that, you know, as a team, it's not just one individual. It's quite literally the team has this block. It's not Ryder's block, this is worse. They're not getting anything done here, and they won't be getting anything done in round number 2. It is the closest thing to a full eco you can find these days, just an upgraded Deagle. And just 3 players left.
And when you look at Overpass for Vitality, I mean, we've seen them, they've been playing it a fair bit. What's your read of the situation?
Well, Spinks has definitely found his footing on this map, right? We got to cover off him just playing it at a whole nother level.
That's right.
On Overpass, just against FaZe. They just brutalized them, right? Think about how FaZe picked this map into Vitality, and I think they regret that one. Spinks was just pushing long, taking a lot of fights. He was doing an awfully massive job of making things difficult, and I think he's going to continue that confidence here because there's no reason to not, right? Especially after how last map went. And then you have that pairing with Spinks and Zywo over towards A. Well, that's your star duo, and that's how this map is played. Over towards B, the Danes, well, they're dastardly now as well. Magisk and Dupree had so much impact on Vertigo, especially Dupree. You heard the desk highlighting his statistics. And Apex, yeah, look, he didn't have the best of games on Vertigo as far as the stats are concerned, but helped call them back into the game on the T side. And then once we got in very late, the deepest of waters, he found a couple of multi-kills. So I know it was definitely not a stat line that he's going to go and review, but it is something where he did find his contributions here. So Vitality are online and looking good to start off Overpass. That 2-0 start now, about to be tested with rifles on the other side.
I will warn you that Spinks did get 2 on the pistol and 3 on the second round. So in terms of mojo flowing, it's a dream one for the Israeli superstar. He did absolutely batter FaZe. I'm glad we got that one out early because Zywo and Spinks partnered up on the occasional round, and they are going to be doing so here on that A side of the map.
Spinks only has an MP9, however, for this adventure, so they get their little nades off, and those are going to scuttle past Shiro for a light lick of damage. Now, Spinks likely just wanting to sit and wait in the connector position, but has a glance, and apparently that's enough. The molly off the backboards would have denied his push regardless, and now he will just have to turtle up as over towards B. Vitality are attempting to batten down the hatches. dupreeh with an information play towards short. With Hobbit just on the other side. So map control established for Cloud9 now. With what's left in the bag here for this execute towards B, 2 smokes, 2 mollies. So probably a barrels molly, a heaven smoke. The rest is dealer's choice. Mid-side smoke is very popular.
They're going for this boost, and Hobbit is going to be exposed to it. That's very late to be throwing something like that into the mix. A good find. NAVI does recover the rifle. dupreeh, element of surprise. He plucks NAVI from the pack as well. Still yet to see NAVI fragging in the feed on this first gun round. Axel, the same fate. Sealed now as Magis makes it easy for the boys. Buster will get the first back. 2 here to receive them on B. dupreeh already spotted out and has gone down. Nice from Shiro, up from short. Both on the site now, and Apex waiting for the cavalry. They are cantering over. And so this post plant will be established. Can they recover? Buster on the site. Gonna have to wrestle with Spinks, and wow, that MP9 stings. And this one stinks for Shiro. You got no hope on that one. ZywOo, nice find. Quick to the response as he does try and knock him off the bomb. Will go 3-0. First gun round falls flat for Cloud9.
Yeah, and look, if we want to use the history books here to kind of predict how this one is going to unfold, back over there at the Paris RMRs, where Cloud9 were vying for a spot at the major, they found themselves in the last chance qualifier where they had to take on FaZe. It was Mirage. They were up 14 to bloody 5. And they ended up losing that game in overtime, 19-15. Then they went on to FaZe's map choice of Inferno, and they got blown out of the server 16-9. They've just had another one of those massive collapses that most teams only experience a couple of in their lifetime. It feels like it's every day of the week for Cloud9 at this point. And the pressure is on again. As it felt like the pressure was removed, it felt like the team had found that relief switch, didn't it? You saw the smiles, they're having a good time. Remember Inferno, where we were talking about how they had this unbridled aggression, they were pushing through smokes? Yanko's like, I like this version of Cloud9. Well, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. Again, they've been battered and bruised mentally, because that's what this is with Cloud9. The conversation is about their mental, and it's one that, when tested, breaks.
Yeah, time after time, it's becoming a recurring theme. And it's the hardest for the players themselves. Your own worst enemy. Equalizing frag was found. It's taken Spinks out of the round. A boost to be erected. And dupreeh's got to hold on to this. Okay, that's a scorcher out of Axile Deeg. And now, oh, they would have had an opportunity onto Apex, and instead he gets Axile dead. Rounds the corner, perfect timing, more on short. He's got too much on his play here, Apex. Wants to get the incendiary down, and ooh, a headshot for good measure to repel the invaders.
I'll be honest, Apex was very lucky Magis was there, because the way that he was taking that fight was if nobody had crossed towards the sandbag position. But they are rotating, hightailing it back towards A here, into ZywOo's domain. He might give up the plant.
Magis has heard this, relays the information. ZywOo should have at least one, and now on the bomb. Yeah, denied. And clean. Clean as a whistle. Cloud9, they are going to have to... I mean, when you think about it, it must fall towards Hobbit and NAVI in terms of being able to try and shake their boys out of it. It's not easy, and some leaders do it better than others.
Well, I feel that there's definitely a couple of conversation points. You would look towards NAVI and Groove as the main 2 voices in the team here. Yeah. But Shiro has been accredited with talking a lot within the mid-rounds.
Right.
So then you have to look to him a little bit as well if things aren't working, right? Because if he's going to be one of the voices, I know that he's getting the frags. You look at the way that he started over there on Vertigo. SEO tweeted out the stat. I'll see if I can find it quite quickly for everybody playing at home. But it was he started the game red hot. Shiro had 7 multi-kills after 10 rounds. As Spinks will open things up here. He got 0 in the following 25. Right, so I'm not putting on Shiro at all, but if we're talking about voices, Shiro is a very loud one in that camp.
And he's not going to be able to see Magis, his barrel, or rather his gun model, blocking So Hobbit's already been sent to an early grave. This is working out wonderfully for Vitality's opening. One by one. Just looks too easy for Magus. Just goes looking. Axel alone, walking out the short pipe. And look at the shadow. All the time in the world, Spinks does manage to convert. Admittedly, Buster brought some bullets to his body. But this one's Shiro, and one headshot's all he can muster. A triple for Spinks. We have to keep our eyes on him as his haul is going to get larger and larger.
Now, there is a conversation to be had with Overpass, and it being quite a CT-heavy map, right? We're talking 11-4, 12-3 being somewhat par for the course. However, here at IEM Rio, that hasn't been the case. We've seen pretty good T-sides out of Big, out of Vitality being another one of those names. Obviously, OG, who went in a couple of those tussles. Overpass is tied with Mirage as the most played map in the tournament so far, both currently sitting at 13 after this game does come to its conclusion. Now, a timeout has been called from Cloud9 here, and with what I've just said in mind, if they're able to get themselves anywhere from 3 to 5 rounds, that's more than enough for them in a normal state to be able to be competitive. The biggest question right now, and the reason that it's not just about the Counter-Strike, is it's about the mental. It's about the way that they are going to approach this new situation that has unfolded in front of them once again. We feel this pit in our stomach. We have the mental residue from not making the major. We've just had a 10-0 start on Vertigo, our map pick that we've let slip. Think about that. Think about how that continues to mount, and you lose a couple of silly rounds. You give away an opening pick. In Counter-Strike, I played a couple of professional matches where, yeah, you know, I was the stark underdog, let's put it. It's nothing like you're seeing right here, but you could blink and you missed it. The first 8 rounds were over. You had 2 gun rounds, you know, you had a half buy in there, you lost the pistol, and it's just done, right? The game already sailed by in only a matter of minutes. And that can be what happens when you don't feel that you're in control of the match at all.
Yeah, the games can slip away from you. Well, Cloud9, you've already made it very clear that on the less favored side, albeit changing, round worth its weight in gold. Hobbit in, look at the space he's been given, and Apex takes it back. Axel only the one, and it's still a flurry of frags for Vitality. Maybe Nafany do something with this barrel's position. The smoke keeps Dupree safe.
Yeah, he's waiting for Shiro to get on over, who has made his way through connector now. So Shiro could smoke off towards Heaven. It will make life slightly easier, but might want to come on here unannounced as Shiro. Oh, no. Maybe changing his mind. That Heaven smoke does sound good after all. A flash to enable that of Nafany is actually both of them looking to pair up through the monster tunnel so they can peek from both angles here. Not just going to Dupree. Here comes the fight.
Dane's first Cloud9. Magis was ready for that one. Shiro good onto Dupree. Magis trying to play the time for the rotation. 18 seconds. It's against Shiro here, but he's got time for the clear. Magis flashed in, still adjusts. Shiro goes for the Hail Mary spray transfer. And ZywOo greets him with an AWP bullet between the eyes as another round accredited to Vitality.
All right, well, a decent attempt. I'm surprised that we had fights going on in bathrooms and the Monster Tunnel at the same time right there. So it was a good chance to try and force a couple of rotations here, but Vitality were ready on all the fronts, and ZywOo doesn't miss those. A great shot from him to close it down. And it will just be Cloud9 buying back in with some upgraded pistols and Shiro with an AK in his hand. So let's see how far they can push this issue. Nafany fast, already out towards water. So that's great territory to have secured here quite early. And you can see the rest of the Cloud9 team don't really have any reason to get a move on. Just looking for picks over towards A, and there's a good reason that they're being diligent on these clears. When Spinks had all of his confidence against FaZe, he was basically deathmatching, which was just highly aggressive up towards Party, pushing towards Fountain, Long, really taking all the liberties in the world here. But it looks like Vitality are well aware of what type of buy they're dealing with on the other side. You can see passive in their anti-eco approach.
Spoke to ZywOo and Spinks briefly after their win against FaZe on Overpass. When you talk about that one, it was just ZywOo loving life, just watching Spinks do all the hard work for a change.
That was a really cool monster smoke there from Mr. ZywOo.
Okay.
Yeah, it must be a nice change. You know, ZywOo doesn't have to do it all.
Well then, that smoke, and that's a headshot onto the aforementioned beast. There's a rifle in play on Shiro. If these Tech-9s can do some damage, Dupree and Magis, this partnership Nice work on the first. Axel braves the smoke, costs him his life. Need to reload. That should be the punish. Trying to take some space off that. And evade. Dupree, good for the first. That's the AK though. Good for it. Hobbit delivers as well. A second from his Deagle. A third for good measure. Hobbit trying to inject life into Cloud9. Zywoo though exists. And those Julies for the first.
Oh, how did he snap to that one? Oh, so forget about that. It's all about Hobbit and his Deagle right here. Bit of a showstopper of a round there from Hobbit. Some bangers, met with a bit of mash right there. I don't know what Shiro saw coming out of the smoke in the monster tunnel, but he managed to get that kill. That was a what there? Okay, there it is. It looked like he was in a whole lot more of a gray screen than he actually was, but Hobbit said he's here. Does a whole lot of damage. Great impact from him. The two of them combined will get the round.
That's what Shiro needed. He needed Hobbit to be hitting those.
One more of these, and that's going to break Vitality here. So Cloud9, keeping them on the financial ropes. If they can secure this one here against this double long play, Magisk and Spinks in combination, it's 4 towards A. So ready for the default on the rock. The dink is there. That right there is so much information. You know that's a B player.
And Spinks knows that they know. So aggression in from him. He cleared out playground. Axel's lost health from that spam. At the moment, this B site's rather unguarded. Look at that minimap. Trying to rejig the setup now. You can see knives are out, rotating down. And the util starting to fly through. Buster calls Monster clear close. Bringing that bomb in. Counter utility confirms presence. Apex eats a team flash. That's an oopsie. Cost him his life. Did some damage, but now Vitality, their finances will be under ruin unless Zywoo can hit some more of those. Looking for the denial. Shiro lets it go. A double from Spinks. And maybe Zywoo can close. Suddenly a one-on-one emerges. This was Cloud9's round. And now Zywoo piecing it together. Doesn't rush to the bomb. He's got so much time for it.
No kid, though.
Hobbit will have to do the due diligence, and Zywoo disappears. Yes! It closes! That is beautiful!
What was Hobbit doing? What was he looking for right there?
Oh, they're going to be mad about that one. Yeah, even Hobbit, a stone face. You got nothing to celebrate.
I don't think he could have been behind the box defusing at all. I think the bomb was far out, right?
It's a straight up misplay, and he knows it.
He would have seen the little strings.
That's a shot. And Zywoo, this is the finish. Hobbit's going to be kicking himself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just a face palm, an involuntary face palm.
Okay, well, an odd one there. And that all started with the opening kill for Cloud9 out long. Nafany takes down Magisk, understands something's a little bit fishy. They rotate back towards B, but slowly enough that Vitality get everybody rotated over to the second letter of the alphabet, and they're able to put up such a fight. That one there is a blunder. I was surprised at the slow reaction speed. Sure, you don't know. You only saw Magisk. You don't exactly know what the setup looked like from Vitality, but you knew that it was a B defender gone. You were hedging your bets. That was all fine. The way they traded into the site was pretty good, but the way that they lost that clutch, if the mental already wasn't in a bad place, it's so much worse now.
Oh boy. Zywoo with a KD of 10 as him and Spinks establish a forward hold. Cloud9 are coming. Might get info on the jump. There you go. Buster has a lot to report and forces Vitality back without a single bullet fired.
Ooh, a regress on long here. So gonna park him up behind the tree, and Zywoo can, I thought, just bait for him, but actually Zywoo's gonna surge.
I love this. Cloud9, they're coming his way. He'll be ahead of any flashes. And yeah, Buster, completely unprepared for that one. Pantsed.
An orb in the middle of the long, at a minute on the clock, right? Like, what's going on there? That's not traditionally where you're going to see an AWP, and Spinks with a transition across just in time, can pick up one, but is done. Shiro does find some blood back. They know the orb was long, and not even considering the upper bathrooms.
He's having too much fun with it now, isn't he? He can reposition, smokes himself out, does some parkour to look over this very own smoke. And the util from Shiro, he's dumping it to try and draw attention, rotates. It doesn't work if Magisk still wins that duel. Just on the MP9, he's even dinked up Shiro. Damn. So nimble with that SMG. Just another day in the office for Vitality.
Oh, and what a difference a map can make.
This is heartbreaking, really.
This series, how it started. First of all, Vitality not picking Anubis when I thought for certain that's where they were going to take it. We go to Inferno. They lose that one in, well, quite a quick fashion. Cloud9 are looking great. They're aggressive. They're pushing through smokes. They're taking risks. They're having a lot of fun. They're having a really good day at the office. They go to their map choice, T-side, Vertigo. Everything's great. And it continues to be great for 10 straight rounds. And then the comeback happens and the mental just gets put in the trash compactor, crushed on down, and thrown out the window.
Yeah, how do you stay out of your own head?
No, you can't.
How? When you're still living in the series. The reason you're here is because of that 10-0, 12-1 lead not being converted. You can see it there in the top right. An OT victory for Vitality on Cloud9's pick has brought us here. And right now, Vitality, they are establishing a pretty damn impenetrable defense.
Especially if Cloud9 give away a couple of other gimmies here as nades do a lot of damage. Hobbit through. Magis deals with that one very easy. You can see softened up. Magis gets pushed down to 50, but, well, Hobbit was already low, so that kill's going to go his every day of the week.
Numbers game. And 0 now next to Hobbit's name. Up and over. Wow, quick to the draw. Apex finds Shiro. Going walkabouts, trying to be the hero. And yeah, this already reeks of a 9th.
I love the way they assembled that so quickly. Dupree pushes out, gets that kill. He repositions the barrels. Magis boosts up Apex, right? They're staying very, very agile.
Good catch. Really good frags. That's the B defense bar, Magisk. Spinks summoned. Got that AK, that one-shot headshot coming. Oh, a lot of pressure onto Magisk. Response is good. Gets the bomb out of Axal's hands. Spinks and Zywoo. For Vitality in pursuit of 9. Or can Cloud9 recover? Nafany, an important duel to take. He wins it out. Does not respect Spinks too much. And now, spotted. They're going to go for the plant. He's going to force him out. Nafany will get the bomb down. Layer's life on the line as it spreads. Burning down! What a shot! Through the flames, he finds the head. And secures Cloud9 a second. So far, those 2 rounds, Chad, is Hobbit and it's Nafany.
And still at breakpoint of Vitality.
And I give Shiro, he was hitting 2 of Hobbit's Deagle round as well with that AK-47. But yeah, Buster this time was the one to catch Apex. Axile in synchronicity with him.
Just as I was highlighting how brilliant I thought the opener was from Vitality and the 2 different ways they found those kills. So that's a 3-on-5 situation dropped. That one against a lighter buy could be a conversation for Cloud9 to get back into this T-half. 2 rounds already. We've still got a handful more to be played out here. They win this, the floodgates will open for rounds for Cloud9. So a very important round here for Vitality to defend against. And you can see what they've been able to cobble together here. Not a single defuse kit.
I like the stance. I do like this stance. Nafany's already catching nades. And Zywoo supporting Spinks. They can come back up through the underpass at their own discretion. He's pushed it. He walked straight out of the smoke. Hobbit unawares. And that's not even just Zywoo. That's a big frag back. Dupree responsible. Axel dead. And every frag going Vitality's way. Overlooked with that push. Buster dead to rights and Shiro an impossible one ahead of him. A 1 versus 4 on the AK-47. He has a smoke perhaps to buy time and reposition. He's got a decision to make.
Remember I said there's no kit. So the longer they take on this retake, look how far Spinks is away from this right now.
Can Shiro ignite the fire in Cloud9? This would completely break Vitality. They're on their way in. Shiro opts for bank. Not the perfect plant, but that's the perfect headshot! He's playing it beautiful! Double headshot! Shiro can't! He can't quite get it over the line! What about the defuse?
We're on it right now. 5, 4, 3. It's getting close. It's damn close. It's down to the wire!
God damn! Magisk denies what could have been the defibrillator for Cloud9. The first 2 shots were gorgeous. Beautiful. And it's the fact he just one more second if he could have somehow gotten away from that duel with Magis. Look at this, 1,
Spinks
2.
has no idea where that kill even came from.
Bang on the defuse.
And he didn't, he could have toyed with him, he could have played with him. There was no kit. All he needed to do was bait that once, just once. That could have been the difference maker there.
Oh, I'm feeling the agony. I'm not even playing. Imagine what is going through Shiro's head when he sees how close that defuse was. They've had a couple of those now. I mean, this really is such a tough and cruel mental game now for the individuals. And Vitality let them stew in it. Straight timeout off the back of that. A valiant effort, but still a round ascribed to their opponent.
But they've got them right where they want them still. I know that the scoreline right now is 7 rounds the difference, but all Cloud9 have to do is win this one right here. Again, like we can start, repeat. If these rounds are as close, if the bomb keeps going down, if it's just 1 player, 2 players staying alive for Vitality, even with the round win, Cloud9 can still break them. They can still get a big bag of rounds here on this T side, but it needs to start with the opener, and there you go, Nafany cracks things with Spinks.
That's a big one. You've got the opening, your opponent's economy is shaken, and they are aggressing. Nafany ready, spots it out, confirms. More, Apex down, greed gets the best of him, trying to upgrade that FAMAS. And so not only 1, but 2. To make a competitive half out of our 3rd map in this series. They're going, looking for trouble.
Now Buster's over towards long. This is something he did very well when he was an Outsiders MVP back in the day. They're going to allow him to be the lurk. They're actually going to be bringing the bomb over towards this A finish. So all the action will be on Zywoo. The biggest issue he has right now, even if he turns his attention back to the side, that Buster lurk will come. Dupree and Magic disconnected from the pack with very limited information on B. So as Cloud9 waltz on in, it's essentially a free sight. It could start with Zywoo finding this kill, and does. 73 damage, or 73 HP. Takes a little bit of damage.
Ooh, he's not expecting that at all. They creeped and they crawled, and it's paid dividends. Already around now, secure. As the B defenders, you know it's those two. The ex-Astralis core.
And they have to hold on to this because the loss bonus, and this is why I've been painting this dire picture here for Vitality as far as the CT finances go. Loss bonus, bottom of the barrel, 1,400 into the next. Everyone can take a quick look at the left-hand side of their screen at home and play this game together. Whatever cash you see with them right now, add 1,400 on top of that. And then that's what they have to splash into the next round to play. Knowing that you're going to carry an AK and an MP9 in, we will see the force buy behind it. That's, well, how I expect things to go on down, but I've been wrong before. I'm sure I'll be wrong again.
Yeah, they knew they had to have Magis being a bit more active on that one. Use that long range to catch the first hunt, and so.
Interesting here, Magis could drop a scout for like we have to problem solve this buy, right?
Yeah.
So with where it is right now, look, if I'm Vitality, I'd probably take a timeout to have this conversation, but they could drop a scout from Magis to Zywoo. Oh, actually Zywoo's just going to buy one of his own here. And then Zywoo could have dropped a FAMAS or something across. They could have managed the finances slightly better than what they have here. I suppose it means that Magis, oh, he's going to hold on to residual cash. I was going to say could buy some more utility. Okay, well, let's see how far they can push this. You're in the heat of the moment in a semi-final playoff match here, and that tag is the perfect way to kick off the account. Because, sure, it's not an AWP, but you know you need to use the flashes on the corners. You know you need to be jiggling out as a unit here. Oh, I said jiggling out. That's actually quite scary against a scout. So they need to be very careful here, Cloud9, not to take any more damage from Zywoo.
There's a little bit of pace behind this. I mean, albeit walking, but moving towards Zywoo's domain.
They're kind of calling the bluff on this, right, with the way that they're pathing right now. Because if you knew the scout was there, I thought they would be using a little bit more utility here to try and make this awkward for Zywoo. But they've been able to spread into the bathrooms, take this banana controller, lurk smoke front sight, means Zywoo feels a whole lot of pressure here.
Yeah, he summoned Apex. Assistance, s'il vous plaît. Smoke on long side. And that's his second opportunity. Trapped by the flame, still has to actively engage. Don't forget that tag onto Buster, softened up. He'd love to be hitting a couple more of those with the Woo. Oh, flash, Magis tried to go aggressive, still manages to profit from it onto Nafany. Oh! Magisk explodes! The only rifle saved through, and Cloud9 sent packing. One back from Axile cost him a great deal. That was magical.
he got the flash when he first pushed. Was that a team flash?
I think it was, yeah, mistimed.
And then he still gets 3 kills. He still pulls that out of his ass. That is massive. Just as the game, just as the direction that we're going is Cloud9 starting to mount a couple of T-sided rounds on the board. They get stopped like that.
Oh, we are definitely seeing that one again. And like a proud father, he pats him on the shoulder. Damn, I mean, when ZywOo's not on, when Dupree's not on, it's Magisk who steps up.
So was a team flash that like hit him in the back there by the looks of things?
That second onto Hobbit and the audacity to find Shiro. I do like how often when we cut to Magisk's player cam, the immediate end of round, he's glancing at the, oh, hang on, a legend.
Get right in the building.
A legend of the game in attendance. Just as Magisk is in this game.
Well, the whole conversation has changed. I thought Cloud9 had Vitality right where they wanted them.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a round win. Vitality would have had to have ecoed. At that point, we're looking at 5 rounds for Cloud9, potentially 6 when you go into the final. Axel, not done yet. Looking for something. Gets an opener onto Magisk, takes down the hero of the previous. Nafany will combine onto Dupree and the rotation in.
Yeah, there's something to be said about this one, especially with Spinks only getting... Oh, he gets both! And Axel, he's ready for you. Still sharper tool. And ZywOo with the first.
Bomb's not even there. Look, Hobbit's about to make his way from long into the site. ZywOo trying to rotate back, but they're going to be in his face. He needs to be aware of this.
Yeah, he's considered even flirting with the bank idea. There's Hobbit! ZywOo clutching up with a one-on-one now. Buster, he's brave. He goes for the plant. ZywOo's crosshair prime and ready! That is beautiful! ZywOo's so cool. He keeps a cold head on his shoulders, ice in his veins. As Cloud9 cannot find anything to go for them.
And the star trio of Vitality are here on Overpass. ZywOo now showing us exactly what he's got. Spinks has been doing it throughout the map, and Magisk, well, he had his 3-piece freed in the previous.
Whoa.
What a shot, the laser beam. Nothing can go wrong for Vitality right now, 11-3.
That's why he prefers the rifle, Chad, because he can win rounds like that.
That was a 3-on-5.
He made it look so pedestrian, just banging him out. That second onto Hobbit, the third as well. It's all crosshair placement. The adjustments are minimal, if not required. And this is the final round of their T-side. Can Cloud9 muster a fourth? They've got 1 smoke and a decoy to their name. And ZywOo feeling themselves right now. Is he really going to take that AK up against the orb? Not brave enough for that immediately. Buster's coming looking. They don't have flashes, it's just going to be jiggles. ZywOo, oh, they've passed him. He's under a lot of scrutiny here. They're overlooking him. They're assuming it's clear, and Shiro does meet his fate at the hands of the AK. Finally found, but Cloud9 flustered.
A real thorn in their side as smoke to deny the upper bathrooms. The rotation back down towards connector here, and they will be greeted by Dupree. You can see tucked into the left-hand side of this sandbag. Have to be diligent on the clear. Axel, and he's not. Dupree looking for the double up. Hobbit with the trade.
That's a lot. They're heading in towards Magisk. Or changing their minds as well. Thinking twice about this one.
And they have to make a choice now. 25 seconds left on the clock. Spinks over towards long right now.
They've got flashes. They can delay them. They can make this really awkward. Apex is just going to throw them over. Yep, one and another.
If
Still
Apex
on
takes
his belt.
contact, this is over. Spinks will kill them all.
The distraction is Apex. All eyes on him. And that's the tag he needed. As all the attention's drawn and the round pulls into the station. At the hands of Spinks. Pulls it across the line. 12. The bar set high. Cloud9 down in the dumps after some domination to start.
don't chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep rapping. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use passion.
And so we find ourselves at the very end of this semi-final. It has gone the distance, and it's been a roller coaster of ups and downs. Would be a pretty boring roller coaster otherwise, but still, Vitality have got 12 in the bank, Chad. 3, a meager 3 for Cloud9, and it has been such a very clear change in momentum. That second half of our second map, and now in the final half of this series, Vitality have got a firm grip on the throat of Cloud9.
Can't put a foot wrong right now. Everybody's stepping up with some massive moments, and as mentioned only moments ago, the Star Trio is online to close things down. Magis continuing that rampage. A Goosh and a death onto Hobbit as they sprint in towards the B-bomb side.
Taking it in turns are these Danes to dominate. Buster, that's nice. Takes down the short player, hiding around the pillar. Smoke buys time, and frags from Nafany. Welcome for the Cloud9 fans. And it's only ZywOo. They have repelled the entire commitment. They had all the bodies in the right places in order to have a competitive start.
This would be a statement, wouldn't it? That's the first, 21-5 right now.
This would be more than a statement, Chad. This would ruin them.
He's got plenty of time to try and piece this one together. Axel over towards Graffiti. Buster in the pit. Shiro tucking tail at the barrels, waiting to activate late.
You've got everything you need. Everything. The bomb in front of you. Your teammates on the site with you. Every avenue for ZywOo covered. Axel on these jiggles. That's the first fight he's looking for, and does just manage to distract. Takes engagement. He gets another one. No, no, no! ZywOo's doing it! Only Axel remains! And he's done it! The absolute best to ever touch this game! ZywOo is insane! As Cloud9 have their mental health ripped apart by a single Frenchman.
Oh, they've evaporated in front of us here today. ZywOo will not be stopped. A 1-on-4 for round 13. And look how easy. 360s on him.
Oh my God, it's absolutely horrific. You can't look away. You just can't. Goosebumps in Rio. At the hands and fingertips of Mathieu Elpo.
Pick him up, break him over your knee. Cloud9 are cooked. Absolutely destroyed. Ripped limb from limb as they take an eco to give away 14. To think how close they were. How close. 4 rounds away from 2-0ing the series, from putting themselves in that grand final, to giving themselves something to wipe the major tears away at 9.
I mean, that's all it was, Chad. That's what it was supposed to be. And instead, this just feels like a nail in the Cloud9 coffin.
You look at what this does, though, for Vitality. It is clear, and we have heard it from the staff, that the mental has been a massive piece of this puzzle. The players in this team, there's never been a question about your ZywOos. There was only a matter of time until your Sphinxes showed up, and the experience of the other 3 pieced together now. With communication, it was a problem. They've had more than enough time to try their tongue at English now. It's this mental side that looks to be refined, and what a time to do it in the playoffs of IEM Rio on that runway to the major, just around the corner. This could be the ascension of Vitality, just in the nick of time.
We saw a tweet from the sports psychologist of Vitality, a part of 3 of Astralis' major wins, putting a lot of effort into their mental game, and yeah, they've pulled themselves up by their bootstraps in the face of adversity, of imminent defeat.
This would be stylish. 5 SMGs on the first gun round, huh?
Well, that would be a kettle or a step too far. Hobbit does get warded off of his aggressive CT maneuver.
I like this approach early. Just get your standard map control, push them back, make sure they're not in playground, make sure they're not investigating all the way up.
Sure.
That far in your face. Now with these SMGs, regroup back towards B and just go for a set piece. You have the run and gun up your favor. And guess what? They're messing with a few players who are missing head armor.
Oh, you're right. A couple of opportunities, definitely. 5 SMGs though. I mean, this is the most bonus a bonus round can get.
And it might be beautiful.
Will they really twist the knife with lesser guns? Charging into Hobbit, good for the first. It's Nafany, repels another, and solid so far. Everyone wins their duels bar 1. Buster unable to muster a single frag, but yes, Spinks, he's got 4. Well aware of where he is with the bomb on the floor. It's all said and done, this one. 30 seconds, yeah, sure. Let's take a couple of rifles away. Nafany, nice position. He wasn't ready for it. Does adjust for 1 more. It's only 4. 14-4, ladies and gentlemen.
Look as well, you have ZywOo on 27, Spinks on 23. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. That's 50 kills combined. On the other side of the server, Shiro's been putting up a fight once more, 17 in total for him. Seems like everybody else has gone a little bit missing here. But this is the CT side now, and if you were ever going to put up the blue wall, if you were ever going to have some multi-kills attested to your name, this would be the sign to do exactly that. But remember, the bonus round means Vitality can get out full rifles, 5 AKs, U2. And we're in the thick of things now. This setup here does look like they want to test over towards B again. Remember when we were casting them in the first few days of this tournament? Oh, they got through this. That's the entry from Dupree.
Buster was just pulling out his nades. Caught off guard now in tailspinner Cloud9. Running, gunning straight for Nafany. Holds on for the first. Good adjustment out of Spinks. He knows there's another. Hobbit's name was in the feed behind the smoke. Spinks. Shiro tapping away onto Apex. Hobbit still contributing. Spinks should have him. Waiting for clarity. On the fade, does delete him. Axel trying to hold his nerve on this one. Perfect crosshair. Seals the fate of another. Triple on the entry. Spinks, oh, he does go down, but ZywOo's there. There's another round for Vitality. They can take it in turns, Chad. Across this series, across this entire series, we've seen ZywOo, Spinks, Magis, and Dupree, all with round impact and series impact. And here in the final map, Cloud9 lost.
In what's about to be the final round.
What do they do, Chad?
They take a timeout, they have a conversation, they have a chit chat, and that allows the real desperation of the situation to set in. At the high end, before the purchases come through, you have 3.5 on Axel. At the low end, you get about 2.4 on Buster. And you know that doesn't go too far. Groove with his parting words, any encouragement he can muster here, but this is about to be another Cloud9 defeat when they were in the driver's seat.
The most nightmarish of mental barriers for this team. They're starting to believe it. They start feeling it, that they're losing their grip every time this red carpet is rolled out for them. And Vitality stubborn. Holding on for dear life in the second, but this one, I'll tell you what, it's an 11-round haul demanded of Cloud9's defense. And it's sure, if we could turn their whirring brains off, these individuals with these weapons, they can convert this round. Oh. Good flash. Gets himself out. Dupree's going walkabout. Axel, long toilet side. Flashed in. Good hold. First found. That's an opening for Cloud9. Axel just wants to hold on to it. Doesn't want to lose it to a hunting ZywOo. And Apex, this is very brave. Buster does not overcook it. And a nice deep smoke will buy time.
Yeah, interesting not to see the Buster swing off of that. Had an opportunity there, but wanted to be as safe as houses as ZywOo braves the smoke. Axel with the jiggles on the other side, and ZywOo has not been missing. The flash is great, comes out and goes down to Axel. He recovered quicker.
Indicative of another round of play unless Magis can farm up another. Axel clear of long. An advantage from Cloud9 still present, but lesser. Shiro, oh, great shot! Nails it on the scout. Puts Apex and Spinks into a two-man disadvantage.
They're just going to save this one here. Hold on to these AKs. So Cloud9 will grab themselves a constellation round. Can they find themselves any constellation rifles? I think they're all a little bit too far away to scoop up. Shiro's going to brave this, see if he can get an AK, and will. So that's not too bad, but right now, and I know that we've seen very crazy things unfold here today, but this one, considering the circumstances, considering the vibe that's in the air here in Rio.
Considering the pistol round of this half. It's AKs, it's light. This is what Cloud9 were hoping for. Slightly limited resources on Vitality. Opening moves, good nade, chips away, and ZywOo surging into the playground.
Spinks, you can see with this gap that's been manufactured by that smoke, they lob out from spawn onto the offensive. CT Molotov has given him more than enough room to call short clear. To know what lies around the corner with the sandbags, but that nade is very telling, right? That helps him understand that, sure, they're more passive on the side. They were worried about me having a more forward presence. They're combing towards A right now. They haven't done the standard U2, right? They haven't been able to afford exactly that, so this might just be the crawl in towards Axel's domain. You can see him in the bathrooms, on the ready.
He's got very little in the way of support. He's really, oh, one-man army!
Life support.
Yeah, now, Magis Deagle, a single bullet is all he needs right between the eyes as he takes the load off of Axel's shoulders. And it feels very uncomfortable for Shiro, staring at the wall. Nades raining in, he wants something off his flash, and he does deliver. First onto Spinks, but more required out of Shiro, trying to be that hero for the boys. And his teammates are there with him. Nafany good in the back, a double of his own design on the FAMAS. ZywOo, one to be feared. Looking on his A game right here, right now. Look how swift he moves, but he's not ready for this one. A gap taken, Hobbit will profit. And another round for Cloud9.
And a buffer now. Cloud9 can buy themselves an extra round with that round win. So it should be the eco from Vitality. They've been humbled here. They wanted to close this one as quick as you like, but now they'll have to wait a moment longer. So Cloud9 have a chance to breathe. They can take a bit of a breath here. They can try and center themselves for this home stretch to close things down. But it would be quite the mountain to climb as Vitality have actually invested a little bit of cash here. Lost bonus 2,400 into the next, so everyone's spent. Oh, I feel there's maybe a couple of overspent. But if they win this one, then it'll be justified.
Yeah, there's something that happens when you get to 15 and they say, right, let's just do a deco.
It makes me question what the next round's going to look like. It might just be another half buy because they have so many rounds to work with here. Like if you're only going to get 2,400 into the next round and your name's Magisk, you don't have a buy, right? You have a Galil. Maybe they're happy to do a Galil rifle round. Or maybe they're happy to do 2 partial investments round after round. So either can be justified here at this point, especially with 15 to your name.
Still, objective would be to keep Cloud9 humble. You can see not much in the way of additional funds. Axal and Shiro, this is the pairing you'd hope can handle these Deagles with ease. Just brought to his knees. Axal and Shiro working in unison. That's the ZywOo D.
And the 30.
Casual. 30 to 8. Nice shot, Axal. Punishes Apex for sticking around too long.
But it is these two, and Spinks gets a one-on-one on B. Oh, that was the chance. That was the opportunity. Buster suck him up, and it will just be ZywOo. This will be a 1-on-4 with the ace, and a little bit of damage done, but position given over. 30 seconds left. They can start to scamper to his position, and they'll deal with him any second now. The pivot will take another for his troubles, and you said damage. This is decent damage. 2 kills in total. So Magisk with that 3,600, Dupree automatically buys into a Deagle and armor, so it will just be another Deagle round. So this is Vitality, understanding the lay of the land, knowing where the loss bonus is at, knowing that they want everything to finish here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be very critical if they did start whipping out those Galils, right?
Yeah, if it was just 4 spies, all right, guys, like this is a little bit crazy. This is conservative and understandable.
It's more reinforced, you know, there's more Kevlar. There's a smoke, as you can see, as that gives them a bit more pace out of the containment molly. You got Dupree going looking for any of those early aggressive maneuvers, but for Cloud9, it's not in their interest.
No, and my biggest question in the next round is if the ZywOo AWP doesn't come out, then why didn't they just take a full eco in the previous? And then they would have had to buy this round. But anyway, that's not to debate here and now. That's a discussion for another time. Because still, every round is do or die for Cloud9.
Sure. That margin for error is gone. And plenty of it. But the slack, gone. Cycling through their util, there'll be micro victories for Vitality. Keep that CT rebuy.
It's just one of these milkman rounds, right? Just milking out all of the nades from the CTs. Making sure that at least they'll have to reinvest that into the next. They don't have any real utility other than the ZywOo smoke.
Three-man setup here, and Hobbit delivers.
It's the bomb as well.
Monitoring the situation. It's a Magisk Deag for the 1, but they've got the explosives in their grasp, and Buster doesn't need to be taking these fights, but delivers it all the same. Monster on lock. Dupree will punish him for advancing further. Dupree's Deagle overpass. It was a couple of years ago. Not now.
All right, well, the fun and games is over here. Buy will come out. I don't think ZywOo is going to buy an AWP. He has 55.50. 55.50. Well, he is. He's actually going to be... Okay, all right. He doesn't want any util here.
So from 15 to 4. Now 8 on the door. Cloud9 still with a mammoth task ahead of them. ZywOo has pulled out that AWP. These 2 conservative investments have enabled him to pull out the big green. And off the rip, priority for underpass control, uncontested by Cloud9.
It's crazy how many smokes Vitality used early there. They extinguished one, they dropped one towards the door, and they also used one over towards the pipe here where Spinks is. That's just faded. and that's just to help them get map control. So to finish, they only have one smoke because ZywOo couldn't buy one with the AWP and Kevlar option that he's picked here. So they have only one smoke available for the finish on the round, and that is on Apex.
Shiro's on his signature weapon, and they're going to send him in. ZywOo versus Shiro. Oh, looking the wrong way. No, Shiro bests him. Hidden away on the boost, and a second beheading onto Apex. This is the kind of Shiro you need, awake and alert. He's doing so much for the Cloud9 squad, 26 frags. As Axel doesn't deliver. He actually dinged him up, but dupreeh still finds the head and adjusts nicely. Shiro's going looking for the finish. He does know he's low, and that's a free frag. Stabilizes the aim. Doesn't want to let that one slip away.
And I think if you're Magic and you want to transition back, you have to go past Shiro's orb. So now it's just Spinks on B with no hope of winning the round here. The bomb, no man's land, just wants to take a fight. Will get it onto Buster, but Hobbit will get that trade. And Cloud9 continue the winning ways. 4 for Shiro to get himself up to 28 kills. He's really trying here, Shiro.
He's giving it everything he's got. 28. And you'll see this one. Like, it looked like he'd been caught out,
right?
But just adjusts.
But I think they flubbed the run boost a little bit there as well, so it worked out in his favor.
Bang, 4 added to his tally. And this is an intriguing one. Yeah, Spinks has been given the green light to go all in. See if he can make some space for the boys. Tucks in tight to the left side.
They're just going to try and explode Monster here with some flashes from Apex. They're going in. Oh, and there's the entry. That's a big kill. They don't have to commit to this now. They've given themselves a number advantage to work with. The Magic on the boost isn't going to find anybody. They've stayed out of sight for now.
Still a chance here. Buster's not ready.
Oh!
Just is
not like this.
Down, Cloud9. They need this one. Limited from Vitality, but oh dear, only one. Axile low. Shiro has to be the hero, pushing corners, hitting shots, but it's only the tag. Cloud9 hopes and dreams fall apart, and Vitality sail to the grand finals of IEM Rio. dupreeh and Magisk embraced immediately, both of them pulling their weight and then some. ZywOo stepping up on the third as well. A full team effort. And you've got to speak volumes about what Vitality are capable of. You cannot count them out. You cannot count this team out. 12-1 down.
They were down and out. Vertigo looked done. This map right here, it's definitely the conversation about ZywOo and Spinks ascending to their god tier form, but the conversation, the catalyst, the only reason the Vitality were even in this series is the veteran, the 4 major champ, the only man to attend every major in history. It's dupreeh. He was the difference maker, and Vitality, they take the victory. They book the grand final spot, and Apex is happy with that.
And on this stark contrast, on the other side of the stage, Cloud9, head in hands.
ZywOo, this crowd loves you guys from the moment you stepped on last time around and right here now. How does this feel, mate? Nice experience?
Best feeling of my life, for sure, but that's why we come back from this game, because of this round, yeah.
I love it. And just talk to me, right? You're down 12-1, you're in the 12-3 half. On the half, what did you guys say to each other?
I don't know, we just, actually we are thinking about Liquid game, we can do it, and that's what happened on our head, and yeah, we just never give up about this game, and yeah, we did it.
And things are looking really good for you guys, because you think what happened on that Inferno, you come onto this Vertigo, you come back, then you just dominate on this third and final map. Now I'm going to take you back to EPL, right? The last time you were in a grand final, you were able to lift the trophy. Does it feel like that again here?
Yeah, we have a good feeling to lift the trophy now, but the job is never done. We have to focus for tomorrow, and yeah, we hope we're gonna lift the trophy for tomorrow.
I love it, ZywOo. Congratulations, man. Everyone in this arena, everyone at home, give it up for Vitality and ZywOo!
A complete collapse from Cloud9 as the castle walls crumble. Vitality, the ones to turn the tides in this series, making their deepest playoff run in over 200 days. Absolute insane roller coaster of emotions throughout the duration of the semi-final. But man, pure, unadulterated resilience coming out of Vitality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, listen, I said it, we prefaced it when it came to map number 3. After a comeback like that on Vertigo, it almost seemed like it was written in the stars, right, for Vitality. And yeah, they just never let up. On the CT side, ZywOo and Spinks, the 2 stars you speak of, just stepping up. And Cloud9, like, you can see the pressure just mounting, mistakes being made. And Shiro, man, like, he tried. He still tried. But it's not going to be enough when they're going 1 versus 5.
He tried, but you could tell even for him, he had that 1v3 clutch that ended up being a 1v1, and without that collapse on the second map, Shiro plays for time and he wins that 9 times out of 10. But the frustration was visible on him. He fears he needs to go Superman mode. He gets 2 kills, peaks for the 3rd, gets punished, and I think it was Magisk with the last second defuse, right? And you saw multiple rounds in this game as well where C9 is just crumbling. I mean, 5v2s, the ZywOo round in the second half, the second pistol round, is just how much can one team, like how many rounds can happen to one team?
I'm just looking at the stats here, and Chilty, I don't want to believe it, but ZywOo won 5 clutches in one map.
Damn. That's insane.
That's insane.
That's insane if that's a true stat. I mean,
it's not normally, yeah.
Yeah, just on his own, his form, obviously, I think Banks alluded to it perfectly. ZywOo lights out. Spinks as well, continuing that stellar form. We wanted to see that.
Yeah, I think that's more important, but how different of a story would this be for ZywOo if C9 won on the second map? Like, he would have just been +1 for the series. Probably another situation where we're talking about you needed more out of ZywOo in this sort of a game, like in a playoff game, but his team helps him, Dupree, most notably on that second map, and then he just pays that back tenfold on the decider.
I mean, if you're Shiro, you're hoping, right? You're hoping, listen, guys, like, ZywOo's not stepping up. Spinks is having a quiet game. The 2 Danes, the veterans, they're the ones lifting up the team. But for Cloud9, no one was there doing anything. It was just Shiro all along.
Well, I believe we do have a winner ready to join us up here on the desk. Do you want to come join us, Apex? He's raring to go and smiles across his face. Indeed, a well-deserved spot in that grand final.
Never mind.
Congratulations, Dan. How are you feeling? Relieved?
Well, I don't know what to say. That was a hell of a game. We couldn't wake up for 1 month and a half, and then I think after the comeback on Vertigo, they were a bit off, and we took over. But yeah, we were too sleepy today. That was pretty insane. But then I think our individual stepped up and helped us to go through.
Talk to me how. Just a couple of months ago, you're playing Overpass against Liquid in Katowice, right? There's this big collapse for you guys, and then you come back. You had the Anubis game at Pro League against FaZe. You have here this against Cloud9. It's obvious the change in the mental aspect for you guys. How does that happen?
Well, I think we have a big work with our mental coach, and I think from the beginning of the year, even though we didn't show up enough, I would say, because we lost 2 quarterfinals. I think 2 quarterfinals that we should have won. And I think we're improving on that aspect. I think Vitality 2023 is really different than 2022. And we're giving a lot, and I think it works.
All right. Okay, I actually have a question. Like I said it earlier during the death segment as well, I wish I was a fly on the wall next to you guys at the end of the first half of Vertigo, right? What were the comps? Because look, it was almost looking impossible, right? 3 rounds on the CT side, it's almost impossible. What were the comps like? Like, what was the rallying speech you or Zonic gave?
Well, to be honest, we lost so many fucked up rounds on City, and we should have won at least 8 or 9. And we knew 2 or 3 times they were coming B. We were like almost 5, and you lose the round. It's no way. And at the middle of the side, we said, okay, it starts by a pistol, obviously, and then we know that we can be really strong on a lot of T sides. And yeah, we showed up. We were 15-13 up. Unfortunately, we didn't win the 2 last round, but I just felt like. Let's be honest, the first map and the first side of Vertigo, I never seen us that off. And I think we're really tired right now, and most likely me mentally, it's been rough 2 weeks. Because we played so many games already. We went from the lower bracket here. In the Arma, we played for 6 best of 3 in a row. I mean, of course, Cloud9 as well, but me, I'm older than them, so... So today was really tough for me, most likely individually. I mean, I was really garbage, but I think, yeah, the young gun stepped up. Even Dupree on Vertigo was insane, and it felt like a 2018 Dupree, and it feels good to have the individual stepping up that way, because today we were a bit off as a team, and yeah, that's what I think good team have sometimes. When they off as a team, they need the individual to step up, and I think my boss done it.
Apex, I do want to pick your brain on one particular round. Should be, I mean, I was going to say a relatively easy one to dissect, but it also could be incredibly hard. It's a ZywOo pistol clutch from the second half of that overpass. Man, we were saying, you know, maybe that would have been the Cloud9 reset moment. We can bring that round up, hopefully, if you've got that ready, production. Yeah, we were saying, you know, that could have been a reset for Cloud9, but it wasn't. ZywOo just took matters into his own hands, and he was like, let's just get this map done. Yes,
I think without a doubt, ZywOo is the best player in the world right now. I have to be honest, he's way too good. We had a talk with Janko in Pro League, and he said the best player in the world have to go through playoffs. I think we did. And now we're in final, so I think he deserves that spot right now. He stepped up in a lot of things right now, in the team mental, in the talking as well. He was a quiet guy before, and now he has his word, he's coding as well, helping me to call. I think right now, I mean, without a doubt, he's the best teammate you can ever have, because he's sick individually, he's sick as also calling sometimes, and having a good mood all the time. I mean, ZywOo is just fantastic.
And can you talk a little bit about Spinks as well? Because like this tournament has been just lights out for him, right? And you've always wanted him to be the star player, the second star player alongside ZywOo. But he's like playing at a level which is even more, right? It's like more than what we've seen ZywOo, at least at this tournament. What changed? Was it just him finally settling down in the team, or did something else happen?
I explained that a lot, but when you play in ends, the play style is way different.
Yeah.
They just go YOLO and they run everywhere. So obviously when you're a lurker and you have such a play style, you have way more space on the map. And now with us playing sometimes more control, map control, sometimes fast, he couldn't find his groove. Mm-hmm. And also on some map like Overpass, he used to not play for himself. He used to play for ZywOo, but I told him, bro, on Overpass City, the star player is the rifle. And now you have to show your balls and kill people, because otherwise we're not going to win. If your A player is not playing well, I think it's really tough. And I think the last 4 games has been insane. Made minimum 15 kills, carrying us for Overpass. Yeah, I think he's showing up a lot, and also Lotan is such a good teammate as well. I'm not going to lie. He's not talking too much, but when he talks, everyone listens to him, and he gives a really good vibe towards the team. And it's just a pleasure to have him in the team, and the way he plays right now as well.
Apex, one final question. I know it's one you hate, but who are you going to be facing in the grand final tomorrow? Navi or Heroic?
I think both are in really great form. They both won the group, RMR group 3-0. Obviously, Heroic had a loss against Big. I don't know what happened. I think it was an Heroic, because no way usually they lose to a team like Big. So I don't know. I know that we struggled to play against Heroic a lot. I think we beat them once in the last year and a half on like 4 face-to-face. I think playing against them will be a good spot for us, because I really want to show up against them, and we need that. And the other side, Navi, I don't know. They're just getting much better as well right now, and I think both teams are playing really good. So I don't have. I want to beat Heroic, because we don't beat them enough, so obviously.
Well, Apex, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank
man.
you,
We'll let you go off and get prepared for that grand final tomorrow, whoever that opponent is going to be.
Just one more.
Thank you so much, man.
GG, man.
GG's all around. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, great to get to hear from Apex as well. Congratulations, man. Yeah, man. I mean, what an emotional roller coaster he must have been experiencing alone throughout that map. I love how candid he was, saying, you know, they woke up, felt very sleepy, brain just wasn't working in the same way he was used to.
I think he made a great point that we talk about always when it comes to championship level teams, right? You need to be able to win games when you're not playing your A game, right? Not even B game, but C game. And sure, in a semifinal of a tournament, if you're playing a team like Cloud9, your C game probably isn't going to be enough, and it shouldn't be. That's more for the group stages, right? How many times have we seen FaZe throughout their Grand Slam round, especially first half of last year? You know, it's iffy, it's shaky, right? But they get it done. Like, you know, they win, whether it's 2-1, like over the finish line, somehow kicking and screaming, but they get it done. And I think everyone will tell you the same. You know, you lost a lot of games where you played good Counter-Strike. Everyone would much rather win playing poorly than lose playing beautifully.
Yeah, exactly. Well, unfortunately for Cloud9, that collapse does mean elimination here from IEM Rio 2023. But let's get a few departing words from Hobbit.
so close yet so far for Cloud9 on this stage. And Hobbit, I want to start with Inferno, their map pick. You guys were playing more aggressive, so dominant as well. This game plan seemed to be working out. Then we come into Vertigo. It's like you told me before, right? It is kind of like your home map, but it's been a bit more shaky recently. What happened after that first half? Why couldn't you guys find your way back into it?
I mean, I don't know. I just have a feeling like we're gonna close that map without any chances. To be honest, I don't know what happened. I mean, the first of all, of course, their play style was good. There were their rotations. You know, as rotation on Vertigo, it was hard to read what side they're gonna end, and that's why I'm gonna say big respect for them. And second thing, Dupree.
Yeah, dude.
Dupree happened. I mean, he's an awesome player, and he did like a lot of impact for his team. So, and of course, if we're gonna talk about us, maybe it was a choke, but I didn't feel the stress or pressure. In total, this tournament, we didn't feel like such interesting parts like mental, psychology, everything was good. So, my last words, they just outplayed us.
And I just got to say, right, you've been on a wild journey. It's not been great, but you get some well-deserved rest now. I'm sad to see you go, Hobbit, but good luck going forward in the future, and we'll speak to you soon. Thank you very much, man. That's it for Cloud9 here in Rio, but they put up one hell of a fight and they bounced back after that performance when it came to the RMRs. We're excited to see them back at the next events as well.
Yeah, an unfortunate time for elimination for Cloud9 from IEM Rio. But from heartbreak to highs, let's check in with our DHL MVP. Your votes in the chat using your Twitch channel points and vote for our DHL MVP of this particular series. We've got some quite tasty options coming up for you first. Of course, we've got Shiro first up on the cards, closely followed by Zaru, Dupree, Spinks, and then Magisk for your money. Gentlemen, as always, I'm going to ask you, where are you spending those tasty points?
Dupree for me. It's easy as that. If he didn't show up the way he did, I know it's only map number 2, like he didn't really step up much in map 1, and in map number 3 really didn't have to do much, but Zaiwu would have dropped that 30 bomb if Dupree hadn't done what he did on the T side of Vertigo. So for me, all my points to the Dane.
I think so as well for the series, yeah, because without him, there's no third map. Cloud9 closes out 2-0, and I want to believe Hobbit, but what I've seen on the server doesn't really tell me that they were not affected by the comeback or whatnot. And I do agree with him, though, that it wasn't like they played super bad. It's like Vitality played really good on the T side. And to be honest, if I'm going to call anyone out, I'm calling Exile out again. Because this is a game where you have to get some multi-kills on B when they're coming your way. As simple as that. If you're the star rifler of this team, if you're one of the best riflers in the world, a top 5 player in the world, you need to do better than this, right? As simple as that. And it's just impossible to talk about Cloud9. Like, you come into this tournament, no one expects them to do anything. They're in the semifinals. You want to be happy for them and be like, wow, they did something, and now you're again disappointed. Like, they just find a way, no matter what they do, they find a way to disappoint you. It's actually mind-boggling.
I would love for Nafany and Groove to just grab all of them together, have the talk, Yanko, go to the hotel bar, grab a pint apiece. If you don't drink, grab a mocktail, a glass of water, I don't care. Just please talk, for crying out loud.
Shiro's with a cigar, you know, and just like, it's not you, it's me. You know, just like, but it's obviously you. It's obviously not me. It's anyone but me. Like, unreal. Like, I don't know if Shiro was like crying during a game at the RMR because of how crushed he was. I feel like this is beyond crying at this point.
Yeah.
It's just you're just dejected. You have this out of body experience, right? Like you're not the one playing. This is just something that's happening to you, and you're just watching it from the outside.
It's a final stage of depression, acceptance, and I hope he hasn't reached there. I don't want him to accept this, Janko. My heart cries for him.
Yeah, of course, a conversation needing to be had for the side of Cloud9. Unfortunately, elimination here as Vitality claim that spot in the grand final. But it's about time we find them an opponent as Heroic taking on Navi once again in the semi-finals here of IEM Rio.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
So I get the enjoyment of going on the ride on the way to the arena from start to finish. We've just left the hotel. I'm with the Navi team, ready for the first game for them, the semi-final stage. And Sasha, first of all, I got to ask, you said about this seating arrangement. There is a specific seating arrangement. Is it superstitious, or what's the reason?
No, we just take a seat at the beginning of tournament, and if you keep winning, we just don't change it.
And if you lose, like in just like the group stage where you can still have another game, you still change or you keep?
If we lose, yeah, anyone can change. But if we win, we keep the same.
Okay. And what's the normal morning look like for you guys? How you get ready for a tournament day? Obviously, I know it changes on time depending on what time the game is, but what's it look like for the team?
Can you repeat what you mean?
So what does it look like from when you start, you wake up? What's the routine for the whole team? Do you play at all when you're back in the practice rooms? Do you do any extra prep, or have you done it all before?
I'm just trying to do everything the same like I'm doing on official days when I show a good performance. Trying to take good sleep, go breakfast. Sometimes meet my teammates there. Everyone goes different time a bit. And after we just go in room and prepare for a game.
Nice. And that preparation, obviously, Blade always with his notes and things going on. Did you watch the games from yesterday as well that you saw Heroic play?
Yeah, we've been practicing, and after we saw the last two maps of Heroic against Fury.
And what did you make of that? Did you think that Fury were going to take it?
Yeah, I actually saw it because the one first map really good. Yeah. It was Heroic pick. And after they had really close games and they had lead on Ancient. But maybe Heroic they're kryptonite on stages, on stages in Brazil.
Now, this time, you obviously don't have to face Fury, so you got Heroic. Heroic took down Fury. Do you think the crowd's going to be on Navi's side?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like today more people will come than on first games of semi-final. And I hope they're going to cheer for Navi, and of course, because Heroic knocked out Fury yesterday, probably Brazilians going to cheer for us.
And you've been enjoying Brazil a bit, right? Tell me about your games with Neymar. Is he pretty good? He had a decent score.
Yeah, he actually like trying to play it smart.
Okay.
He's not going like first and dying, you know. He knows some nades.
Oh.
So yeah, it was fun.
Good, that was good. And then we saw you were on a paper. I saw you posted it, right? You were on like a newspaper here?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. It's something, it's like, I was so surprised. I went on breakfast today and I saw it and I'm like, why it's here? Why it's like in this hotel?
We need to get it translated and work out what was said in it for sure. Now, for the rest of the team, when you say, like, we're going into game mode, I know you like to have your music, the coffee, that's your main thing. What does everyone else like to do?
I think you'll listen to music everyone likes.
Yeah. That's it?
Yeah, I mean...
All simple, very easy, very easy. For MPL, obviously, he's had a bit of stage experience, but it's progressing. His performance has been a hell of a lot better now as well. Do you feel like now there's no nerves, or do you think he still will get some nerves? What do you reckon?
I think he's much better with his nerves right now in front of stage. But I think if Furia won yesterday, it would be a bit harder for him. Now I think it's gonna be okay, and if a crowd's gonna cheer for us, it would be really good.
What's it like for you though? Because the way I look at it is nearly every event we go to, Navi have the crowd on their side. When we come back to like the Rio Major, that was the first time you really had like a crowd completely against you. Even for you with your experience, was that such a difficult thing to deal with?
I mean, when you don't hear game, and sometimes you need to make some risky decisions because you know that the enemy team can't hear you, or they can lose focus because of crowd. So yeah, it become like different type of game.
And in terms of today's game against Heroic, Heroic have been a team that can beat many of the top. They've been very consistent, but other than Katowice, you guys kind of able to beat them out. You seem to have an edge over them. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I feel like we're showing good CS, and we can play really good individually against them.
Yeah.
And we just the time we lost, I think we had like lack of experience as a whole team. But they're still, they understand and read this game really good as a team.
Well, I want you to be in your best shape possible, so I'm gonna let you do your music and stuff now. I'm gonna bother Blade a little bit down here. Now, Blade's reading over all the notes when it comes to Heroic. You know, everyone talks about Heroic being a well-together team, you know, like anyone on that team can do well, Blade. What do you think of Heroic as a team and the way they play?
A good team. I think they evolve every time. One of the best teams in the world.
And why do you think they're so consistent, but they're not as consistent against you? They'd always struggle against Navi.
Well, I don't know if they are consistent actually. They lost big BG this event, so that's not correct.
So you don't consider them consistent? In general, they place like regularly, right? In playoffs, second places. They've had a pretty good, like, say, last 6 months.
I think they were playing in the final only once. Is this year? Not
the last 6 months.
I think this year they didn't play in final at all, right? G2 was
No, it was Rio and then Copenhagen full finals.
I don't know. I think they're one of the best teams, and the competitiveness is really high nowadays. And as you see, like Cloud9 is winning Vitality now, and someday maybe Vitality will be in the final. I think it's really strong. Top 5, top 6 at the moment.
Yeah. What's the score?
Yeah, 14-12.
Oh my God, they've just won all these 2 rounds. So we could be going to a third map then, since we're giving us the update on it. I'm gonna little talk to MPL. MPL, you got earphones in? You there? You there? So how's it for you? Another arena, another event to go to on the stage. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, it's interesting experience.
You excited to go up against Heroic though, because you know the crowd's probably going to be on your side.
Yeah, I like to play against Heroic.
Just give me the very one-word answers. Now, you're watching the game, you're looking at what the teams are doing right now. When you look at these games, and do you try to learn from these as well when you're looking just at the games from other teams?
No, actually, when I watch these matches, I'll just... sometimes I try to find something new, but actually, I mean, mostly I just watch how they make decisions, you know?
And when you say like the decision making, that's like the reason they've done these things and what you can try and apply to your game?
Yeah, but on stream it's hard. Yeah.
You're looking at on the demos and stuff, right? That's the main one. Okay. And What's the feeling like for you? Because you're still very new to this, right? Coming to these arenas, coming to these big events. Tell me now how it feels inside when you're getting ready.
Just focus on your game.
You're a strong mind, man. For a young guy, strong mind. But how confident are you still? When we spoke at the beginning of the event, you said, do you feel like you guys could be favourites here? Do you still feel like that?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. And practice been good?
Yes.
Mr. One Word, this is all the way. How's practice been going, Blaze? Has it been as good as MPL to say? Yes, good?
I think not good because we didn't have enough practice here.
Okay.
It's hard in Brazil.
South American
to find opponent. All of them like really it differs from what you have in Europe.
Yeah.
Like, the quantity of teams is much bigger in Europe. You can always find opponent for practice. And lately, of course, we also didn't have enough practice, so we will practice a lot on bootcamp.
When you're talking about the South American practice, just so I understand for the teams here, obviously you don't want to play teams that are still in for the event, then the other ones go home. So how do you choose a good team within South America, and how do you balance between, say, you choose a team but they don't play a style that's like Europeans? Is that then not worth doing? Is it like bad practice?
I think we didn't even choose it. There was 2 or 3 teams to choose. So I think it was Red Candies, Paqueta, and Sharks. Like 3 teams we were playing.
It.
That's all, yeah.
And is there just anything you can learn from it? Is it more just like making sure you're doing the fundamentals, the defaults correctly?
I think we don't expect them to be in decision making, like to be good enough. So we just focus on our game.
Okay.
At least like we keep playing as a 5 and making our communication better and positions, practicing also with like combinations with 2 players.
Yep.
Something like that. So it's not like very efficient practice, but at least it's something, because if you don't play, it will be much worse.
Yeah. So you're getting some reps in no matter what. And just when I've been talking to the guys, we've been saying Navi looking good, looking like maybe favourites in it. I know you said to me before you don't consider favourites for you guys here in the tournament. But tell me, in your mind, you've been in many situations with Navi where you've gone to grand finals, you've won events. How does this Navi feel right now? Do you feel that kind of same energy? Do you feel that same feeling in the team, or what's it in your mind?
We just know that we have a chance to win. I think it's not like we're confident of winning. It's more about we have a good chances to win, and we know that it's true. Yeah. And we just need to show up. And I think the same is for them. I think they're really strong now. And so yeah, it's like a typical match between like 2 strong teams, and little like margins will affect the game.
The small margins to see how it goes. Well, Blade, I'm going to let you focus and do what you need to do and get ready. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see how it goes when we get into the arena.
A rematch of the Katowice semi-finals, now under an entirely different banner. Navi, victorious in Group A, now turn to face the Brazilian heartbreakers of Heroic. Myself, Peacemaker Yanko, and special guest Crimbo join me here to dissect this one, to see how it is going to be going down. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling to be up here on the desk?
Yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, it's nice. I want to get a different experience outside of the game. I'm always playing, so yeah.
And you have a lot of experience versus both of these teams that obviously at this tournament, winning versus one, losing versus the other. Where do you see this one going, just off the top?
Ooh, I think there's not like one you can like put up first. I mean, Navi has been looking greater 2023, and yeah, I mean, Heroic, they are coming into the game like they have so much confidence. They beat Furia again here in this amazing crowd, so yeah, it's going to be a banger.
Gentlemen, let's start off by talking about some of the history between these 2 teams, because so far in 2023 we've seen some banging games going down between them, most notably the semi-final at Katowice. Peacemaker, obviously a Heroic taking the mantle there, because Navi, they kind of fell asleep in that one, not even making it to double digits on either map.
Yeah, I mean, in that one specifically, I think it was a first event, big event after coming from a break. So usually this is what we see over and over again. Some of the top teams, like, you don't necessarily know if they bootcamp prior to this, if they took it easy. So it is a curveball in this one that they actually beat them. But the history says that Navi are the heavy favorites in this specific matchup, right? And ever since I even coached Heroic way back in the days, like 2-3 years ago, they were all cripped on it. Like, it was so hard to beat them, especially Simple, as soon as he joined the team, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of yellow on that stats page, and you know, that one Heroic win, that's the one where Simple goes berserk after, pretty much in post-game interviews, you know, naming players almost, like, I didn't like that, the vibe of it, kind of asked the coach about this or that, so you could tell he was very frustrated with the way they played. And then the next one at Pro League, Navi beats them, but that's where Heroic is trying to be cheeky with the map veto. They let Anubis through, they veto Ancient instead. That doesn't really pay off for them, and I think Navi has progressed a lot since that Katowice head-to-head.
Yeah, definitely, and like as you said, Simple calling out players. I hope it's not gonna happen today. Like, I think they have to get more like a team vibe, like a family, like Heroic is. So yeah, let's see.
We heard it from them in the, I think it was a Blade interview, talking about, like, online. He was talking about, you know, how now it's a little bit better within the team. They're more on the same page. So there was frustration for both Simple and Electronic. You know, like, as the in-game leader, if you have like new players, young players, people are messing up. Like, it's hard. Like, you get annoyed because you have to play your own game, have to micromanage other people. So now that things are better team-wise, that's why you see Electronic putting up crazy numbers in this tournament too.
Well, speaking of Navi's opponent, that is going to be the side of Heroic. So let's get a quick vibe check from them before they departed from the hotel.
Tessa's football in hand.
Yeah.
Is this a positive or a negative thing right now for you guys? A bit risky.
Yeah, you know, it can be risky, but it's definitely worth it. We like to do it before games, and still good for the body to move a little.
Talk to me about how you're feeling after not once but twice now beating that arena and beating everyone against you. Like, you guys, it was closer, it was a crazy game again, but you seem so hard to put away, even when they're up like 8-1, say, on the last map. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, some would say we're Brazilian kryptonite, but yeah, it's insane. It was such a pleasure yesterday, and was so exciting to play, and I will remember that forever.
What are you feeling today, though? How's the team feeling before we go up against Navi? Because obviously, Navi in general, other than Katowice, has been a tough team for you guys.
Yeah, well, we had struggles against them for a long time and only beat them like a couple of times. But on the last time we played them on a huge stage in Katowice, we managed to beat them. So obviously we want to try and repeat that and get a little revenge for the ESL Pro League where they managed to beat us. But it always seems to be close games, and it's always fun to play against them.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it, Tessa. Thank you very much, man. Good luck. See you later on.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing this rematch going down once again, particularly as when we look at Heroic and their trajectory over, you know, the past 6 months to a year. It's been on the rise for the Danes, right, Janko? We saw them lifting their first trophy back in Copenhagen last year.
Absolutely, right after this event in Rio, the major and the grand final there, the finish in second place. So they lift a trophy, then they're in the grand final again in Katowice, right? So Heroic is definitely up there. They are a contender, they're legit. The only question is, they don't have the same amount of firepower like some of these other teams, right? There's no Simple, there's no Zaivu, Nikor, Monesi, right? Exile, Shiro, but they do it as a unit. And sure, Stone and Yabi, you look towards them as sort of star players that maybe separate themselves a little bit. I find Cadian to be one of the most impactful when it comes to the big stage games. So the question is for Heroic, in a game like this one today, who is going to step up and, you know, some of those rounds that aren't in your favor to turn the tides and win them for you?
Yeah, definitely, like the obvious names, as you said, Cadian's down, and of course Jabi now, but I think also who's a bit underrated is Shush. He's like the anchor, he's playing the positions like Exile, he's like the guy who maybe around Candy side, like he's not doing 2, he's doing 3 kills maybe around, so I think he's pretty underrated as well.
Crimbo, obviously you did manage to take down Heroic earlier on in the tournament, albeit, you know, Heroic that had a maybe Yabi feeling a little bit ill during that series, but a win is a win. So for you, for your money, what was key in that series for you to kind of tame Heroic in that best of 3?
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty good history versus them. Like in any other tournaments, it was like always a free map or 16-14 and stuff like that. And we have always lost to the Tech 9 rounds of them, like also in the Vitality game. So I think we've been studying them. I think our coach Gob is like the biggest fan of them. He's studying every demo and stuff like that. So studying them, you know, I think everyone knows it. Like they move as a fish swarm. They push at CT. They push 4 there. They stack 5 here. That no one is there. Like I think this is something we kind of figured out, and we were reading in the series because they were feeling kind of off. As you said, Jabi was maybe feeling a bit ill, but I think we also had a pretty good day. We were hitting the shots, and yeah, the reads were on point.
Well, we've spoken about Cadian. We've also spoken about Simple. So let's get them head-to-head in a pre-match interview.
Heroic going up against Navi now for the semi-final game. Heroic playing out yesterday. And Cadian, I want to start by just asking, how much of a difference does it make that you got to play a game before?
It depends on how you look at it. I think the extra days of rest and preparation can be good as well. We had the opposite roles in Katowice, where Navi played versus VP in the quarterfinal and had a hard time against us in the semi-final. But yeah, I think usually I prefer playing the quarterfinal myself, so you're kind of used to the stage and the setup and everything, but I think it can be both things.
And we look at this EPL game. We saw in the interview with Shush that he did for HLTV, he said, okay, you guys had a bit of a break, it benefited Navi in that. Is that the only reason?
No, I think they just maybe found more solutions on how to do their game. I think Simple said himself after the Keto game that he was not too satisfied with everyone in the team, and I think that they have been stepping up more, so there's maybe been a little less pressure on his shoulders and electronics. So yeah, I think today is hopefully, like, Katowice was quite a big win in our favor, and the Pro League one was a big one in their favor, so hopefully today we'll have a bit more of an even matchup.
How do you see it, Sasha, when it comes into this one? We look at the EPL game. Did you see the interview that Shush did on HLTV? He was saying that you benefited from that break, you know, where they had to like kind of just come in flat?
Yeah. Yesterday interview? No?
No, it's one HLTV he did yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the interview, yeah. So what's the question?
Did he benefit from that, right? Do you guys benefit from the fact that they had a big break?
No, I think it goes, as Cadian said, both ways. Sometimes you have more time to prepare when you know your opponent, and sometimes it's much better to play more games on stage and just to feel proud.
And is this a good team for Navi playing up against Heroic?
It's always close games. It's interesting games because they're one of the teams who plays really good structure as a team, and it's always nice to play them.
And do you think that Navi is a particularly tough team for you guys overall?
Yeah, I think our record is not too good against them. I think maybe in the later stages we've been a bit better at trying to play against them and defeat them. But yeah, they've had our number for a long while. But yeah, I think they're also not in the same situation as they were back in the days when they were winning everything. I mean, back then they were unbeatable. You know, they were insane. So nowadays it's a bit different. But obviously, I think right now it's a game of two teams who's both trying also to be the best team in the world. I think Navi, if you asked me maybe 1-2 months ago, I wouldn't say that they could do it, but now I think they can definitely be the best team in the world. I see way more positive signs of them, and 4 of them has literally won everything, you know. Yeah. So they just need to teach the new guy how to do it as well, and I think they're on the right path of that. So yeah, it's going to be a good game.
And in terms of that good game, the new guy, MPL, he is looking better. It is looking more confident. You said to me before in the other interview that you've got this confidence. You feel like you are favourites coming into it. Is Heroic going to be the toughest test out of the teams that are left?
Yeah, of course. I told before tournament to you that Heroic and Vitality, that our main opponents on this tournament, and now we both meet each other. So yeah.
And what's going to be the difference in getting the win today in an important game like this over Heroic? What do you need to see happen for Navi?
Just good individual side, and hopefully we're gonna hear the whole game and just play with our strats.
Hopefully we do hear the whole game, and hopefully hear the fans cheering for both teams either way. Guys, you can fist bump in the middle. We'll look forward to seeing this game go down. It's always a big one between these two, and only one can make it to that grand final. Let's see who it's going to be.
The sun rises in the east, and we've always got to talk about Simple dominating in the server. Lewis, you brought up some interesting stats to talk about the man that we're always talking about, sounding like a broken record.
Yeah, I mean, there we see like opening kills from Simple, right? Like he doesn't really go for many attempts. I think it's around 15%, even though it doesn't show in the graphic. But the success is 72%, right? And that below that, the Navi 5v4 win rate 87%. And that's scary if you're Heroic, because like Heroic has that very particular style of like trying to go for aggressive plays on the CT side, and then often on T side they always try to, you know, speed up and try to do something very loosey-goosey. And that's where Navi becomes scary, because if you have that 5v4 percentage of rounds won. And if you're heroic and you end up losing too many entries to them, I mean, that proves itself, right? That how scary it could be. And then vice versa, like for Navi, I think it comes down to the mental aspect as well. Because like if there's one thing the heroic can actually make use of, is the fact that if they have a good start in the series, we often see Simple getting frustrated and Electronic getting frustrated. And in the other side, like Heroic is a very calm, collected team, a team that proved to us yesterday that they're able to come back from tough situations. So I think the mental aspect in this particular game plays a huge card, other than obviously the entry attempts.
Gentlemen, let's bring up the map veto coming into this series. Obviously a crucial aspect indeed. We did see last time going around when we were in that semi-final in Katowice. It was only 2 maps, but it was Inferno Mirage. Didn't get all the way to Nuke. Are you expecting it to be any different?
Thank you, Heroic. They vetoed the Anubis. No funny business this time around. They go for the overpass pick. Navi instantly into Ancient. No surprises there. They only had 1 loss in the last 9 maps. Something along those lines. And Inferno Decider, of course. What else?
The classic. El Clasico.
It's weird how Nuke was like the best map for this team for both of them at different points in time, right? But it's actually not that great in the recent history. So that's why you see a lot of teams through history have tried to punish pick overpass against Navi, especially in the playoffs, and they didn't have too much success. But there's not really anywhere else for Heroic to go. They could have gone for Inferno, but they lost it last time around. Mirage, similar story, so to be expected.
Crimbo, very quickly, for your money, obviously, you faced up against an Informed Simple. What is it like in the server when we see that big bad boy really turned on?
I don't know, like it's sometimes you peek him and you're dead. Sometimes it's like he's like you don't know where he is. I mean, I think that's also a good point. Like if you always have the hidden pressure, I would say. Like maybe he could be here, he could be here, but maybe it's just on overpass, for example, he's like throwing the Molotov as a CT and he's playing like golden on A side as 140. So like just the hidden pressure, the aura he has is sometimes even more scary.
Well, we do need to get into our second semi-final, but not before we head this one to a quick break. When we are back, it is rematch time from Katowice. Navi taking on Heroic once more. Don't go anywhere.
I got the fans behind me as we're gearing up and getting ready for Navi taking on Heroic in our next semi-final game. There are plenty of good signs here. Simple over Cadian, Simple the GOAT. Simple, delete Cadian and give me your keyboard, please. Well, it's worth a shot, you never know. And a lovely Navi shirt on you. How much do you want Navi to beat Heroic because they beat Fury yesterday?
A lot.
Is that main motivation?
Yeah, it's different, but I mean, I'm already a Navi fan, but like, because Heroic take down Fury yesterday, like, no, they have to win. They have to win today.
Do you think I will be able to find a Heroic fan in here?
No, not today. Not today.
Well, at least Heroic are used to the booing, but overall, do you think Navi will win the whole tournament?
Yeah, I think so. I want that.
She wants, she believes, we'll have to see how it goes.
into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me
Estamos de volta, Jonesse Arena! Que comeback, meus amigos! Ontem eu chamei a Vitality de rainha dos comebacks, eu não estava de brincadeira. Temos então a definição da nossa primeira finalista. E agora é hora de definir mais uma.
A beautiful start to the day and a great game and a valiant fight from both teams, but it's Vitality that has secured themselves that first grand final spot and they eagerly wait their opponent.
Olha, eu tinha prometido para vocês uma briga de cachorro grande e eu não estava brincando. Simplesmente as duas equipes que vão subir agora nesse palco são as equipes da competição que estão com o maior ranking mundial. E entre elas temos uma que já está se tornando a carrasca da Fúria, é uma equipe muito promissora, é uma equipe que está na sua melhor fase, eu posso dizer. E do outro lado, a equipe que tem simplesmente o maior jogador do mundo e que também não perdeu um mapa sequer desde que começou a fase de grupos. Vai dar muito certo isso aqui.
And now we move into our second semi-final game with Navi and Heroic being an epic clash. These guys have it back and forth, and though it may be slightly favored when you look at recent results and past history for the side of Navi, you can never put away Heroic, and they are always ferocious in battle.
Vou pedir para vocês então que recebam com muitas palmas a nossa primeira equipe a subir nesse palco. You can call.
They believe in their system. They believe in themselves. They've been finding form again, finding confidence, rebuilding, reforming. Born again, born to win. This is Navi!
So far to be making it straight through to the playoffs. Navi loud and proud and ready to show themselves to the crowd. And once again, Yanko, Simple spearheading the charge.
Player of the decade, Freya leading the way for Navi. They weren't satisfied last time around in Rio being knocked out by the hometown favorites of Furia. But is there a better city to try and find redemption?
Redemption on the cards, hopefully for Navi and Cohen, hoping to claim revenge versus Heroic from Katowice. We'll see how it goes down.
Pois vou te falar que é uma equipe muito econômica mesmo. Jogou um mínimo de mapa que dava para jogar para chegar nesse momento. E agora recebam com o mesmo calor a próxima equipe. Ela que eliminou a nossa Fúria. Let's go.
Back to back in Rio. The Hero Slayers have done it in another fierce battle with your Furia. Now they're back again to make it to a grand final, but Navi awaits them. They stand tall through the flames and the fire. They stand through it all. The kings of consistency right now. This is Heroic!
The Jeunesse villains return and Heroic hoping to tear down Navi once again. A well-oiled machine, Lewis. That five-finger punch hoping to deliver that knockout blow.
Well, what a lovely atmosphere, right? Guess what? Thanks, Kaden, for that one yesterday. Now they're getting booed. They don't have the support. But man, this roster looks scary. They're dangerous. They're going up against their biggest rivalry, the biggest kryptonite for Heroic, which is Navi, in one hell of a series for a spot in the grand final. Looking forward to it. Let's go.
Everyone from the side of Heroic stepping up so far. You can never doubt Cadian and his crew. They don't care about the crowd. They are here to make it to the grand final once again.
É isso aí, faz parte. Já subiram nesse palco aqui, tanto no Major quanto aqui. tanto sendo aplaudido quanto sendo vaiado. Eu acho que faz parte um pouco também, mas contanto que seja com muito respeito, vamos torcer por aqui. Bora. Aliás, antes, deixa eu perguntar para quem eles estão torcendo. Precisa? Não, acho que não precisa. Acho que eles já deram a informação deles. Vocês estão ansiosos para a gente começar esse confronto? Não estou sentindo. Vocês estão prontos? I think they are.
Guys, we are at our last semi-final to decide who will be facing Vitality. It's time for you guys to enjoy this moment one more time. It's time to bring the hype!
I think the most frustrating aspect of playing Navi is probably just simple. I think you just need to be the better team on the day and make sure you make the right moves and give him a good headshot once in a while as well to keep him down.
They're trying to be unpredictable, they're trying to be flexible. Jabi, when he's filling the game, he's very dangerous, but he's not stable. Most stable, I think, is Cadian. He's always dangerous.
Cadian breathes and leads by example!
They have some players who have a higher ceiling, who have shown that throughout a longer period of time, Electronic, Beat, and Simple. Perfecto is stable and consistent in his clutches.
So we are mentally more ready. In all aspects, we are much more ready. And also, I think the main, if you're speaking of the main thing, is the confidence. Now we are more confident.
I think we're going to win against Navi in the semi-final. We want to go to the final. We want to make sure that we can lift the trophy in Rio. Our aim is targeted directly at them.
Navi versus Heroic in the semi-finals once again. Janko, the history books run deep between these two squads. Heroic finally managing to take them down at Katowice, but Navi, they are hungry for blood.
They bounce back immediately at Pro League, and listen, this is probably the matchup, the semi-final we all expected 6 months ago. They were on the same side of the bracket, but Navi drops to Furia, and that bracket was open to them. You know, you face Heroic that you've been beating all the time in the semis, and then it's outsiders in the grand final. That could have been simple second major, so I think looking back, he's definitely going to hate the fact that they dropped out so early in those playoffs and now try to find some redemption here, lifting it the second time around.
Yeah, well, what a series, right? And surprisingly, not surprisingly, right, they're playing maps that both of them feels very comfortable in terms of Ancient, on Overpass, not so much for Navi. That's the first map they're playing. And well, guess what? Like, Heroic can be very dangerous on this Overpass map. They're both, like, they're really good on both sides. Navi tends to play a bit more passive, and that could be scary because, like, Heroic, once they get the map control, once they're able to set the pace of the game, execute their stuff, that's when they become scary, when they're able to do the set grenades that they have, a bunch of, you know, triple nades, double nades that they have on that B-bomb side. So I'm looking forward to see what type of gameplay Navi is going to come in to this one on their CT side.
Crimbo, I have a question for you as well. We saw Cadian in an interview say he thinks, or he thinks Yabi is the best B lurker on T side in the world on Overpass. You play the same role, right? Do you ever, like, I know you played against Heroic recently. Did you watch him play what he does? Like, can you tell us a little bit about that? How do you feel about that?
I mean, he does one thing very good, and it's like, first, you know, he never where he is. That's one of the key parts as a lurk, and then also, like, when maybe they are defaulting with 4 towards A and he's alone B, but he still, like, has the ability to just, if they don't smoke monster, like they're 4 for the A, he just goes out monster, he kills the people, like, he uses his chances he has, and he also has a pretty good aim, so I think, like, if he uses his chance and he even kills the people, and, like, he can bird around himself.
Crimbo, you managed to take down Heroic on that very map of Overpass, though. What was the key for you to kind of finding success versus the Danes on that ground?
I think one of the key facts was we won a lot of these X on X, like these won a few clutches, and also, like, using the timings we had, we didn't have, like, the pressure. We came off the RMR, we didn't do the major, and then we just came to this tournament, no pressure. We're playing one of the best teams in the world. We were just using the timings we had, like, no fear going. I had a few rounds, like, I was going through the monster smoke when I just thought, like, he was picking out the nade. I was just running through it, and it worked. So yeah.
I think the key was, from my point of view, what Big did was they were decisive. You know, there was no hesitation, map control, we're taking some risks, right? If the Opera is there, it's gonna suck, but if he's not there, we get a lot of real estate without investing a lot of utility, and I think you have to play like that versus Heroic, because they're a team that benefits so much from moving around, being aggressive. You need to disrupt that, find a way to break their timings, you know, do some things that are unexpected for them, and maybe then you will get them to rein it back a little bit, and it's going to be easier for you to play your default.
Yeah, definitely, like, especially on a map like Overpass, it's so big, you somewhere have to, like, take the risk, like, you can't play everything perfect on that map. Like, not on Anubis, you take A main, you take mid good, and then you're gonna play a split. It's on that map especially, you're gonna take risks.
Lewis was saying that he doesn't feel like, you know, Na'Vi maybe have the upper hand. That is why Heroic picked Overpass coming into this. Do you agree with that sentiment, Janko? Do you think Heroic have the upper hand here?
I think it's pretty even. I think the maps outside, I think Na'Vi has a decent advantage on Ancient. Outside of that, it depends how the teams show up, right? Is Electronic going to maintain his level of play coming into the playoffs? Sure, Na'Vi looks better. MPL has had an amazing RMR, but now we're back in a big stage with a lot of people, with a lot of noise. That's where they struggled a lot in Katowice against Heroic, right? Miscommunication all over the place, disjointed. It looks horrible. So that's the most important thing for Na'Vi, to still like be solid, not to get shaken, but some maybe silly rounds or whatever, and just stick to their own game.
This is a very different scenario indeed, and both teams hoping to show up here in the Jeunesse for the semi-finals. Overpass, Ancient, and Boy, I hope we make it to that third and final decider of Inferno. Harry and Hugo, let's get this show on the road.
The last time Na'Vi walked out on this stage, they were left alone against the voices of thousands cheering for their downfall. Even enough for guys like Simple to feel shaken, but that changes now, right? They are the heroes. They are this last bastion of resistance against Heroic on their quest for vengeance in Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, only one slot in that grand final, but two teams worthy of championship form. Heroic have had incredible recovery over the last year, and Na'Vi, the team that never gives up, never goes down, always playoff bound. This is bound to be a brawl, Harry. And we're getting right into it. T-side start, Overpass, Heroic's map pick, and they will not wait long.
Now, Heroic always very mobile, always tricky to read, tricky to predict here. It's a pretty slow-burning pistol, but they're working some connector control. Looking to sink their teeth in. Na'Vi have lent heavy down towards this B side of the map. So much so that they don't want to get caught waiting around. Perfecto is the man to open up this series. First bullet finds the first kill.
And that's ruined everything. That was the bomb. Just the info of dropping the bomb outside a monster. It tells you what Heroic's end goal was. No matter what mid-lurking they can get away with, what pressure they can put on this A site, Na'Vi know the destination. A minute on the clock. Heroic can change it up, but they are so locked out of position from this package. They've got to go back and get that and the smoke. Na'Vi still fighting for a bit of monster. Ready to peak on a moment's notice together. MPL and Perfecto with a flash. They find damage, they spot Heroic, but they are just stalling the clock out. 4 strong on the B side right now, and Na'Vi are ready for this.
Heroic can still change their mind. As mentioned, a very mobile team. They might look to hook up with Shush here. Over on the short side. Yabi's been spotted on his B lurk, but he's keeping numbers down in this B site right now for Heroic. Got their eyes set on the A play. Simple awaits them. And, he awaits them in good form. First shot. Make it the double. Simple. He might just have landed in Rio. Look at this. Lovely double to open the round, and now it all falls apart. Simple and Electronic will not let Heroic in.
Some picture-perfect USPs to begin. Some fantastic taps from Perfecto and Simple. And of course, it is the Simple show today. We expect that, nothing less. He is the highest-rated player of the tournament. He is the one with the impact. And he will start strong for Na'Vi. Questions on how warm they were, right? Even Banks was talking to these teams and asking them differing answers, differing results, dependent on the day. But Heroic, they played 12 maps. They had to grind their way through the lower bracket. Na'Vi have rocked up just in time for this playoff game with only 5 maps played so far. But they don't look cold yet.
They've been flawless here in Rio.
Yet to drop 1.
So a very impressive feat from the Na'Vi squad, who have come into this in fantastic form. I think such a huge part of that, we really caught wind of it for the first time back in ESL Pro League, was some insane performances from Electronic, right? Yeah. He's looked lights out. It's him and Simple topping the charts for Na'Vi. That famed duo back again and looking as deadly as ever.
Yeah, because even if you look at numbers, you look at stats, which, while never tell the full story, certainly do help Na'Vi out in this argument. Electronic has that highest impact rating. Simple's usually the star of the show, but even with questions of Electronic being able to keep it up individually while leading this team, well, those questions are starting to get answered. We're starting to see the results, the fruits of Na'Vi's labor. We'll see if that holds true in a round like this, because they have nothing to work with. One rifle in the entire round, and Heroic playing fearless as ever.
Oh, but Simple trying to get involved, does a lot of damage, but won't get a return on investment for the kill. It's Tesses and Stown to open up this round for Heroic. And already the alarm bells are sounding for Na'Vi. This was their bonus round attempt, and they're down to 3 SMGs right now, desperately clutching at straws for the info. Oh, no! MPL looked right at him! But Yabby doesn't move, and MPL can only see movement, apparently.
Didn't believe. A lazy clear. And that's a little awkward. It's only going to dig this grave deeper for Na'Vi, and they may just sleep in it on this B-bomb site. Heroic creeping into the top right now, and they've already won the round. They're about to find out. And Yabby, I love the pullback as well. He's gone even further just to make sure, even if Na'Vi play aggressive, they reset up that flash, they go for more. They can't get this AK. So Heroic, check every box, clear every corner, and delay a plant to go searching for these final kills. A punishing call from Cadian, but I love it.
Very good to remove them. Cadian, the man who makes this decision and go on the hunt, is the one to remove one of these saved guns. It's only MP9s. Heroic aren't certain in that.
I love how punishing they're being in this round, right? They're coming in tip-top shape here, letting no stone go unturned in round 3. They've got a dominant, easy win on the anti-buy, so they just close it. They make sure everyone dies. They keep 5 AKs. It doesn't matter now, but those are the kind of things that build into a game. And we already talked so much about how that CT economy can be too hot to handle. Na'Vi will find that out early.
Yeah, even at the MP9s, like, saving them doesn't feel like the biggest win ever. It would have made this buy that much more pretty, right? Instead, now we're looking at it, there's a fair few limitations here. Everyone's a little lackluster in terms of the util. You don't have any kits in play either. That's bad news if Heroic cook up a bomb plant here. So you're really hoping the individuals can provide. We're going to see a couple of gimmicks like this, right? The boost employed, but Shush is holding for it from the connector. Gets rid of Electronic, and with him out of the round now, Heroic sat a man up. The ball is very much in their court.
Yeah, they even mollied bridge Heroic. I wasn't sure if they were trying to get rid of that boost or another one, but that was very close to cutting Na'Vi off. Yabby, that B-lurk is present. He'll get spotted with no success. It's not the commit here for Heroic anyway. He has support from Shush. The rest of this team moving up on the long side. Bit alone. Nothing but his rifle and his wits. Bit waits in the toilet. Heroic not playing for a flash right now. Katie needs to go wide to get one in.
This is a contact push, and Bit. Oh, he gets that contact, but it goes the way of Tesses. Heroic punishing as ever. They build upon this early man advantage, and now Simple is the only one that awaits them in the A-hole. The flash nails him, and he can't wrestle with the A1S. Tesses on his opener arc. Look at him go. 3 in this round, and well, Shush makes quick work of MPL.
These are such clean rounds for Heroic. These are such dominant rounds. It's what we were saying in that Fury game yesterday. This is a team that won't let your heroes and your stars pop off with a multi-kill. They will have really tight spacing and great trading. Obviously, yet to need to trade in this T side, but leaving no gaps for Na'Vi to exploit, no room where a player can make a move. Liking what we're seeing very much right now out of Heroic. They came to play today. A series uncertain, with a favorite, sure, but a consistent head-to-head that leaves us under question. Dominance for Heroic back in Katowice. But then Na'Vi sent it right back their way at ESL Pro League, so you can never be safe in a series like this. Heroic, they love a bit of danger, though. They walk right out Monster.
They might be split 1-1 this year, but that all ends now. At the conclusion of this series, Cadian and Yabi make quick work of the pistols. This one should just get brushed aside with ease. Simple, tapped out. And this leaves it all on Bit. They know where he is, this Deagle. Gonna struggle to get involved. They're even hunting him down. They want to leave nothing in the accounts of Na'Vi. Heroic here to pillage everything they can. Bit just hoping he's given a fight a chance to do a bit more damage.
They're so tight, even in this round. Now they're giving nothing away. No chance. No opportunity for Bit, and he's going to get backstabbed. Oh, he checks for the knife, but Shush is there in time. And Heroic will go 3-2 up, only dropping one player in 3 rounds in a row. They have already got a ludicrous T-side economy, and that's very worrying, especially if you look at what's happened to Overpass in this tournament specifically. It's been the most played map 13 times alongside Mirage, and it is 50-50 right now in terms of T2CT rating. That is so rare. This is a map, even in Pro League, for example, was 70-30. We've seen some incredible T-side streaks on this map at Rio. Heroic look to build one of their own. That's the Na'Vi nade we see, and we will see them do it a lot on T-side. Trying to punish a player jiggling, playing the wood, as MPL is now. Plenty more where that came from as well. We'll see if Heroic salvage that utility later. Just doing their defaulting nice and slow.
Yeah, all this util drop back in the spawn. Heroic love doing it.
Yeah, there's just no team that does it quite like them, especially on a map like Overpass, where you're really far away. If you're committing to a bomb site, you are so far from spawn, it's not even a consideration. But they start B, they make noise, they get their nades in, they retrieve a full new set, and they go back for more in middle.
Yeah, we're pretty deep into the round now, and Heroic are going to start trying to find where they want this first point of contact to be after, the nades out through Monster haven't found anything. They are just grouping for the B hit right now, completely conceding all this space over in mid. And this is info that Electronic could get as we kind of approach, the end of the round here. He's starting to push all the way down long. And so in a moment, Na'Vi are going to have that forewarning that it's the B play. MPL's kind of learned about it the hard way, though, and this info play out of Electronic might never come to matter for Na'Vi. They now know it's B, but that's not going to help them hold back the tide of Heroic. As they're spilling in, Tesses leads the charge once more. Will get dealt with by Perfecto, and he even does more follow-up damage to Stown. But no love found for Na'Vi. It's all Heroic there. Minimal casualties across the round. This is a clean start to the T side. Na'Vi are left on the back foot, having to play catch-up. This is not the position you want to be in.
No, it at least gives me a little more faith knowing how skewed the T-sides have been. But yeah, this is off of just the eye test right now. A very ready Heroic, a devilish T-side. And no signs of slowing down now. Na'Vi come out with Ds. And Heroic go back to their heavy B default. A lot more aggressive towards short water this time. There's a boost being employed, but it might be too late. They're already up short side. They are ready to walk into this site again. The amount of contact plays Heroic have gone for is very cheeky already, but Simple is here with a statement piece. Quick dig onto Cadian. There is a response, but Na'Vi sit up by a man, and the guns are grabbed as well as space.
Yeah, Simple. This is a very ballsy move right here. He just runs and guns straight through the short side. Now set up with the AK. A little better armed. Maybe a little better positioned here as they don't know. Someone's made it all the way up into short. And even though Yabi's still throwing in util to try and make this look like the B play, Na'Vi have got the info that there's no one else here.
Yeah, he's got to rotate now, and he's got a long route to cover, fraught with potential danger. It may be clear on our side, but Yabi doesn't know that. So Shush has to go back for Con, and they look like they do want to end B.
Tesses can hear this. That's why we just saw the bomb kind of reconsider this, right? He heard the guys rotating up from Na'Vi.
Still got to get past Simple, though.
Swings the Condor, but he thinks it's the A play, and so Simple is caught, knife out, pushing through the connector. Now the penny's going to drop for Na'Vi. They're scrambling down towards lower. They want to try and do good on this 4-on-3, this man advantage that they had in this low econ round, and Electronic will offer something up. A bit of resistance out of Na'Vi, but it's got to be more than just the one and done. The bomb gets away from Heroic again, and it's left to Tesses in the clutch, out of ammo, and Bit's going to do it with the Deagle. A low buy for Na'Vi is how they break back in.
Heroic had it too easy. They thought there was no way that site was completely clear, but Simple running that rotation up. Na'Vi with panicked communication, calling it must be A. There's so much util here. They hadn't seen a player yet, Harry, and still Heroic don't walk into that MTB bomb site. They take Heaven fights, and Na'Vi somehow win them out with the pistols. One more bullet in the gun, different round, different story, but now Na'Vi have woken up.
Yeah, it's important they can start building, right? Because you touched upon it earlier. This money's been great for Heroic since they got off to such a strong start off the top of this game. Since the rifles have come out, the rounds have been found cleanly. So it's going to be a grind for Na'Vi. Bit on that spam. Shocking he doesn't get more damage out of it. It looked like that was going to be a way in for Na'Vi. Instead, they've tickled these short players, sure. They put a bit of fear in Heroic, but they don't have these advantages they were looking for. Bit and Electronic could try and change this. They're set up double long right now. Na'Vi employing a pretty heavy A-lean as far as this round goes.
They've had to make serious concessions, and how long will that timer in Na'Vi's head tick before they realize again Heroic are utilizing so much T-spawn control to just rotate between these two bomb sites, not even really using connector in this half yet. Heroic go back to Monster. They've already crept out. Yabi looking for this entry, place anti for a moment. And he's going to give his captain a flash to set him up and in. Yabi on the entry right now. Tessa's holding T-spawn. 4 players of Heroic walking into 3 of Na'Vi.
Yabi's going to lead the charge. In he goes. Very confident display. Full faith in the flashes. Full faith in Yabi. And Cadian keeping this in the advantage of Heroic is big. Simple. Slams the hammer down. Lets them know that this AWP is in play. Into the 2v2 now. He's waiting for Bit to group and join him. Doesn't want to get caught jumping the gun on this retake. The whole round slows down now, but there's the next point of contact. It's Cadian lighting up Bit, who Simple spent all this time waiting for. It falls on deaf ears. Simple dropping into the sight, tries his hand at the wall bang. 3 bullets left in the AWP, and Cadian will stand and deliver for Heroic.
Just locks him out, just faces right back in, has so much faith in his aim, and Cadian's performances in the playoffs have stepped up massively. We all saw the clutch yesterday. We saw what Cadian got up to, but this is a guy who was whiffing easy ones in the group stage. It's why Heroic went on that lower bracket run. They had trouble, they lost a big. But Cadian on a stage in a playoff with all the pressure, unmatched. It's a desperate round for Na'Vi, where Simple is given an AWP by Bit, but they have nothing else.
Yeah, these rounds are always threatening, because you're up against a Simple that knows he's got to make a play. A Simple that wants to be involved with this AWP, and he's going to get his wish. One from short. He misses that shot. It's Yabi, who was meant to be on the receiving end of it, doing damage to the AWP.
And they know that's a surprise. They shouldn't be seeing an AWP in this round, right? So they're going to make the call to speed up, take space, and Shush shoots faces on the A site quickly. Simple is here. He did not wait long to rotate after getting spotted, so maybe he's in the right place at just the right time. Tessa's almost decapitated, but it's not enough. The AWP is lost in no man's land, and there is no man to stand the test of Heroic on this site. The bomb brought in tow, and MPL, a 1v4 that's too tough to take. And even now, Heroic waits. Tessus is just guarding the AWP right now. That's all he cares about.
He knows it's like the perfect bit of bait, right? Like, you know someone is going to come for this AWP eventually, and it's just a question of when. MPL walks to his demise. And a beautiful round out of Heroic to nullify that hero AWP with ease.
Yeah, that's a rare opening loss for Simple, right? His percentages on taking opening fights in this tournament have actually been fairly low considering Simple, right? Around 15%. But the success rate is the difference. It's 70+. He has been a monster on opening kills. So a whiffed shot onto Yabi to open up the round on the B bomb site. And Heroic just gung-ho into A.
You touched upon this earlier on about how here for IEM Rio, the T and CT win percentage has been neck and neck, right? And that's a variation from the norm, or at least the standard that we've seen across the last few events. Something that's interesting is that Navi have not played this map yet here. So, you know, they came through flawlessly, not dropping a map, only played 5 of them. And Overpass was not a part of it, so, you know, maybe they're not used to the kind of... Because, you know, the way I'd say that we've maybe had T-sides looking is a little more faith in the individuals, guys trying to make these heroic plays to set up rounds, whether that's Yabi getting stuck in down towards B and having full faith in himself on the lurk.
Wow.
Well, that's players walking up to the short bathrooms and hitting these wild timings. Navi haven't had to contend with this yet.
Yeah, and Simple, I don't know how he gets away with that kill. He's going to get reboosted back on. Navi's opening round plan is foiled by a fast comp play, but Navi get out the better for it in this, again, mishmash buy with no AWP, with a limitation on 2. It's the effect of buying the AWP in the previous round, but it's a risk that is always worth taking with this guy on your team. Can Simple do more? They're moving past him completely, going out long with a bomb that is still uncertain on Stown. Really, Navi don't have much control back on the A site. It's just electronic. Sure, fast flank available from Con, but Stown needs to be very careful. He's even scared of his T-spawn right now. If they were to climb ladder, that might just be the round. He's going to go back to B, join up with Yabi. Meanwhile, Heroic going on a 2-2. If they entry electronic clean, they'll be annoyed they didn't take that space. But if Yabi hears the rotation of Perfecto, this is all Heroic are wanting in this round.
Oh, Electronic gonna win that first fight, the clash of the captains. Thin in the herd on the A plate. Na'Vi still set up with this 2-man B hold. Electronic seems cognizant that someone's gotten out, and that jump peak will confirm it. Tess says living on borrowed time here, just trying to sell the A play.
Ooh.
He has started to pull rotates away from B. That's exactly what Heroic wanted. They've left this one to the buzzer, but this one swing from MPL will deny the round, and he takes it one step further than that.
I actually like that idea for Heroic, right? It's pretty desperate with only 4 players alive, but it requires that first entry to come through. They have to at least take down Electronic, right? Tessa's got so much info. 3 players fighting me, 2 on short. I've got a guy in the bomb site. You need to make your move out monster now, but MPL holds on. And the pressure put on by Perfecto on short was enough to keep Navi's, Heroic's eyes on the wrong position. Hello.
No, that's us.
So Na'Vi, they're warming in, they're waking up, and they're looking all the better for it.
Yeah, MPL is going to be someone it's worth keeping an eye on, right? Been in Na'Vi a little while now. We've seen what can happen when he has these upticks in performances, but stage games have been few and far between for this guy, so he needs the exposure.
Yeah, for MPL, 4th match on a big stage in his career. But even Simple said at the cab ride over that he seems to be getting more comfortable. We're seeing it in the server. We saw it at the RMR. 3-0 run for Na'Vi. Recent results have certainly been there, but none of that matters. Right now, it's just about beating Heroic, beating the big bad. They're going back to B. All 5 players. Heroic keeping a more standard round now. They know MPL likes to do this. They can punish him. Spam behind it as well can slow you down in that nade. He takes some damage and he resorts to a monster setup. And in come Heroic.
Gonna wait for this smoke to fade, but the moment it does, that veil of security is dropped down in the B side. Now the individuals have got to do it. MPL fell first. Shush leads the charge. Yabi alongside him and head on a swivel as they do it. I mean, it's the way they're hitting you, man. They're not really telegraphing this. They're running in, knives pulled just to gain the extra few seconds on the push. And every time there's these supportive flashes raining in over the top that they've got full faith in.
Yeah, I love how they're abusing this B site right now. It can be so hard to lock down good crossfires because it depends where the T's are flooding out from, but Heroic's pathing is the key. They are taking so much space off of that first entry kill, and they are just running as deep as they can possibly get, right? That's a player willing to die, not worrying, knowing that his position ensures the round. So if it's Shush, if it's Yabi, it doesn't matter. They will die for the cause, and the cause is right now. Heroic chasing every single kill. Simple gone as well, and 4 frags for Yabi. Sickening as ever, 14 and 5 on the guy. The stage player that Heroic required.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's just been on an uptick since, since last year. He's consistently posting these strong performances, and it feels like we're not even at the cap of Yabi yet.
No.
On top of that, if you want to look for some other, maybe worrying signs for Na'Vi here, it's that Shush, who had a great group stage. It's not uncommon for him to look lights out in the groups, but then when you put him up on the stage, that performance takes a bit of a hit. It drops off a little. He's been fantastic to open up this game.
Again, it's always simple with these desperate buys. M4 in this round. Nice shot for Bit, but it's traded efficiently, and Heroic take the space up on A. Still a lot more split in some of these T rounds, but Tessus notices the danger. He goes back, checks long, and regroups back B. Shush set up to lurk on the A site. And Simple, never known about in this corner. Also a powerful position, but one that requires patience. And we've seen Na'Vi a little bit jumpy in some of these rounds. Eager to move.
That's kind of the Heroic effect, though, right? This team is so mobile, they're always keeping you guessing. And you try to get ahead of that, and sometimes you end up playing right into their hands. Yabi, smooth moves.
One way to get past short. What's a smoke really going to do here, though, right? Prepped for a Molotov, perhaps, but you're not going to lock them out of the tunnel. There's the molly, and there's MPL. Heroic know what they're up against.
Simple back here over towards Graffiti that might have to put on a show. Once again, the Heroic have left the back door open, right? Shush has been up in the bathrooms this whole time, so they can just play on the results of these contacts from both lurkers. With Yabi deep inside of B and him falling at the hands of that M4. That means Heroic are now going to try and pick up steam into the A play, but suddenly there's a roar to life from Na'Vi, finding a way back into this round right at the 11th hour. Simple on this rotate. And Cadian 1v4, not destined to pull off this clutch. He'll get locked out by Simple. And so Na'Vi on the pistols again are able to find a glimmer of salvation in this one.
Yeah, how are these the rounds that Na'Vi make interesting, right? Just doing right by these opening kills that they keep fielding. The one where Simple gets a 1D gone short, they go out and win it at the end. Now Bit does the same, even though he's traded. Simple finishes off 3 with the A1S. And that's been one of the more brutal parts about Na'Vi in this tournament, right? When they have 5v4s, when they win the opening fight, their conversion rate is 80%, Harry. That's unbelievable. And of course, it's off the back of them winning all these matches so far, going 5-0, not dropping a map, but even so, numbers speak for themselves, and Na'Vi are keeping them up in the playoffs.
Oh, the monster push could have been a mow down. It might still be. Perfecto sends them packing. B is closed. Heroic try to get cheeky with it, and they pay a grim price. Just Cadian again, another one of these clutches, but a 1v4 that you've got no idea of the positions that Na'Vi in. They've got the bomb. Everything is against Cadian in this round, and Simple will make it so. That is a lovely moment for Perfecto.
Yeah, Heroic definitely limit testing there, right? Popping Monster early, but they feel like they've done their procedures, right? They've done enough on this T side with some really slow rounds, with some really late XX, with splits, that they can call a risky one like that and pop through a smoke. But Na'Vi do not have their eyes closed. So Heroic have to go back to the drawing board and back to the 15th round. Their last chance to really make a mark on this T side. It's been a phenomenal half, don't get me wrong. But Heroic still want to make it more. Pistols and Stown armed and hopefully dangerous.
Yeah, Stown's a great form here, but he's actually the guy sat bottom of the board of this half for Heroic. So giving him the AK, trying to build a little bit of confidence for the man. You're telling him you kind of have to be the hero here. Let's see if he's got it in him. Heroic now learn that they've been gifted connector. Scary bit of real estate to give this team. You're never willing to write them off in rounds like this. Cadian's Tech 9 hits different.
Yeah, the lack of util is a big problem. If they use it early to gain an area like B short, it's essentially wasted, right? They want it for the sight hit. They want it for the final boss. And maybe he's here with us right now. Simple on A. Scoped up. Goes back to a safer position as they filter out Con. Bits in the toilets as well. This is a terrifying duo for Heroic to run up against, and even supplemented by Electronic, who is in rotation as we speak. It's not certain for Na'Vi. They haven't seen much. Bit's about to confirm it as Heroic walk through toilets. They've used that flash just to get through the smoke, and now Bit is on the clock.
Yeah, Simple gonna open up. Bit has to keep his wits about him, but him and Simple combine. It's left it all onto Cadian. And even though he taps out one with the tech, he knows that a 1v5 here, not meant to be, not gonna happen. Ooh, fed another kill,
Nice
sure, but that's not enough of an invitation into that B site to give this round a go. And so Na'Vi tie up this game. They don't fall down versus the Heroic partial buy, a task that many teams have failed at across this event. Na'Vi don't give them those little victories to hold on to. This is very competitive out of the gate. I gotta say, 7-7 is still great for Heroic, right? Considering they didn't win the pistol, they found all that success when the rifles came out. It makes this scoreline an impressive one to look at.
Yeah, it was a 6-3 lead to Heroic. Na'Vi have definitely woken up. They've won a couple of ecos in this half. Simple's firing off. Good signs right now on the recovery. And now number 15 to see how we finish. Heroic, what has worked the best? What has been their favorite move? Simple doesn't care. He brings the fight to you. Pushed all the way on long and further to go. That spam gives it away, and he hits a shot on the escape. Stown put down to 10. Simple even risking it with more wall bangs, but nothing connects. He'll get out of dodge. He'll get back to safety. Allowed by Heroic. This is a more standard round we're seeing for Heroic. Yabi playing very late on the B lurk. Still in the tunnel, trying to remain inconspicuous. Shush clearing blue, and the rest of Heroic going for mid control. Cadian has reset back. And Bit's still in the toilets. He's been winning these smoke battles as well. With Simple by his side, they might even hear this connector rotation. Heroic are going down to B to hit it early.
Yeah, you're dead on. These guys in the bathrooms have defo heard this. You're never certain when it's Heroic, whether or not that's a ruse, though, whether or not that's by design. MPL, unfortunate timing on the flash, and now Heroic look to spill in. MPL goes 1 for 1, but you needed more out of the B-hold. Electronic. Disastrous way to go. I think he got killed as the flash was pulled, so it ended up wrecking everyone, and it just has this domino effect. The round is too far gone here. Heroic looking to win out the first half on the T side of Overpass. It's no easy feat. They even assemble the boost to really drive this one home. It's a lights out start from the Danes. Heroic aren't messing around, that much is obvious. They build quickly into their T side and they put up a great first half, one that they can be proud of here. Na'Vi yet to drop a map across IEM Rio. The pressure on. Are they up for the task? They're now embarking on their T side. I think there's going to be a pretty big stylistic difference here when we look at it, right? As mentioned, across this event, Overpasses actually became more T-sided from the numbers. The Na'Vi haven't graced us with it yet.
Na'Vi were favorites on the odds coming in. Now it's closing up. Heroic is showing a great face, but this is a BO3 for a reason. With Ancient coming through, no trickery from Heroic with Anubis this time, and they're all the better for it. Na'Vi know what that's like. Going to group back down towards B. It's a similar pistol to that of Heroic's, but it might be a little bit quicker here for the T side. Setting up the util with over a minute on the clock. Heroic 4 strong. Assured with their flashbangs, ready to pop monster.
Util raining in over the top. Yabi, first point of contact, but it's Shush to take all the glory. There are a lot of bodies that Na'Vi have got to burn through here. Perfecto with the first.
It's all Shush.
It's all looking too far gone. Shush does what he can. MPL brings it down at the clutch. A 1v2 ahead of him, but they swing from the side of Heroic. They fight him every step of the way. Just relentless aggression from the Danes.
It's a swarm, man. It's symbiotic. That's Heroic. They just move together. They don't even need to talk. They don't even need to tell you why. It's like insects all over the picnic. Heroic with a pistol on top of an 8-round T side. Na'Vi are certainly in hot water. It's beginning to boil.
Yeah, look at it coming with the buy as soon as they can. They've got nothing to work with in this round outside of Simple on a Deeg armor. The stage set for Heroic to reach double digits, providing Simple doesn't have one of those rounds, and you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I've heard of him. I've heard of them. And he's been going for it all game, right? He's bought in every eco. He's been getting dropped orbs and pistol rounds. Electronic glocks down Cadian, who gets a little bit stuck on the sideline there. This is how they start. This is how they unravel. Yeah. And this is how Na'Vi have won both those ecos in the CT side. Seemingly impossible, but a 5v4 untraded and a gun gifted. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
No,
but I counted them out before.
That was an important equalizer to find, right? Just something to kind of alleviate some of this pressure that had built up. Simple now moving into position, looks to be this next point of contact with the Deagle. He's got a bit of space in the bathrooms. Tessez gives it up, looks to play inside of the site, and a crossfire with Stown.
It's insane how Heroic are at this point in the game, and Stown is 2-9 right now. Not even had to talk about him, and this is a team that, you know, doesn't really have a quiet player. Everyone seems to perform. The kill count top to bottom is usually very tight for Heroic. So yeah, silent Stown, not great, but this is a round to redeem yourself. Yabi has made a high-risk play, but it is the perfect move on this flank.
Yeah, he's going to arrive here very, very quickly.
He's going to kill the bomb.
Simple with the Deagle, looks to move in, damage done, but not the killing blow. MPL will find it, and he's ready for the wraparound. Simple's Deagle finally dealt with. They cut the arm off of Na'Vi, and no more punches thrown as Heroic. They get through the one big danger that was present in that round from the Na'Vi squad.
I mean, at this level, right, no round is guaranteed, no round is safe, no round you can let your eye off the ball, but especially not when Simple's coming in with a couple of choice words and deep shots connecting. Not enough to win a Glock round, though. Heroic now have to do it against the rifles. Let's see what this default looks like for Na'Vi, right? Because for Heroic, they were very B-centric. They're going for a lot of pop plays out Monster, letting Yabi work, rarely even taking aggressive space in bathrooms. Took very late in the half before they would start to do that. They've got a lurker selling B right now, but the rest are in mid.
Even just look at how the round opened for Heroic. There's no one on A. There's been no one on A since the start of this round, and they only just look to make up for this now. They play numbers down towards B, and then they come up with a full-on gamble, leaving just one man on that lower side of the map.
But they know their timings, right? They run the whole way. Typically, you wouldn't do that, but you've realized Na'Vi aren't actually that aggressive. They haven't gotten that far, so they can make the footsteps and Na'Vi won't even know that Heroic have just dragged 4 players onto a top site. And now Na'Vi, they're smiling, they're thinking they're cheeky, they've got all this space, and they've given away nothing, but they don't know what they're walking into. Cadian does reset, but 3 strong and the boost on the fence, a powerful position. They're trying to get Stown back in the game. There's not a flash to deal with this.
No. Still, this bottom player on the boost needs to hold the ball and caught with nades out. That's the invitation. That's the red carpet stained in the blood of Heroic. Shush, the last line of defense is overran. And so they might have had 3 in the right place, but unfortunate timing on the nade pull. And that one arriving just a second too late, even though it finds Electronic, the homing nade from Heroic. It's not enough to win them the round. It's not enough to deny that bomb plant.
They're sort of trying to calculate whether they could even go for this one. They've realized they've got no kit. There is one down on the fence, but it's still a 2v3 with odds against you, and still with a man on bomb, on default. Bit has a fantastic position, and he makes it work. That should force the save. Cadian can hide out, hang around, but this is a Na'Vi 8th. He's gonna go for damage right at the end. He will keep them here, but Na'Vi aren't buying it, and Bit bites back. 8 rounds on the T side now. A big mistake from Tesses, a timing that doesn't favor him, pulling a smoke for long, and Electronic absolutely tears through them.
Yeah, that one hurts for Heroic, man. They played it well in terms of, you know, having a great situational awareness on where Na'Vi were at all points in the round, right up until it really mattered on that smoke pull. That was kind of the only way in that was going to come cleanly for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that hurts for Stown as well, because you're putting him in a position where he's
trying to bring him back into the game a bit, trying to get his head in it.
And then his teammate kind of sells him. It's awkward, and it might be the start of something for Na'Vi on this T half. First found early, as was the case for Heroic. Finances in the bin, Heroic need a move.
Yeah, you know, this is, as usual, the time to employ some gimmicks, something a little wild, and they will deliver on that front with a quad mid push. They're going to try and bring the fight to Na'Vi here. Bit is suspicious about what waits in mid. But the spam coming through this smoke is intentional, right? It's trying to give the illusion that, yeah, we're peeking middle, but we're not pushing it. It's not falling for that bait, however, but he will fall at the hands of Yabi. Simple in the playground, they don't know about him. Going to execute that first man. Never saw Shush, but he still has the gall to deal with him. MPL's caught jumping around, but Cadian's left on an island here on a timer, and Electronic seeks to make it expire. Now just one man, and it's Stown, who has been having a rough go at it. 3 and 10. Tried to bring him into the fold with the boost in that last round. It led to the A site tumbling. Na'Vi, they can go slow here. They've got all the time in the world. The 3v1 ahead of them, and Electronic has just confirmed that B is empty. And so this is Na'Vi closing the gap, denying this early push from Heroic, the ground, the upset that it was looking for. The bomb could get caught, moving up through short. This is a little wild on the timing, and Stown, unlucky. He sees that's the bomb, he wants to go chasing it, but gotta have eyes in the back of your head when you're up against Simple. He just waits and is rewarded for his patience.
Lovely round coming from Na'Vi, dealing with that aggressive mid-play. They had some spidey senses there. They realized something was up, and Simple dealt with it very well in the playground. High pressure scenario, but Heroic now full broke, and Na'Vi given an open doorway to level the playing field at 10 to 10 and show they've got the moves on the T side as well. MPL looking to farm up money in this round with a Mac 10. Heroic with a couple of bits and bobs, but not enough. They can full B stack, and Na'Vi will meet them there.
Oh, MPL so blind. Everyone's blind. These flashes detonate, and they leave you in a bit of a weird way. It's just the USPs, though, so Na'Vi don't feel deterred. They're just going to brute force this round into coming up in their favor. Couple of casualties along the way, more than you would have liked considering what you were up against there. Na'Vi, they're content with the equalizer. They're content with an even game now laid out ahead of them. And they know the longer they can stay in this power position, right? Every round they're winning right now is hitting like a 2-for-1 as Heroic forced into these saves. That's going to start happening if this keeps up. And just to show you the extent of which Heroic are trying to bring Stown back into the fold, they've given him the AWP here. Cadian dropping that along.
Actually, Stown bought it. He had no armor, right? Cadian couldn't afford it, and you're not going to play rifle without armor. So if they wanted an AWP, the only way was to have it in Stown's hands here. And so fine, that's okay. He's a second AWP for the team anyway. This is no problem. Bit of spam, but nothing significant. Cadian and Connector under the hammer. He's going to find one. Tesses is able to trade, but still, Na'Vi are laughing right now. They very effectively deal with that setup, and Stown is kind of screwed. He's going to miss his shot as well. They are running up on the site. Electronic knows he's here as well. Stown is boxed in a cage of his own making at the moment, and he knows it. Needs someone to bail him out. Needs to hit a shot. That will help. Yabi, clears out the site, and a jump finds a leg to bit. It could be worse for Stown. He knows his safety is assured coming back into A as Na'Vi dropped back down below.
Oh, but Perfecto.
That's quick.
Trying to make a play, trying to force something to happen here for Na'Vi. Stown's been caught as well. And so this 2-on-3 starts to get away from Heroic. Just Yabi left, and he was tagged up in this earlier skirmish versus Electronic. That bomb's been retrieved. Heroic are probably too locked out of this one with the HP on Yabi. Not looking favorable, not looking good. It feels like Na'Vi have done enough here.
And this is a horrible time for Stown to go silent, right? Because in that round, he has 3 chances and he can win the round with any of them, right? He fights Bit, he misses his shot, he goes back for more, he legs him, and then later, the kill that would have killed Bit going down con to get that bomb, Stown, he's still walking wide into the angle, and he's caught by a lightning fast headshot from Bit, the highest headshot player rated in this tournament already. And he does it again. If Stown hits that kill, Perfecto's out on the island without a way to get back. He has no bomb. And Heroic have a 2v1. But a miss. And here's where it leaves us. 11-10, Na'Vi in the lead, looking to mount a massive T-side as Heroic already did.
And they're still reaping the reward here of that CT money, never getting off the ground, never getting going. That AWP is the prominent piece to this one. Cadian getting some armor in behind it. Often he gets pretty exciting when he knows he has to make a play. He's taking the AWP down towards B. But Na'Vi have only got one man here, Perfecto, waiting outside of the barrels. Everyone else is spread out, looking to take contact over in middle. It's Cadian, this is what we say, right? Feeling that pressure, feeling the urge to make a play with the AWP, is keen to take space. He's got bodyguards around him on these pistols. They just re-smoked Monster as well. And that's going to trick Na'Vi into thinking that they don't have a lot of control here. That's why we see Perfecto up and leaving the barrels. And right as he's done that, Tesses has taken the info back. This is actually huge for Heroic. They're building a crystal clear image of where Na'Vi are in this round. And Tesses is full sending the flank. This is going to catch someone. It's just a question of who.
Oh, are you sure about that? Perfecto keeps having curiosity. He turns around, and even getting that info is enough. He can divert, he can dodge. The question for Na'Vi is, what do they do? Realizing that A is probably fraught with danger, stacked with Heroic. They might have to slink back and clear out this flank. At least check out what that B site has on offer. 30 seconds. They do not have forever to make this play, but Heroic or Na'Vi duck back down into the lower site.
Oh, Shush has got the info. Shush has a smoke as well. He's just smoked off short. This is worst case scenario for Na'Vi.
And they're coming.
They've been figured out every step of the way. Now you're just hoping and praying that the openers can go their way. And Electronic with one. Cracks open the site. Bomb in behind him. But Cadian drops it away from Na'Vi. And Shush still waits on the short side, robbing them of the plot and stealing the round away. Na'Vi heading their hands at the end of this one. At every turn, Heroic were gathering info, were learning what Na'Vi's intentions were. And it comes together beautifully in a round that they had no business winning.
The spirit of Zeus still lives on in this team, huh? I mean, jokes aside, that's not even Na'Vi making massive mistakes, right? They do the right thing by having to go back, but Heroic was set up for that exact play. The nade and the smoke are everything for Shush. It forces Na'Vi to reset Monster, wasting more time. The second Simple goes for that plant, he checks the smoke, and it fades as soon as he pulls the bomb out. Cadian could not have been better positioned with the orb, and Shush makes the magic happen. He makes the move through the smoke with that P250. That is a beautiful round for Heroic. We have had so many eco wins in this game.
And these are the rounds that get under Blade's skin, right? These are the ones where he knows that Na'Vi should have won that. He knows they shouldn't have fallen prey to Heroic's trickery. But you got to give credit the other way, man. I do love it, right? Because we were saying coming into that round, Cadian's going to feel that pressure to be involved, feel like he has to make a play. And one of the hardest things, you know, when you've got that hero orb, how do you make sure you're in the right place? Well, he uses his pistols to go out and seek all the info, influences where and how he plays with that AWP. And then, you know, the perfect recipe for a B-hold with that nade smoke combo on Shush. That was a very cool way for Heroic to find success.
And they're still active. Na'Vi go back to a more up-tempo B play, but Heroic have flanks available. They have players pushing long. Sure, Na'Vi are going to get the bomb site, and it's going to be left to another retake round, but Heroic know what's up. They opt not to take the flank. Not yet. Short instead as they rotate down Con. There's been some great grenades in this round for Heroic, so the chip damage is well applied. The pressure is on. Na'Vi take as much space as they physically can, noticing the opportunity, but Heroic will give this round everything they've got.
Stan's aware that someone could have taken this space, but it's, you know, how long do you believe it? How long do you hold for it? Electronic, the longer he waits, the more valuable this position becomes. If his teammates can hold the site down, he can pick and choose his battles here. He's just being annoying. Simple's run down in the site, and then that leads to Electronic's downfall. MPL having to do it alone! Oh! And what a round from the rookie! What a time for MPL to find his voice. Na'Vi desperately needed a hero play. And MPL is the one to offer it up.
Yeah, new to the stage, but not new to success as this kid. Sick 3K. The Na'Vi needed him the most. They put him up perfectly. They set him up for that round. Every player aggressive in their post-plant positions, and Heroic with no time to do anything. They just try and trade, but it's already too late. And that's going to pump you up for your fourth game on the stage, up against one of the world's best, a team that's already been here, that's lifted those trophies. Na'Vi are trying to return to that form, right? Return to that Grand Slam form, that 2020, 2021 era, Stockholm, and the events have followed. Na'Vi have not lifted trophies in time. But right now in Rio, seems like there's no time better than the present. And taking Heroic's map pick after that dominant first half as well, that would be one way to set yourself up there. Moving into Ancient, a map so scary, Heroic opted to ban it in risk of playing Anubis at Pro League. We remember how that left them. Another head-to-head that Na'Vi won. And they look for 2 in a row. It's a nice monster setup, but they just don't have the guns.
Oh, Cadian, every missed shot with the orb could cost you. He nearly gets pressured there, but that's just been selling a bit of a fake.
Very blind.
B-play looking to come in now. Perfecto knows that's a freebie. He'll chain it together, making magic happen. Opening this round up and maybe closing it with those kills as well.
Perfecto's
Heroic on the double AWP.
Yeah.
Don't want to risk retaking this. They're left too far removed to even justify giving this round a look in. And Na'Vi know. Na'Vi know what's on the line here. They want to try and be as punishing as Heroic were in that first half.
They don't relent, do they? And that is a devastating round for Heroic, who had all the pieces in the right place. But man, Perfecto, I feel like he's a player that never, ever gets a kill and pulls nades. You know, he never panics. He's always ready for more. 2 kills at Monster, immediately resets his crosshair for the 3rd. And Na'Vi enter B. An attempt to end Heroic here at the end of Overpass. 13-11 now. It's looking written in the stars. Heroic have not been able to get a handle on the CT side. They win that pistol, they convert it, they take a single eco win. A bit of a slam dash round, but otherwise Na'Vi have looked consistently solid on this T side.
And yeah, we talk about how these teams are incredibly consistent squads, but I think that really applies when you look at Na'Vi. They're here on an 8 streak of making playoffs at IEM events.
Yeah, that's insane to imagine. The last time the Na'Vi didn't make the playoffs of IEM was Chicago, 2018.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
They're also the team, you know, as we know, organizationally have been at every major. The consistency is really there for this Na'Vi squad. And, you know, even though we kind of hit like a weird dark patch, by their merit, by their standards, that just means you're making playoffs and not winning them. And as we remember all the way back at Stockholm, when it looked like the Na'Vi era was going to begin, the prerequisite was that they didn't drop a map. And so that's the vibe they've set for themselves here in Rio. They're looking to keep that coming in down the pipeline. Heroic have started this round off well. Good combo onto short to find an opener, but Na'Vi immediately respond by moving in to what felt like an empty B site. That wasn't the case, and they learn about it the hard way. This is a tricky round here. You don't have short, you don't have control at CT. They can be all around you, and Heroic are. Na'Vi are surrounded. The smokes are providing safety for now, but everything's on a timer. MPL's gonna cook up another clutch, and this one's asking too much.
I love that for Heroic. Yabby never even jumps the gun there. He waits for everyone to get in position. He could have peeked off the plant. He could have went for a 1v1, but instead Heroic swarm together again and win another low econ round. Are these the only rounds CT Sides can win right now, where Na'Vi get lazy, where they don't clear the pit? Electronic just gets there, but he pulls a nade, and that puts Na'Vi in a 2-on-4 after the trade. It's not enough. They can't hold on, and Heroic stay above water for now. 1 round difference, and not enough money for either team to be comfortable, especially not for Na'Vi. If you lose this rifle round now, at this point of the game, after the graft that Na'Vi have put in, they are in trouble. Suddenly, Heroic are favorites. Cadian's got his all backs down, returns to the AK. A more standard weapon for the guy, and Shush does not care. He wants to end in style. The deep smoke to set him up, but still they're ready for it. Perfecto performs on 2 health, and Na'Vi bludgeon their way into B.
Yeah, you try, you know, setting the pace of the round on the CT side. You try taking a hammer to Na'Vi, but it bounces back.
I admire that idea for Heroic, right? That's the Copenhagen Flames utility setup from Spawn, right? Molly from T-Spawn into Deep Monster. They immediately re-smoke it. And then Shush goes for a Hail Mary play. But 98 damage is not enough to stem the bleeding. And Na'Vi, they needed that round. It will get offered up. It's at least a good save, right? Keeping 3 alive in a round like this for Heroic means the consequences are not as dire for them as it would be for Na'Vi on the flip. They can still rebuy, they can fight for 14, but it needs to be a 4-round streak for Heroic, or overtime, or Ancient against them.
I mean, if you're Na'Vi, you're licking your lips at the prospect of this flawless run through. The greatest challenge was going to be this overpass pick from Heroic, and right now they're showing they're up for the task.
Final timeout for Heroic as well.
Yeah, you know, on the flip side, you say save's good for them. It is. It keeps a little bit of staying power out for this CT side, just lowers the amount of money they're having to throw in, but it's in moments like this, right? Exists normally someone who is prepared to let Cadian do a lot of the talking in these timeouts, but he's trying to chime in. He recognizes that this game is slipping through their fingers. And it didn't feel too important in the moment, but now I think you've got to draw attention to it. Stown, who's been such a big voice within the Heroic squad, such a big-time player, he is 7 and 16. He's bottom of the board by a long way.
And that's when we have that activation for Shush, who's had a middling performance here in this tournament. Second lowest rated player for the team. Yabi doing what he does best and destroying. And KD's coming up with, you know, some nice orb shots as well. But it's the one player. It's all it takes. A quiet face for Heroic. And this is the result. 14-12. A crucial round for Heroic as Na'Vi took a clean sweep in the prior. Do or die. Win this or go next.
I mean, you know, what awaits you? It's that Na'Vi pick of Ancient One that they've had great form on. Heroic know their real chance to keep their heads above water is to try and stake their claim on Overpass. That's left hanging in the balance on the result of this round right here.
It is so reassuring to see Na'Vi pull this recovery right now when they were down so hard in this map. They were down off of their CT side. They lost the pistol round as well in the conversion. But Na'Vi have stayed solid, stayed strong. And this is the harder round of 2 to find, in theory. 35 seconds. This is very late on the clock for Na'Vi. They're going to have to end B. They're getting smoked off in mid right now. Bit can try and fake, but it's not much of a sell. He's got 2 players up on this side. KD out of position for now. When will he realize? Good flash play, and that will free up Heroic to drop down to B.
Yeah, now they know they've uncovered the true nature of this round. A team flash comes out on short, just slowing the roll that much more in RV. Not the time for it, but Perfecto and Electronic get the openers to force this play down the pipeline.
Oh, that's
Nades
close.
rain in, but just holding on is Simple, and that's enough here.
That nade would have won the round. That would have been it. Simple was too low, but now he's too high. He's climbed up top. He's trying to end it with style, with some finesse. Na'Vi chasing them down, finding where they live. And Cadian, a clutch too far, too much to bear. One that Na'Vi know is never coming. They've even set up on long. The future is now, old man, says MPL. He's coming for you.
Might never get here in time, but look at all of Na'Vi. They're all giving chase. They know that stripping Cadian into the orb. Right now, he's the man who's going to have to drop guns over. And he will get out with the AWP. But Heroic, they need everything they can get. This felt like it had all the makings of a Heroic round. They had the B hold in position. They had a last-second exec from Na'Vi coming their way. Even a team flash over on short that really slowed everything down and made it a little awkward there for Na'Vi. And then, you know, you were telling yourself that if it came to it, the worst case scenario, you had those nades to deny the plant. That's really impactful with these late execs that Na'Vi like to run. Yeah. But not even that could save Heroic. And so the captain, will it be a case of him going down with the ship, or can he course correct? Cadian in mid is bailed out by Tesses. Never knew about bit crossing. Heroic with the man advantage. They need to convert this. You can't let these rounds get away from you. With Electronic flubbing that late equalizer, it's going to fall to someone else. Simple tries to come through. And that's a decision he'll end up regretting.
He got legged there by Cadian's orb. It's Tessus who finds the shot, sure, but again, that turn for Cadian. Very close. Na'Vi are desperate right now. Perfecto's going to try and make a play out B before his teammates are spotted on the long side. Looks for this entry kill. The only way they win, surely, is if he finds this. It has drawn Heroic back for a second, but KD keeps his eyes on the prize. Missed! As Electronic runs him down, and now they have the sight. But if you plant default, there is a man on the flank ready to end your round. Testes not there in time, and MPL gets it on a safe side. There is still a way in for Na'Vi. Perfecto is out of the picture for now.
Out of the picture for now, sure, but he can still play through the B side. The bomb is planted for CT, and that's what Na'Vi want to try and take away here. This is a 3-on-5 attempt to close the game. Shush waits, knowing that a peek could come through at any moment. They don't know where the bomb's planted for yet. They don't have that info. Electronic pulling down, good for the one and done. MPL just trying to buy time. Perfecto is now moving up and will get to play in to this post plant. He's going to arrive here with just enough time left. Yabi's on the bomb, and Perfecto spamming away, just falls short. Heroic grab that round from under Navi's nose, and they deny the 3v5 closer.
Oh, that's terrifying. They knew it was coming as well. Shush with the check, looks nowhere else but back at B. That was the last place he was spotted. For the first place Heroic expect, however, Yabi right-clicking a flash in the sight completely puts Perfecto off it. And on the board, Heroic one more time to hang on at the end of this map. It is not pretty, it is not clean, but it goes on. And now look, that inspires them. That puts a spark in. Aggressive pistol play. Yabi takes Perfecto through the smoke again. And a 5-on-4 for Heroic. That's how the last one started.
Navi are telling themselves, you know, that round was close. That round was a matter of pixels on a smoke spam away from being theirs, and then this game would be over. But it's in that ambition, it's in that rush to the finish line that Heroic often end up surprising you. The boost up in the mid-round is a beautiful call that gives down a freebie. Heroic have all in reinforced the B hold. The Simple and Electronica duo that have staked their claim on Counter-Strike. This is not a round that they're meant to win, and now it's just Simple left with the AWP. He's gonna look for a way out. Gonna look for another choice, another way to play this. And he's recognized the room that he's been given. Right now, the only thing between him and the A site is this AWP in Cadian's hands.
The rogue in-game leader on the top site, the head-to-head we would have wanted. As Cadian tries to hold strong, he looks the wrong way, getting tucked in an unorthodox angle. Will Simple clear this surely? Walking up right now, silent but deadly, 20 seconds. Goes for the shot, but it's Cadian who holds solid and puts 14 on the board for Heroic. They are still fighting tooth and nail for every semblance of a round. And we go full 30. These desperate B hits for Na'Vi, leaving them lacking in funds as well. I wonder how Heroic is still in this game.
I mean, there's absolutely no doubting the resilience of this Heroic squad. You would be a fool to do so.
They are so suffocating. It seemed like that round, they didn't care. They just threw themselves at Na'Vi, jumping out the connector, double fighting short, reboosting, going for everything they could, every punch, every swing, and every hit for Heroic. And now Na'Vi, a pretty savage buy to bring in to round 30, but they have to make do.
Simple is a good spawn with the AWP. He's taken it down towards connector, hoping he was going to get given a fight here, but Heroic instead set their eyes on middle. MPL, this is a very confident display as he moves up through Con. That's not much util for him to have taken all this space. This setup in mid for Heroic is where everything lies, where the round is won or lost, and they take those opening fights. They leave Na'Vi on the back foot immediately, knocking the AWP out, knocking Simple out of the round. The only tiny ray of hope here is this timing that Electronic has found all the way up through long that Heroic don't know about. But the impact he can find is limited here because of the position of Heroic. He's going to go seeking his fortune, seeing what he can get away with. Deals with Tesses, but Cadian still here, still locking down the short side. Getting past this AWP is easier said than done. He's looking for a fight. He wants to be involved, but the flash wrecks him. And Na'Vi are battling back in. Another 3v5 that they've equalized up.
That was a liner for Cadian. He didn't even fire his shot. If he got it, that's a collat. That's the game into overtime. Instead, Na'Vi have been given a red carpet. They will walk it back down to B. Shush in a power position right now. He's got to watch out on the flank. Perfecto's walked through, and he finds him looking nowhere. 20 seconds. Na'Vi can't be fearful. They must take the site.
Pulls the steal play out of Perfecto. He walked through B. He now knows that it's clear with the short setup like that. You know you've got safe passage. Ball's getting planted, but it's open! And Perfecto's running out of time! He needs to plant it now. He's missed the timing on it! What a way to go into OT! No resistance! And Heroic can't believe what they've just been gifted there.
It's that wide plant on overpass B-side, that left corner. You can't stick it. You're not allowed. You got to go a little bit into the danger zone. And it's too little. It's too late for Perfecto. What a horrific way to fall. As they try and plant safe for short, they just cleared it. My, oh my. Heroic were never going to peak that tap. And Na'Vi, they've got to work for this now.
That is, you know, such a rough way to go into overtime, to have even had time in the 1v1 to still attempt it. But one misstep, one step too many, costs you everything.
Oh, artillery strike into short as well. Heroic's util has been solid on CT. Nice flash, and that's as Electronic was creeping out, desperately hoping for an opportunity. Na'Vi, the wheels are off now. The chassis rumbling, rolling down the hill, about to turn.
You can feel how the game has changed. I think frustration is setting in for Na'Vi. They have had two fantastic chances to take this one over the line, and they've been foiled by Heroic every step of the way. And as we head into overtime, Heroic's confidence is bringing. They've been playing with their backs against the wall throughout the majority of that second half. They were one step away from failure the whole damn time, and they played with confidence throughout. They're battling their way into a 3-on-3 here. Na'Vi grouping for the B hit. I think if anything, they want to try and be a bit more decisive here. Moving on through, MPL is fed to the Wolves. Time is going to be a problem now for Na'Vi, and with Simple dead, that's the bomb dropped. Heroic, they've got this round in the bag, and they know it already. Even hunting Perfecto down, it's the way that these rounds have gone that hurts the most. You've not even been able to battle back. You've had opportunities, you've had chances, they're getting stripped away, and now you're running out of time. Now even the clock is betraying you. Na'Vi moved past those problems a while ago. They're normally a team that feel comfortable in those final 13, 15 seconds of a round. But not in this game, not when it really matters.
Oh, a couple of them have slipped through, haven't they? And Heroic is so hard to put away. Their confidence down. Bottom of the server still sends it into middle for more. He will get punished. Simple with a crucial trade, and Cadian realizes they could be close. They are. He repositions as well. Holding for an easy shot. He won't take it early. He waits for the guarantee. The kill confirmed. Cadian can't find it. The pressure is not on Heroic right now. It is once again on Na'Vi. A reset, a rotate back to A, and a re-aggress for Tessez. We talk about this kill distribution for Heroic right now, top to bottom. It is 6 apart from Stown. It is so close, but they are doing right by him. The typical star silent. But everyone else right now in this round, same can be said for Na'Vi with bit bottom of the board. There's only 3 difference on them 2.
Simple wants to try and be involved, have a say in how this pans out. He was involved in that skirmish over in mid. He was the guy who traded Bit's death early. And he was really hoping that Heroic are going to give him a jiggle, give him a jump over the dice box, and that would be the invitation of the A play. When that doesn't happen, it becomes that much harder for Simple to get involved here. That responsibility's got to go to someone else, and MPL tries his hand at it, ends up on the receiving end of that AWP. Tessez tucked in and winning that first fight. Can't quite hold on for any more. Can this be a way in for Na'Vi? Simple holding the smoke fade is locked out, and Perfecto nades rain in, shots to follow, and Heroic emerge from the chaos unscathed onto another round, running away with this in overtime. 2 in a row looking for the flawless CT side.
You just can't put them to bed, man. They never give up, they never go down, and this is why we've seen this resurgence, this resilience of Heroic, right? They had Yabi in last year. It looked pretty shaky at the start. Cologne was not a pretty tournament for this team, but they went on to bigger things, to 3 grand finals in a row, taking a trophy and 1, even here in Rio, stepping up big. never having to face Na'Vi. Furia did that for them, and Heroic thanked them and sent them packing. Right now, it's Na'Vi who wanted that revenge arc, wanted to do right by Rio in taking down Heroic here today. And they had this one in the palm of their hand, in the bag, ready to check out. But Heroic have nabbed it from their hands and look for a flawless CT side in overtime.
Yeah, this is where, you know, the frustration really starts to take hold, really starts to set in. Perfecto, normally a man you can rely on in those clutch moments, hasn't been able to find his footing in that ground in this game. Na'Vi, they need one at least. They need to slow Heroic's roll, because now embarking on a 5-round streak through regulation into OT. Heroic looking to make it 6, looking to go flawless. You just need to force a bit of respect out of them here, because the Heroic with nothing to fear is not the opponent you want to be against.
Back to B for Na'Vi, grouping late. Heroic is still strong here, and worth noting how much utility they've held onto it to the sub-minute mark as well. They got a molly, they got a couple of smokes. They can stall Na'Vi's attack at the right time. Don't get jumpy now. Tesses literally is trying to get that spot and find info. He has to put the smoke down as Na'Vi line up their own exec. It's delayed. Bit making moves on long. Cadian's got the spot. 30 seconds now. We know Na'Vi like these late rounds, but they've let them down today.
Re-smoking at Monster, but it might never come to matter if Perfecto can get this ball rolling. Big multi-kill to open, takes it one step further. Might add a couple of shortcomings here, but Perfecto more than makes up for it. He is the catalyst to the one round that Na'Vi find on the T-half.
And you said they needed him more than ever, right? Mr. Consistent inside of this team. And Perfecto puts on a show on the B-bomb site. What a dangerous call for Na'Vi to make. They've still got the balls into overtime right now, popping through the monster smoke when they're cut off. When their lurkers found nothing. It's a danger play. That's Na'Vi's middle name. Trying to seek their fortune now on a CT side comeback. Bit's got the orb. And remember this T side, it was slow, it was painful, but it was efficient for Heroic in that first half.
Yeah, Heroic and Masters are really not giving a hell of a lot away in the early round, right? You never know where they're going till they're already there, knocking on your door. This one is no exception. Constantly keeping Na'Vi on the edge of their seats. Bit is even starting to get paranoid about the toilets. I think that speaks volumes, right? Doesn't know these timings that Heroic may or may not have found with mid conceded. Bit is in a bad way out on an island at long, and that's a tantalizing prospect for Heroic. That is the opener in what could be the round that sends them to map point here. Flash over at long. Electronic, he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Is he going to crumble under the pressure around the corner? He finds the first, and that's enough to put the fear in Heroic. They keep it mobile as ever, moving down the connector, looking for the last-minute B play. They explode out onto short here, so it's a real test of MPL and Simple.
Oh, again, they're going monster, but look at the molly. It's perfectly timed, and they line up, but he's not good for 2. Perfecto taking space back in the bomb site. Simple has the line. He will hit his shot. He will do right by Na'Vi in this round, but he needs more, and Simple's good for 2. Only Cadian, a clutch too far, and Na'Vi level the playing field again. 17 apiece. And no certainty in the first map of this series.
Beautifully done from Na'Vi, right? There were times in that first half where their understanding of how mobile Heroic like to be actually betrayed them, but here all their fears were well found. They go into this 4v5, they lose Bit in a very awkward fight over at long, and they still emerge as victors at the end. So much done, even by Electronic, to get that kill at long, to get that trade and call for the rotate down towards B.
Okay.
But he gets bullied to open up this next round. Brought down low by the nades from Heroic.
And what are they going to do? They're going to go back for more, aren't they? They're going to go pick up some util in the T-spawn, stall this out, make that overtime efficient as ever. The max money gives Heroic options that they will utilize. Electronics even taking that AWP. Not normally an AWPer, I've heard. But Simple can do it no matter what you give him. Does this hold him back, however. This late in the game, first to find 2 in a row. Looking for a B pop, but you'll notice no one's really poised for this. Heroic still have a man in con and out mid. They want a reaction from Na'Vi. They want a flank. And if they're given the option, they will take that exit route. Follow the emergency light back up to that top site. Bomb outside Monster with 40 seconds. Simple desperately trying to get that information. Currently unsure, uncertain, but they hear the steps. That molly calls it off. Heroic are in trouble.
Yeah, Na'Vi have been doing a great job of holding on to this util to try and thwart the plans of Heroic. While it slowed them down, it doesn't stop the hit entirely. So now Heroic look to move in. Yabi leads the charge, goes 1-for-1 in the opener. Brings us back into an even keel, but Simple holds the line. 10 seconds. Time is a problem for Heroic. Time's running out. They move in with the bomb, but Perfecto gets his revenge.
No way! It doesn't even matter. They kill their teammate. Simple just styling, and Na'Vi are laughing. They steal it away.
And after Perfecto has that 1v1 get away from him down in B, running out of time to plant, he feels great that he returns to sender there to find map point for Na'Vi.
What disrespect from Simple. No ammo, misses the jump twice, just stands there with his knife out, knowing he's just more of a distraction than anything. And hell, that nade was worth it. It was worth the chance to stop that bomb again, but it never made it back in. Heroic have already brought themselves back from the brink of defeat once. Can they keep it coming?
Yeah, you're asking a lot there, right? Each time you climb this mountain, it gets more tiresome, it gets harder. The uphill journey never ends for Heroic. Navi trying his hand at some smoke spam, hoping that that can be the kill. A bit of RNG going his way. Heroic now look to join him. And I think, you know, where Na'Vi have succeeded is in holding this util and disrupting these late takes. I think Heroic are looking to move a bit faster now as a result. Smoke dissipates at Monster. They're going to go take short. They're looking for this B hit.
Back to the Wolf Pack. The Brotherhood side by side. Just 5 guys looking for a good time out this B site. It's a great flash, but that molly, it lands perfectly. Still Stown gets an entry. Heroic can afford to wait it out. They've got a boost employed. Na'Vi down a man, but not out of the round.
Na'Vi are collapsing down towards B right now. Bits taking up reins of the connector, but Yabi on the boost provides. This B hold is melted, and double OT awaits as Bit is finished off. Heroic still have it in them. More to show. More to give. And they face their demons head on. This B site, they've had a love-hate relationship with it throughout the game. And right at closing time, they push those doors open. They battle back in.
No reservation needed. This is their house. And the second comeback against map point for Heroic. First 3 in a row. Now they do it in OT and we reset. Na'Vi regrets. B has without a doubt been the focal point of this game. So many rounds ending in this lower site, at least attempting to. Heroic want to do it again, but they want to do it a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. Na'Vi don't know they're right around the corner. An entry, that's all it needs to beckon them in. 30 kills on Yabi, but he falls first, and Bit tries to survive, but the hammer comes down, and Perfecto stabs the back. Na'Vi attack on all fronts here, and Heroic are trying to dig themselves out of this hole.
Just Shush left standing. in a round dominated by Na'Vi. Bomb away from him and a 1v4 to embark upon. He tenuously knows the ground that Na'Vi have, but that does not make this task any easier. Hoping that someone is overconfident, someone is overplaying their hand, given the advantage that Na'Vi hold. But they are not budging, they are not feeding him. And they're not going to make life easy for the man in this clutch. That was probably the only chance he'll get at a fight on his terms here. And Shush knows it. Trying to come up the connector. Bit holds on to the top. He's not even attempting this one anymore. Na'Vi, great return to form into this second overtime. It's what was demanded of them. And while this game kind of started off feeling a bit like a chess match, right? Everyone cautiously moving their pieces about the board, very respectful of the opponent, understanding of the situation and trying to play with all the info over time. It's moved away from that. The gloves are off now. It's bare knuckle boxing.
Yeah, there will be bloody faces, broken noses, and only one winner. Still insecure in this first map of the series, in Heroic's pick, with Ancient and Inferno to follow. Another mid-take for both sides. Bit, was he seen there? He could have been there. Well, flashes over the top, but he gets in a very precarious position, and he rains down death for 2 headshots off of a spray. I don't know how this guy always does it. Makes it look easy, and opens up another opportunity for Na'Vi to start strong at the start of overtime.
Every bone in your body, if your Na'Vi is telling you, look, if we can make this a flawless CT side, that is the recipe. That is the way to succeed here. It's a tall task, but they're looking up for the job. Heroic have got this B play left in the tank. And this little rotate out of Na'Vi, this gut feeling that's called them up into the A site is going to leave them high and dry. MPL on the jiggle, feeds Cadian a kill with that AWP.
But again, Heroic don't know how easy it is. I can't blame them. They're given a free bomb site, but they're so cautious, so precarious. They finally get into position. Still must clear that pit. No guarantees here, and they will do so, allowing the bomb to go down. Na'Vi in a predicament. They have to go for this one. Heroic are given ample time to get set back up. Close position for Yabi and trade potential for Heroic.
Moving in as a pack of Na'Vi, but they won't get past Yabi, not cleanly. Him and Shush set up to deal with this. It's left on a simple with the AWP. He sees this man, he knows he's here, but drawn in, he takes the bait, and that's when Cadian snaps him up. Heroic respond, a man down since that round started. Na'Vi can't do right by Bit's double opener. And Heroic, you can just never write them off.
Yeah, that stress is setting in right now for Na'Vi as well. You see Simple getting frustrated. They had that round, poised by Bit, a 4v3 in the B bomb site. They give it up in its entirety with no info on A, with no contact made. Na'Vi make a wrong gamble, and Heroic exploit them. Great searching for Cadian. He needed that opening kill. Been quiet doing so in this game. But still has made some fantastic calls on these T sides. Heroic go back for more. Stown reactivated, re-energized in this map. Looks for another B pick, given up after the smoke. Let Yabi have a go. He's on 31. Stars are certainly shining bright for Heroic.
Oh, Yabi.
Wow.
Electronic gets out with 1 HP. 1 HP the difference.
Get an 8
about that being a feel-good moment for Heroic. One where Na'Vi strengthened their position down in the B hole. Now he's very wounded, nearly mortally wounded is Electronic, but even this presence, an uneven fight could have sent Heroic elsewhere. Shush lobs in a bit of util over towards A, but he's come back down for the B hit. Good timing. Good man to put up here as well. Electronic, 1 shot away from death, so try to get as much out of him as you can before he goes. Cadian flying high, but not in the way he wanted. Tessez trying to make up for this. Here's the flank from Bit getting activated. Down through the connector, he won't have an angle. Heroic have rerouted, they join up on the monster side. Simple's the next man to get tested, but here's Bit out through the connector, and like a speed demon makes it happen for Na'Vi.
Don't celebrate yet, folks. Hold your horses. But again, Na'Vi holds strong. 2 to start another overtime. But they've got to close, and that's been the biggest problem right now. Heroic will not go down without a fight. Very nice hold for Na'Vi, sending Cadian flying. But still, there is more work to do yet. That's ridiculous. But no laughing matter for Heroic. Game faces. And opportunities wasted. More so for Na'Vi in this game. You can't possibly give them another map point that they can't close. They've had 2 already. 4 if you count, you know, all the ones in regulation.
Yeah. You know, I mean, we had like James Talker played before this game, and you know, played questioning, are Heroic a consistent team? But I think they've been on this upward trend for a while, and they feel very consistent in what they're able to bring, the resilience that they're able to show. And so, you know, now we're getting that age-old question: what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object here?
Love that. Both eternally stuck in motion. Stand still for Na'Vi on the T side. MPL holds back in con. They go again to that lower site. Not seen any snakes up toilet, and he walks into A, and we won't for a while. Cadian Dexter first. The re-swing from Yabi is the last thing Na'Vi are ready for. They try and hunt this kill down, but their opportunity already gone. Heroic force fight and then slink back. Back for more, perhaps. Stound's going up on another boost, jumping with a flash. It is beautiful. Bit dead as well. Heroic will not run out of ideas, not run out of plays. And why not do it again? Why not insult Na'Vi with another? Oh, that's why.
Simple. Ready for the boost up. And this is the moment where Heroic go, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. 4v2 feels a damn sight scarier than 5v2, especially when it's Simple to open it up so cleanly. But with Tessez up close, he should safeguard this round, and that's exactly what he's going to do. We're back to a level playing field. The battle continues raging on deep into the overtimes now, and at 20 all, still not a clear victor in sight. But Heroic are the ones at least on the back 9, right? They've got this more comfortable CT side to hinge upon. Na'Vi have struggled breaking through on the T-halves, especially as we've raged into OT. And it's also Na'Vi who have always been the ones on the cusp of winning this game. Heroic are the ones performing the comeback.
They just
got to question, how long does that keep up?
Eventually the tides will change, right? Eventually it will be Heroic in that position. And after this many times of fighting for the back foot, I'm sure Heroic are ready to close. They've got to get that match point, or map point first, though. It would be it. An opportunity again. Tessez with jump spots. He's had a phenomenal map, has this guy. He's going to give it up after getting info. Sees a lot of Na'Vi players. We talked about how we haven't seen toilet takes, not really seen these A plays. Na'Vi have numbers on long. They've amassed on this T side. But Heroic aren't biting it or buying it yet. They don't bite. Shush still in. Connector side can flank quickly, forcing Na'Vi to go to CT plant if they get this bomb down. They don't know that yet, though. They've got to get through Stound. He is very close, and Simple's picked him on the jump across.
Okay, this could get weird now. Tessez is really in hot water here, getting split up through short, also has the sight to worry about, and so he'll get knocked out. Electronic, tired of waiting around and playing on Heroic's terms, takes space. Goes for the throat. They're holding for this flank, and even though the shot misses, the info that matters, Perfecto trades, and Yabi 1v3. This guy's been having a great match, a great event. but expecting so much of him here. And on the smoke fade, contact made, they swing him together. Electronic puts up the kills to put Na'Vi back on the map and at the forefront of this game.
And Blade just wishes he could pause at this point, calm them down, reset those heart rates, and get ready to end this map. This would set Na'Vi up for a 2-0 going into their pick. They've had their chances, they've had their opportunities, and they have eluded them at every single step. This cannot continue. Na'Vi must close.
Yeah, this is what their fifth opportunity to do so. If not now, maybe not never. And Na'Vi know that. Heroic once again fighting from the back foot, but there's something that changes in the mind of this team. They try to make more plays. They feel like, well, may as well leave nothing unsaid then. If it's do or die, they'd rather be doing the do.
Got this double long setup. Cadian, first time he's orbed here all half. All game. Na'Vi don't care though, they go back to basics, back to B. Perfecto doesn't click, he doesn't see the feet, and Yabi takes two with a final bullet. Heroic hold on again. Silencing the stage, and the doubters every step of the way. They want to do it cleanly, and there is nothing stopping them now. Simple takes a shot, but this is too far gone, even for number one in the game.
Yeah, this is wishful thinking, dropping down. Shush silences not just Simple, but everyone here as it's run back into another overtime. Heroic do not know when to quit. Na'Vi can get to map point, but Heroic will not let them win this map.
This must feel devastating for Na'Vi. For Heroic, they're just hanging on the high of saving their lifeline every single time. They haven't had the devastation of dropping these points, and that does accumulate, Harry. That does amass. That will be in Na'Vi's mental right now. Why can't we end this? Heroic are just happy to be here, man. And now they're going to continue to make plays. It's what Heroic are known for. It's what they've done all damn day. Moving up long. Simple waits. Testes has a lot of responsibility, and he hears every footstep passing him. They're behind him as well. Simple just sneaks in, and Testes takes two. Electronic made it past, and Heroic cannot get comfortable yet.
Oh, Cadian pushing down through long is rewarded for his troubles. The bomb all the way down at the top of connector. MPL going back to get it as Perfecto calls across. I'm in B. But is the safety just an illusion?
He's taken just such a powerful position. He's gone so wide. He knows even if there is a jiggle player, you know, if there's a player, graffiti player watching out, they won't see me. They can't deal with me. Me being here allows my teammate to come through. We'll deal with the fight when we get it. The jumps for Shush are nothing. It's info for Perfecto that counts, and he closes the gap, closes the distance, and tries to end the round. That's the kill that might have done it. 2v2 now. Na'Vi need to pick their post plants.
Perfecto holding the short swing and making it all happen for Na'Vi. Yabi goes swinging, and the two Titans clash. Yabi closes that out. It's MPL left to get past. One man alone to do it for Na'Vi. And you've got to praise MPL when they give him these 1v1s. He's been good in them.
Yeah, he's been holding down the line, picked up that massive 1v3 in regulation to break Heroic's money.
And considering the pressure that this youngster's under, the eyes that are on him, he does well to hold his own in moments like that. It's not like you're up against someone who's having a slow roll, a rough go at it. That's Yabi in his prime, in his element, and you just shut him out.
Yeah, and you look at those two additions, right? The rise of Yabi, the rise of Heroic has been much clearer than the tumultuous times of Na'Vi cycling, trying to fill the hole that Boomich left. Subdai Young for 6 months. And now this youngster as well. Na'Vi employ everything they've got. A B pop out into the monster. That's a flash, a team flash that pushes Shush back, but he buys his time and strikes right with two more. He's put Na'Vi in the bin. There's a response at least on the lurk, and it does mean Na'Vi are not forced to commit, but Tesses makes plays.
Yeah, even just having the position at bottom of the ladder is huge, right? You don't have to commit to this flank. You don't have to keep going. You'll hear little tidbits of info. That's what you're telling yourself here.
They're trying to hunt him down. This is going to waste so much time. He's so deep, he doesn't need to move. I don't think Na'Vi can even clear this unless they see him fighting, and they know that as well. Grouped up to trade. But they've got a further goal in mind, and it is that A site. Well, maybe it's not.
Yeah, that's how it's looking, but I think that's how they want it to look, right? And if we're falling for it, then Heroic certainly will. Tessa's now getting activated on the wraparound, and they can hear this. They know that they were getting flanked, that this composition was corrupted. Right now, the path is open for this B play. Just one man here for Heroic. Na'Vi taking all the time in the world.
Surely they're realizing now the smoke's faded. Stout never pushed through. He doesn't see a single thing in the sight. It's all up to this deep position. Low health, but the Orb doesn't care. Simple needs a shot, and he won't even check it. There's the trade. Bit now needs a clutch, where every player of Na'Vi stepped up. This guy's recovered in this map, and he must go on with clinical headshots. It's what he's known for, but turned the wrong way. Tesses shakes up around for Heroic. 22 apiece.
This is just madness. Like, let's all take a bit of time to appreciate just how deep in we are and how both teams are still at 100%. This is the Counter-Strike that exhausts you.
How do you play 2 more maps potentially after this? That's what I wonder. When a BO3 starts like this, Na'Vi, the T-side woes continue. They look for 2 at the end of the half.
Still the believer in the 2 on the T side would be enough for Na'Vi. This has been where they keep falling down in the overtimes. This is where they need that extra 50%, but where's it going to come from? Who's it going to come from? You're not short of players on Heroic right now that are stepping up and filling holes.
Oh my goodness.
Electronic.
That's ballsy.
Man with a plan hides in this smoke and hopes that this can be the way in for Na'Vi. It's a risky play.
He didn't see them.
He's made it past. Right in behind them now. That info goes both ways. It's a little weird, but his teammates made contact with the monster push. Electronic tries to keep him tame. They can only go 1 for 1.
Look at the control Heroic have. This deep smoke again they've been throwing from spawn just locks them out completely. If Shush leaves now, it's a nightmare for Na'Vi, an opportunity wasted. Simple has a gap he can see through. Shush flashes to try and find an escape route, and he gets there perfectly. Yeah, what a play.
Dude, such great awareness on Shush. Fully cognizant of him being here alone can end up being more of a problem in the long run, and so he just serves to be a nuisance, to waste time. Na'Vi spends so much time waiting for that chance to find him, that now all they're left with is a B play.
Heroic still split 2-2. Bit's going to try and get an opening kill. He fails. Cadian can drop in now soon, and they're going to know. 15 seconds, the flash comes over. It's dodged by Shush. He sees it coming. He stops one. Simple again, but the nade may be too great. 2 health, and no time, no chance. Heroic will run him down and try and kill him after the clock. Insult for injury. They end it with another favored lead. Heroic still yet to have a map point. They are poised, they are ready. And this might be it.
Yeah, that's perhaps the wildest part. It's like, as competitive as this been, you're dead on. Heroic haven't been the ones on the finish line yet. And there is that part of you that wonders, well, if that changes, if Heroic are the guys who are 1 round away from winning this, is that where the breakthrough happens? Because thus far, they've been playing second fiddle to Na'Vi throughout this entire thing, keeping the game lurching forward, but never in the position to close.
Double off now as well, pulling out all the stops. Bit on long with his. Simple aggressively towards B, but there's no one here for Heroic. Tess says, well, he might be going into the danger zone, dropping on your nades. He'll take them back. Don't want to forget your guns down. Need that for later. Cycling it all to the man at the back of the pack. Stan will go on a hero's journey, but Bit waits, bides his time.
Right, yeah, be lurking his whole thing, and that's why gets the opener, tries to continue pressing the advantage, but Stown returns it to Heroic.
Look at him go.
That only adds a bit of question into the mix. Simple in a rough way, tries to get out, but can't survive long enough. Bombs now rotating down towards B for Heroic, but they've still got time to play with here. Nothing's ever certain when it's this team that you're up against. Na'Vi scramble bodies down into the B site. They've got to. They've got no other choice here.
Pick a side and die on that hill. Perfecto doesn't like the odds. He doesn't fancy his chances. 25 and going silent for Heroic has set them up for success. They can creep in. Mid-size smoke for Cadian will allow a bomb plant, but he might want Shush's cover towards the pit. That plant needs to come through soon. There's a nade at least, but Bit making a move with the orb. He can get swung here. This is high risk. Repositioning as Cadian goes back to the monster. Bit misses his chance, and that might be the one chance Na'Vi had in this round.
Yeah, these aren't your super tenured guys. This isn't Simple and Electronic left in the clutch.
So many flashes.
Perfecto, he's been on a path of recovery here. But Shush flashed through, making plays in the 2v2 is not what Na'Vi are expecting. And Perfecto now having to come to terms with it. It's washing over him. He knows that Heroic are about to move on a map point. As Shush robs that round from Na'Vi, teed up with flashbangs from his captain.
He threw three, Harry. He threw three flashes over the top there, and it's on the third. Shush goes through the smoke and executes Bit in the bomb site. That's such a sick play for Heroic. They're so tricky. They're so annoying. And Na'Vi cannot get comfortable.
This is the moment that Heroic have been waiting for. This is them with the chance to close now.
2 chances. Surely enough.
And while we've seen resilience from Heroic, it's Na'Vi who have squandered leads. Now that task is flipped their way, and are they up for it? The boost nets the first kill. Heroic didn't need much to be in pole position, and now here they are.
And the best part about that, they don't need to jump the gun. They don't need to rush this B bomb site. They can still abuse this utility left in spawn. They can still dot every I, cross every T, check every corner, and Yabi will do so walking forward. Shush holds for aggressive moves. He's got another kill, and this is it on a plate for Heroic.
Shush silences all of Na'Vi with that play out through short. Heroic in 3 overtimes. They rise to the occasion. Resilient throughout. A tremendous face shown by the Heroic squad to make this the map that it was. And now Na'Vi left to stew in it, left to think of what could have been.
ready for the DHL drop at IEM Rio. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message, and make sure we spot you in the crowd. If you are lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type !DHL drop in chat now.
Are you ready for a DHL drop today? Yeah! Show me your signs. Show me. I will choose with my friend Get Ready. I'm not alone here. Get ready.
Hi.
Say hi from everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for joining us on DHL Drop today. And I hope you enjoy the tournament so far. And let's do it. We need to choose 3 signs, okay?
Should we take one of these?
Yeah, I like that.
I like that one, yeah. Well, let's get over him with a hat.
Hat guy. Fazer o Pix. Ele quer que faça o Pix, galera. É isso. Primeiramente, vou dar muito boa tarde, boa noite já para todo mundo aqui da arena. Tô aqui com o Get Ready. A gente vai escolher aqui 3 DHL Drop. Então vocês precisam levantar a plaquinha de vocês aí. E eu já escolhi a minha. Ele quer o Pix, então eu vou chamar o cara do Faz o Pix aqui. Pode vir o cara do Faz o Pix. Eu gostei do Fallen Supremacy, então eu vou escolher também o do Fallen. Vou pedir para a produção trazer os drops. Where is the drops? Congrats! The first winner. Ready? Now my choose is Fallen Supremacy.
I believe in Fallen Supremacy.
Presente professor. This is my choose. And I need one more.
We need one more?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I see someone behind here. I think I see someone with like a CS2 sign.
Where?
I think it's behind there, like behind everyone. Oh, he put it down. Okay. Let's do this one. There.
That?
No, that one in the middle. Yeah, that one.
Então pode vir, quero caixa de CS aqui também. Temos então as 3 escolhas aqui, os 3 escolhidos. Ó, parabéns, você vai ganhar um DHL Drop. Dá um sorrisão pra câmera. And the last, this is the last one. And now, Freya, bye-bye! SOS!
Wonderful to see the legendary Get Right entering the arena for our DHL drop. And you guys can get involved with the action at home as well. Head on over to esl.gg/ultimate-10. And you could potentially win a trip to Malta to participate in the DHL Ultimate 10 competition. We've had some good times in Malta recently, but speaking of good times, man, a sigh of relief breathed for Heroic, stealing out their own map pick after not 1, not 2, but 3 OT, Janko.
What a map. That was an absolute banger. I think it had everything, you know, Heroic starting out strong on the T side. You could see their preparation, and their game plan was to target MPL early on, right? Just pester him, throwing nades, monsters, spam, flashes, right? And it worked initially. He didn't have a great game. They had, you know, a couple of faster paced rounds coming out off of that, but Navi, as Navi tends to do, they find a way to consolidate themselves and hit back.
Well, do we have an extended 30 minutes to talk about this one? Because like, there's so much to talk about. But yeah, I think that Heroic, yeah, as Janko said very well, I think they started really good on their T side, but also like the approach from Navi was not the one I was expecting. You know, giving Heroic way too much space. It was like a perfect invitational to come to the B-bomb side, guys. Come on, come in, because there was no smokes, like they're not playing properly, right? And we saw Crimbo talking about in the pre-show, right, about how strong Yabi is, playing as a lurker towards Monster, and then once you give him the space, he's just gonna go in, or he's gonna call the team to come over and do what they did, right? So like here is a good example of a round where they just basically trade each other very well, and there's plenty of those rounds, right? And yeah, I think that towards the end, obviously the game got a lot tighter.
Yeah.
And for the viewers at home, once it gets to the overtime situations, like there's so many mind games going into between the teams that it's hard for us to analyze, and for you guys at home as well, I know it's hard, it's difficult, because there's so much history in the game already that people are kind of like trying to outsmart
It becomes a matter of stamina at that point,
Yeah.
right? And it also becomes a matter of still being patient in a third overtime, not to go for too many YOLO moves and give away cheap deaths and whatnot. But I think a very interesting game, right, with the teams and how they started off, echoing in the second round after losing pistol, buying in the third, and winning that first gun round. So both teams on their CT sides early on, they didn't have great buys, Simple didn't have an op, they didn't have all the utility, and that really influenced. That was the reason why both teams had strong T sides.
And certainly an interesting comparison when we go back to what we just saw on our screen in the Air Force Aim High. Obviously, Yabi having a really hot start to this map as well, continuing that on through and through, but Electronic as well. When we moved over to that T side aim regulation for Navi, they were looking ferocious on that.
Isn't it crazy that the Electronic is capable of pulling those numbers and that performance while in-game leading, right? I think he's one of the very few in-game leaders out there with that amount of frag power. And yeah, that was impressive numbers.
And Navi in the second half, 2 of the rounds they lost were to pistols. One of them had a saved op, the other one had a saved gun. And you're thinking, wow, this is exactly the type of round that's going to tilt Navi off of the face of the earth. But no, as soon as that round is over, Navi bounces back, wins the following round. One of them was an MPL 1v3, which was great to see him step up. This is one of those rounds, and not only because you lose to pistols, but you can see that Heroic gets the read. They're waiting for him. They have a late smoke to block short. So I was impressed by Navi and the fact that they didn't crumble.
Yes.
But considering that they did end up losing the map, I wonder if this is still going to affect them, because without one of these 2 rounds, even round 30, they come back from a 3v5 into a 3v2, so and it's like, why are we not planting the bomb? What's happening? It's like so much confusion, so much chaos, and Navi will really feel like they lost this game. Like Heroic didn't beat them, they lost to themselves.
Yeah, because it was kind of teed up, I think, aptly, as you said it, Yanko, coming into that round number 30, Man Perfecto looked like he was almost going to get the plant, and then you realize the bomb plant radius on that site, he was just a little too late with that one, literally a milliseconds.
Yeah, at that point, I would have think, like we briefly spoke about the mental aspect coming into this one, and I was expecting Simple to just go mental after that one, right? But no, actually they kept composure, they fought back during all the overtimes that we had, and but to be fair towards Heroic, I do get the feeling that, well, that was their map pick, but I do get the feeling that they actually played slightly better. I like their attitude on the T side. At CT as well, it took them some time to actually figure out the approach they needed to do. Towards the beginning of the hall, we saw them going like aggressive towards A, kind of leaving the B-bomb side way too weak, like with 2 guys playing defensive, or the 2 guys with no utility, and then again, an invitational for Navi to just come in. They start to struggle, but they figured out towards the end of the half, and then over time. It was just, you know, a lot of mind games between the 2, but I do favor Heroic in this one. I think they deserve to win it, even though Navi had the game in their hands with the bomb plant in that one.
Heroic's certainly going to be wiping some sweat off their brow after managing to seal out that pick in a 3 overtimes, no less. So let's get some thoughts from Exist after that first map.
So just catching up with Exist there, and he was saying when it comes to that overpass, trying to remember any details of it is so difficult because of how crazy it was, how back and forth it was. He said that KDM was doing a great job of hyping up individual plays of the team, so like Shush when he was going hard, and then when you see what Tessa was doing, which is really motivating him. He says you have to be very careful though of the energy being spent so much in a first game like that. Now on Ancient, remember I spoke to him yesterday about it, he's already aware that it's not the strongest, it's not the greatest that comes in for these guys, but he's aware that look, we're getting some more positive on it, we're getting some more confidence on it, and this is what they can try and do. So maybe it's the perfect time to strike on Navi in a game like this, but still, he knows it's Navi. Are we going for a third? We'll have to wait and see. Ancient's up next.
Yeah, this is where this series looks like it has the potential to go the full distance because we look at Navi's win record recently, 7 wins in a row on this map.
7 wins, won 8 out of their last 9. I think Overpass was a must-win for Heroic in the series, right? But because of the manner in which they won, a triple overtime and everything that we've talked about, I mean, they have a chance still to win this map and close it out. They won 2 Ancients here at this tournament. I think one against NIP, another one against 9. And we've seen that they can prepare really well for a game. So maybe, again, they have a specific plan, something to target. If that works, they get a pistol and convert. You know, that's a way in for Heroic.
Yeah, on the game on Ancient right now, I saw the game against NIP from Navi. And the problem that Navi had on their T side on this map, which they're going to start T again, I'm assuming, was just that NIP was very on their faces. Like, they're trying to either fight for that mid control area and not allow Navi to develop map control, or they would actually allow Navi to take the map control, use utility, and then they would retake middle, get all the information, get a couple kills there, and then that would allow them to stack towards the B-bomb side, which was what Navi tried to use quite a lot in that game. Other than that, what Navi did well was to understand what was happening, then they started trying to do kind of some fakes out of mid control and hitting the A-bomb side fast. That caught NIP off guard a few times. They managed to get a couple rounds on the board, but I think overall NIP looked really strong in that one. The result speaks for itself. I think Navi ended up winning 16-13 or something like that. Yeah. But still, if Heroic watched that game, which I know they will, because I managed to catch up with the Stown before the game started, and he actually told me that they were watching and discussing a game plan for that.
And also shout out to Crimbo. You know, he mentioned Shush as one of the players who maybe is flying a little bit under the radar, had a great game. It was Shush, Tessis, and Yabi really as the trio who was doing most of the work. Yabi with a lot of impact. And it's Stone, man, a couple of series now. You know, you go back to the G2 Grand Final in Katowice, Outsiders Grand Final here in Rio at the Major. He's the 4th rated player, you know, in those games, and you expect him to do a little bit more. It seemed like he was talking throughout, like he didn't, you know, fall back because he had a poorer game, but even Cadian talked about it a little bit. He can't have those sorts of games, right? He needs to do better. He's the star player of the team, so I'm still waiting for Stone to really show up on this stage.
Well, after such a back and forth affair on map number 1, Navi's pick does come up next. We are going to be going to the grounds of Ancient, and man, if we can trust in any man to be coming back and delivering the heat, it is the man on our screen now. Simple will be returning, but will they push it to a 3rd?
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Cool. I'm joined by Electronic, and we're ready to hang out and hopefully just learn a little bit more about the man behind the nickname.
All right.
Thank you, because I know that it's not always comfortable to do an interview in your second language, and I don't speak any Russian, so we can only do this one way, so I appreciate it. People call you Papatronic. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
It's in reference to the fact that you've fathered a child, 4 years old now?
Yeah. Already.
A 4-year-old. Time must be flying. And with you
So
traveling so much, I mean, growing up quick?
You didn't see new things, you know,
Yeah.
that she learns.
Right, like you leave, you come back, and there's a new passion or a new word.
Like this, you know,
Yes.
everything. Like she walking, start to walk.
Yes. I wanted to ask how you do both. You know, you are in the best team from the region with the most history. You've won the Grand Slam, you've won the Major. How do you spin both plates?
There is big shout out for my wife.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's the best. She's doing a very big job.
It's a full-time job.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very thankful for her.
That's awesome. That's amazing. And it's it's a team effort. I saw you'd posted, I want to be the best IGL in the game. And then at the end you said, it gives me a lot. What does it give you?
I mean, I started play CS when I was 5. So 19 years.
Wow.
For now, right? I'm really thanks for the CS for the stuff.
Yeah. You grew up in Counter-Strike.
Yeah. That's why. Be the best team in the world as an in-game leader. For me, the big achievement, I guess.
Do you think human beings always need like a goal, like always something to aim for? When you've got the major, you've got the Grand Slam, you've got the good team. Is this the new evolution? Is I can be the best captain in history, the best captain in Counter-Strike?
Of course, yeah. I like to learn something new, right?
Yes.
It's better for me, like for a personality.
Does that mean the electronic the flip side headshot machine, I can be better than Simple, the blah blah blah. That guy, those goals and the goals you have now are different.
Totally different.
Yeah. Interesting. And how is the person different? Do you feel like you're still growing up? I mean, you're young, dude.
Of course, yeah. I'm 24.
Yeah. 24 and you've done all of this. It's kind of crazy, bro. I mean, does that, good question, Alex. I've just given myself a compliment. I got a good question. Does that mean when you've got like BIT, NPL, you see a little bit of young Dennis? When you know how they feel?
I mean, I guess they're different. I started playing LANs when I was 10, at
Play
my
CS at
hometown
5,
city.
LANs at 10, in your hometown?
Yeah.
Damn.
But they're different. They're from Faceit, online guys, Zoomers.
Yeah, it's a different human.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see Simple he is talking. Do you ever have to just go, Sasha, shut up?
Sometimes it happens not only for him,
Yeah. You just want to call a timeout and say, right, you all shut up. Listen to me, Papatronic is talking. Awesome, man. It's been so good to speak to you. I want to shake your hand.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me your time and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, bro.
Heroic have once more made themselves known as the enemy of the nation. Not heroes, but villains of Brazil. And only Navi can claim that very title by avenging the fallen Furia just one day after the Danes disrupted their dream run. Heroic close it on Overpass, and now we head to Ancient. It's Navi's pick, and they've got to pick themselves back up.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall order as well, right? Navi had many a chance to close out Overpass in their favor. Heroic only needed one. And so a stark difference there between the two, and maybe the vibes heading into this second map. Navi with a T-side start, at least it's one. It feels like home ground.
We see how that mental battle plays, right? It played in the previous semi-final as well when Cloud9 got destroyed on a comeback. Sure, different circumstances, but they disappeared in that third map. Navi can't afford that same fate. Stown has found the first headshot. Electronic drops dead, and Navi lay up a BXX.
Yeah, Stown tries to block that smoke, but they'll assemble this boost up over the top of it. Heroic do like to employ this, and Navi needs to remain aware. It ends up with another man falling, and now the bomb gets away from Navi. This at least looked like a bomb plant guaranteed. That's now left hanging in the balance. It's just Simple. And even though he does what he can, it's not enough. Stown with a fantastic pistol under his belt. He was almost a non-factor over on Overpass. Going on a late game recovery, a little short, but nowhere near the realm of the rest of the squad. So if he comes into play now on this second map, that might be Navi's nightmares incarnate.
Yeah, he had literally half the kills of Shush and Tessez. 40 for the aforementioned, but 20 for Stown. Sure, there was a late game recovery. There were some impactful rounds towards the end, but starting like this, now the young guns warmed up. Now Navi are in danger, if they already weren't.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard, right, that little check-in with Exist, how he was cognizant that these sorts of games can really take it out of you, right? You kind of spend everything you've got in the tank. And so that was something Heroic were already thinking about on that previous map.
But that wash of relief when you do win it, oh boy, that surpasses the pain of losing. And that's that pain that Na'Vi are feeling right now. The what if that you mentioned, the chances that they had. Heroic poised and ready for this A push. 2 players close, looking to fire pins and needles into the armorless Na'Vi.
Yeah, Shush on the boost. He makes contact first, and then Tesses comes in swinging. It's a lovely little double play over towards the mouth of this A site. And Heroic stick the landing on the conversions here. Now, that wasn't much resistance offered up from Na'Vi.
Already
they're coming out with the guns now, but yeah, I mean, you can tell, right? Like,
not the face you want from Simple after round 2, sure, early days, but you know, he performed in that first map. He wasn't, you know, a titan. He wasn't destroying, but he was up there. He had a lot of rounds. But you can't be tilting at this point. Not with this much on the line. Heroic here again in Rio, looking for a grand final placing. I love the mid take as well. When we saw them against Fury, they were very active and flashing through the mid smokes, taking it back late, using a lot of players, and still Tesses pushes Na'Vi out completely. To think that they had the boxes below mid, Bit's just eating grenades in this round, and he's been forced back to T-spawn. Na'Vi need a new plan. There will be that B bomb site supplemented by a 3rd.
yeah, this is the bonus round for Heroic, right? So this is one of the easier rounds you're going to be given if you're Na'Vi. As a result, they're hoping they can find success here as they move in. This triple stack about to be uncovered. Contact made over on the long side. Kills traded, but Yabi holds on. Will get overrun eventually, but he's done what he had to do in the defense of this B site. Still a man in cave that isn't known about. Just going to get re-smoked off. Down. Not destined to play into this yet, and might never need to, as Bit left up in the 1v3. Low on health, finished off by the cave flank. Heroic open up, keeping the form going that they showed to close on Overpass. And with their bonus round, they don't just come out of it with the win, but they get out with rifles aplenty, a feel-good moment. Na'Vi on the back foot to open up Ancient.
Yeah, that hurts for Simple as well. He gets a smoking cave to trap down again. The second he throws it, they molly default. He literally has nowhere to go. He has to swing, and they just catch him in the open. So already, Heroic taking full control of the CT side. The mid retake into the B lockout with that double long setup. 3-0. Simple buys anyway. That was the consistency at the start of Overpass, forcing AWPs and M4s into eco rounds. But if any man can make it work, it is this one. Aggressive play ahead of the flash for Cadian. Captains take each other on, but Cadian's the one who goes wild, looks for more, gets it as well. B's been cleaned out for free, and Na'Vi desperate in mid with pistols. Simple comes hounding. And Heroic just go through their motions. Baited for Shush. Na'Vi take red. Cadian, is he aware? No, not at all.
Still, he's given a second chance at this. He goes from almost getting caught out to adding another to his tally in this round. And so any hope of upsetting with the hero AK now brushed aside. It's just MPL. Down should have him here, has his number. Damn near flawless round out of Heroic. The only man they lose is Cadian. In a way, you can stomach that. That just entices him to bring the AWP out now.
Yeah, true. 3 kills in that one as well. So Cadian getting comfortable early. They go back to flat rifles. He calls for an AK over, and they will oblige by their captain. Right now, Heroic don't feel that need, don't feel that burn. Simple's given an AWP in return for an AK. So we do have that option opened up. Boost to be expected. Heroic will not be surprised either, and they gamble. They go back for this mid-take again, popping through this red smoke, and Donut as well. But behind a smoke bit whiffs a spray. If it's not a headshot, that's what it looks like, I guess. Ugly. As Heroic find a 5v4, Na'Vi take the site.
This is threatening. This is scary. Stown 7-0 to open this up was a non-factor on the last map, and he just keeps racking up a body count. Adds another to it. Simple. Fed to the wolves. And just electronic. He looks down the line. Everyone else failed on his team. Everyone else brushed aside. And he knows he can't do this. He knows this is one step too far. And there's Stown. Insult to injury. 4 in the round. Lights out from Stown, who's showing up to this second map after saving a bit of steam. Letting his teammates do the heavy lifting on overpass. He is here to play now.
2 4Ks in 5 rounds and still yet to die. The impact is insurmountable right now. Fantastic rounds and ideas out of Heroic. They leave a gamble. They leave the site. Sure, Na'Vi realize, but one man apparently is enough.
This is scary. This is an RV who are frustrated. This is an RV who are hurting, who are probably tired.
Oh dear.
Heroic here to play. They will lose a man to open this one up. But it's cancelled out thanks to Yabi's nade. Still, the plant here is nice for Na'Vi. They're looking for that one round to try and put themselves up on the board, but a missmoking Donut cost them dearly. Stown is still flawless and still putting up numbers. There is no stopping him right now. He is reaching new heights, 13-0. And Simple's got his head in his hands. Na'Vi just don't look up to the task.
Are they really that crushed? Are they really that destroyed? A pace change is perfect. They get so much control. A flubbed volley for Shush, but it goes both ways. Na'Vi missed this smoke, and Stown makes them regret it. That is despicable. He goes through on 20 health and takes a 3rd kill. The multi-man of Heroic right now, when they've had so many players who can step up, so many guys who can be that star, Stown returns to his former form.
And you know, that's one of the criticisms sometimes levied against Heroic in these playoff runs, right?
Yeah. Who is the star?
Who is the star? Who is that X factor? But right now, it can be any one of them. The sky is littered with stars for Heroic. For Na'Vi, it's dark. It's a dead universe. No one to fill the void. Cadian holding on, and they're creeping his way. Hits that flick, and now the reaction from Yabi. Simple will do what he can to try give them a leg up here. He retrieves that bomb, locks in the 3-on-3, but liberties are still being taken by Heroic. They pushed all the way through main on Shush.
Love it.
And he bides his time now. Gonna see what he can get from this wrap round. Holds that shot for as long as he can, and at this point, Heroic now know it's the A play. They left a man up in the retake. It's now or never for Simple. Time to go huge.
Oh, great realization for Simple. They can take that space as well. Gone so deep into Temple after the A players reset back to main. Will they clear this one, or do they go hunting for NPL? That could leave Simple in the clutch seat. NPL getting smoked off. Util on the site. They've cleared everything they can, and there is no gap in that smoke this time. Simple's got to be the star. He falls immediately, and NPL random spam is all he's got. Heroic with another 7 rounds. You cannot put them down. You cannot count them out. It took them one chance on overpass, and they did not waste it. And that might be what this series remains for Na'Vi. Wasted opportunity. So close, but yet so far. Clinical Counter-Strike right now, played by Heroic, with the added benefit of these individuals missing no shots. And a 7-map winning streak, 9 out of 10 for Na'Vi on Ancient. Blade is needed more than ever. First time out down now.
Blade's just been given such a hard task here, though. Like, what are you possibly going to say in this 30 seconds to try bring everyone's heads back into the game? Because it's not like it's just one man struggling. It's not like you can look down the ranks and pinpoint a really clear problem here. You know, if this doesn't pick up soon, it's almost like you witnessed the death of the mental in RV on that last map when it was stolen away in triple OT. Someone needs that play that brings you back into the game.
It's fast again. It's a nice pace change. It's forced a lot of util for Heroic and a reaction. Stown thinks they're committing. He's going to fake it out. Walks back after his drop off the smoke. You can't see anything through the mist right now. Foggy A sight, and Stown will fall first. That's what Na'Vi wanted. They don't have to commit. They've got Bit in the power position and a lurk up B. Tesses does not look like he's seen him. Na'Vi are bringing the bomb back.
They just took down a giant by finding Stown on the opener. Tess says he's aware. He is aware as hell. Collects that freebie. And now Cadian moves in to reinforce with the AWP. Na'Vi thought they had a chance. They killed the invincible man, the immortal Stown. But there's always someone else. There's always someone chomping at the bit to get involved. Heroic and not shy of stars. Tesses was one of them. And even though he only goes 1 for 1 here, it still tees up Heroic to hold this B site. Cadian waits. That shot sails past, but he's given a second go at it. And with Perfecto just finding the kill on that molly, maybe there's a chance. He's getting flanked through the lane, and he's questioning, he's second-guessing every move he makes here. Man in CT tries to beckon him in, tries to pull the attention away. Perfecto is aware of the wraparound, but that doesn't make dealing with it any easier. Na'Vi don't have legs to stand on in this game.
Yeah, and you say no stars, right? But there's no weak link. Maybe you don't have a top 5 player in the world on a team that aims to be the best in the game, but you don't have a bad player. You don't have a poor performer. 40 kills from Tessis and Shush each last map. An AWPing, clutching captain in Cadian. Stown doing what he does best right now, and Yabi, we've called him the big game player. He showed that yesterday against the Boos, against Furia. And not a sound in sight for Na'Vi. Not a single player performing. Not a saving grace. Is this really a silent finish, or can they find anything? Pop through a smoke, back up the ramp. The site is empty. Stown's popped in with a flash, and he forces another multi-kill. It's easy done for Stown. Blind off the next, but it's not a problem. Teammates by the side, and Heroic continue to batter Na'Vi. 2 on 5.
Oh, man. This is looking like how it ends. Not with a bang. It doesn't live up to the hype of that first map. It might all end with a whimper for Na'Vi. They're not even making a dent in these rounds. That's what's so scary. The best spot they've been in so far was that 1v2 for Perfecto.
And they had the crowd behind them. They had Simple clapping alongside, right? Trading rounds back and forth. They had everything going for them. But nothing now, and no reason to celebrate. Furia fell at the hands of this very team, and they want to add another Titan to the list. Heroic are here for blood.
Yeah, I mean, they've got one clear goal in mind, right? They want vengeance for what happened in Rio last time. They don't care who they're up against along the way to achieve that goal. As far as they're concerned, there's only one way it goes. And this was a Na'Vi squad who, up until this point, were infallible. They hadn't dropped the map coming in to this semi-final series. Well, not only did they lose Overpass in an incredibly grueling way, but now that 7-map win streak here on Ancient, that fantastic track record, about to get stripped away in ludicrously dominant fashion.
There's always hope, right? This is a comeback game. This is a game that could, a spark can ignite an entire team. It can pull back the most impossible scoreline. We've seen it from every conceivable number, but Na'Vi right now are giving us no reason to believe. No close rounds, no nick clutches, no entry kills. They've had 2 in the entire T side so far. Should show something. No? No barrel? Okay, this could be a way in. Back to turn. 2 kills on the docket. Bit will take 1. It's a trade out for Cadian, and now Na'Vi must do something.
Oh, but every step of the way, this heroic defense, there is no getting past it. There is no magic to happen here. Heroic 10-0. And I think, you know, in spite of the speech that you just gave, I think Na'Vi, you know, you're moving the goalposts here. It's more about just saving some face at this point.
I've never seen this team collapse quite like this.
That's one where you go away from that game and there were clear frustrations. There were clear moments where it was yours. And the frustration of knowing that you had chances, you were in pole position, not once, not twice, countless times over. If there were ever cracks that were going to show, they've been blistered wide open now. And Heroic, man, they've had to remain composed throughout this entire run. They got put down into the lower bracket early in their run through Rio. They fought with their backs against the wall the entire damn time. And then once they got in front of the crowd, no one was on their side. No one believed in them at any point. But they believed in themselves. And so what a way for them to try and propel themselves into this grand final. If this keeps up, there's a world where the win that breaks the Na'Vi streak on Ancient is one where it wasn't even close. Na'Vi can't even look back and say, you know, we had them on the ropes, we gave it our best shot. It's dead on arrival, much like Electronic as he comes up the ramp, cut down by Tessez. Stow moves in out of the cave. That flash wrecks him. Cadian makes life a little hard for his teammate there. Heroic don't want to stumble against the Tech Nines, and they won't. They've churned up the double sight hold. It's now just simple.
Go on.
He knows that some sort of massive play's got to be made. He holds his timing on the trigger for as long as he can. The individual is simple is enough to find the first for Na'Vi. And will that be the one round that gives them something to hold on to here in Rio?
It's now or never, Harry. Now or never for Na'Vi. That has to pump you up. That has to bring you back. Or it was never going to happen. Simple the Savant stands up for Na'Vi in a crucial round. A 5-half recovery is their best bet.
Risky line, Electronic playing with him. The rest of Na'Vi all grouping outside of this A site. So Electronic just trying to keep attention over towards B, but if there's one thing you've got to give Heroic credit for throughout this series, it's sometimes, even with minimal info, when they take these gambles, the amount of times they've been right, the amount of times that these fears have been well-founded. Cadian has a phenomenal read over the game, and he's brimming with confidence. Everyone is believing in every call that comes down the pipeline. And this decision, after seeing a man on lane, to go and stack the A site,
unreal,
is stellar. Heroic, right where they need to be to make this a one and done for Na'Vi. They open up with a kill to bit. Nipple is blind and dealt with by Yabi. The bomb is on a Hail Mary rotation out of the danger zone.
And Heroic don't care. They know this B site's probably the objective, that Na'Vi are regrouping, that they've got a bit of space, and Electronic has taken that. But firstly, he has to wait for that bomb with no smoke down. Pushing out is fully dangerous, and Heroic are flashing their way back in, retaking before it's begun. Electronic with a crucial blind kill. They got nades out. He tries to hunt them down. The last flash to force Heroic back. But it's going to be a retake with a man up. Not for long. Simple does hit his shot. They send it one step further. And Na'Vi, with an open bomb site, pull back a 3-on-5 to their favor. But Simple jumps the gun. A molly down. Yabi waits patiently, and they push him together. It's a 1v1 now. Shush trying to stop this from ever starting. Was it just a simple clutch, or can it be more? He can stick this right here, right now. Shush, he's on it. No idea. And Shush silences Rio yet again.
Heartbreak sets in for Na'Vi. That was a 3v5 That was meant to be their return to form. It was the Simple and Electronic duo that got the ball rolling. But a step too far for Simple. A clutch teed up for Shush. And pressure put on Perfecto where it never needed to be. It never had to come down to him clutching, but it's that face right there that throws them in to this irreparable spot. Perfecto had no chance to close that 1v1 on position alone. And it's a clutch he didn't need to be thrust into. And Na'Vi, they know this. They know that that was a misstep. And at this sort of scoreline in a game, in a series that's been full of heartbreak like this one, it's rounds like that that fully check you out of it.
Yeah, I mean, not just unbelievable resilience in this team and in this series for Heroic, but the momentum built off of that previous map. They are feeling invincible. Stown started this second one 13-0. He's 17-3 right now. There is not a weak link in sight. There is not a worry in Heroic's mind. They couldn't possibly fathom it. Another flash play. Simple's on the clock, over the top of the boost. Yabi doesn't see him, but he drops in. This is scary. This is hairy for Na'Vi, and they've got nothing, no control, no foot in any door. A flash for a trade still keeps Heroic up a man, and they get smoked off still. Jumping through, desperate for Na'Vi. And there is no unsinking the boat. Capsized in this T side.
Yeah, you know, you keep bailing water out, but Heroic keep making new holes, and you're quickly going under. What a grim way for this to unravel, but what a look out of Heroic on their path to vengeance in Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah.
Simple and Perfecto left up in this one, and Simple, he's been feeling pressure this whole time to try be the playmaker, but he's got no clue that he's walking in to the lion's den. Perfecto is fed to the beast, and even though Simple trades where there's often one, there's two for Heroic. Stown with the backstab will seal the deal. And there is no stopping them now. Heroic are in their final form. They are in their element.
Yeah, I mean, it was Vitality earlier who pulled back from this exact scoreline, Harry. 12-1 down. Do you feel any optimism? Do you feel any chance for Na'Vi in this moment? No, I certainly don't.
Perfecto has bought a P90.
Sign of the times.
Suggest they're going to do something wild. Play like they've got nothing to lose. And sure, they have everything to lose, but this is a much looser round one where they try their hand at an up-tempo B play. Maybe this is what brings them back in. A couple of missed shots.
Yep.
The P90 doing damage in this round for Na'Vi. Cadian will get overwhelmed. This would be an odd way to find a route back in. Yabi stuck in the sight now, brawling up close and personal with Na'Vi. And Shush moves in to join him.
Take it.
The victory is short-lived. Only for a moment did it feel like Na'Vi were in with a chance. Electronic can't do it alone. And Heroic don't know when to quit. A capitulation like nothing you've ever seen. And Heroic capitalizing, riding the winds of their successes on Overpass all the way through this second map and maybe all the way into a grand final appearance.
Yeah, if I'm Vitality, I'm watching very closely right now. This is a Heroic that is in horrific form, that is in terrifying form. And sure, historically, a head-to-head, a matchup Na'Vi have had the number for. But when we get to that stage, it is a different story. It is a different team. They did it in Katowice dominantly. And they do it once again. Na'Vi creep up red. One final ditch attempt on this end of this T side. Even the spam elicits fear. A dangerous push for bit. The danger must be made. concessions to Cadian caught off the back. Yabi lets him in. He knows they're in position. Simple could get cut off. That's a good flash, but he plays ahead of it and hunts down Simple with the bomb at his feet. Yabi makes moves, and Navi have to dance the dance of death, walk the tightrope and get out with that bomb, but Yabi wants more.
I mean, every play you've made feels like it works, so everyone from Heroic wants to be the guy making plays. Oh! Vic goes running through the smoke, and man, Navi, they're cooked, they're done in this one. Surely the flash through red, MPL blind and knocked off the angle, but Heroic don't jump the gun.
Even they want to make this clinical. He could have won the round right there. He will do anyway, just delayed gratification for Heroic, and we've seen a 1v3 out of the rookie. But the odds are not in his favor.
Counter-Strike is a mental game in all aspects of the word. And the mentality for Navi just isn't there. This is the most one-sided game you will have ever seen against them if it continues in this fashion. They will have never lost this hard before, and Heroic are looking to make a statement on their route to this final. They stand just 2 rounds away from accomplishing that goal.
it felt like Na'Vi were back on track with back-to-back playoff runs with a sweep through the RMR. This team came ready to fight in Rio, and that first map certainly proved that fact, but falling finally, losing their first, and wow, do Heroic hit hard. 14-1 off a CT side, and Na'Vi have mere minutes left on the stage.
Yeah, and Heroic are coming into this second half with all the bravado, all the confidence in the world. What could put a stop to this? Electronic dealt with, and Heroic know that if they win this round, they have booked that spot to the grand final. It is as good as done. They are driven, they are determined, and they're struggling to get into A. Na'Vi will lock them out of it. A bit of resistance put up here in the site hold, but it's in these moments that things have gotten hairy for Na'Vi.
And even they are scared. They are spreading out. They are retaking that B bomb site. But Heroic, if you had to make that decision, Shush looks to re-aggress as Heroic wait with the bomb in Donut. This is a fake out for Shush, and this is the trickery that Heroic love to do. It's going to keep Na'Vi here blindfolded in the B bomb site. Shush pulling wool over their eyes. And even if he dies, it's still going to force that commit through Donut. Look at this third rotation. Even Simple stumbling along. He will doubt it. A second thought for Simple. A second chance. Cadian spotted. Bomb as well. Big info for Na'Vi, but Heroic can just run and take that space gain by Shush.
Yeah, where the versatility of the way Heroic plays lies is, you know, that they can remain mobile here. Options are left open. The bomb gets spotted on A. For some teams, this would be a disaster. Na'Vi have figured out the game plan. They figured out that B was nothing more than a fake. But Heroic always leave a back door open, always leave a key under the map. They lose out on this fight to open, and Shush is dealt with as well. Yabi with the backstab, trying to make a last-second play, but MPL runs for the hills, and there was no way to lose this one. Na'Vi get their second round in this map, thanks to time in the pistol.
Yeah, not even kills, is it? Heroic very close. If only they cleared Perfecto in that corner fully and took that headshot. Na'Vi survive at least another round, at least another moment. But every single one of them feels like you're on the precipice of falling through the cracks. Actually, not even cracks. This is a chasm, a cavern that Na'Vi have let gravity take them. And even Heroic, of all teams, will squeeze every morsel out of a round like this.
Oh, rough way for it to open. Electronic fed to that wolf pack in middle. MPL even dinked. Now Heroic group for a fast hit in towards the A side. Pit's got to hold the line, and he will hold up his side of the bargain. Quick work made of the pistols. But Heroic's goal was not to win this round. They have a couple of pistols purchased up. They were looking for damage, a bomb plant, something of the likes.
There's something here. Your only chance. But it's denied. 3 rounds to Na'Vi. That was the easy one. Just you wait till Heroic start cooking.
Most dominant loss ever dealt to Na'Vi was years ago, all the way back in 2021. It fell 16-4 to Complexity.
On this map.
That's what Heroic are trying to beat right now. Up through ramp they go into the nearly vacant B site. One man here over at long, but he will go unchecked. Perfecto holds the line, flashed back in by Simple, building upon this round. As the trades look to come through, they'll get collapsed upon. Na'Vi win that with SMGs by their side. They deny that first rifle round the way of Heroic, but it's still a mammoth journey that lays ahead of them. Heroic aren't even close to worrying yet.
Yeah, as we talked about in Overpass, it was Na'Vi having these opportunities to close, being unable to do so. You give Heroic one, they do right by it. This is not a team that gets ahead of themselves, that calls GG before the fact. They fight for every single second fast this round. Pistols running and gunning, not even chasing that blind player, looking for the smoke spam. Stan will reaggress the fine bit, but it's too little, it's too late, and Simple's AWP is here right on time. Great shots, bomb dropped, and Na'Vi will survive the night for now.
Reassuring round from Simple. Especially when, you know, it was kind of him who misstepped in one of these rounds, took a bit of maybe a tilt peak that ended up throwing away a chance for that much more in the first half. Reassuring to see him stick the landing on this hold. And the first timeout used by Heroic, they can feel that there's a little more fight in Na'Vi, more than they bargained for after that first half.
Just get ahead of it. Why even let it? Why even let it fester? Make sure you cut the head off clean. One swipe. The guillotine. Let's see if that head will roll for Na'Vi, and now crucial buy round. I love the run boost bit, making moves, making plays. Thrown up on top, spams Katie down, and nades will finish the job. So, captain out of the picture here for Heroic. Na'Vi can relent in middle if they want.
Tessez has a gap here. MPL left on a solo B hold. He does have reinforcements slowly making their way over from middle. For the time being, he's going to bear the full brunt of this push. In they come. MPL rises to the occasion. Does find that first man into the fold, but it's swiftly traded and cancelled out by Heroic. Still, numbers getting thinned here. Stown requesting help. Shush is still a ways away. And through the smoke, Electronic looks to move in and deal with this round before it becomes a problem. Last bullet in the gun will find him. And there's Simple. Bringing it up the rear. Na'Vi, 6-2 their name. Still a long ways to go.
And we'll be saying that for rounds yet. Simply nothing on T sides in this map.
It would be...
Don't say it.
It would be inconceivable to even imagine a world where this happens.
A minute ago, you were talking most dominant losses of Na'Vi's career. What about highest comebacks? What about longest streaks? I don't want to buy in just yet. The pessimist in me screams no.
There is sometimes this feeling of you're kind of already at the worst case scenario, right? So sometimes that can feel liberating in a way. Heroic. All it's going to take, though, is one big round from one of these guys like a Stown or a Tessez, a Yabi that have been having these great maps, not shy of hero moments. But now you've got to get past Simple on his terms, in his sight, and this it is unrelenting when it strikes down upon you. Cadian threads the needle, finds a gap. They don't know that he's here.
Really don't. But Simple checks it anyway. Pistol out, trying to run him down. Confident and cocky. And Calamity strikes Heroic with these pistols. They will find a man up middle, but MPL moves in on the off angle and he will sweep them under the rug. Water under the fridge. Na'Vi slide into 7. Slow and steady.
Simple is starting to get activated. There's no ignoring that. Around him, it's MPL and Perfecto finding some form as well. A run boost to send Electronic over in middle.
That's a statement.
Fed to Heroic.
No.
Another man joins the fray. Perfecto in and out like a bandit. Will he survive? The nades rain in, but he double dips, and that's one time too many. Forced to make a play by Heroic's Util. Oh, MPL brings them back into the fold with a 2v2 laid out now. Simple was rotating over. Gonna have to keep their wits about them. Most of the map is dark to Na'Vi. They don't have the info. They don't know what's happening, but this Util raining over A maybe gives something along.
Simple hear that jump. Canadian, if not, has a mega flank, has a backstab. Simple fires off, now he knows what's up. MPL in the back lines, and they both fall in tandem, in unison. Na'Vi come together for another. Surely not, Harry, surely not. With one T round in the entirety of the map so far, and you're gonna tell me that that's enough. Simple is.
There was a point in this game where I don't even think Na'Vi were believing this was possible, but they've come into this second half with a second wind. And with nothing to lose, right? Leaving it all in the server, nothing left unsaid for Na'Vi. Oh, the burn damage from Perfecto. And MPL joins the fray. Na'Vi are building!
And the energy is as well.
8 in a row now!
Every second, every frag, every round gives you another reason to go forward. And for Heroic, a question is posed to them. Have they got what it takes? Can they finish what they started? Seemingly a guarantee. The pistol would have made it so, have no doubts. Win that 2-on-2, it's yours, it's done. You're in the grand final. But a swing and a miss, and now they're running for the ball. Na'Vi have nothing to lose. There is no harm in trying.
I mean, they were tasked with an impossible job. But they're trying to realize it. They're trying to make it happen. And, you know, you hit this point when RB held there. They're believing in the comeback now. They're playing with confidence.
Yeah, another mid-take. I mean, even that flash through the mid-smoke from Perfecto, sure it doesn't work, but it shows the mentals at the Na'Vi. Stubborn, but that's what got them here. Refusing to go down without a fight. Simple. Adjust your television sets. It's the Simple show on this CT side. He makes his rotate, he makes his move. He believes not in the A attack. It's a default round for Heroic, faking the mid-take. Tessez clears close, Simple re-smokes, and Heroic have to wait. It's Cadian with a pick, a massive opener, one that must be done right by the captain of this team. The bomb rotates round, Shush is left on an island, and a Heroic hungry for more.
Electronic and bit pressure in the middle. They've spotted Stown. It goes up and over. They're not ready for him here. That's the bomb now spotted crossing down at B. Now V starting to piece together the puzzle on this one. 30 seconds and Shush is out in the A site, but a last second rotate really hinges on him staying alive.
Dear.
He'll get fed a kill. Electronic moving in.
It's a long rotate.
Bomb's going back, all the way through spawn. They don't finish Simple. Perfecto locks down the man at lane. This bomb is a long way out from A, but it should get there with a little time left over.
No room for error on this one. And that little bit of belief that Na'Vi had, once again thrown into the whirlwind, sucked below the surface. As the Heroics shine through for 15. You got all the money in the world, Perfecto, but you are simply not in a position to compete.
And this is where, you know, this is the kind of heartbreaking stages of this one. This was the thing we were talking about, the idea that all it was going to take There's one opener to go their way, one 5v4 to get capitalized on, and you are out of room. You are out of second chances now if you're Na'Vi. It has to be flawless for 6 rounds straight to pull this one back into overtime. And Heroic just got their first taste of blood for the first time in 8 rounds.
Yeah. 24 rounds of play, 2 of them on the T side. This is New Ancient as well. This is not a map, sure, it's favored CT, but this is not a map where you expect to see this kind of dominance. Heroic still here to finish what they started. A little later, a little more flustered, but the same goal in mind.
Might be nothing more than a cosmetic comeback for Na'Vi, one that looks a little prettier in the papers.
But a loss is a loss.
No second chances. No chance to run it back. Na'Vi needs to be flawless, and Heroic, they are just looking for that one round. That one round to send them into the grand final. Grouping outside of B. MPL tries his hand at making a play. The youngster was hoping to open up for Na'Vi. Instead, he's that first domino to fall. Heroic are licking their lips. They were given that opener. 4 kills between them and a grand final appearance. And even as Simple equalizes, and AWP firing off. He's played his hand. They know where it is now. They know where it rests.
Kaden even went for a fight, but then he decided against it. He wants to avoid that AWP. Why give Simple the chance? They try and avoid the AWP, but Simple stays mobile. He repositions. Shush plays ahead of his own utility and gets into red. No reason to move past this point. He is the late game player. He is the backstab. Simple's patience tested on a rotation. Bit looking the wrong way. Miss smoke, goes far, and Simple looks to fire them down. He dies. This flank is still waiting for footsteps, and Heroic wait for glory.
Plan coming in, Shush holding for the wrap round. Oh, he's hit this perfect timing. In with the backstab now. Perfecto gets awkward over on Donut. Heroic can feel this. They can feel that they're about to be delivered it. All that stands in their way is Bit now. One man left to stop them, and the Heroic tide washes over Na'Vi. Heroic are going to a grand final. They wanted vengeance in Rio de Janeiro, and they now have the chance to get it.
The Brotherhood breaks yet another back, puts the final nail in Na'Vi's coffin, and buries them 6 feet deep. They say misery loves company, and Na'Vi, all they've got tonight is each other.
Yabi, you were subbed out for one game. Exist took your place. You came back not feeling well, and you have now found yourself in the grand final with a dominant performance all event long. Can you believe it? How did you manage to do it, mate?
I mean, our one goal when I was sick was just to try to get one day off, so I could try to get well again. And I mean, it's just a really good story until now, at least.
You fought back out of the server and in the server, and I've got to touch on this overpass. It was crazy. It must have been very draining. How did you guys feel when you won it? How was the energy?
The energy was good. We were just trying to solve all the problems, because when you play so many rounds, you just know what each other do and what the game plan is. So yeah, we were just trying to figure out what to do.
And going into Ancient, you didn't just have them on the ropes, you were kicking them down. This looked ridiculous in the first half. Did Cadian give you guys any motivational speech before you went into that map?
I mean, he always does between the match, so yeah, that gets a little bit, and yeah, we were just prepared for Ancient, so it went well.
Now you're back here in Rio, you're back in the grand final. How badly do you want this trophy?
Yeah, we want it so bad. I mean, last time was a disaster.
Now guys, we got some Heroic fans finally in here. You're gonna give them the round of applause they deserve? Make some noise for Heroic and Yabby!
The villains of the Jeunesse add yet another name to their kill list. Navi simply out of gas in that first half sets it up perfectly for the Danes to be sealing this one. It looked like it was written in the stars with only 2 rounds required on their team side of things. And man, Heroic now Janko in yet another grand final, this time versus Vitality.
Yeah, could even make a name for themselves as the most consistent team this year. You know, some of the other ones have had up and downs in different stages of different tournaments, but yeah, another grand final for Heroic, and what a performance on Ancient. I mean, CT side, we know about Navi's track record coming into this one, and listen, I called Stone out at the end of the last map, and boy did he show up here on Ancient, open up 13-0, I think he was 4K in the pistol round. That's where you know he's gonna feel it.
He heard you, man. I'm sure he was thoroughly listening to our desk segment and was like, yeah, Janko, actually, man, he has a point.
They run out the stage, you know, as quickly as they can into the green room to listen to us.
Yeah, man, we're the real experts.
Yeah.
You've got a slideshow for us, Peacemaker.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, obviously, when we're in the green room, we're obviously paying a lot of attention to the game, really focused, and then at some point, after the first half, I basically just, you know, these are my notes. After the first half, I mean, not much to talk about, right? And then at some point, we just started, okay, comeback is real. They start to bounce back, and then, well, never mind, thanks for watching. I mean, that's the
But don't leave yet. We're not done yet.
Don't leave yet. Yeah.
Please.
But I mean, that's just the story of the game, right? Like it was a dominant City side from Heroic. We're gonna get a special guest here shortly who's gonna be able to talk us through what happened in that one. But yeah, I mean, just very dominant from them. Yes, Navi was completely off in that game. I kind of wanted to ask, and I hope Banks ends up doing an interview to ask if what happened after that first map, because we talked about the mental aspect, right?
Yeah.
And I think that definitely took a toll on Navi in this one, just by the way they played on Ancient, especially after having a rough start. I think it was too tough for them to come back.
You mentioned that special guest. Shush, do you want to come in and join us for a few winning words after a series that, to be in all honesty, we expected it to go the full 3 maps after they managed to seal out the grounds of Overpass, just because Navi's record looks so damn good on Ancient. But Shush,
Hello?
you didn't care in that one. Congratulations, first of all. Did you expect that Ancient, for that first half in particular, to be so dominant from your end?
I mean, not really. Like, it came as a surprise, but we're playing so sick, like with flashes and just plays all the time.
You looked incredibly synergized as a team, particularly in that first half. Yabby alluded to it up on the stage interview with Banks. He said, you know, Cadian always had some words, always had some fire coming out of map number 1 into map number 2. Can you tell us how he was hyping you guys up to be that dominant?
I think it was mostly like we knew we had way much more energy than them. We knew when they last ate, and we ate right before the match, and they haven't eaten for like 5 hours or something. So it's just like mental-wise, we knew we were stronger.
It's all about the details. I love that you opened up with that, because that is going to be my question. We've seen in these last couple of games, over the last couple of tournaments, really, you know, some teams collapsing, allowing massive comebacks, other teams being able to come back and showing that mental fortitude. And I think you guys are absolutely one of the teams that almost never gets upset, right, is able to come back but doesn't give away too many comebacks. You know, how big part of your preparation is the mental aspect? How much do you focus on it, and how are you so good at it?
Yeah, I mean, we focus a lot on like positive vibes, like body language, like how do we help each other, showing like positive body language, because we get so much energy just by giving a knuckle or a smile or eye contact, and then just we think about sleep and what we eat and drink and everything.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the boring stuff, Shush, which is the game on Ancient. Talk me through the preparation for this one. I had an opportunity to talk to Stown a little bit before you guys started playing the series, and he mentioned that you guys watched them playing against NIP on Ancient, and he really did feel like you guys had a good game plan on the CT side against them. So talk me through, like, was it, because they did play kind of like the same way they played against NIP, so I kind of want to know, like, what was the game plan coming to Ancient, why you guys are so dominant on that one?
I think it was mostly like mid control, how they want to take mid control, because we knew how many there were mid if they did specific nades, and how many there would be if they did take mid, and if we got mid control for free, then we knew it was most likely going to be B or something towards A. But I think it was mostly like their CT side with some reads with the smokes, but we didn't get to play that much CT.
Yeah. But there's a hint right there for Navi in the future. There's a hint with their CT side, but also on Overpass CT side, real quick. It also did feel like you guys had a good idea how to play against them. Just in general on Overpass, were you guys surprised by anything that they did on their T side, on their CT side, or also like you guys had a pretty good understanding of how they played on the map in general?
I think it was mostly like our own game plan. We knew. When things didn't work, we had to come up with different plans. Specifically, us on B, we couldn't really play close monster because we got owned every single round we tried. So we just knew, okay, we have to play more for short, or we have to play more defensive. But we also got owned when we played defensive. So
was it a little tough to adapt?
Yeah, it was really tough to adapt and find out the right plan. But then we started playing around short. We got some really good kills, some good duels as well, and some good mid-round pushes.
Shush, after the first game today, Apex was standing where you're standing, and he said, I would like to face Heroic in the final because they've been beating us all the time, and I want to beat them now in a game that matters. What do you have to say to that?
I mean, I'm excited. I think we're going to beat them, but time will tell.
All right.
Well, Shush, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I know you have a lot of preparation going into the Grand Finals tomorrow, so I'll let you go off with your team and, get that underway. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Excellent insight, as always. Yeah, man, I mean, that Ancient completely blowing our expectations out of the water for the Danes, because we were saying, I mean, you even said it, Janko, yourself, Overpass was a must-win for Heroic to potentially, we foresaw it going to the full 3 maps, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, that word that we've been saying a lot today, especially collapse. It was a collapse from Navi. There's no way around it. You know, they got into the second map pretty slow. They couldn't win any fights. You could tell that Heroic was one step ahead all the time, right? They were very active. They're fighting for mid. Then there's all these flashes in CT spawn ready to support for the B player, right? Because they understand that it's not just what they see at the start. They know what Navi's reaction is going to be if Navi hears a lot of nades mid and sees Heroic fighting for it, right? So that's a way for them to almost cheat that rotation and be a step ahead with those deep flashes. You're supporting the player even though he's alone, so you're making the fight easier for him. And I think after you're down 6, 7, 8-0 if you're Navi, that's when also like the frustration starts creeping in a sense of you're starting to feel defeated, you know, and it's hard to find some energy at that point in time. We've heard it from a lot of these players, you know, they're exhausted, they're very tired, and of course you would have liked to have had Navi be able to fight back and find that extra strength in them, but it was a little bit too much to ask for today.
Yeah, a little bit too little too late for Navi to make that comeback work. Unfortunately for them, the end of the line here at IEM Rio 2022. So let's get a few departing words from Blade.
Navi will not be going further forward in the tournament after they dropped 2-0 to Heroic here. Blade, I want to just talk about the overpass to start off with, right? We know when it gets to overtime, we know when it gets drawn out, it becomes more crazy, it becomes more wild. But what was going on inside the team at that point? Because you guys lost to some of those pistol rounds that you wouldn't normally lose to. Did that change anything? Did that change the mentality of the team? Talk me through it, please.
Well, I think Overpass was the map we less practiced, actually. But eventually, it was a relief that we was like 15-14, and I think I was almost confident that we will win this round. And then, I don't know, this mistake was stuck in my head. Okay, it happens. We must take it, like, you know. We cannot do anything about it now. But I think, as I said before, like, we didn't practice a lot for our map pool. I think they picked proper map, Overpass, and because of that we couldn't close a lot of rounds on Overpass. in terms of like macro understanding, like and precise details, like what
the margins, right?
yeah, who should do with something like important. And I think we will work a lot on this map, and it will be much better.
And in terms of that, right, did the veto throw you off at all? Did you expect overpass? Did you expect something different?
We expect Mirage or Overpass, 2 maps, and we prepared both. And we didn't expect Inferno on third, but so we were really happy.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Too bad we didn't go for it. And on Ancient, I think, I don't know, maybe mentally we thought about that, and we started really slow. And at the end of a lot of rounds, we started like, we were starting good in terms of how we want to control the map, how we want to make the rotations on the map, and I think our duels was not so good. I think we lost a lot of duels. They were aggressive at some point, and we couldn't out-aim them. I don't know why it happened. So because on Overpass it was much more better on T side.
Definitely. And we just saw Simple, obviously very unhappy, storm off the stage. You were talking to the guys as well. Can you give me any insight to like what that quick debrief was about, what you guys were discussing?
He is not happy at all because I think we played really bad that Overpass, like some close rounds, and on Ancient I think it was important to stick to the plan, to stick to your role. Some of the rounds was strictly like discipline, right? And he was not happy that discipline was not so good in that rounds, considering that we discussed it like it's very important. But overall, I think they did a good job on City side, preparing for our T side.
And just last question, where does this put you now going into the major? Has this given you a great idea of what you need to work on, what you want to do, where to put a focus? I know you spoke about the boot camp you'll go on to.
Well, it gives us confidence, like we are stable, like semi-finals team, right? We were speaking with you about consistency, like you can see we are the team of consistency. We're playing all semi-finals, so we just need not to relax, to add some more, and to understand that we need this step to go to the finals, not even win, like at least to go to the finals.
Get that feeling again.
Finally, we'll have a good boot camp now, and I think we must be much better.
Blade, I love your interviews, I love your honesty. Thank you very much, man. We'll see you soon. Navi are done here, and the grand finals is set, but what a crazy game that was.
Yeah, good to hear Blade putting a positive spin on things, but all jokes aside, understandable that emotions are going to be high in the Navi camp right now, particularly Janko, considering, you know, the fight, the battle they had to try and keep their heads above water on that first map, and then the collapse on the second.
Yeah, indeed. You know, you could hear it from Blade. He thought they had it in the bag, even that 30th round, and how different the scenario would have been. They were extremely happy with the decider too. Felt like they had a great chance if it comes to Inferno. But on the other side of things, if you're looking for a silver lining, better that it happens here than in Paris. Potentially, you could see how MPL had a very slow start to Overpass, but was able to recover. That's another really positive thing, right? Like he didn't just spiral out of control and start panicking and make tons of mistakes all the time. He managed to bounce back. Perfecto lost a couple of clutches like in a weird way, which is also uncharacteristic for him. So at some different points in time, strange moments for Navi, and then yeah, just after that triple overtime on Overpass, too slow to get going on Ancient.
Yeah, I also think that from the Navi side, answering Blade, I think Blade gave us half of the solutions for him, which was to work on Overpass, but actually like not trying to fix their issues or anything, but I think they need to focus on Nuke as well, right? Like their map pool, even though it's kind of crazy that we're talking about number 4 in the ranking in the world, they still have issues with their map pool, and those are big ones, right? I don't think they're very proven on their Anubis yet. Yes, they have good results and stuff, but they haven't played much. They have issues with their Nuke, they have issues with their Overpass, and yeah, as we saw, like he gave credit to Heroic for picking Overpass against them, which was a weak point. They don't have stuff figured out, so I think that's one of the things. And the second one was that, you know, I kind of do feel like we kind of missed Simple performing at the level that we all expect him to. Kind of like comparing to what we saw previously today, Zaiwu popping off and making a massive difference for Vitality.
I don't buy that. I don't think I think Simple was in a little bit of a slump end of last year, maybe start of this year. I think he's out of it now. Like the team is playing better too. And Zaiwu outside of that one map wasn't blowing anyone's mind either, right? So I wouldn't put this one on Simple. I think it's just unfortunate how some of the rounds went. And if Navi ended up winning the first map, I think the Ancient would have gone differently too.
Well, that does wrap up the action for today in our second semi-final, but plenty of fun games still to be had in our DHL MVP. Some choices to be made and some votes to be cast. Make sure you're using your Twitch channel points in the chat to get your votes in for our DHL MVP. We've got a lot of names for you to choose from, 5 to be exact. First up is going to be Tezos, followed by Yabi, Stan, Shush, and then the one lone representative from the side of Navi. It is going to be Simple. Yanko, for your money, where are you placing your bets so far?
This is a really difficult one because I really feel like it was a team effort from the side of Heroic. Even if you look at Overpass as the deciding map of the series, like, who do you give it to on Overpass? Yabi didn't have the most kills, but had a lot of impact. So let's say Yabi.
Okay.
Because he was also dealing with a stomach bug.
Yeah, we like that. Yeah.
We hate that, but we like that he recovered that.
Yeah, we like the recovery, not the stomach bug, the sickness. Peacemaker, for you, I mean, not Simple, apparently.
Not Simple, but I think that I would give it to Staun mainly because like he was able to mentally recover from what happened in the first map. So I think it was nice to see him performing that well on Ancient. He was very crucial. I agree with Yanko as well that it was a team effort thing. He's not the best KD or whatever, but I think it was nice. It was really nice and exciting to see him performing that well.
Nobody buying into the Tezos stonks even after that first map of Overpass?
I want to say that he was leading in terms of rating, right? And he had a great game, so that's good. Like for Tessis and Shush to have a really strong series in the playoffs, sometimes they would go a little bit missing compared to groups. And Heroic is always going to be a team, it feels like, who's going to do it by committee.
Yes.
So you can't have players falling off, and I think it's going to feel great for KD and that he was the worst performer in the series and they were able to 2-0 a team like Navi.
Yeah, it really was a true heroic performance through and through, coming in the semi-finals, which does set us up for the grand finals tomorrow. We can take a look at the playoff bracket to see exactly how this tournament has been progressing. A man Heroic taking on Team Vitality. I feel like some surprises going down here, maybe not so much on the Heroic side of things. Of course, they had to battle through two furious opponents, if you pardon the pun, and battle through the crowd as well, because yeah, they had boos going their way in both their matches, Lewis.
Yeah, and they will have it tomorrow again. Like we saw that Vitality is the crowd favorites in this one. We saw in the game against Cloud9, right? And Vitality was really close of losing that run, right? Cloud9 had a massive lead, ended up losing the second map and then lose the series. But yeah, exciting for tomorrow. Like the head-to-head does favor Heroic in this one, but we'll see. It's a very exciting game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Vitality Pro League beat FaZe 2-0 in their group. Come into the RMR, they beat G2 in those seeding game 2-0. Lower bracket here, they beat FaZe 2-0. They beat Cloud9 2-1 in the semifinal. And tomorrow, these are all top 5 teams in the world. And tomorrow, they're playing Heroic, who last time at Katowice when they met, they beat them 16-4, 16-7. So that was it was a shellacking by the side of Heroic. So that's why Apex wants to play them, and we'll see. We heard it from Shush. He's feeling confident in that matchup. I think it's going to be a great one. Zaiwu in another grand final. Spinks is playing great on the other side. Probably the most consistent squad we have at the moment. Heroic with a chance for redemption here in Rio, finally being able to lift that trophy, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the big bad wolf for the side of Vitality, at the very least, is awaiting them in that grand final. We also have a show match going on earlier on in the morning.
Who's playing?
We've got midday. Head on over to Twitter, Yanko, and you tell me. We've got some Brazilian legends. We've got a Swedish legend, I also believe. I don't know. I don't want to spoil anything for the viewers at home. Maybe they should just tune in tomorrow. I don't know. Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you guys for watching at home. And thank you, everybody who's joined us in the arena today. We've got a fantastic day of Counter-Strike tomorrow. Thank you, Yanko. Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you,
See
Lewis.
you tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
nice. Thanks.
Thanks, Lewis.
touch this game! Nowhere is insane!
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done! And Charlotte's winning! Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's NAVI! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.